Lin Yang, a struggling writer, woke up to discover that the world had succumbed to the apocalypse. A virulent virus had swept across the globe, transforming the world into a haven for zombies. Wait a moment. The apocalypse? But I am merely a web novelist. Ding. The survival system for the apocalypse has been successfully activated, but I have lived my entire life without even holding a girl's hand. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a zombie girlfriend. What on earth? A zombie girlfriend as a reward for signing in? How? Charming. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Zombie Girlfriend. In 2025, within a rented room in Jingshui City, Lin Yang sat on his bed, gazing at the murky sky outside, utterly bewildered. Did I sleep through a time warp? He scratched his disheveled hair and picked up his phone. Everything seems fine. It's only 10 in the morning. Why is it so dark? Without further thought, Lin Yang threw off his blanket and, clad only in his underpants, approached the window. What he saw was shocking. Countless bodies lay scattered outside, blood smeared across walls and the ground, with severed limbs strewn about. Stay away. Stay away. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air, and Lin Yang instinctively turned towards the sound. It was a young woman, clutching her ankle while leaning against a smoking car, desperate to retreat but cornered. Not far away, 3 ragged men were rushing toward her, their necks twisted and bodies convulsing unnaturally. Wow, which film crew has such keen insight to shoot a zombie flick in this rundown neighborhood? Lin Yang casually took a sip from a half-empty bottle of cola. I just wonder if the male lead is as handsome as I am. Just as he finished speaking, a car burst into the neighborhood, crashing into the 3 men with a loud thud. Goodness, are today's actors this dedicated? The car halted in front of the woman, and a man in a suit jumped out of the driver's seat. Quick, get in. He scooped her up in a princess carry and dashed towards the vehicle. Indeed, he's not as handsome as me. Lin Yang took another sip of his cola, but before he could swallow, he froze in shock. In the fleeting moment before the two could enter the car, a figure crawled out from beneath a nearby vehicle. With a swift motion, he grabbed the man's ankle, pulling both of them to the ground. Then, in a frenzy, he lunged at the man's throat, blood spraying everywhere. The woman could not contain her scream, and at that moment, all the bodies lying on the ground began to rise. At this point, Lin Yang had vanished from the window. Looking down, he found himself huddled in a corner, clutching his cola bottle and trembling. Damn it, they really bite. Lin Yang shook his head vigorously, steeling himself as he pinched his thigh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Feeling the pain radiate through his leg, Lin Yang finally realized that what lay below was not a film set, nor a dream. It was the apocalypse. The virus had taken over. Oh heavens, you made me an orphan at 3. I'm 23 now. I haven't even held a girl's hand. I've just started earning a little from my writing, and now you. Suddenly, Lin Yang halted. Wait, a novel? He lifted his head, and a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host location has erupted with a zombie virus. The survival system is activating. Please wait. A system? This is truly a system. Ha. The tales of web novels never deceive. In the apocalypse, a system must emerge. So, I am the protagonist? Once the excitement faded, Lin Yang quickly composed himself. As an avid reader of novels, he was well aware of the nature of these systems. Thus, seizing the activation moment, Lin Yang hurriedly locked all windows and doors to prevent any zombies from breaking in. After all, his golden finger hadn't activated, yet if he perished now, it would be a grave injustice. A while later, Lin Yang gathered all the food in his home, strategizing for the coming days. Meanwhile, the mechanical voice resonated in his mind once more. The survival system has been successfully activated. Congratulations, host. You have received an activation gift pack. The 7 Days of Apocalypse Fun Sign-In event is now open. Please participate. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. 7 Days of Apocalypse Fun? Fun, you say? Though he almost voiced his thoughts, he restrained himself. Forget it, the priority is to preserve my life. What does the gift pack contain? Immediately, a series of information surfaced in Lin Yang's mind. Rewards include Virus Immunity Serum 1, Grenades 2, Mall Points 1000. Does the host wish to activate them? Activate. Upon seeing the Virus Immunity Serum and Grenades, Lin Yang chose activation without hesitation. Ding. Rewards have been successfully distributed. Please check. Subsequently, Lin Yang concentrated, and the 3 items appeared clearly in his mind. Each item was accompanied by a brief description. Virus Immunity Serum. Are you worried about viral infections? Take 1. Stay resilient. Grenades. Throw it away, and all troubles disappear. Mall Points. 1000. can be used to redeem items in the mall. Upon reading the point's description, Lin Yang's eyes gleamed. Redeemable items? I wonder what the mall offers. System, open the mall. Ding. The mall function is not yet available. Please try again after completing 7 days of sign-in. Great, forcing me to sign in. Let me see just how enjoyable this so-called 7 days of fun can be. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful 17 days. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a zombie girlfriend. A zombie girlfriend? Lin Yang was startled by the system's proclamation. Though he had previously lamented the unfairness of fate, having lived 23 years without even holding a girl's hand, this zombie girlfriend seemed excessively absurd. The world outside was already teeming with zombies. Adding another to his home would be inviting danger. And to top it off, she was a girlfriend. System, are you mocking me? Roar. Just as Lin Yang finished speaking, a growl echoed from outside. Not good. I've been discovered. Lin Yang grabbed a kitchen knife from the table and approached the door, his heart racing. He cautiously leaned towards the peephole, eager to glimpse the scene outside. However, apart from a dimly lit corridor, there was nothing. It seems to have left oh no. Just as Lin Yang relaxed for a moment, a bloodied face, half of its jaw missing, suddenly appeared in the peephole. Lin Yang stifled a scream, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. Clang! His grip slipped, and the knife clattered to the ground. Lin Yang inwardly cursed, realizing that the zombie outside would not be leaving anytime soon. Roar! Bang! Bang! The zombie outside has begun to pound on the door. If this continues, it will only attract more of its kind. What should we do? Lin Yang's back was drenched in cold sweat. Even with the virus immunity serum, if a zombie were to bite him lethally, it would be of no use. Moreover, in this narrow corridor, using a grenade is out of the question. Otherwise, all troubles would vanish, along with his very existence. Bang! Bang! The door was struck again, judging by the sound. It seemed that several more zombies had joined the fray outside. At this rate, the door would not hold for much longer. System, for heaven's sake, say something. Ding! Zombie girlfriend has been dispatched to the warehouse. Level, LV10, 100 combat power, 50 stamina, 100100 health, 100,100 special skills. None with a host like. To activate it? Yes. Chapter 2. The rampaging little lowly. In the next moment, Lin Yang felt a blinding flash of golden light before him, accompanied by an eerie gust of wind. It is worth noting that this was a completely enclosed room, rendering any breeze utterly impossible. Lin Yang immediately regretted his decision. Soon, the golden light faded, and he finally opened his eyes to behold a scene that was utterly different from his expectations. With his mouth agape and a grenade clenched in his hand, Lin Yang stood foolishly in place. He had previously devised a plan. Should this zombie lose its wits, he would detonate the grenade. However, upon encountering what was referred to as his zombie girlfriend, Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. For what lay before him was not the grotesque creature he had envisioned, but rather a petite and charming girl. Barefoot and dressed in a delicate white dress, she stood there with an air of tranquility. Good heavens! How could one label this little lowly a zombie? Lin Yang, clad only in his shorts, cautiously observed her from the wall. The little girl had her eyes tightly shut. Her skin as smooth and tender as fine mutton fat. Even her features were exquisitely refined, as if sculpted with utmost care. Her delicate nose and cherry-red lips resembled a masterpiece. Lin Yang could confidently assert that this was the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered in his 23 years of life. Yet, before he could fully appreciate her beauty, a sharp crack echoed in his ears. Turning his head, he was horrified to see a gaping hole torn through the door. A veiny arm swiftly reached in. Atamting tu si Lin Yang. Without hesitation, he snatched a kitchen knife from the ground and struck out. Perhaps it was the fierce instinct for survival that awakened Lin Yang's latent abilities. With all his might, he severed the arm cleanly. Plop! A severed arm, oozing black blood, fell to the ground as Lin Yang gasped for breath, his face ashen. But immediately, another arm reached in, this one thick and long, clearly belonging to a different zombie. Bang! 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 The zombies outside continued to batter the door, the lock beginning to tremble, on the verge of giving way. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yang turned to his girlfriend, shouting, "Can you do something? I didn't bring you out here to be a model." Upon hearing Lin Yang's voice, the little lowly seemed to awaken, her eyes snapping open. In an instant, her pupils transformed from normal to a ghastly gray, her fingernails elongating into sharp claws. If she had appeared harmless moments ago, she now resembled a veritable zombie. Roar! The little lowly let out a piercing shriek that shattered the windows. This reckless girl, Lin Yang, cursed inwardly. If the landlord found out, he would certainly face significant damages if he survived this ordeal. Crash! The door was completely smashed open. At the forefront was a nearly 6'3" zombie, appearing youthful and clad in a sports jersey, likely a former athlete in life. Behind him, in addition to the previously dismembered zombie, there were two elderly zombies, an unfortunate coincidence, as they were the elderly couple residing next door, with whom Lin Yang had always maintained a cordial relationship. However, at this moment, he aimed the kitchen knife at them, knowing he could not afford any semblance of mercy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang muttered, "You take care of the burly one and the cripple. Leave the old folks to me." Though fear coursed through him, he knew he had to fight for his life. System. Use the virus immunity serum. Congratulations, host. Virus immunity serum successfully administered. Upon receiving the response, Lin Yang raised his kitchen knife defiantly. "Come at me." In an instant, the four zombies at the door seemed to find their target, roaring as they lunged toward Lin Yang. Almost simultaneously, the little lowly sprang into action. She positioned herself in front of Lin Yang, bending her legs before shooting forth like an arrow. "Oh my!" A rampaging lowly. Lin Yang gasped inwardly, yet he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As the little lowly approached the foremost young zombie, he feared for her. She was vastly outmatched in height and weight. What if he twisted her head off? However, it didn't take long for Lin Yang to realize his fears were unfounded. Just as the little lowly closed in on her target, she leaped gracefully, landing atop the zombie's shoulders. With her slender legs, she locked around its neck while her hands gripped its head, twisting with all her might. Crack! In a heartbeat, the once menacing zombie lost its balance and collapsed. Yet, the little lowly was not finished. Without hesitation, she leaped off and seized the approaching dismembered zombie, swiftly crushing its neck. Her movements were fluid, and in less than 5 seconds, 2 of the 4 zombies lay vanquished, leaving only the 2 elderly zombies. Their white hair disheveled and their bodies hunched, shuffling toward Lin Yang. At this point, the little lowly ceased her assault and simply stood at the door, her gray-white eyes fixed on Lin Yang. What did this mean? Was she truly going to abandon him? Lin Yang, still in disbelief, could scarcely comprehend the formidable combat prowess of this little lowly. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of 23 years of solitude." Glaring at the 2 zombies, he clenched his teeth. "Grandma and Grandpa, you two have always looked after me, and I have never repaid your kindness. Today, I shall send you on your way." With that, Lin Yang raised his kitchen knife and charged at the male zombie. Roar! Roar! Upon seeing a living human charge toward them, the 2 zombies became agitated. Lin Yang, quick on his feet, seized the moment to strike at the male zombie's neck, but his strength fell short of delivering a fatal blow. As a zombie, the creature felt no pain. Instead of retreating, it latched onto Lin Yang's shoulder, intent on biting him. Caught off guard, Lin Yang had underestimated the elderly zombie's reaction time. Just as he attempted to deliver a follow-up strike, he found himself ensnared. Seeing this, the female zombie lunged at him as well. Lin Yang swiftly turned his head, narrowly avoiding the first bite, then kicked the female zombie away. "Get back!" Summoning all his strength, Lin Yang broke free, but he felt sharp scratches on his shoulder. Panic coursed through him, but then he recalled that he had already used the serum. He should be safe. What is a blessing if not a trial? Lin Yang glanced at the little lowly, whose expressionless face made him feel as though he were being mocked. In that moment, he realized he was no longer facing 2 ordinary zombies. He was confronting his own dignity as a man. Chapter 3. Naming Xin Yin after a brief skirmish. Lin Yang had discerned the capabilities of the 2 zombies. They were not particularly fast, but their strength was immense. The elderly couple had nearly reached the age of 80, and their mobility was understandably compromised. Roar! Lin Yang heard a continuous low growl from downstairs, likely attracted by the sounds of the recent scuffle that drew numerous zombies. He knew he had to act quickly. His gaze sharpened, and his expression turned serious. This time, his target was no longer the male zombie, but rather the female one. "Old lady, it's time to go." With a flick of his wrist, he positioned the blade outward. He bent slightly, agilely dodging past the male zombie, and then stood before the female zombie, delivering a decisive strike to her head. "Ah!" She let out a piercing scream before falling silent. Lin Yang forcefully withdrew his knife from her skull, only to find the male zombie had already turned, its mouth gaping open with dark blood. "Old man, it's your turn," Lin Yang muttered to himself, having just experienced the male zombie's strength, and knowing that zombies do not feel pain and only attack without defense. He realized that confronting it head-on would not yield favorable results. Thus, Lin Yang took a step back, grabbed a bottle of ink from the table, and splashed it onto the zombie's face. Now, as the ink splattered, it significantly impaired the zombie's sensory abilities. With his right hand raised high with the kitchen knife, he seized the moment during the zombie's momentary pause and struck down along the previous cut. Blood sprayed forth, and this time, it definitively ended the creature's life. Lin Yang surveyed the chaotic scene around him, nearly retching. With the doors and windows already damaged, it was clear that this home was no longer habitable. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Oh no! The zombies downstairs were climbing up. In a moment of desperation, he noticed a set of keys hanging from the male zombie's waist, and a wave of joy washed over him. Was this the legendary loot drop for defeating monsters? He quickly snatched the keys, but then realized with a shiver that he was only wearing a pair of shorts, with nothing else on. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Lin Yang pointed at the little girl, and then hastily grabbed a pair of pants and a shirt from the coat rack by the door. There was no time to fetch his phone. He took the little girl and dashed towards the opposite door. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps from downstairs grew closer. Luckily, living on the third floor meant he had a few seconds grace before the zombies reached him. At this moment, sweat dripped from Lin Yang's forehead, and his hands trembled uncontrollably from the tension. Faster, faster, faster. He turned to glance back, only to see a zombie had reached the second floor, just a step away from him. Yet his shaking hands struggled to insert the key into the lock. Oh! Lin Yang nearly broke down in despair. The zombie lunged up the final steps, leaping at him. Click! Just at that critical moment, the door swung open. Lin Yang yanked the door wide, blocking the zombie's charge, and pulled the little girl into the room before racing inside. With all his strength, he slammed the door shut. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies outside raged against the door. But fortunately, it was a steel door, far sturdier than his wooden one. Once inside, Lin Yang collapsed onto the floor, feeling as though he had been reborn. After some time, the outside noise subsided, and Lin Yang regained his composure, pondering his next course of action. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed something beside him. Looking up, he found the little girl squatting beside him, her chin resting on her hands, gazing at him. "You!" Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. The little girl no longer resembled a zombie, but had reverted to her original activated form, sweet and enchanting. He locked eyes with her for a few seconds before cautiously poking her cheek with his finger. "So soft." Lin Yang swallowed hard. "Can you speak?" Beep. Zombie girlfriend's language function is not yet activated. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Not yet activated? Does that mean she can eventually speak? What must I do? Beep. More functions are not yet available. Please have the host sign in for 7 consecutive days before trying again. Another signing in requirement. Damn it. Lin Yang felt a wave of irritation wash over him, but rather than succumbing to frustration, he grew curious about the signing in process. Would the first day yield a zombie girlfriend, the second a zombie brother, and on the third day, perhaps a zombie bodyguard? Lin Yang chuckled and looked at the little girl. "Let's give you a name. I had planned for the heroine in my next novel to be called Xin Yin, but since I won't have the chance to write it anytime soon, how about I give that name to you?" Beep. Zombie girlfriend's name has been reset. Xin Yin, level 130, 100 combat power, 50 stamina, 76, 100 life, 100 special skills. None. A series of information flooded Lin Yang's mind, leaving him somewhat astonished. In the urgent moment of activating Xin Yin, he hadn't had the chance to properly examine these stats. "So, you can level up." Lin Yang was elated. With a mere thought, he quickly gained a general understanding of Xin Yin. For her, the higher the level, the stronger the combat power. An experience for leveling up was acquired by defeating other zombies. The stronger the zombie, the more experience gained. Additionally, she had a unique trait. While in her zombie form, she wouldn't be attacked by ordinary zombies. However, maintaining her zombie form consumed stamina, and once that was depleted, she would forcibly revert to human form, losing all combat power. "It seems you're not invincible after all." Lin Yang gently patted Xin Yin's head. "You must be under 20, right? I never imagined Lin Yang, would have a day of old bull eating tender grass. Lin Yang sighed, while Xin Yin quietly squatted beside him, her big eyes blinking as if deep in thought. Time passed slowly, and outside, the sounds of zombies moving could still be heard intermittently. After resting for a while, Lin Yang realized he couldn't afford to remain idle. He wandered around the house, feeling somewhat familiar since he had been there before. Afterward, he took stock of the food and water available, even finding a pair of sports shoes for Xin Yin, as her delicate little feet were bare and it seemed inappropriate. True to the home of an elderly person, there wasn't even a single bucket of instant noodles. Lin Yang surveyed the assortment of vegetables and dry goods before him. Aside from pickles and steamed buns, which were quick meals, everything else required cooking. Fortunately, the gas stove was still operational, and water and electricity had not yet been cut off. These supplies would last a maximum of 3 days, which was not a sustainable solution. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, knowing that Xin Yin needed to eat as well. Otherwise, the food would only sustain him until he completed the 7 days of signing in, after which he could devise a plan to leave. Now, he had no choice but to alter his strategy. Standing in the kitchen, he casually glanced down the stairs. Across the street, aside from a few wandering zombies, there was a convenience store with its doors wide open. Chapter 4. A desperate counterattack, to go or not to go? That was the question. After all, successfully reaching the other side of the street would not be an easy task. Jumping from the building was out of the question. However, choosing not to leap from the building meant confronting the zombies lurking in the corridors and the community. Even if he could navigate through safely, the precise situation across the street remained a mystery. After much contemplation, Lin Yang resolved to observe for a while longer. Humans are like iron. Meals are like steel. One feels famished after skipping a meal. By noon, the events of the morning had left him utterly exhausted, and his stomach began to voice its discontent. Lin Yang placed the buns from the refrigerator into the microwave for a brief heating, offering 2 to Xin Yin while keeping 3 for himself. Seated at the dining table, facing each other, Lin Yang devoured one hungrily, yet Xin Yin remained unmoved. "Eat. Do you expect me to feed you?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yin surprisingly nodded. She flashed a grin at Lin Yang, revealing 2 adorable, pointed canine teeth, which was utterly charming. This smile momentarily captivated Lin Yang. Yet, his expression darkened again. "Although you are the girlfriend assigned to me by the system, I cannot acknowledge it. You exist in a realm of both humanity and the supernatural, and we shall not have a future together." As Lin Yang spoke, Xin Yin's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of dejection. "Ah!" Xin Yan exclaimed, stuffing a bun into her mouth, puffing up her cheeks, and casting a defiant glance at Lin Yang. Lin Yang clicked his tongue and quickly shoved the remaining 2 buns into his own mouth. In the afternoon, Lin Yang rummaged through his home and found several blackout curtains, which he used to cover all the windows. This way, he could turn on the lights at night without attracting the attention of zombies. Once he finished, he quietly approached the door and peered through the peephole. Compared to the morning, the number of zombies outside had dwindled by more than half, leaving only 6 or 7. To his surprise, he recognized a familiar figure among them, the landlord. While he felt a tinge of sorrow at the transformation of the elderly couple into zombies, seeing his landlord in the same plight brought him immense joy. This landlord was a middle-aged, greasy man, obnoxious and often extorting extra rent. Had Lin Yang earned an additional 1,000 yuan a month, he would never have endured such indignities. However, with a meager monthly income of 2,800 yuan, securing such a room was already quite fortunate. Lin Yang closed the peephole and tiptoed back to the living room. Could it be that I am the sole survivor in this world? He fell into deep thought. After a moment, he checked Xin Yin's status. The stamina she had expended in the morning had fully recovered, leading Lin Yang to devise a plan. "Xin Yin, come here," he called gently. Xin Yan, curled up on the sofa, glanced at Lin Yang before turning her head away. "Hey, you little rascal, how dare you ignore me?" Lin Yang rolled up his sleeves and straightened his posture. "As your host, I command you. Come here." "Huh!" Xin Yin responded with a fierce shout, her pupils instantly turning gray, veins bulging on her neck. However, this transformation did not last long and quickly dissipated. "What the? Are you trying to scare me?" Lin Yang felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression turning grim. It must be said that Xin Yin's appearance as a zombie was genuinely intimidating, far more so than the ordinary zombies outside. "All right, I was wrong. Please show mercy and let bygones be bygones." Lin Yang understood, that as a man, one must be adaptable, able to yield and assert oneself as the situation demands. At this moment, aside from Xin Yan, he had no other hope. Xin Yan pouted, a smug expression on her face. Lin Yang awkwardly moved closer to her, saying, "Let us negotiate a little matter, shall we? Seeing as your stamina is nearly restored, I need you to go outside and fetch my phone while the zombies are few." As he spoke, Lin Yang tentatively placed his hands on Xin Yan's shoulders, gently massaging her. However, after a long while, Xin Yan paid him no mind and instead relaxed, enjoying the massage. Just as she closed her eyes, she felt Lin Yang's hand withdraw. Xin Yan opened her eyes, looking at him in confusion. He stood with his hands on his hips, expressionless. "Is that comfortable?" Xin Yan nodded. "Want more?" Again, she nodded. Lin Yang smirked. "Well, I can't help you for free. If you bring back my phone, I'll massage you for 10 minutes. Deal?" Xin Yan paused, then extended a hand, wiggling her 5 fingers in front of Lin Yang. Her gesture left him puzzled, but he instinctively high-fived her. "Deal?" Smack! Xin Yan swiftly returned the slap, then furrowed her brow, forming a fist with one hand and bringing both hands together. Lin Yang blinked, trying to decipher her meaning. 50 minutes? Xin Yan nodded vigorously, then extended one finger from each hand, crossing them. "You want to bargain for an hour?" Xin Yan's face lit up with joy, nodding like a chick pecking for grain. "Who taught you this art of negotiation?" Lin Yang was at a loss for words, but ultimately acquiesced to her demands. Weighing the pros and cons, trading an hour's labor for a phone was certainly worth it. After all, aside from an old, deactivated phone, there was no other means of communication in this room. With a mobile phone, Lin Yang could connect with the outside world. He firmly believed that other survivors must exist. In a vast nation with over 1 billion people, it was impossible for everyone to be wiped out overnight. In that moment, Lin Yang felt an immense burden resting on his shoulders, the revival of human civilization. Having endured enough of his previous, powerless existence, he resolved to live boldly for the remainder of his life. At that moment, Lin Yang's mood was remarkably calm. When one finds themselves in dire straits, they either succumb to silence or mount a fierce counterattack. At 6 in the evening, the already gloomy sky completely engulfed the sun's remaining light, plunging the world into darkness. Through the window, only a few shops on the street remained lit. The once vibrant skyscrapers now stood shrouded in darkness, adding an air of mystery to the night. Lin Yang took a deep breath, standing at the door, and noticed even fewer zombies in the corridor. It was time. He glanced at Xin Yan, who clenched her small fists, instantly transforming into a fearsome zombie. Lin Yang placed his hand on the doorknob, saying, once you retrieve the phone, "Hurry back without wasting your strength. Otherwise, I can't save you." Roar! Xin Yan let out a low growl, and Lin Yang inhaled deeply before flinging the door wide open. Roar! In an instant, the 4 or 5 zombies congregated in the corridor lunged forward. Xin Yan dashed out, seizing one of them and instantly crushing the skulls of 2 others, due to her zombie form. The ordinary zombies did not perceive her as a threat. Even after witnessing their companion's demise, they mindlessly charged toward Lin Yang. Thus, Xin Yan was unstoppable, delivering a punch that pierced through one zombie's heart before swiftly dispatching the remaining ones, including Lin Yang's landlord. Chapter 5. The second day marks the dawn of the era of firearms beautiful. Lin Yang couldn't help but cheer. It is not that he lacks compassion. Rather, since he has already transformed into a zombie, living holds little significance. It would be more meaningful to contribute to Xin Yan's experience. Consider it a contribution to the remnants of human civilization. For the moment, the hallway is temporarily safe, and Xin Yan promptly heeds the instructions, hastily returning home to retrieve her phone. Meanwhile, Lin Yang partially closes the door, knowing that with Xin Yan absent, he must be prepared to shut it at the first sign of a zombie attack. Hurry, hurry! Lin Yang clings to the door, counting the seconds as if they were years. Indeed, Xin Yan does not disappoint him. Within 5 breaths, she returns with her phone in one hand and a power bank in the other. However, at that moment, Lin Yang feels a tremor from above. Looking up, he sees 3 zombies emerging from the staircase above. These are his neighbors living on the same floor. Lin Yang quickly concentrates his thoughts and realizes that Xin Yan has only 20 points of stamina left. This is bad. Come back quickly. Lin Yang urgently calls out. Due to Xin Yan's level 1 status, her stamina depletes rapidly, rendering her unable to confront these three zombies. Just as Lin Yang opens the door to pull her inside, he is a moment too late. Roar! The three zombies leap down from above, and Xin Yin instinctively throws the phone and power bank into the room, then positions herself to block the doorway. With a punch, Xin Yin pierces the heart of one zombie, while tightly gripping the other two to prevent their advance. Yet, at that moment, a cold, mechanical voice sounds in Lin Yang's mind. Warning, Xin Yin's remaining stamina, 10,100, imminent forced transition to human form. Warning, Xin Yin's remaining stamina, 8,100, imminent forced transition to human form. Warning, Xin Yin's remaining stamina, 5,100, imminent forced transition to human form. Stop it. Damn. Simultaneously, Lin Yang notices that Xin Yin's nails are beginning to regress, and the veins and blood vessels beneath her skin are rapidly dissipating. Without hesitation, Lin Yang seizes a kitchen knife from a nearby cabinet and rushes out. Die, you bastards! With Xin Yin holding them back, Lin Yang strikes one zombie directly on the forehead, ending its life instantly. A spurt of black blood splatters across his face. Ignoring it, he pulls out the knife and attacks the next zombie. The next moment, ding, Xin Yin's current remaining stamina, 0,100, forced transition to human form. The knife remains embedded in the zombie's skull. Without stamina, Xin Yin collapses to the ground, her pale arms still tightly clutching the necks of the two remaining zombies. Xin Yin, Lin Yang scoops her up and hurriedly slams the door shut behind him. He quickly checks Xin Yin's vital signs and breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she is merely exhausted, her life points intact. As he examines her, Lin Yang suddenly raises his eyebrows in surprise. He discovers that Xin Yin has leveled up. Level 20150, combat power 100. He observes that with her level increase, Xin Yin's combat power has doubled. Lin Yang finalis miles. Fortunately, this time there was a close call. Otherwise, I would have become a solitary figure once again. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he feels a pang of bitterness as he realizes she exhausted all her stamina to protect him. Xin Yin, the zombie girlfriend, you're merely a product of the system. Yet do you truly care for me? Lin Yang murmurs. However, he dismisses the thought and gently lays Xin Yin on the sofa, fetching a basin of warm water to carefully cleanse her body. Once finished, Lin Yang finds himself too weary to check his phone. Collapsing onto his bed and drifting into a deep slumber, he sleeps soundly. When Lin Yang awakens, he groggily senses a warm breath against his face. Opening his eyes, he is greeted by the sight of a pure and charming visage. The warmth emanates from Xin Yin's breath. Upon seeing Lin Yang awake, Xin Yin beams with joy, her large eyes curving into crescent shapes. Yet, Lin Yang's face flushes with embarrassment. This is the first time a girl has been this close to him. Why you? Have you recovered your stamina? He stammers, immediately regretting his words. He could have simply looked. It seems the reason for his 23 years of singlehood is now clear. Clueless. Ahem, could you please move aside? Lin Yang gently pushes Xin Yin, who is leaning close to him, away, and rushes to the bathroom to splash his face with cold water. He does this not for any other reason but to calm himself. After all, at 23, he is in the prime of his youth. Waking up with a little tent in front of Xin Yin is rather inappropriate, even if she is a zombie. Ding! The post-apocalyptic 7-day sign-in event is currently ongoing. Please sign in promptly. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yang realizes it is already the second day. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful for 27 days. Congratulations, you have received a Desert Eagle pistol and 3 magazines. A pistol? Lin Yang gazes at the items in the warehouse, suddenly elated. This is akin to a monumental leap in the timeline of human civilization, directly transitioning from cold weapons to firearms. This significantly enhances his combat capabilities. Lin Yang eagerly extracts the pistol. Previously, such firearms could only be seen in games or on television. Now, holding a real pistol in his hands, he feels a surge of excitement. After a brief examination, he discovers each magazine contains 7 rounds, totaling 28 bullets with a 1 in the gun. What a stingy system. In a post-apocalyptic world, it gives me such a meager supply of ammunition. What use is this? Lin Yang es frustración mons. Why is this system so different from those in novels? Other protagonists begin with invincibility, while I nearly lost my life right at the start. However, aside from rewards from signing in, Lin Yang notices that his 1,000 points have transformed into 1040. So, Xin Yin gains experience from killing zombies. And I earn points from killing zombies too? Recalling the previous day's events, he remembers he eliminated 4 zombies, including the 2 elderly neighbors and the 2 upstairs. He wonders about the prices in the shop. Afterwards, Lin Yang prepares a simple breakfast, and once Xin Yin finishes eating, she approaches him with small, eager steps, grinning playfully. "What is it?" Lin Yang asks. Xin Yin pinches his shoulder playfully and leans her face close to his, gazing at him with great anticipation. "Are you wanting something?" Chapter 6. A point of no return. Xin Yin nods vigorously. Lin Yang leisurely finishes his last bite of food and replies, "You can owe me for now." "Huh?" Xin Yin's eyes widen, and she immediately shakes her head, clutching Lin Yang's arm and shaking it insistently. "Who are you trying to charm, little sister? I'm not falling for that." Lin Yang, looking serious, pulls his arm away and takes his phone from his pocket. "It is not that I refuse to press, but there are pressing matters at hand. Once we are completely safe, I shall press for an entire day, although with great reluctance." Xin Yin obediently refrained from disturbing Lin Yang and quietly sat to the side. Lin Yang opened his phone and instinctively accessed his contacts. Yet he was uncertain whom to call. Thus, he navigated to his moments, only to find a serene silence. The micro-businesses had ceased their updates, and no one required assistance in cutting prices. The most recent post was a video from his university crush, Lung Bingbing, time-stamped at 2 in the morning. Lin Yang furrowed his brow as he glanced at the caption above the video, which read, "Working overtime. Stopping by the convenience store to treat myself to some braised pork rice. Life is exhausting, but let us all keep pushing." After viewing it, Lin Yang clicked on the video below. The content depicted her filming in the convenience store, first capturing the surroundings before finally focusing the camera on a bowl of rice. The video lasted a mere 5 seconds, yet once Lin Yang finished watching, he dashed to the window and pulled back the blackout curtain. For the convenience store in the video was the very one across the street. His heart raced, and at that moment he cast aside all pretenses, opening the chat with Lung Bingbing to send a message. "Are you there?" Post-sending, Lin Yang felt it inappropriate and quickly added, "Where are you?" He then stared intently at the screen, awaiting her reply. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, until an hour passed without response. Lin Yang's heart sank. During this time, he remained perched on the windowsill, gazing at the convenience store across the street. Outside, zombies wandered back and forth, while inside, the owner slumped at the counter, clearly infected as well. Lin Yang chuckled bitterly. It seemed he had overthought. Just as he was ready to give up, the phone screen abruptly lit up. Instantly, Lin Yang's heart tightened as he hastily unlocked his phone, where it boldly displayed, "You have a new message on WeChat. Please, you must survive." Lin Yang trembled as he opened the notification, only to see his mood plummet once more. "Yesterday, you took 123 steps. Get lost." Lin Yang cursed under his breath. He endeavored to calm his emotions and reconsider. The last update on Moments was at 2 in the morning. He also checked other social forums, which were roughly at the same time. Thus, it appeared that the zombie virus had fully erupted after 2 in the morning yesterday. Yet, it couldn't have infected everyone in an instant, could it? After all, he had witnessed a man and a woman infected just that morning. If extinction were to occur, it would have been after 10 o'clock yesterday. How could there have been no news about zombies online prior to that? Where were the leaders and military of Longhua? Lin Yang was filled with confusion. He felt that the outbreak of the zombie virus was anything but coincidental. Enough of this. Now is not the time for such thoughts. I must first survive to have any hope of finding other survivors. Lin Yang steeled himself. After all, he possessed a system, and he firmly believed he would not easily succumb. Time flew swiftly, and the food at home was dwindling. Rationing it would barely last him through the day. This could not continue. He must take action. Lin Yang shifted his focus back to the convenience store across the street. The hallway was now devoid of zombies. His apartment building had only 5 floors, and he could reach the back of the complex via the rooftop and pipes. This way, he could avoid the zombies roaming the neighborhood, then simply climb over the back fence to exit the complex. Moreover, the road was not wide, providing ample opportunity to rush across. As soon as he entered the convenience store and pulled down the shutter, he would be safe. The plan was set. Lin Yang glanced at the time. It was now 10:30 in the morning. After some observation, he noticed that the stronger the sunlight, the slower the zombies moved. This meant that midday would be the optimal time for his transition. At 11, Lin Yang prepared a grand meal with the remaining food. Xin Yin stood guard at the table, while Lin Yang served him a bowl of rice. Eat up. Once we are full, we shall make our move. This time, Lin Yang was resolute. He intended to leave without any intention of returning. At 11:30, Lin Yang returned home to change into agile clothing, securing a kitchen knife to his leg while storing his handgun in the System S warehouse for easy access. Were it not for the restriction of the warehouse to items obtained via the system, he would have loved to take everything from his home. Lin Yang glanced at the zombies sprawled in the hallway, many of whom bore familiar faces. With no sense of nostalgia, he and Xin Yin quietly ascended the stairs. It was then he realized that the upstairs neighbors had also been infected after the zombies broke down their door. Their home was in utter disarray, with food, appliances, and everything else in disrepair. As for the elderly couple next door, although they had an iron door, Lin Yang knew they had a habit of morning exercises. Otherwise, they might have had a glimmer of hope. At 11:40, Lin Yang reached the rooftop. The weather today was significantly better than yesterday, while still overcast. At least the sun was visible. Yet, when Lin Yang looked down, his heart was filled with shock. The once bustling main road was now choked with vehicles. Flames, ashes, bloodstains, and corpses. Wherever he looked, it was a scene of carnage. Lin Yang clenched his fists and turned away. At 11:50, Lin Yang and Xin Yin climbed down a pipe leading straight to the ground. Crouching in the grass, they faced the community's fence. However, Lin Yang did not rush. The sunlight was still slightly lacking, and he surveyed the surrounding zombies, estimating about 20 of them posed a threat. Lin Yang retrieved 2 grenades, handing one to Xin Yin. I will go first. Once I draw them away, you run to the convenience store. Remember, only use the zombie form after you've entered the store. You only need to deal with the zombies inside. Do not waste your energy. If anything goes awry and you find yourself low on stamina, don't forget to find a safe place first. The rest will be handled by it. Lin Yang pointed at the grenade in Xin Yin's hand. Do you understand? Xin Yan nodded innocently. At this moment, it was noon. Chapter 7. What you fear is what comes. Lin Yang nimbly climbed over the fence, standing boldly on the crosswalk. He weighed the grenade in his hand, his gaze sharpening. You fools! Come chase me! Roaring, he called out. Hearing Lin Yang's voice, the zombies on either side of the street turned their heads in unison, surging towards him like a flood. Without a second thought, Lin Yang dashed across the road. However, his destination was not the convenience store, but an alley beside it. Having lived here for a year, Lin Yang was intimately familiar with the terrain of the alley. As long as he could buy Xin Yin time to seize the convenience store, his plan would be halfway successful. Lin Yang sprinted ahead, pursued by a horde of zombies. Meanwhile, those undead already standing on the opposite side of the street charged towards him. System, gun now. Lin Yang extended his hand, and a gleaming silver desert eagle materialized instantly. He aimed at the approaching zombies and fired a shot that pierced the forehead of one with a resounding crack. Goodness! Lin Yang exclaimed, not due to his marksmanship, but rather in astonishment at the gun's automatic targeting feature. No wonder I was given so few bullets. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his confidence surged. Bang! 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 4 more shots rang out, and the 4 zombies fell to the ground. At this moment, Lin Yang had carved out a bloody path. Even if the other zombies across the street attempted to reach him, they would surely be too late. While running, Lin Yang glanced back. The dozen or so zombies were still in frantic pursuit, but due to the brightness of the day, their speed paled in comparison to his, and the distance between them continued to widen. He steadied his breath, leaped over the bodies on the ground, and quickly darted into an alley. Upon seeing Lin Yang enter, Xin Yin, who had been crouched in the grass, emerged. She was clad in a white dress and hurried towards the nearby convenience store. However, in her human form, she possessed no extraordinary strength, and halfway through her run, her face flushed and her breath became rapid. On the opposite side of the street, most of the zombies had followed Lin Yang into the alley. Yet 2 remained, just arriving from a distance, poised to enter the alley when they suddenly halted at its entrance. Tap, 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 light footsteps echoed nearby. Having been infected with the zombie virus, their sensory abilities were greatly enhanced, and they instantly detected the sound. Roar! The 2 zombies whipped around, their gaze fixed on Xin Yin. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had turned several corners in the alley, having already expended 2 bullets from his second magazine. If all went according to plan, Xin Yin should have secured the convenience store by now. Lin Yang thought to himself. He turned another corner only to find himself facing a blocked dead end. Unfazed, a smile crept across his face. Let them perish. After reaching the far end, he turned to face the swarm of zombies rushing towards him. With a powerful leap, Lin Yang grasped a railing overhead, a spiral staircase affixed to the adjacent building. Using his waist to propel himself, he swung up, quickly securing his footing on the staircase. Roar! The horde of zombies had gathered in the alley below, their visages more grotesque than the last, with a few attempting to climb over their fallen companions. Time to close the net. Lin Yang stood calmly on the staircase, gazing down at the zombies with a cold smile. Click! A crisp sound rang out as Lin Yang pulled the pin from a grenade and released it, allowing it to drop into the midst of the zombies. Boom! In an instant, flesh and blood flew in every direction, and even the walls on either side were blasted open. Lin Yang clutched his head, the force of the explosion causing him considerable discomfort. Yet, after that, the world seemed to fall silent. The eerie moans of the zombies vanished, leaving only the crackling of flames. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a kill reward. 210 points, total points accumulated, 1,250. Lin Yang paid no mind to the system's prompt, as points were mere numbers to him at this moment. Utterly useless. What mattered most was reuniting with Xin Yan. Navigating the alley with ease, Lin Yang pressed himself against the wall, cautiously surveying his surroundings. There appeared to be no active zombies on this segment of the street. Yet, for safety's sake, he remained close to the wall as he moved towards the convenience store entrance. Please don't let anything go awry. Lin Yang thought anxiously of Xin Yan. But suddenly, he heard a loud boom nearby, the sound of another grenade explosion. Lin Yang froze for a moment, then quickly checked Xin Yan's status. Level 4, 15, 300 combat power, 200 stamina, 48, 100 health, 100 special skill. None, damn it. Just when I thought I was safe. Why is there not a single zombie on this street? Upon seeing that Xin Yan had leveled up twice, Lin Yang immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He disregarded caution and hurried towards the convenience store. When he reached the store entrance, Lin Yang slowed his pace. He spotted a dozen corpses lying at the entrance, and inside, thick smoke billowed out. What puzzled him was that one zombie had an arrow protruding from its chest. Without time to ponder, Lin Yang covered his nose and stepped inside the convenience store. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of at least 30 zombies sprawled on the floor, all seemingly obliterated by explosions, with no signs of Xin Yan's handiwork. As the smoke cleared, the scene before him caused his expression to change dramatically. Don't move. A muscular man aimed a shotgun directly at Lin Yang's head. Behind him stood two others, one wielding a crossbow, the other brandishing a dagger, its blade pressed against Xin Yan's neck. Kid, drop the gun. Raise your hands. The muscular man commanded harshly. When Lin Yang did not comply, the one with the dagger pressed the tip into Xin Yan's neck, drawing a drop of blood. Did you not hear my brother? If you dare play any tricks, I'll kill her. Lin Yang glanced at Xin Yan, noticing her facial muscles twitching, an ominous sign of transformation. He subtly shook his head at her and bent down to place his handgun on the ground. They cannot afford to die just yet. Chapter 8. A warm welcome to the community. Lin Yang complied with the muscular man's demands, raising his hands. The man exchanged glances with his companion holding the crossbow, signaling him to retrieve the handgun. Initially, they had dismissed Lin Yang and Xin Yan as insignificant threats. Little did they know, this seemingly delicate girl possessed a grenade. Therefore, they remained vigilant towards Lin Yang. Standing still, he watched as his handgun was taken away, and the muscular man finally exhaled in relief. I say, brother, in this apocalypse, shouldn't we survivors unite and cooperate? Lin Yang gazed at the muscular man. Though his head was being threatened, his heart brimmed with joy. It seemed humanity had not been entirely wiped out. Onite, what makes you think we would join forces with you? The muscular man scoffed. Unless you can guarantee the extermination of all these zombies. Otherwise, it's all mere talk. Exactly. Another voice chimed in. Zombies now roam everywhere, and after much difficulty, we finally located this convenience store. Your presence here only leads to a scramble for food and drink. Lin Yang wore an expression of disbelief. Logically speaking, even if we do not collaborate, this convenience store should not belong to you, for we were the ones to seize it first. As he spoke, Lin Yang cast a glance at Xin Yan. The muscular man caught Lin Yang's gaze, and a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. If not for our timely arrival, This girl would have long been a meal for the zombies. At this, Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, and he recalled the corpse at the entrance, pierced by an arrow. The person wielding the dagger had a grim expression. Had rescuing her not exposed us, we would not have attracted so many zombies, which led to the tragic demise of another brother. Upon mentioning this, the faces of the other two men turned grim as well. The muscular man declared, "Now, you have two choices, either leave or die." As for this girl, the three of them burst into malevolent laughter. "We save her life. Naturally, she should belong to us." Lin Yang, instead of getting angry, chuckled. "I see you are truly shameless. Were it not for her detonating the grenade, would you still be alive?" His words caused the expressions of the three men to stiffen. "It appears you have made your choice." The muscular man raised his gun, aiming at Lin Yang's forehead. "No, Lin Yang suddenly spoke. The choice is not mine, but yours." "Xinyan, Lin Yang below it." A sharp cry came from behind, and the muscular man felt a warm liquid splatter across his face. Instinctively, he turned, but when he beheld the scene behind him, his mind went blank. The figure before him was no mere girl. She was a terrifying zombie. In the blink of an eye, the two companions who had been perfectly fine a moment ago were now lifeless. Their heads had been blown off. And even if the legendary physician Hua Tuo were present, he would be powerless to help. With a thud, the muscular man fell to his knees, his jeans soaked. "I was wrong. Please, spare me. Treat me like a dog. Just let me live. Slow." Just as Xin Yin's claws were a mere inch from his head, Lin Yang's voice rang out, halting her. "Master, I was mistaken. I was blind to your greatness. Please do not hold this against me." To the muscular man, Lin Yang appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens. He had witnessed countless people perish at the hands of zombies, but had never seen anyone command them. Lin Yang had anticipated his reaction. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached the muscular man with a smile. "I wonder if you recall your earlier words. You have made your choice." As he finished speaking, Lin Yang's expression turned icy. "Kill him. No, please. Master, I was wrong." The remaining moments were not worth his glance. Lin Yang retrieved his pistol, placing it back into the system's repository. He then rifled through the backpacks of the three men. Food was no longer of utmost importance. Weapons were paramount. Lin Yang slung a shotgun over his shoulder and discovered over 30 rounds of ammunition in the muscular man's bag. This was undoubtedly a boon for him. Afterward, Lin Yang tidied up the convenience store, standing at the entrance and observing the distant zombies still wandering about. He swiftly pulled down the shutter. Safe now. Lin Yang settled into a chair, savoring the rare tranquility. However, at that moment, a faint noise emanated from behind. Lin Yang's body tensed as he swiftly turned toward the storeroom. The door was tightly shut, hidden behind a shelf. It had gone unnoticed by Lin Yang. With a thought, he drew his pistol. "Follow me, and stay silent," he instructed Xin Yin, who had reverted to her human form. She tugged at Lin Yang's shirt, and together they cautiously approached the storeroom door. Knock, knock. Lin Yang held his breath, gently tapping the door twice. But after a few seconds, there was no response. Not a zombie? Lin Yang pondered, for if it were a zombie, it would have reacted to the sound. Yet the room remained silent. Could I be too anxious? Imagining things? At that moment, Lin Yang felt a tug at his shirt. Turning his head, he found Xin Yin's large eyes fixated on the door, her small nose wrinkling. "What is it?" Lin Yang asked. Xin Yin stood behind him, pointing at the door. "Are you saying someone is inside?" With a nod from Xin Yin, Lin Yang's heart, which had just begun to relax, tensed once more. He held his breath, placing his left hand on the doorknob while gripping his gun with the right, preparing to open the door. However, as he pressed the knob down, the door did not open. It was locked from the inside. Yet this signified that there were indeed survivors within. After all, zombies cannot lock doors. At last, Lin Yang's nerves could finally ease. "Hello, open up. I'm not a bad person. This store is safe now. Is anyone there? Hello." Community outreach. After a brief moment, there was still no reply from within. Lin Yang, parched, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the shelf. "Are you sure someone is inside?" he asked Xin Yin. Xin Yan nodded. "Alive or dead?" Lin Yang inquired again. This time, Xin Yin ignored him and rolled her eyes. "All right, no more questions." Lin Yang finished the entire bottle of water, then knocked on the door twice more. "Hello. I will count to 3, and if you do not open the door, I will shoot. 3, 2, 1. Just as Lin Yang aimed his gun at the keyhole, the door swung open. A girl suddenly appeared before him. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes bloodshot, and she looked utterly worn out. Behind her, the storeroom was dimly lit, with only a flickering yellow bulb illuminating the space, ready to extinguish at any moment. In the far corner, two men huddled, staring at Lin Yang with expressions of sheer terror. "Hello, you finally opened." Lin Yang's words were abruptly cut off. "Lung Bingbing?" he asked tentatively. Upon hearing those words, the girl abruptly raised her head. It was an exceptionally delicate face. "It's really you. You're not dead." The girl before Lin Yang was none other than Lung Bingbing, the goddess of his university days. Yet, in response to Lin Yang's call, she remained unmoved. The once vibrant spark in her eyes had dimmed, and her clothes were tattered beyond recognition. Lin Yang could hardly fathom what Lung Bingbing had endured. But upon seeing the two young men in the corner, both cleanly dressed and radiating health, the implication was all too clear. "Beasts!" Lin Yang let out a thunderous roar, echoing through the room like a low rumble of thunder, sweeping towards the two men. He swiftly pulled the cold and aloof girl behind him, aiming the gun directly at their heads. "No, it's not what you think." The two men in the corner panicked at Lin Yang's outburst. "We didn't do anything. It's not our fault," Lin Yang retorted. "There are only the three of you in this room. Who else could it be?" He was poised to pull the trigger when one of the men hurriedly interjected. It was the convenience store owner. He did it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's gaze flickered. His finger had already pressed the trigger halfway. With just a little more pressure, the gun would fire. Yet, he hesitated. "Am I blind? That owner has already turned into a zombie." The other man pleaded, "Bro, please don't overreact. Let me explain." Seeing Lin Yang's lack of opposition, he continued. "Here's what happened. Early yesterday morning, we came to the convenience store to buy something, and this girl was there too. Just as we were about to leave, a blood-soaked man burst in. He explained that the man had asked the owner if there was a place to hide, claiming that a horde of crazed individuals was approaching and that he had been bitten. The other man chimed in, right? At that moment, we didn't think about zombies at all. The owner let us to hide in this storage room. But shortly after, that man began convulsing, and it was terrifying. The convenience store owner suspected he was infected and tried to kick him out. Just as he was closing the door, the man suddenly bit the owner's arm. After that, as you can see, he mutated and tried to bite this girl. If we hadn't fought to throw him out, she would have been in serious trouble." Seeing that the two seemed sincere, Lin Yang's tension eased considerably. At least the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. "You three aren't injured, are you?" "No, we're fine. It's just that this girl is really shaken. She's been in this state for quite a while." Lin Yang nodded and lowered his handgun. "Do you remember me? I'm Lin Yang, from the class next to yours." Lin Yang felt a surge of anxiety. Though they were WeChat friends, they had only added each other by chance during a school event. To be honest, in 4 years of university, they had never spoken a word to each other, nor had they chatted on WeChat. Thus, Lin Yang was uncertain whether she would even remember him. After a long silence, she still did not respond. "Never mind. You should rest for now." Lin Yang glanced at her tattered clothes, which barely concealed her figure. Though he had been single for 23 years, he prided himself on being a gentleman. So, he took the opportunity to steal a few glances before removing his jacket and draping it over her shoulders. He glanced at the other person standing nearby, Xin Yin, and said, "Look around the store for any spare clothes." "Humph." Xin Yin turned her head away, completely disregarding Lin Yang's words. Feeling the weight of two gazes from the storage room, Lin Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. Just then, he suddenly felt a strong grip on his hand. In a moment of distraction, the cold girl snatched the gun from him and pressed it against her temple. Lin Yang's heart raced, but he quickly reacted, reaching for her wrist. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed her ear and struck the ceiling. As a male, Lin Yang had the advantage of strength. He twisted her wrist and disarmed her effortlessly. "What are you doing?" Lin Yang shouted at her. "After all we've been through, why would you want to throw your life away?" The cold girl's expression finally shifted. She dropped to the ground, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry. I can no longer bear to live. Lin Yang, I beg you, let me die, please." Lin Yang's expression darkened. "I can, but you must give me a reason." She opened her mouth, appearing helpless, as if this reason was a difficult confession. Wiping her tears, she steadied her breath. "All right, I'll tell you. Perhaps after I say it, you'll be able to end my life swiftly." Lin Yang frowned. The cold girl continued. "I don't know if you've heard of Yuzhong Academy, but its founder is my father. 10 years ago, my father and a few friends established the academy with the intention of helping rebellious youths cultivate good thoughts and character. However, 6 years ago, the initial methods began to fail. To sustain the Academy's livelihood and reputation, my father procured a batch of experimental genetic agents from a genetic research institute. The problem arose from these agents. Initially, the children who received the injections exhibited significant behavioral changes. They became gentle and obedient, even showing heightened intelligence. But a year ago, those who had received the injections began to fall into various stages of coma. My father observed one of them at the academy for a while, but when he woke up, he had transformed into a zombie. Fearing that the news would leak, my father kept him locked away in the academy until a year later. When he evolved, it was he who caused our Jingshui city to fall completely. As she recounted her tale, tears streamed down her cheeks. She handed Lin Yang her phone, revealing her chat history with her father, time-stamped at 2:16 a.m. the previous day. Lin Yang was deeply shaken after reading it. The contents were sparse, yet succinctly outlined the current state of the world, a global infection. Years had passed, and the children who had received the genetic injections had grown into adults scattered across the globe. Her father mentioned that this genetic outbreak had occurred simultaneously and without warning. The most terrifying aspect was that the infected children had undergone varying degrees of evolution. There were as many as 3,000 of them. Gazing at the cold girl's phone, Lin Yang fell into contemplation. However, he soon realized another issue. Her phone was without service, which explained why she hadn't received his previous messages. He turned to the two men, asking, "Can either of your phones connect to the internet?" They both shook their heads, replying, "Since the zombie outbreak yesterday, the network has been down and communication signals have vanished." Lin Yang squinted his eyes, checking his own phone. Full signal, full network. Could it be that only my phone is still operational? He remained silent, quietly placing his phone back into his pocket. I see. It seems waiting for rescue is futile. If we are to survive, we must rely on ourselves. After saying this, Lin Yang returned the phone to the cold girl and turned to fiddle with the hunting rifle. "Wait, you're not going to kill me?" she asked in surprise. Lin Yang, facing away from her, replied, "If anyone deserves to die, it's your father. What does that have to do with you? However, there are no more excuses. Did your father not say in the conversation, 'Living well is more important than anything else'?" Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Lung Bingbing fell silent. In the quiet room, only her faint sobs remained. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the sun began to set, and more zombies started to stir. After a simple arrangement, this convenience store felt like a sanctuary compared to the chaos outside. At that moment, the 5 of them sat together. Li Zheng, Wang Bin, starting today, the 3 of us will sleep outside while the girls will sleep in the warehouse. Any objections? No objections. After spending the afternoon together, they had grown familiar with one another, and without realizing it, everyone had begun to see Lin Yang as their cornerstone. Suddenly, Xin Yin stood up. She walked over to Lin Yang, pouting, her chubby cheeks puffed up. Seeing her unwilling expression, before Lin Yang could speak, Lung Bingbing interjected. "Why don't the 2 of you sleep inside? I'll take the outside." "No way," Lin Yang directly rejected, gazing intently at Xin Yin. At this time, "Can't you show a little understanding?" With a stomp of her foot, Xin Yin's attitude was resolute. Lin Yang was about to say something when he noticed her pupils instantaneously turn a dull gray. Thankfully, she was facing away from the other 3. Otherwise, it would have certainly caused a stir. Lin Yang quickly donned a smile. "Come on, it's not a big deal. It's manageable." He hurried to help Xin Yin sit back down in her place. Observing this, Li Zheng whispered to Wang Bin, "I didn't expect Brother Lin to be so controlled by his girlfriend. So what if he is? If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would fight myself first. But isn't this girl mute? She hasn't said a word all afternoon. So what if she is mute? If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I would kill myself first." Lin Yang, feeling slightly embarrassed, turned to Bingbing. "I truly apologize. I'll just have to inconvenience you a bit for now. You too. Find something to block the back later, and let Bingbing have it as a bedroom." Li Zheng and Wang Bin nodded eagerly. After dinner, the 3, exhausted from the tension, quickly fell asleep. Lin Yang and Xin Yin lay on a blanket, with a pillow placed in between them as a makeshift boundary. Now, the food in the store was enough to sustain them for several months, but with the world in chaos, Lin Yang felt at a loss. Even if there were other survivors out there, it was impossible to find them all. Moreover, with the internet down, as a youth accustomed to modern technology, Lin Yang felt like a headless fly, moving step by step without direction. Lost in thought, suddenly a delicate leg draped over Lin Yang. Xin Yin gently wiggled her foot. her lovely leg swaying on Lin Yang's abdomen. Lin Yang couldn't help but swallow hard, a rush of heat flooding his face. I say, are you trying to tempt me into wrongdoing? However, Xin Yin merely lay beside him, glancing at Lin Yang and playfully pinching at the air. Ah, why are you so addicted to massages? Lin Yang helplessly placed his hands on Xin Yin's smooth leg, feeling the softness beneath his fingertips. However, he did not press. Instead, he gently lowered her leg. I'm a bit tired today. Let's wait a couple of days for the massage. Humph. Xin Yin pouted in displeasure, but soon after, the sound of steady breathing filled the air. Lin Yang had fallen asleep. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xin Yin's eyes. She then removed the pillow in between them and gently leaned closer to Lin Yang. Only when she nestled her head into Lin Yang's embrace did she smile contentedly and slowly close her eyes. She slept until dawn, when Lin Yang awoke. He found Xin Yin once again leaning over him, her clear, tranquil eyes as if the world was still a beautiful place. Lin Yang sat up abruptly, alertly watching her. I suspect you have some issues. Why do you keep staring at me while I sleep? Xin Yin bit her lip, prompting Lin Yang to widen his eyes. Oh, I get it. You're craving my body. With that, under Xin Yin's bewildered gaze, Lin Yang opened the door and dashed outside. Li Zheng and Wang Bin were lying outside, observing Lin Yang sprinting out of the warehouse. I truly envy Brother Lin. While zombies roam outside, he still has a beauty accompanying him within, reveling in the night. Enough. I miss my girlfriend. Nonsense. You don't have a girlfriend. Who says I don't? It's just a shame I'm not by her side. She has probably already lost interest. Lin Yang, oblivious to their conversation, greeted them before heading to the restroom. System. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful for 37 days. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Extreme Vision Gene 1. Extreme Vision Gene? Lin Yang eagerly opened the warehouse to see the detailed description below. Extreme Vision Gene, upon use, grants night vision ability and increases visibility range to 20 kilometers. Goodness. If I use this, my eyes possess a built-in magnifying glass. System. Activate. Extreme Vision Gene. Chapter 11. Hidden Skill, the Eye of Flaws. Seeking silver tickets. Congratulations, host. Extreme Vision Gene activated successfully. In the moment of successful activation, a golden mist emanated from Lin Yang's eyes. He blinked twice, initially feeling no enhancement, but just then a fly buzzed by. In an instant, it appeared as though the fly was moving in slow motion. He could clearly catch every flap of its wings, even a minute hairs on its body. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully activated the hidden skill of the Extreme Vision Gene, the Eye of Flaws. Is this a passive skill? Lin Yang was elated. With the Eye of Flaws, even if he had to engage in close combat with zombies, he felt a newfound confidence in victory. Moreover, the Extreme Vision was perfectly suited to pair with that shotgun, allowing for precise long-range strikes. This 7-day sign-in is indeed remarkable. Lin Yang returned to the warehouse, where a staircase led to the roof. Thus, he carried the shotgun up to the rooftop, though only about 4 meters above ground. It would not be easy for zombies to climb up. Hence, the rooftop provided him with an excellent vantage point. Once he arrived, he crouched down, carefully observing the surrounding environment. Approximately 10 kilometers away lay the most bustling commercial district of Jingshui City. Lin Yang believed that the most likely gathering place for survivors would be the department store there. However, he was well aware that under the current circumstances, reaching it was impossible. Even with the help of the Eye of Flaws, evading the zombies' pursuit was out of the question. Furthermore, now there were also Lung Bingbing and the others to consider. Roar! Just as Lin Yang was deep in thought, a zombie in a nearby building stood at the window and spotted him. Just in time, Lin Yang raised his shotgun, chamber round, and aimed. Bang! Using the Eye of Flaws, he could even see the trajectory of the bullet as it flew. Ultimately, it accurately struck the zombie between the eyes. However, the sound of the gunshot caused all the nearby zombies to turn their heads. They all gazed at the roof of the convenience store, but alas, it was deserted, revealing nothing. Lin Yang lay flat on the rooftop, successfully evading the gaze of the zombies. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a kill reward, 10 shopping points. Cumulative shopping points, 1,260. Lin Yang smiled, and suddenly a thought sparked in his mind. He then returned to the convenience store, only to find the group standing at the warehouse door, their expressions tense except for Xin Yin. Was that gunshot fired by you? Cole Bing Bing inquired. Lin Yang nodded, saying, I just tried the gun. Don't worry, the zombies didn't notice me. At his words, the three finally relaxed. After all, having a safe environment was hard-earned, and they did not wish to expose themselves again. Seeing Lin Yang's affectionate glance towards Cole Bing Bing, Xin Yin swiftly approached him and wrapped her arm around his. Cole Bing Bing merely smiled faintly and turned away. This scene evoked envy in Li Zheng and Wang Bin. However, the two were perceptive enough to turn and leave the warehouse, closing the door behind them. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Xin Yin's pouting expression and found it amusing. Can you refrain from acting like a jealous vinegar jar? My interaction with Cole Bing Bing is purely platonic. Xin Yin released Lin Yang's arm, her face brimming with disdain. Hey, just so you know, you were the girlfriend assigned to me by the system, but I have never acknowledged you as my boyfriend. Understand? Xin Yin then shook her head at Lin Yang, evidently not comprehending. Well, it seems your intelligence still requires evolution. Lin Yang, disinterested in further explanations, shifted the topic. By the way, there is an important matter I need to discuss with you. I plan to take you out to hunt monsters. You will level up while I accumulate points. At noon, Lin Yang and Xin Yin stood before the rolling shutter door, brandishing a kitchen knife. Lin, are you serious about this? Li Zheng and the others looked on in disbelief. Lin Yang nodded, affirming, absolutely. We want to venture far. We'll scout the vicinity and return promptly. But are you certain you want to bring Xin Yin along? Yes, we've fought our way through together. Having her with me will make my actions much more convenient. All right then, be careful. Li Zheng and Wang Bin grasped the shutter door, exchanging nods before swiftly pulling it up. Roar! The zombies by the roadside instantly became agitated upon hearing the noise, even if they did not require sustenance. The sight of living humans was akin to spiritual nourishment, their lifelong goal and pursuit. Close the door, Lin Yang shouted. Li Zheng and Wang Bin hurriedly lowered the shutter door. Now, Lin Yang and Xin Yin were entirely trapped. Kill! Roar! Lin Yang swiftly dispatched two zombies. With the aid of the Eye of the Flaw, the zombies' movements were no faster than that of a snail. On the other hand, Xin Yin was even fiercer. After transforming, she charged towards the horde of zombies rushing at Lin Yang. Now, at level 4, Xin Yin's strength and speed far surpassed her previous capabilities. In merely 10 seconds, she had covered nearly 100 meters, annihilating dozens of zombies along the way. Moreover, with the increase in her level, her stamina consumption was decreasing significantly. Observing this, Lin Yang quickly showed that, hey, leave a few for me. However, just as he spoke, his nerves suddenly tightened. Lin Yang turned sharply, discovering a zombie towering over 2 meters, rapidly lunging towards him. Yet, as he noticed it, the Eye of the Flaw activated instantly. You're too slow. Lin Yang narrowed his gaze, raising the kitchen knife to confront it. Ding! A limited time event has been activated. Event conditions. Kill a level zombie. Event reward. Zombie data detection, Gene X1. Could zombies really be classified by levels? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yang became serious. This was his first realization that zombies had levels. System, please provide an introduction regarding zombie levels. Ding. Zombie levels are. Each level corresponds to ordinary, advanced, special. Lin Yang understood. No wonder Xin Yin had mentioned that in her zombie form, she wouldn't attract the attention of ordinary zombies. So, advanced and special would actively attack. However, there was no time for Lin Yang to ponder this. He charged towards the zombie, striking its abdomen with his knife. Immediately, he noticed the zombie's claws reaching for him. He attempted to withdraw his knife, only to find it lodged firmly within its body. So hard, Lin Yang's expression changed, without hesitation. He abandoned the idea of pulling out the knife and sidestepped instead. Sigh. Lin Yang exhaled. In the next moment, a silver handgun appeared in his hand. What a pity. Another bullet wasted. Chapter 12. The Troubles of a Straight Man. As the words fell, the gun fired. With a resounding bang, the towering zombie collapsed to the ground, its 2-meter-tall frame crashing down and stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward. 30 shopping points. Cumulative shopping points. 1,310. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a limited time event reward. Zombie data detection gene X1. Use. Zombie data detection gene used successfully. From now on, any zombie appearing within Lin Yang's line of sight could be examined for various data with just a thought. Instinctively, Lin Yang directed his gaze towards the deceased level zombie. Level: Combat Power, 80 Stamina, 100 Life, 100 special skills. None. Out of curiosity, Lin Yang shifted the detection to Xin Yan. Level: Growing 510, 400 Combat Power, 280 Stamina, 71100 Life, 100 special skills. None. Oh, this little girl is actually level 5. And still growing? She seems poised to become level 6. However, a sudden thought crossed Lin Yang's mind, causing his brow to furrow. Is level 6 really that formidable? If so, what will the levels above it be like? I can hardly imagine. Lin Yang was acutely aware of Xin Yin's prowess. Even with the eye of the flaw, he would never be her match. So just how powerful would a level 6 zombie be? Lin Yang could not fathom. Based on the information left by Cold Bing Bing's father, those zombies that had been injected with genetic modification agents would continue to evolve. Heaven knows what level they might be at now. Lin Yang shook his head. Pondering these matters was futile for the time being. Whatever happens in the future, he would deal with it later. At that moment, Xin Yin had eliminated all the zombies along their path and returned to Lin Yang's side. Lin Yang stated, "This stretch of road is temporarily safe. Let us search the nearby shops to see if there are any other survivors." Xin Yin nodded, following Lin Yang as they began their search in the first store. Along the way, they explored various types of shops, clothing stores, restaurants, internet cafes, and even some rather risque establishments, thoroughly rummaging through them all. Unfortunately, they found not a single person, but they did manage to scavenge quite a bit of supplies. Moreover, during this journey, the two individuals had vanquished nearly 100 zombies, 5 of which were of the advanced variety. In a mere afternoon, Xin Yin had remarkably ascended 2 levels, reaching level 6. By the time they returned to the convenience store, dusk had already fallen. Thud! Lin Yang and Xin Yin each dropped a burlap sack heavily onto the ground. Inside were numerous articles of clothing, along with various weapons and daily necessities. "Let us take a look," exclaimed Li Zheng in astonishment. "From now on, Brother Lin is my idol." Even Lung Bing Bing, upon witnessing the considerable haul, gaped in surprise. "Did you go exploring or looting?" Xin Yin proudly lifted her chin. Lin Yang chuckled and said, "We've cleared all the zombies on this route. Would you like to venture out? Just don't cross the road." At the mention of going outside, Li Zheng and Wang Bin instantly shrank back. "No need. We prefer to stay indoors." Lin Yang shot them a reproachful glance, then turned his gaze to Lung Bing Bing, his expression softening. "What about you? Would you like to take a stroll?" I can accompany you." "Huh?" Xin Yin's eyes widened in surprise. Lung Bing Bing regarded Lin Yang with an odd look in her eyes. "You should focus on your girlfriend," Wang Bin chimed in, leaning closer and whispering idle. "This is where you went wrong. Something shouldn't be said in front of your girlfriend. Get lost. You know nothing." Lin Yang kicked Wang Bin in annoyance and retreated to the storage room. After a while, Xin Yin entered, cradling a bag of bread. Lin Yang closed his eyes, listening to her footsteps, feeling a tangle of emotions. The greatest advantage of humanity over zombies was the possession of feelings. Yet this very trait could also be a weakness. Emotion is inherently uncontrollable, much like Lin Yang's 4-year-long infatuation with Lung Bing Bing, whom he regarded as an unattainable goddess. He had thought that after graduation, he would never see her again and would gradually forget her. Little did he know that fate had other plans, leading them to coexist daily. The most torturous aspect was his inability to express his genuine feelings. After all, Xin Yin was also present. Although she was a product of the system, she undeniably represented a form of life, complete with her own emotions. Thus, Lin Yang found himself in a quandary. It was akin to a question that had once circulated online. If one person loves you while another is the one you love, whom would you choose? Lin Yang, having lived for 23 years, had never anticipated such a dilemma would arise in his life. Lung Bing Bing was a real person. Without him, she still possessed a reason to exist. But if Xin Yin were to lose him, what would become of her? Such a predicament was exceedingly challenging for a straightforward man like him. Lost in thought, Lin Yang drifted back into slumber. Perhaps in dreams, he would find a perfect answer. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, when Lin Yang awoke, dawn had yet to break. As he attempted to move, he discovered Xin Yin curled up in the crook of his arm, fast asleep. His heart softened, and he remained still, growing accustomed to her dependence on him. "Sign in," he silently instructed himself. Ding! Sign in successful for 47 days. "Congratulations, host. You have received an apocalypse battle vehicle. What? An apocalypse battle vehicle? Lin Yang opened the storage room and indeed found an item with a battle vehicle icon appearing in the inventory. Apocalypse battle vehicle. This vehicle is incredibly sturdy and possesses immense power. It can be considered a mobile fortress in the apocalypse. Lin Yang glanced over the details. The vehicle could accommodate up to 10 people and even included a restroom and kitchen, essentially fulfilling daily living needs. In summary, it was akin to a large RV, with the only distinction being its formidable defensive capabilities. Even grenades would fail to inflict any damage. Additionally, the vehicle was equipped with flamethrowers and electric nets on either side to enhance its offensive capabilities. Most importantly, this vehicle boasted infinite energy, ensuring it would never break down mid-journey. With this, Lin Yang's spirit soared. With this contraption, could he not go wherever he pleased? He would no longer have to cower in the convenience store. Lin Yang exhaled deeply, feeling a long-suppressed sense of relief. I've made my decision. Tomorrow, we shall set off for the department store. If there are no survivors there, perhaps it's time to leave Shujing City. Ding! A limited-time event has commenced. Event conditions. Eliminate 1,000 zombies. Event reward. Lin Yang's skill activation card. Random. X1. Chapter 13. Misfortunes never come alone. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Yang was left dumbfounded. While defeating 100 zombies was feasible, he could forego food and sleep to manage it. 1,000. Was he out of his mind? Is this truly a survival system for the apocalypse? You might as well rename it the Apocalypse Wants Your Life system. Had Lin Yang not been lying beside him, Lin Yang would have felt compelled to pound the wall in frustration. Ding! The limited time event is valid for 48 hours. Please complete it promptly. Lin Yang chose to disregard the system's prompt. Having encountered online games before, he knew that limited time events typically required either spending money or sacrificing one's vitality. In that case, I might as well not participate. As dawn began to break, everyone gradually awoke. In such an environment, a peaceful sleep had become a luxury. Outside, the occasional low growl of zombies could be heard. Although they had cleared the area the previous day, numerous zombies had wandered nearby overnight. Observing from the rooftop for a moment, Lin Yang noted that the surrounding zombies were not overly numerous, and his current abilities were sufficient to handle them. I need to get the vehicle out first. To transport everyone safely, he had to retrieve the apocalypse battle vehicle from the storage room. However, Lin Yang had no intention of revealing his system. Whether they believed him was secondary, as it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. We'll be back shortly. Lin Yang called to Lin Yang as they stepped outside. The three inside had grown accustomed to their behavior, with only Lung Bingbing offering a brief, "Stay safe." Afterward, Lin Yang and Lin Yang made their way to an open area that had once been a beautiful plaza. Regrettably, it had now been reduced to ruins. A scene of utter desolation, with electric sparks still flickering from the nearby streetlights. I hope this doesn't disappoint me. Lin Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. Their ability to leave depended entirely on this vehicle. Activate. Apocalypse battle vehicle. Activating. Please wait. As the system prompted, a progress bar materialized in Lin Yang's mind. However, the loading speed of this progress bar was rather exasperating. How long will this take? Ding. Estimated remaining time. 11 minutes and 43 seconds. Left with no choice, the two had to wait. The system had designated this open area as the vehicle generation point, and it could not be altered. Lin Yang glanced around and suggested, "There's a house over there. Let us go sit for a bit." But just as they prepared to move, bang, a sudden gunshot shattered the stillness around them. A bullet hole suddenly appeared at Lin Yang's feet. Had he taken another step forward, it might have been his own instep that was pierced. Who could it be? Lin Yang's expression turned icy. Surrounding him were only ordinary residential buildings. If the assailant fired a shot and then concealed themselves, it would indeed be difficult for Lin Yang to locate them. However, since they dared to shoot, they were clearly not the type to shy away from confrontation. Soon, a group of fully armed individuals emerged from a narrow alley. There were 4 of them, and judging by their demeanor and the equipment they bore, they resembled special forces. The 4 halted about 10 meters away from Lin Yang. The leader, unarmed, had 3 others behind him, each wielding an assault rifle, their barrels all pointed at Lin Yang and Lin Yang. Lin Yang scrutinized them, asking if they were military personnel. The leader, with a stern countenance, coldly replied, "Indeed. And who might you be?" Upon learning their identity, Lin Yang's expression brightened. Commander, we are merely law-abiding citizens. With the apocalypse upon us, we seek but a means to survive. As he spoke, he attempted to step forward, eager to connect with the guardian of the nation. Halt! The leader barked, and Lin Yang and Xin Yin froze in place. What do you mean, Commander? I suggest you speak the truth. The man drew a pistol, aiming it at Lin Yang. We have been observing you. You two move with agility and show no fear in the face of zombies. Did you come all this way just to loiter in this square? Moreover, that young lady beside you is a zombie. Lin Yang's gaze shifted slightly. He hadn't anticipated Xin Yin's identity would be revealed. Nevertheless, he chose to openly acknowledge it. Indeed, she is a zombie. However, Lin Yang noticed the leader's finger tightening on the trigger, and he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xin Yin. She is unlike other zombies. She can alternate between human and zombie, unlike other infected individuals who have completely lost their minds. The leader's brow twitched as he observed Xin Yin's sweet and captivating appearance. He felt a pang of compassion, but ultimately, reason prevailed over sentiment. Being infected with the zombie virus poses a potential risk. She must either be contained or eliminated. The leader's uncompromising stance stirred a flicker of displeasure on Lin Yang's face. If you do not trust me, then let us fend for ourselves. Do not meddle. How dare you? I'm only looking out for your safety. She is a zombie. Lin Yang's tone was remarkably calm as he replied. I appreciate your concern, but should you wish to harm her, it will be utterly impossible. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Yang sensed Xin Yin's small hand tremble slightly in his grasp. Without further thought, he turned to leave, but just as he did, there was a loud bang. A new bullet hole appeared in the ground before him, sending shards of debris flying. A sniper rifle? Lin Yang spun around, and this time, spotted a sniper poised on a distant rooftop, aiming at him. What now, Commander? Do you intend to prevent our escape? In the instant Lin Yang turned, a handgun materialized in his grip, aimed at the leader's head. Yet the military man remained unflinching, his breathing slightly more rapid. You are indeed not ordinary people. You possess firearms, Lin Yang declared. I merely wish to convey that we are not villains. At this juncture, you should not squander time on us, but rather focus on rescuing other survivors. Upon hearing this, a bitter expression crossed the soldier's face. We too wish to save lives, but the entire city has fallen. We five are the only surviving squad from the Jing Shui military district. Lin Yang fell silent. Just then, the glass of a tall building across the street shattered. Hundreds of zombies burst through the glass, leaping from the building and surging toward the square. This is bad. We are near the intersection. The earlier gunfire must have alerted the zombies across the street. Crack, crack. Trouble begets trouble. Not only the zombies from that building, but even those from the surrounding residential structures began to break through windows and leap out. Damn it. Why isn't the battle vehicle ready yet? Ding. Estimated remaining loading time. 1 minute and 21 seconds. Chapter 14. Apocalypse Battle Vehicle Activation Successful. Requesting silver tickets. 1 minute to fight. Lin Yang made a decisive call. He drew a knife strapped to his leg and commanded, You provide suppressive fire from the rear. Cover us. With Lin Yang's order, he and Xin Yin charged toward the center of the intersection, side by side. Don't be impulsive. Come back. Come back. The soldier watched Lin Yang and Xin Yin's retreating figures, torn within himself. If he seized this opportunity, he could undoubtedly lead his brothers to a secure hiding place. But damn it, brothers, mount your weapons. Provide cover. Yes. Lin Yang's audacity to confront the horde of zombies with Xin Yin stemmed primarily from his understanding that they were merely a group of low-level zombies. Furthermore, he had faith that the soldiers would remain to assist him. This was the trust he had in the country and its military after all these years of survival. Lin Yang cleaved through a zombie with his knife. Standing solitary amidst the horde, despite his seemingly slow movements, he consistently evaded fatal strikes at pivotal moments. How monstrous! Is this even human? A soldier exclaimed in shock. Yet, even more astonishing lay behind. Xin Yin, clad in a white dress, leaped effortlessly into the sea of zombies, transforming into a battlefield meat grinder, with black blood splattering in her wake. Soon, a multitude of zombies fell around her, and the once charging horde of over 100 was swiftly diminished by half. A scream erupted. The onlookers turned to witness the sniper from earlier leaping from the 9th floor rooftop. Just as he jumped, a dozen zombies followed in pursuit. He understood that he would stand no chance against them, and if he did not leap, he would surely be infected. Thus, he resolutely chose to sacrifice himself. For even in death, he would never become a zombie, endangering any fellow citizen of the nation. Such is the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. Tiger, the rugged leader murmured, his teeth clenched, tears brimming in his eyes. How much longer? Lin Yang asked anxiously. Ding. Estimated remaining loading time. 0 minutes and 26 seconds. Almost there. Lin Yang glanced at the soldiers, formulating a plan in his mind. Xin Yan, prepare to withdraw. Roar. Xin Yan fought as if in a realm devoid of foes. Each of her attacks claimed a zombie's life. After all, these low-level zombies posed no threat to her. As long as she had the stamina, she could eliminate them all. Cover us. Lin Yang shouted to the rear, prompting the leader to produce a grenade, clenching it tightly. Do not conserve ammunition. Provide cover for their retreat. The military order was absolute. In that instant, Lin Yang felt a tremendous weight lift, and within a radius of 1 meter, not a single living zombie remained. Xin Yan, retreat. Subsequently, the two burst forth from the horde of zombies simultaneously. Lin Yang gripped the kitchen knife with unwavering determination, while Xin Yan closely followed, as if they were shadows of each other. They resembled a deity and a demon, emerging from the hellish path ahead. With merely 6 seconds remaining, Lin Yang observed a soldier at the forefront tossing a grenade behind him. The explosion erupted, scattering dozens of zombies into oblivion. Yet, Lin Yang did not look back. Instead, he muttered, "Forgive me." He then nodded at Xin Yan, who surged forward with blinding speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she charged towards the 4 soldiers. At that moment, the enemy had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when Xin Yan was already upon them, delivering a lethal strike to their necks. With 3 comrades down, the leader pointed at Lin Yang, but before he could utter a word, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. Beep. The apocalyptic battle vehicle has been successfully activated. In the center of the square, an armored vehicle, roughly the size of a compact car, materialized amidst a radiant golden light. Its appearance instantly crushed a dozen zombies. Establishing a defensive line, Lin Yang wasted no time, flinging open the rear door and taking the driver's seat. Get in, he commanded, responding to his voice. Xin Yan seized one person and tossed him into the vehicle, before leaping onto the car with the remaining 2. Bang! The door slammed shut. Lin Yang erupted into laughter, pressing the accelerator and charging towards the horde of zombies. Simultaneously, he pressed 2 buttons on the steering wheel. Flamethrower, activated. Electric net, activated. Ha ha ha. Die all of you. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward, 460 points. Total points, 2,020. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward, 580 points. Total points, 2,600. Finally, with the aid of the apocalyptic battle vehicle, Lin Yang and Xin Yan, along with 4 Special Forces soldiers, escaped from the jaws of death. Upon returning to the convenience store, Lin Yang parked the vehicle at the entrance. Noticing the 4 men sprawled in the back, he paid them no mind. As Xin Yan indicated, they would be unconscious for at least an hour. After disembarking, as the shutter door lifted, the 3 individuals stood frozen as if paralyzed. My goodness! Where on earth did you acquire this magnificent machine? Lin, my admiration for you flows like an endless river, relentless as the Yellow River's fury. Li Zheng and Wang Bin showered praises, while the icy demeanor of the third remained unyielding. Lin Yang glanced at her and replied, Xin Yan and I stumbled upon an auto repair shop, and this beauty was parked in the modification workshop. No one was around, so we decided to bring it back. Wang Bin, with a look of awe, declared, Fortune favors the brave. Lin, you are truly extraordinary. Let us keep a low profile. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. There is something I wish to discuss with you all. Speak freely. I, Li Zheng, shall support you unconditionally. Yes, indeed. Count me in. Wang Bin chimed in. Lin Yang smiled. Hold your horses. Perhaps after hearing my proposal, you might rethink your enthusiasm. He gestured towards the apocalyptic battle vehicle and stated, I intend for us to relocate. We can no longer stay at this convenience store. At his declaration, both men fell silent. After a prolonged pause, Li Zheng finally spoke. Lin, relocating is not out of the question, but do you have a suitable place in mind? Lin Yang shook his head, not at the moment, but we can explore our options gradually. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, The cold woman finally spoke up. I concur. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her. While the convenience store was abundant in provisions, it was not a sustainable refuge. The only barrier was the shutter door. My father once mentioned that the zombie virus has the potential to evolve. If a formidable zombie were to discover this place, we would be doomed. Therefore, I support Lin Yang's decision. Fortune lies in risk. Rather than living in constant fear, it is better to venture out and seek our fate. Perhaps we may stumble upon a glimmer of hope. Chapter 15. No Way Out. Cold's words swayed both Li Zheng and Wang Bin. She spoke the truth. Supplies in the convenience store were dwindling at an alarming rate. They were forced to sleep on the ground daily, often jolted awake by zombies. Continuing down this path, even if they did not starve, they would soon lose their sanity. All right, I agree. Even if we can't find a new place, we can always return, right? I agree. I just want a moment of peace to sleep. Lin Yang cast a grateful glance at the cold woman. Very well. I shall give everyone 10 minutes to gather your belongings. We depart at once. Before long, several bundles were piled at the entrance, over half of which were food supplies. Lin Yang retrieved a sack from the storeroom, the metallic clank echoing as it hit the ground. These are the weapons I scavenged yesterday. We should take them for emergencies. Wang Bin opened it and exclaimed, Idle, it seems you have a fondness for kitchen knives. Lin Yang chuckled awkwardly. They are just convenient. Wielding swords and other weapons isn't as practical. Wang Bin nodded, somewhat understanding, An idol indeed. Even the weapons are unique. Once they were ready, Lin Yang and Xin Yin led the way outside, only to find that no zombies were roaming nearby. Hurry, get in the vehicle. The group scurried toward the car, laden with their belongings. Just as Wang Bin was about to board with the last bag, a zombie suddenly lunged at him, jaws agape. Oh no! In that instant, Lin Yang yanked Wang Bin back and swiftly struck the zombie's temple with his knife. Move faster. He kicked Wang Bin's rear, propelling him into the vehicle. Lin Yang then hopped in as they cast one last glance at the convenience store before speeding away. At that moment, everyone understood. Once they left, there would be no turning back. Lin Yang drove the apocalyptic battle vehicle towards the city center. Strangely, as they approached the heart of the city, the number of zombies dwindled. Along the way, Lin Yang had dispatched fewer than 100 zombies, and even with the previous kills, he had only completed a fraction of the time-limited task. This was unusual. Typically, the closer one got to the city center, the more bustling it became. Why were there no zombies in the streets now? Lin Yang slowed the vehicle, for not far ahead stood a darkened department store. The light gradually dimmed, with towering buildings in the city center blocking the sun. It was now 10 in the morning, yet the atmosphere felt akin to 6 in the evening. Lin Yang parked the vehicle in the middle of the road, gazing at the ominous department store. Since activating the extreme vision gene, his eyes had gained night vision capabilities. Daylight and darkness bore little consequence for him. However, the eerie ambience caused his heart to race. Is this still the city center? It feels more like a ghost town. Li Zheng's voice trembled as he spoke. That hurts. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the back of the vehicle, causing Li Zheng and Wang Bin to huddle together in fear. Due to the separation of the cockpit and the lounge by a door, they were completely unaware that 4 individuals were lying inside. Lin Yang reassured them, stating it's fine. They are not malicious. He then provided a general account of the events, embellishing the details slightly to smooth over the situation. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and to their astonishment, 4 gun barrels emerged first. However, upon recognizing the occupants of the vehicle, they holstered their firearms. Is it you? The leader narrowed his brow upon seeing Lin Yang. Lin Yang stood up, declaring it is I. Now, do you believe me? He placed a comforting hand on Xin Yin's shoulder. After entering the lounge, he briefly explained the situation to the 4 soldiers, who subsequently lowered their guard. Brother Liu, I hope you all can keep Xin Yin's matter confidential, Lin Yang urged. Liu Yong replied with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, as soldiers, we shall honor our word. Lin Yang clasped his fists in gratitude before returning to the cockpit. Brother Lin, where are we headed? Liu Yong inquired, peering through the window. I initially intended to head to the department store to search for other survivors, but given the current circumstances, it feels rather peculiar, Lin Yang responded. Brother Lin, why don't we take another route? This is too frightening, Li Zheng suggested. Lin Yang pondered for a moment, recalling how protagonists in novels and dramas often courted danger. Thus, taking heed of past lessons, he decisively heeded Li Zheng's advice and turned the vehicle around. Yet before the steering wheel could realign, the ground began to tremble violently. What is happening? An earthquake? Everyone wore puzzled expressions. No, Lu Yong exclaimed while observing the ground. This isn't an earthquake. It seems serious. We must flee. Lin Yang slammed the accelerator, and the apocalyptic vehicle roared to life. However, as he inadvertently glanced up, he was taken aback to see a grotesquely large zombie. 3 men wide, standing atop a distant building. Level: Elite Combat Power, 430 Stamina, 100 Health, 100 Special Ability. Regeneration. Lin Yang felt a weight settle in his chest. This zombie possessed a special ability that even Xin Yin lacked. Lin Yang! Cole Bing Bing suddenly shouted. Lin Yang snapped back to reality and noticed a massive boulder hurtling towards the vehicle. In a critical moment, he swiftly turned the steering wheel while pressing the brake pedal with all his might. Screech! Bang! The apocalyptic vehicle skidded to a halt sideways, barely a meter away from the boulder that had crashed down with tremendous force. This stone must weigh several tons, combined with the force of its fall. Lin Yang couldn't ascertain whether the vehicle could withstand its weight. The lives of everyone inside were at stake. At this moment, beads of cold sweat formed on everyone's brows. Yet before they could catch their breath, hordes of zombies surged forth from the towering buildings behind them. The conservative estimate was that there were over 10,000. It's over. We're done for. If only we hadn't left the convenience store. Every day, a life counts. Li Zheng slumped in his seat, and even cold Bing Bing's face turned pale. Lin Yang glanced at the horde. Despite their overwhelming numbers, over 95% were merely ordinary zombies, with only a few of a higher grade. Apart from the one on the rooftop, there were no advanced zombies present. With no other options, Lin Yang gritted his teeth, repositioned the vehicle, and charged into the mass of zombies. However, what transpired next exceeded Lin Yang's expectations. As the vehicle barreled into the horde, the zombies miraculously parted to create a path. At the end of this path stood a gaunt, youthfully emaciated zombie. Level: Elite Combat Power, 500 Stamina, 100 Health, 100 Special Ability. Stealth. Lin Yang found himself cornered with no escape. Chapter 16. Open the door and let me out. Facing 2 elite zombies, both of whom possessed combat power surpassing Xin Yin's. Lin Yang stood no chance in a confrontation. What is happening? Are the zombies clearing a path? Idle. Charge forward. Crush him. The others only focused on the zombie at the end of the path, oblivious to the terrifying reality it represented. The vehicle slowly came to a halt, and despite the soundproofing, the roars of thousands of zombies outside were deafening. Lu Yong approached Lin Yang and said in a low voice, "This zombie appears formidable. That boulder hasn't sealed the path. We can still retreat." Lin Yang chuckled bitterly. "I'm not foolish. If that were the case, I would have fled already. You can turn back and look." The others turned to see the fat zombie wobbling towards the rooftop's edge before leaping off the several-story-high building. Thud! The impact reverberated through the ground. Yet, the scene that followed left everyone questioning their own eyesight. As the fat zombie landed, its legs were crushed and bloodied. But instead of perishing, it regenerated new decaying flesh in mere moments and rose once more. This was its special ability, regeneration. I can no longer believe in science. Vang bin lamented. With enemies at their backs and no retreat in sight, Lu Yong retrieved the last grenade from his waist and firmly patted Lin Yang on the shoulder. "Brother Lin, open the car door." Lin Yang frowned. "Brother Lu, let me think of another solution." Lu Yong smiled calmly. "There is no other way." Surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, not even a tank could break through. The only escape is to move forward. Lin Yang wanted to argue, but Lu Yong pressed him down. "If I'm correct, these 2 zombies are the leaders of the horde. They're not attacking because they have a purpose. I plan to get out and negotiate with them." "Captain," the other 3 soldiers panicked. "Be quiet. Stay in the vehicle. That's an order." Lu Yong's gaze swept over everyone in the vehicle before resting on Lin Yang. "Brother Lin, you will drive behind me. If the situation changes, I will create an opportunity for you to escape." Before Lin Yang could respond, Lu Yong pressed the door switch. Taking a deep breath, he flung the car door open and leaped out, swiftly closing the door behind him. "Brother Lu." Lin Yang watched his figure, feeling a mix of emotions. Roar! The moment Lu Yong landed, he instinctively shut his eyes. Living humans were like stimulants to the zombies. The cacophony from both sides nearly overwhelmed Lu Yong. After standing still for a few seconds, he realized that the zombies lining the path had indeed not moved, merely stretching their necks and gnashing their teeth. I was right. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Gripping the grenade tightly, he nodded to Lin Yang in the vehicle and then proceeded toward the end of the path. The vehicle gradually started, following closely behind Lin Yang. At this moment, everyone in the vehicle was holding their breath in anxiety. Soon, Lin Yang approached the zombie. Standing less than 2 meters away, the emaciated creature was eerily still, unlike the others that roared and howled. To Lin Yang's astonishment, the zombie actually shook its head in a rather human-like manner. Confused, Lin Yang mustered his courage and asked, "What do you want?" The zombie paused, its gaze shifting to the interior of the car. It was looking at me. It couldn't possibly want to eat me, could it? Nonsense. It was clearly looking at me. Idle, you must save me. At that moment, Lin Yang's expression was the most distressed of all, as he sensed that the zombie had first glanced at him before fixating on Xin Yan, as if observing something. In the passenger seat, Xin Yan also stared at the zombie, her face a picture of innocence. Suddenly, the zombie raised a hand and pointed directly at Xin Yan inside the car. With a roar, it seemed to signal Lin Yang to bring her over. Faced with such a threat, Lin Yang's face darkened considerably. "I can give you anything but people." With a resolve to face death, he stepped in front of the car, blocking the zombie's gaze. Seeing this, the zombie tilted its head and lunged for Lin Yang's neck. However, being a former Special Forces soldier, Lin Yang reacted swiftly, dodging the lethal strike by bending down. He then shoved his shoulder against the zombie's waist, bringing it crashing to the ground. "Go now," Lin Yang shouted, his voice nearly shattering. Lin Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly, flooring the accelerator and propelling the vehicle forward. Bang! A dull thud resonated from behind as Lin Yang glanced in the rearview mirror, witnessing Lin Yang grappling with the zombie, a grenade wedged between them, which subsequently detonated. Inside the vehicle, 3 stalwart men were moved to tears. Men may not shed tears lightly, but when sorrow strikes, it cannot be contained. Just as they thought they were about to escape, a massive rock suddenly plummeted from above. Yet Lin Yang remained focused. He did not brake, but instead maneuvered the vehicle to evade it. In an instant, the ground shook violently, caused by the stampede of thousands of zombies surging forth. Their roar crashed upon the armored vehicle like a tidal wave. But no matter how fast they ran, they could not match the speed of the car. "Faster! We must go faster!" Lin Yang urged, pressing the accelerator to its limits, the vehicle's speed exceeding 200 kilometers per hour and still climbing. However, fate was not on their side. After racing through several intersections, Lin Yang found the once spacious road ahead choked with abandoned vehicles as far as the eye could see. "Heavens! Are you intent on my doom?" Lin Yang exclaimed. Yet he did not slow down. He intended to break through. With a series of crashes, the armored vehicle barreled into the congestion, igniting a blaze that lit up the sky as numerous cars were sent flying. Despite the vehicle's formidable power, its speed began to wane, dropping below 100 kilometers per hour within a mere kilometer. At this rate, capture was inevitable. Lin Yang glanced in the rearview mirror. The horde of zombies was now less than 1 intersection away. Suddenly, a large hand rested on his shoulder. "Brother, open the door. Let me out." Lin Yang looked up to see Du Fei, a fellow soldier, clutching a grenade, his eyes filled with determination. "If I can detonate the vehicles behind us, I can buy you some time. Don't hesitate, go." Chapter 17. Who are you? Lin Yang hesitated, fixated on the road ahead. Just 3,000 meters more, and they would be free. But at that moment, a delicate hand reached out. Xin Yan pressed the control switch for the door with a decisive click. "Xin Yan." Lin Yang showed it in anger. She merely giggled, returning to her seat in the passenger side like a mischievous child. Lin Yang immediately tried to close the door. But Du Fei seized his arm. "Don't be angry. We owe you 2 lives, so let this be our repayment." With that, Du Fei jumped out without a second thought. "Captain, I'll come for you." Du Fei's small figure darted towards the zombies, causing the ravenous horde to halt in their tracks. Upon seeing a living person, they surged forward, eager to take a bite. The next moment, a small mushroom cloud erupted behind them, as hundreds of zombies were either annihilated or engulfed in flames. Yet this was merely a temporary reprieve. The relentless tide of thousands of zombies surged once more towards the armored vehicle. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yang pressed the accelerator, pushing the vehicle forward another 1,000 meters. Only 2,000 meters remained to clear the open road. However, the armored vehicle's speed continued to decline, nearing 60 kilometers per hour. "Brother Lin, it's time for us to go." You must survive. When the virus ends, don't forget to erect a monument for us." The two soldiers embraced, their tone oddly lighthearted, as if discussing a trivial matter. Then, they opened the doors and leaped out. At that moment, Lin Yang realized that Du Fei had wedged their guns in the doorframe to prevent it from closing completely. They had embraced their fate. Two explosions followed, each like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of those remaining. Only 500 meters remained to the exit. In the driver's seat, Lin Yang held the steering wheel with one hand while wiping away tears with the other. Had he known this would happen, he would never have led everyone away from the convenience store. Even if they had to leave, it should have been when they were stronger. Regret overwhelmed him. If not for his decision, perhaps Lin Yang and the others would still be alive. Suddenly, Xin Yin sprang up in the passenger seat, her eyes fixated on the doorway. Li Zheng and Wang Bin were startled by her actions, realizing they were alone in the back. "What's wrong?" Lin Yang inquired. But before he could finish, he caught a glimpse of Zombie's silhouette emerging in the central rearview mirror. It was the same formidable zombie from before. Oh my God!" Li Zheng and Wang Bin exclaimed in unison, while Lung Bingbing sat frozen in shock, unable to utter a sound. "How is this possible? It's alive." Lin Yang stood up in the driver's seat, pulling Wang Bin into the driver's position. "You take the wheel." At that precise moment, the zombie lunged for the nearest Lung Bingbing, aiming to bite her. "You bastard!" Lin Yang activated his special ability, just as he was about to pounce on Lung Bingbing. He fired a shot at the zombie's head. The shot did not claim its life. The level of the zombie far exceeds that of an ordinary one in all aspects. He evaded the bullet almost instantaneously upon its discharge. While evasion was impossible, he opted to deflect the shot with his shoulder. "Damn it! I told you to dodge." Bang! 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 Lin Yang emptied an entire magazine in one breath. The firearm was equipped with an automatic aiming function, and he had previously endured the blast of a grenade, leaving him with only 10% of his life remaining. However, for reasons unknown, the door of the apocalyptic vehicle suddenly swung open. Lin Yang then realized that the vehicle had remained stationary, not moving at all. "Wang Bin, drive." Lin Yang glanced at the horde of approaching zombies and urged urgently, "I haven't passed my driving test yet. Damn it." Wang Bin's response caused Lin Yang to curse in frustration. At that moment, Lung Bingbing dashed to the driver's seat and yanked the trembling Wang Bin out. "Move aside. Let me drive." Lin Yang had exhausted all the bullets in his handgun. He tossed it aside and drew a kitchen knife from his leg, preparing to strike. With only 10% of his health left, he was determined to deliver a fatal blow. As the zombie lunged at Lin Yang, it let out a low growl and suddenly vanished. This was its special ability, stealth. Lin Yang sensed impending danger and shouted to Xin Yin, "Protect them." Xin Yan, receiving Lin Yang's command, swiftly moved to the front, shielding the other three behind him, his eyes faintly glowing with a grayish hue. Lin Yang swung his knife wildly at the air. The space was limited, and unless he jumped from the vehicle, he was bound to strike something. Crack! Just as he pondered, the blade halted abruptly in midair. "Got it!" Lin Yang exerted force, driving the blade downward. Roar! With a furious roar, the zombie revealed itself. Yet Lin Yang's expression changed drastically. The blade had indeed struck, but it landed on the shoulder, not the vital points. The zombie, utilizing its stealth, successfully seized Lin Yang's arm. It yanked him out of the vehicle, tumbling onto the roof of an abandoned jeep. "Lin, brother!" Li Zheng shouted. Just as Xin Yin prepared to leap down, Lung Bingbing slammed the door shut. "Am I to die here?" In the instant Lin Yang fell, he felt a heavy impact to the back of his head. His vision gradually blurred. In the final moment, before losing consciousness, he saw the apocalyptic vehicle finally crash through the last abandoned car, speeding toward the wide road. From then on, he lost awareness, uncertain of how long he had slept. Lin Yang awoke to find himself in a dimly lit room, lying on a bed, only to discover that his hands and feet were bound. "I'm not dead." This was Lin Yang's first reaction. He quickly calmed himself and began to observe his surroundings. It appeared to be a laboratory. "You are awake." A woman in her 20s entered from outside. She wore a white lab coat, her appearance quite striking, exuding a sense of authority in her demeanor. However, what stood out most was not her looks, but her alluring figure. Despite the long, loose clothing, she could not conceal her voluptuous physique. At that moment, Lin Yang had no inclination to admire her. "Who are you?" Lin Yang asked jauteously. The woman smiled softly, her voice laced with a hint of seduction. That question should be posed by me. Who are you? Lin Yang was taken aback. Seriously? You abducted me, and you asked me who I am? Of course, she replied nonchalantly. While you were unconscious, I conducted an examination of your body and discovered that you possess antibodies capable of immunizing against the zombie virus. From my research, it seems these were injected later, correct? What have you done to my body? Lin Yang instinctively tightened his legs at the mention of a full examination. The woman's smile faltered slightly. She coughed and replied, I did nothing, merely drew a vial of blood. Answer my question. Her tone sharpened. With that, she produced a remote control from her pocket and said, if you do not cooperate, do not blame me for employing methods against you. Upon finishing, she pressed a button on the remote. Lin Yang screamed in agony. The handcuffs and leg irons could deliver electric shocks. The woman smirked. That was just a little demonstration. As long as you cooperate, I assure you will not be harmed. But if you do not, I have hundreds of torturous methods at my disposal, and I would not mind letting you try them. Please, we could talk about this. Lin Yang gazed at her, a look of fear dawning upon him. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning of a femme fatale. Swallowing hard, he hesitated and asked before I comply. May I ask one question? Just one. The woman shot a glance at Lin Yang. Go ahead. Can you tell me what time it is? Is that it? The woman looked at him as if he were insane. Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't ask such a question in this situation. Yes, just that. Seeing Lin Yang's earnestness, the woman replied, it is 11:30 at night. Are you done? Yes, I am done. Lin Yang chuklet sheepisli. Fool. The woman scoffed, baffled as to how someone like him possessed antibodies against the zombie virus. Lin Yang chose to ignore her response because he was gambling. There was only half an hour left until the 5th day's check-in, and his hope of escape hinged entirely on this reward. Now, give me a clear and unambiguous account. What is the origin of your antibodies that can immunize against the zombie virus? Speak. I will speak. Lin Yang, fearing further electric shocks, hurriedly replied. I come from Yuzhong Academy. Lin Yang quickly recounted the story of Yuzhong Academy, founded by Lung Bingbing's father. Later, all my former classmates mutated, yet miraculously, I did not. That's how it is. I am not lying. Upon hearing Yuzhong Academy, the woman's expression subtly shifted. Lin Yang observed her, narrowing his eyes, remaining silent. After a moment of silence, the woman suddenly looked up at Lin Yang. You are lying. Lin Yang's heart sank. I am not lying. Everything I said is true. The woman let out a dismissive huff. To be frank, I am from the Gene Research Institute. 6 years ago, I was responsible for providing genetic serums to Lung Wenhan. At those words, Lin Yang's pupils dilated. In total, I sold him 3,000 vials of genetic serums, and I have records of every recipient. Yet, how could I possibly not remember someone named Lin Yang? Lin Yang swallowed hard, trying to mask his anxiety. 3,000 people. How could you possibly remember them all? If you don't believe me, go back and verify. Double check. Over the past 6 years, I have been tracking and observing every individual who has used the genetic serums. If you truly have used one, I would have some recollection. As she spoke, the woman picked up the remote in her hand again. It seems you are not going to shed tears until you see the coffin. ZZ. I say. After the electric shock ceased, Lin Yang remained sprawled on the bed, convulsing, feeling as though his entire body had succumbed to numbness. After a brief pause, Lin Yang's mind raced into action. I ask you, is there someone named Zhang Wei at your research institute? The woman flinched slightly. How do you know? Lin Yang felt a surge of relief. It was common in the Dragon Country to have someone named Zhang Wei, and in such a large institute, it would be entirely normal. Seeing Lin Yang in a daze, the woman zapped him again. I'm asking you. Lin Yang grimaced in pain because Zhang Wei is my dear brother. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, he injected me with a serum. It must be that serum that has taken effect. Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Yang noticed the woman was looking at him with a bemused smile. Your dear brother, you say? But I recall Zhang Wei being a woman. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. That was my dear sister. Lin Yang was jolted by another surge of electricity, his body trembling violently, and he bit his tongue, drawing blood. Ding. Detection indicates the host's pain tolerance has reached its limit, triggering limited time gift. Xuanwu Jin, 60 minutes, 1. Price, 2,000 mall points. Would you like to purchase it? Yes. Lin Yang unhesitatingly chose to buy it. Ding. Purchase successful. Obtain Xuanwu Jin, 60 minutes, 1. Current remaining mall points, 720. Use it quickly. Ding. Xuan Wu Jin successfully used. Remaining valid time. 59 minutes, 59 seconds after the potion took effect. Lin Yang suddenly felt a significant lightness wash over him. Had he not seen the woman still pressing buttons on the remote, he might have thought she had ceased her torment. So this is the power of points? Lin Yang felt as though he had suddenly discovered a new world, and he developed a profound anticipation for the system's maul. However, the prices are rather steep. After painstakingly accumulating over 2,000 points, this single hour-long gene has drained most of his savings. It was truly exorbitant. Nevertheless, it was better to have something than nothing. Without this Xuanwu gene, he might have truly been electrocuted to death. Meanwhile, the woman observed that the agony on Lin Yang's face had vanished, replaced by a look of enjoyment. And she felt astonished. This guy, could it be that he has been shocked into stupidity? The woman released the button and approached Lin Yang. Hey, I must ask, how can someone as good-looking as you be so cruel? Lin Yang greeted her with a smile, his gaze wandering across her form. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman was utterly bewildered. Is my electric handcuff malfunctioning? The woman placed a piece of tissue atop the handcuffs, pressed the button, and it instantly turned to ash. Yet Lin Yang showed no reaction whatsoever. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that you are immune to electricity as well? The woman felt her perception of reality being challenged. She grabbed a small iron rod from the cabinet, pressed the button on it, and a red laser shot out from the top of the rod. This is a laser gun. It can cut through steel. If you do not cooperate, I shall sever your fingers and toes one by one. Oh. Chapter 19. Breaking free, yo? The woman suddenly brought the laser gun close to Lin Yang's right hand. Do you think I am joking? Not at all. Lin Yang blinked innocently. Go ahead and cut. I'm bound here. What could I possibly do to resist? You. This is truly a case of disrespecting authority. The last shred of the woman's patience was worn thin by Lin Yang. She wielded the laser gun and aimed it at Lin Yang's thumb. However, it proved utterly futile. When the laser struck Lin Yang's skin, it was akin to a common laser pointer merely leaving a red dot, not even singeing a hair. This cannot be. The woman, who had remained composed and calm until now, began to lose her composure. She grabbed a dagger and plunged it toward Lin Yang's chest. Yet when the blade met Lin Yang's skin, it felt as if it were piercing a layer of incredibly resilient silicone, soft yet utterly impervious. Lin Yang chucked, saying, "Beautiful lady, you needn't exert yourself. It's futile." I refuse to believe it. She switched to over a dozen different tools, yet all her efforts proved fruitless. She tossed the chainsaw aside, her face flushed, strands of hair sticking to her forehead due to sweat. Are you even human? Her tone now bore a hint of exhaustion. Her previous confidence vanished. At first, you were electrocuted so severely. Why have you suddenly become impervious to blades? Curiosity filled the woman's gaze as she leaned closer, their breaths mingling. Hey, I warn you. I, Lin Yang, am a man of integrity. Don't think you can sway me with seduction. It won't work on me. TCH, you think too highly of yourself. I merely find studying you more intriguing than examining those zombies. The woman rose abruptly, tucking her hair behind her ear, and resumed a cold, elegant demeanor. Since you refuse to speak, you may remain bound here. I have all the time in the world. Oh, by the way, I initially aimed to study that girl who can control zombies. Her abilities intrigue me, but now it seems you hold greater research value. Were you monitoring us? Lin Yang's tone turned icy. The woman smiled lightly. Monitoring is not quite accurate. This city of Jingshui is already mine. You are merely an accidental discovery. At her words, Lin Yang recalled the two elite zombies. From the beginning, their appearance had a purpose. It turned out the mastermind was this woman before him. Why are you doing this? You've turned living people into zombies. What benefit do you gain from it? Lin Yang was utterly perplexed. In response, the woman did not answer his question, instead turning away silently. Why are there always so many whys in this world? You are not me. You will never understand my feelings. Lin Yang stared at her intently, and after a long pause, he asked, "What has happened to my friends?" "I don't know," the woman replied. "After capturing you, they fled in a car. By the way, your friends don't seem too bright, do they? Not a single one came to rescue you." The woman chuckled mockingly. "Stop trying to sow discord. Their absence is a testament to their wisdom. Who would rush to their death in such a scenario?" Though he spoke confidently, Lin Yang felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. It was one thing for those three to flee, But how could Xin Yan not come? Thinking of Xin Yan, Lin Yang quickly checked her status through the system. Level 6, 120600. Combat power, 350 stamina, 100100 health, 100,100 special skills. And unfortunately, it seems they are currently safe. Lin Yang let out a quiet sigh of relief. He saw the woman standing by a table, gently swirling a cup of purple liquid in her hand. What are you doing? The woman turned her head and approached him. The cup of mysterious liquid in hand. You are impervious to blades and bullets, are you not? I wish to see if your internal organs are equally resistant to poison. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yang's facial muscles twitched violently. The function of the Xuanwu gene is to confer immunity against all external harms, allowing one to remain unscathed even at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. However, it is futile against poisons and gases that can directly infiltrate the body. Wait, Lin Yang hurriedly interjected. I have one more question. What time is it? At this moment, he could only place his hopes on the system, wishing for a delivery of weapons akin to grenades. If he could blow this place up, he could escape his predicament. The woman shot Lin Yang a disdainful glance. I want to tell you, so what? Or do you have some grand plan? Bound in a starfish position on the bed, Lin Yang retorted, given my current state, what do you think I could possibly plan? Then stop asking so many questions. Open your mouth. Drink this. The woman seized Lin Yang's face, attempting to pour the liquid into his mouth. With no alternative, Lin Yang twisted his neck wildly, hoping to delay the inevitable for even a second. Ding! The Apocalypse 7-day sign-in event is in full swing. Please host sign-in. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yang felt tears almost welling up. If he had waited any longer, he might have truly met his end here. Ding! Sign-in successful for 57 days. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Qilin right arm gene. Qilin right arm gene. Once activated, it significantly enhances the power of the right arm and grants the divine skill of Qilin, Qian Fist. The moment the sign-in reward was deposited into the warehouse, Lin Yang immediately opted to use it. Congratulations, host. Activation successful. The current Flame Qilin set has accumulated 16 pieces. However, Lin Yang hardly paid attention to the subsequent words of the system, as his life was hanging by a thread. With a sudden spurt, Lin Yang expelled the purple liquid from his mouth. Do you take me for a fool? Enraged, Lin Yang clenched his right fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, as if he could cleave mountains and split seas. The woman sensed a wave of intense heat emanating from Lin Yang. She looked down to see a fiery red glow spreading along Lin Yang's fist, coursing through every capillary. When the crimson light enveloped his entire arm, a vibrant flame erupted, engulfing Lin Yang's right arm in fire. Let me out. With a powerful effort, Lin Yang shattered the electric cuffs on his wrist into fragments. He sat up, and under the woman's stunned gaze, he slammed his fist down onto the bed, the formidable force instantly reducing the remaining cuffs to dust. The powerful shockwave sent the woman sprawling to the ground. Lin Yang unclenched his fist, the flames gradually extinguishing, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable excitement. How powerful! Chapter 20. Luo Jie seeks silver notes. Lin Yang glanced at the woman on the floor. Her hair was disheveled, hanging over her eyes, looking rather disheveled. What do you intend to do? The woman watched as Lin Yang approached her step by step, a knowing smile playing on her lips. What do you think a man and a woman alone in a room could do? Lin Yang gently lifted her chin with his finger, leaning closer. Earlier, you were intent on bringing about my demise. It seems whatever I do to you is perfectly justified, no? The woman looked up at Lin Yang and suddenly laughed. All right, since I have fallen into your hands, feel free to do as you wish. Their eyes locked. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. After a moment, Lin Yang released her and reached to unfasten a button at her chest. With a swift tug, he revealed half of her delicate shoulder. Beneath the white coat, the woman wore only a sports bra, her voluptuous figure almost fully exposed to Lin Yang's gaze. He smirked, yet his attention was drawn to the area just above her left breast, near her collarbone. Luo Jie. A name was prominently tattooed on the woman's chest, the black ink stark against her fair skin, rather eye-catching. After Lin Yang let go, Luo Jie looked at him in disbelief. You. She wanted to say something, but hesitated to voice it. Lin Yang adjusted her clothing slightly. I assume you're not the mastermind behind all this? Upon hearing this, Luo Jie's expression shifted slightly. That minute change did not escape Lin Yang's keen observation, as every nuance of her expression and movement was magnified through his discerning eyes. Now, tell me, who is the person behind you, and why have they orchestrated this apocalypse? Luo Jie appeared remarkably composed. You don't seem as foolish as you look, but I will not disclose the answer to that question. Lin Yang was not surprised by Luo Jie's response. Instead, he picked up the laser gun she had previously discarded. Earlier, you mentioned having hundreds of ways to inflict torment. How about we start with cutting off a finger? With a click, Lin Yang pressed the button, and a beam of laser shot forth. He grasped Luo Jie's left hand, which she had clenched into a fist, desperately attempting to pull away. Luo Jie cried out, nearly collapsing in despair. Lin Yang, I tell you, even if you kill me, this virus will not end. You and your friends will eventually become zombies. Rest assured, even if everyone in this world turns into a zombie, I, Lin Yang, shall never be infected. After saying this, Lin Yang turned off the laser gun and released Luo Jie's hand. Today, I will not kill you, but please relay to your benefactors that regardless of their intentions, they are forbidden from targeting me or those around me. Otherwise, the next outcome will be akin to this. With a firm grip, Lin Yang crushed the laser gun into fragments, which fell to the ground. Then, Lin Yang surveyed the laboratory. These files and data samples must be the fruits of your 6 years of labor, correct? Upon seeing this, Luo Jie became agitated. What do you intend to do? No, stop. Yet no matter how she pleaded, her words fell on deaf ears. Lin Yang clenched his right fist, flames igniting once more. And Luo Jie watched helplessly as her 6 years of hard work was reduced to ashes. After a long while, Luo Jie sat on the ground, disheveled. The room was left with only charred metal frames, and she gazed at the open laboratory door, seething. Lin Yang, one day, I will make you pay for everything you have done today. In a high-rise building in the capital of Long Nation, a man stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the throngs below. All he could see were zombies. Hiss we. The man took a puff of his cigar, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a short-haired woman entered, dressed in a sharp suit. Boss, we received news from Luo Jie that a peculiar individual named Lin Yang has appeared in Jingshui City. He not only possesses antibodies that can immunize against the virus, but also has unique abilities, such as being impervious to blades and firearms, and flames erupting from his arms. Additionally, there's a girl. After listening to her report, the man's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Are you finished? Yes, boss, the woman replied. Bowing slightly, the man flicked the ash off his cigar and instructed Luo Jie to proceed freely, assuring her that all resources in Jingshui City were at her disposal without the need for reporting. However, the boss questioned, Are you doubting my decision? No, that was not my intention. The woman quickly lowered her head, breaking into a cold sweat. I have stated before that how you 6 halls compete is your business. But anyone who dares to lay a hand on Luo Jie should not expect me to show mercy. Yes, boss, she replied, hastily exiting the office. Only upon leaving did she realize that she was drenched in cold sweat, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Since the entirety of Jingshui City has been handed over to Luo Jie, I shall see how you alone can uphold an entire city. After departing from Luo Jie's laboratory, Lin Yang anticipated encountering numerous zombies outside. Yet to his astonishment, he discovered that Luo Jie resided in the most luxurious villa area of Jingshui City, devoid of any zombies. However, once he stepped outside the villa area, the streets were still teeming with the undead. By then, Lin Yang had transformed significantly. Using his Qilin right arm and Xuanwu jeans, he fought his way through, ultimately seeking refuge in a secure gym. He scavenged some biscuits from the premises, eating while organizing his thoughts. Although he had dispatched a considerable number of zombies on his journey, the strongest among them were merely at the intermediate level, indicating that those so-called advanced and elite zombies were quite rare. Reflecting on the 2 elite zombies he had previously encountered, Lin Yang observed that these creatures exhibited a certain level of intelligence and cognitive ability. Perhaps if they evolved further, they might resemble normal humans. This thought stirred a sense of anxiety within him. The previous encounter with the zombies in the armored vehicle had demonstrated that they possessed the ability to dodge bullets. Most troubling were their special abilities. Elite zombies had already developed skills of concealment and regeneration, leaving Lin Yang to ponder the terrifying capabilities of the advanced zombies. Never mind. I should first find a way to reunite with Lin Yang and the others. I just wonder where they've hidden. Chapter 21. A friend request from nearby Lin Yang checked his temporary mission. He had eliminated numerous zombies upon leaving the villa, yet he still had over 100 more to go. It was midnight, the optimal time for zombie combat. So it would be prudent to wait until dawn to complete the task. Nonetheless, Lin Yang found solace in the fact that with his Qilin right arm, he was racking up points rapidly. His score had surged from 720 to 7920, amassing over 7,000 points. If only I could negotiate with the system to open the store early. Having tasted the benefits of the Xuanwu genes, he was increasingly curious about the items available in the shop. Thus, Lin Yang resolved to venture out and accumulate points, viewing it as a form of income. In a moment of boredom, Lin Yang took out his phone. The signal and network were still strong, yet he was unable to reach anyone. He opened Weibo to distract himself with celebrity gossip from the past. Just as he did, a message popped up on WeChat, leaving him astonished. A request to add you as a friend from nearby people. Could it be that I'm not the only one online? After a brief moment of hesitation, he clicked to accept. Once the friend request was confirmed, the other party sent a sticker asking if he was available. Lin Yang stared at the screen, refraining from responding. Soon after, the other party sent a flurry of messages, questions, nose-picking, bombs, tears. Finally, amidst the barrage of emojis, a text appeared, "Why add me and not reply? Are you a zombie?" At this, Lin Yang slowly typed, "I am alive, where are you?" The response came quickly, grinning. Lin Yang. Then out of the blue, the other party sent a location. Lin Yang discovered that the person was located in the neighboring complex. Just as he intended to initiate a voice call, he saw another message. "My internet is poor, otherwise I would love to video chat. I haven't seen a living person in ages." Lin Yang, stop sending emojis. Wait for me. I'll come find you. Surprised and affectionate emojis followed. Lin Yang, exasperated, shut off his phone. Peering out the window, he noted about 20 to 30 zombies meandering below, all at the intermediate level, which posed little threat. Without delay, Lin Yang departed from the gym. Lamenting the absence of his kitchen knife and the fact that his handgun was out of ammunition, his only weapon now was his fists. The night was dark as ink. The moonlight was obscured by clouds, and the streets, devoid of streetlights and neon signs, appeared desolate. Utilizing his enhanced vision, Lin Yang adeptly navigated the road. A zombie spotted him, opening its mouth to lunge forward, but Lin Yang delivered a powerful punch that shattered its skull. Being night, he deliberately restrained his right arm from unleashing flames to avoid attracting more zombies. After dealing with the undead on the road, Lin Yang successfully infiltrated the residential building. Following the online friend's directions, he arrived at the 5th floor and gently knocked on the iron door. "Is anyone there?" Soon, he heard footsteps from within. "Wow, incredible, brother. You actually came. You're not infected, are you?" "I'm not infected, don't worry." Then, a click echoed and the door opened slightly. A round face peered out, scanning for zombies before allowing Lin Yang inside. "Hello, brother. I'm Bailong, like the little white dragon." Lin Yang took a glance at him. This fellow seemed to be around his age, approximately 20, with a chubby and endearing appearance. "I'm Lin Yang." After a brief introduction, Lin Yang began to explore the room. "Are you living here all alone?" Lin Yang inquired. Bailong nodded. "Yes, my parents are abroad and rarely return, so I'm here by myself." Mentioning his parents brought a hint of melancholy to Bailong's demeanor. "Since the zombie outbreak, I haven't been able to contact them. I have no idea if they've been infected." Lin Yang gently patted his shoulder, recalling his own childhood without parents, making it difficult for him to fully empathize with Bailong's feelings. "By the way, how are you online?" "As far as I know, the internet is down." Bailong replied, "I built a small base station, so I can connect to the internet." "Wait a minute. You can connect too, right? Why are you asking me?" Lin Yang paused. "I'm borrowing your internet." Bailong's eyes widened. "So that is why my internet is so slow. Someone is leeching off my connection." Lin Yang sheepishly rubbed his nose. After a brief conversation, he discovered that Bailong was an ultimate homebody. Despite the passing days, his house still had plenty of food, enough to last another month. Lin Yang glanced at the small base station on the table and said, "Since you can create a small base station, there must be others out there who can do the same. If we post messages online, wouldn't we be able to find other survivors more quickly?" Bailong shook his head and said, "I have already tried this method, and it is utterly ineffective. Even with internet access, one can only send messages on certain chat applications. Posting on social forums, whether through threads or updates, proves futile, as if obstructed by an invisible firewall. Unless what? Lin Yang regarded Bai Long, who appeared deep in thought. Unless we could access the dark web. The dark web is independent, not governed by public regulations, and is developed by individuals. However, for an ordinary person to gain entry, only a top-tier hacker stand a chance. Otherwise, it is utterly hopeless. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yang replied, "Then we must devise another plan." "Why?" Bai Long inquired. "I'm not a hacker. How can I access it?" Lin Yang retorted sharply. "You're not." "But I am," Bai Long exclaimed, turning to face Lin Yang. Bai Long patted his chest and continued, "I infiltrated the school network at 12 and altered my grades to the top of the class. At 15, I hacked an entire internet CAF system and topped up an account with $1 million in internet fees, which I have yet to exhaust. Last year at 19, I incapacitated the server of a Fortune 500 company overseas, causing them to incur losses amounting to billions overnight. They have yet to apprehend me." Upon hearing Bai Long's self-introduction, Lin Yang slapped his thigh. "Then let us not hesitate. Let us get started." Bai Long shook his head regretfully. "My computer configuration is too low. I only use it for watching movies, not for such tasks." Lin Yang chuckled. "It's just a computer. I can handle that. Tomorrow, I'll go out and get you one." Chapter 22. A reunion as dawn broke. A massive armored vehicle was parked in a thicket on the outskirts of Jingshui City. The four individuals inside the vehicle appeared to be in poor condition, with Li Zheng and Wang Bin leaning against the door, their eyes bloodshot. Lung Bingbing produced a few packets of compressed biscuits and distributed them, saying, "Everyone should eat something. I know the situation with Lin Yang is weighing heavily on you all, but since it has happened, we can only accept it, can't we?" Li Zheng and Wang Bin took the biscuits and nibbled on them, but Xin Yan remained indifferent. "I've left the food here. Take it whenever you wish," Lung Bingbing sighed. "I understand that you harbor resentment towards me, but at that moment, Lin Yang's survival was impossible. I cannot bear to watch you throw your life away." Turning her head away, she inadvertently wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Xin Yan sat in the vehicle, her gaze hollow. In her heart, Lin Yang represented her entire world. Earlier, she had opened the door to allow the special forces to disembark, driven by a subconscious desire to protect Lin Yang at all costs. Had it not been for Lin Yang's order for Xin Yan to protect them, she would have undoubtedly killed the three individuals preventing her from exiting the vehicle. Who lived and who died held no significance for her. As long as Lin Yang was alive, that was all that mattered. At Bai Long's residence, the two of them lay sprawled across the bed, and this was the most peacefully Lin Yang had slept since the apocalypse began. Upon opening his eyes, he stared at the empty ceiling, momentarily lost in thought. In the past, every time he awoke, Xin Yan would be there, gazing at him with her large, expressive eyes. The sudden absence felt strangely unsettling. "No, I must find them quickly." Dressing hastily, Lin Yang took a kitchen knife from Bai Long's home and ventured outside. There was a digital store nearby where he planned to procure a computer. If Bai Long could indeed infiltrate the dark web, they would find a way to communicate with all the survivors who had internet access. This was crucial for Lin Yang. Standing by the roadside, he observed the zombies wandering along the streets. This was the perfect opportunity to complete the time-limited task. Lin Yang hefted the kitchen knife in his hand. Although he possessed the Qilin arm, he still preferred to use a weapon. He had no desire to engage in close combat with those repulsive zombies. After a period of training, Lin Yang had acquired a certain level of combat skill. Within 10 minutes, he reached the entrance of the digital store, with the target objective now within reach. Upon entering the store, he found the interior in disarray. Fortunately, some computers remained locked in the display cases, untouched. Lin Yang scratched his head. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about electronics, and had no idea which model would suit Bai Long. "Oh well, I'll just take the most expensive one." After scanning the options, he finally settled on a laptop priced over 50,000. "You're the one." Placing his palm flat on the glass counter, he activated the Qilin arm, and the flames swiftly melted the glass. Just as he was about to leave with the computer, he noticed an old acquaintance at the entrance of the digital store. "Fatty, it's you again." Before him stood the formidable zombie he had encountered atop the building the previous day. "Roar!" The zombie, with its protruding belly, bellowed at Lin Yang, immediately attracting a horde of over 100 zombies to the entrance. The elite zombies, upon spotting Lin Yang, lunged forward, but one was swiftly seized by the fat zombie and hurled away. "Roar!" This was a command directed at the group of zombies behind him. Upon hearing it, The restless zombies immediately stood down, refraining from advancing. This scene puzzled Lin Yang, but as he pondered, he recalled a woman named Luo Jia. If you were sent to capture me, you might as well give up. Lin Yang addressed the zombie. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the fat zombie lunged toward him. What the hell? You're not here to capture me. You're here to kill me. Lin Yang said, quickly returning the computer to the display case and drawing the kitchen knife, dodging to the side. I have the flaw. In an instant, everything around him slowed down. Lin Yang focused his strength. With the Qilin arm, his power surged exponentially, and he swiftly severed the zombie's left hand with a single stroke. However, he soon noticed new rotting flesh rapidly sprouting from the wound. This guy has a regeneration ability. I cannot afford to wear myself out against him. As a human, Lin Yang was already breathing heavily after just a few exchanges. Yet when he glanced at the zombie's stamina, it appeared to have only consumed a mere 1%. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Yang seemed to uncover something. When he had severed the zombie's left hand, its life value had not changed. However, upon regeneration, its life value had decreased by 2%. I understand now. It turns out that its regenerative ability consumes life value for rapid recovery. Realizing this, Lin Yang's gaze sharpened, a flash of brilliance crossing his eyes. Let me prepare a dish. Roasted zombie. In an instant, flames erupted from the right arm wielding the kitchen knife, rapidly turning the blade a vivid red. Seeing the flames, the zombie momentarily paused. Afraid of fire? Lin Yang seized upon this change, a thought blossoming in his mind. Indeed, with such bulk, you must be quite oily and susceptible to fire. A smirk crept across Lin Yang's face as he charged forward with the fiery kitchen knife. With a solid strike, the blade sank into the zombie's forearm, and the surrounding decayed flesh instantly reddened, likely reaching medium rare. Roar! The zombie, infuriated by Lin Yang's assault, picked up a chair from the ground and hurled it at him. For Lin Yang, this was merely a trivial skill. Despite the enormous strength of the rotund figure before him, its sluggish speed rendered it inferior to even some ordinary grade zombies. Seizing upon this advantage, Lin Yang extended a finger and shook it at the creature. I shan't play with you any longer. Perish. He raised the kitchen knife above his head and brought it down towards the zombie's neck. I refuse to believe that you will remain alive without your head. In that critical moment, the zombie hastily raised its arm to block, only for Lin Yang's strike to sever the entire limb cleanly. Yet his actions did not cease. Upon realizing that the zombie's other arm was reaching for him, he swiftly countered with another strike. The searing blade plunged deep into its flesh. The sound of sizzling fat being cooked filled the air, for Lin Yang did not withdraw the knife, leaving the scorching blade embedded within. Farewell, fatso! Under the gaze of the zombie, Lin Yang's Qilin arm struck down upon the wound of the severed limb with a resounding thud. In an instant, even the newly grown putrid flesh was dissolved, and flames rapidly engulfed its entire body through the wound. Chapter 23. Sixth Day of Sign-In. Seeking silver tickets, the intensity of the flames emitted by the Qilin arm surpassed that of ordinary fire. Even if the zombie's regeneration speed was remarkable, it could not match the rate at which the decaying flesh melted away. Lin Yang observed the creature with a calm demeanor. In his eyes, the zombie's various statistics were being updated in real time. Its health points diminished at an alarming rate, nearly 10% per second. With a roar of defiance, the once plump body was reduced to mere bones, leaving behind a pool of foul black ichor on the ground. After the elite zombie fell, the group of lower-tier zombies lost all restraint and lunged towards Lin Yang en masse. Just as I wished, Lin Yang smiled faintly. These zombies were precisely enough for him to complete his activity task, sparing him the effort of hunting them down one by one. At that moment, flames surged upon his right arm, and as the swarm of zombies descended upon him, Lin Yang made his move. Crimson Flame Fist. Suddenly, flames coalesced in the air, forming a Qilin that charged forth with a soft growl. Boom! As the fiery Qilin crashed into the horde of corpses, it detonated like a bomb upon impact. Those zombies at the epicenter were instantly reduced to a pulp, their remains raining down. The surrounding zombies were flung away by the shockwave and heat, some perishing, others left severely injured. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stood alone within the shop, his complexion pale. This was his first genuine use of the Crimson Flame Fist, and he had never anticipated its sheer power. The most dire consequence was the backlash it inflicted upon him. Lin Yang felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, leaving him weak and feeble, his right arm hanging limply as if dislocated, unable to be lifted no matter how hard he tried. Ding! Congratulations, host. The limited time event has been completed. You have received a random activation card for the special skill of Xin Yan. Lin Yang opened his inventory to check. Xin Yan's special skill activation card. Upon use, randomly activates a permanent special skill of Xin Yan. Usage method. Requires the host to connect mouth-to-mouth with Xin Yan. Upon successful connection, the activation card can be used. After reading the usage instructions, Lin Yang stood dumbfounded. Mouth-to-mouth? Is that really the method of connection? Yet, there was no response from the system. What a useless system. Not intelligent at all. He cursed under his breath, resigned to clutching the computer and reluctantly returning to Bai Long's home. Young Gu, are you all right? Bai Long inquired anxiously as Lin Yang collapsed onto the floor. I'm fine, just tired. Check the computer. If it works, let's get started. All right, Bai Long exclaimed excitedly. Retrieving the computer. After booting it up and conducting some research, he was overjoyed. Young Gu, you are my eternal idol. This computer is not just functional, it's phenomenal. With that, Bai Long settled onto the sofa, engrossed in his tinkering. Lin Yang lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling. Tell me, is there a way to locate my vehicle without any internet connection? Your vehicle? Is it the armored car you mentioned last night? Yes, you know the general situation. The pressing concern now is to find my friends. Bai Long continued typing. Did your car have a Skyfall positioning device installed? The one developed by our Dragon Country in 2023? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang promptly queried the system. Does the Apocalypse War vehicle have the Skyfall positioning device? Ding. Below is the configuration list for the Apocalypse War vehicle. In an instant, a lengthy list of text filled Lin Yang's mind. After a considerable search, he finally found the positioning system, Skyfall positioning. Upon seeing those words, hope surged within Lin Yang for a reunion with Xin Yan and the others. I have it. How do I operate it? Bai Long replied confidently. All right, just wait a moment. The rest is up to me. With high expectations, Lin Yang anticipated that Bai Long's confidence would lead to swift results. However, to his dismay, he found himself waiting for 10 hours. It was now 11 o'clock at night, and Lin Yang fought against drowsiness as he sat beside Bai Long brother. Is it not ready yet? Bai Long ignored him, his fingers continuing to furiously tap the keyboard. After about 10 more minutes, the computer suddenly chimed. Done. Bai Long turned the screen towards Lin Yang, who had been on the verge of dozing off. What is this? On the screen, a red dot blinked incessantly, surrounded by numerous horizontal lines that Lin Yang could not comprehend. Bai Long explained, this is the unique virtual linear map of the Skyfall positioning system. Their current location is in the woods on the eastern outskirts of Jingshui City. Upon hearing this location, Lin Yang furrowed his brow. We are currently on the western side of Jingshui City. It will take nearly 50 kilometers to reach them. Considering this, Lin Yang felt a pang of anxiety. Bai Long yawned and suggested, it's almost midnight. I think we should both get some sleep and plan our next steps in the morning. What did you say? Lin Yang abruptly raised his head. Bai Long, feeling a chill from Lin Yang's intense gaze, became uneasy. I mean, should we not just sleep for a bit? Yang, I know you're anxious, but it's too late for us to set out. That is not what I meant. Bai Long was taken aback. What did you say? Almost midnight. Indeed. Lin Yang sprang to his feet. After waiting so long, he nearly forgot the time. This meant the 6th day of sign-in was imminent. Let us go. Time for bed. He dragged the bewildered Bai Long back to their room. They slept soundly until dawn. Sign-in. The first thing Lin Yang did upon waking was to eagerly complete his sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful for 67 days. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 zombie assimilation potion. What in the world is this? Lin Yang was thoroughly disappointed upon receiving this reward. He had hoped for an item to aid his journey, but this potion would transform him into a zombie for 12 hours upon use. Useless system. How utterly tedious. Lin Yang was filled with an overwhelming desire to confront the system. Frustrated, he paced around the room, realizing he had to devise an alternative strategy. Just as despair began to envelop him, he noticed a pair of trousers hanging on the coat rack, adorned with a set of car keys. An idea sparked within him. Where's your car parked? He inquired. White Dragon, still languidly sprawled on the bed, murmured, it's right downstairs. It used to be my father's car. He has been abroad, so he let me use it. Peering out the window, Lin Yang confirmed the presence of a black sedan parked below. A solution had emerged. What is the plan? White Dragon asked, sensing Lin Yang's urgency. Ignoring his question, Lin Yang seized the keys and declared, "Don't worry about that. Hurry up and gather your things. We're leaving immediately." Without waiting for a response, he dashed out the door. Upon reaching the ground floor, he swiftly dealt with the surrounding zombies, then took the driver's seat and started the engine. In his hand, he held a vial of black liquid. The success of their rendezvous hinged on this moment. With a deep breath, Lin Yang closed his eyes and consumed the zombie assimilation serum. The bitterness overwhelmed him, contorting his features, but soon he noticed his skin rapidly transforming and his senses sharpening. Raising his gaze to the mirror, he was taken aback by his reflection. He almost cried out in shock, but his voice had morphed into a guttural growl akin to that of a zombie. "Is this what I look like as a zombie?" he mused, gently touching his face. Damn it, still handsome. Admiring his new visage, he let out a series of guttural sounds. Moments later, he cautiously started the car and exited the community. In his understanding, while zombies were drawn to noise, they wouldn't pursue the non-living. His plan involved transforming into a zombie and driving White Dragon to locate Xin Yin and the others. To ensure White Dragon's safety, he needed to test whether zombies would indeed chase a vehicle driven by one of their own. As he drove out of the community, the zombies on either side of the road turned their heads at the sound of the engine. Just then, an elderly zombie approached. Lin Yang's expression shifted. Is this not going to work? He thought as the zombie drew nearer. He initially considered tapping the glass, but opted to lower the window instead. In an instant, the two zombies locked eyes. Grr! Lin Yang growled fiercely. The elderly zombie recoiled and turned away, prompting the others nearby to lose interest and return to their wandering. Turns out zombies are cowards. Lin Yang mused, feeling a sense of accomplishment. However, it was clear that this plan would put White Dragon in a precarious situation. Brother Yang, is that you? Startled by the noise, White Dragon, who had been packing in the living room, looked up only to see Lin Yang's zombie form. A zombie! He shrieked, collapsing in fright and scrambling backward. Zombie brother, don't eat me. I'm all fat and greasy. Ignoring his pleas, the zombie lunged forward, striking him on the neck. How is he even more cowardly than I was? Lin Yang reflected, recalling his own first encounter with zombies, which brought him a sense of balance. Minutes later, Lin Yang placed the unconscious White Dragon into the trunk, surrounded by his belongings. Let us hope nothing else goes awry on this journey. Meanwhile, in the Haitian Villa area of Jingshui City, Luo Jie sat before her computer, staring intently at an email for an extended period. Finally willing to grant me authority over Jingshui City? A sly smile crept onto her lips. This was undoubtedly splendid news. 6 years of enduring humiliation within the company, all for this moment. She entered her study, where a tall bookshelf stood against the wall. Pushing outward, a hidden door revealed a vast, enclosed space lined with steel. Upon her entrance, a figure emerged from the shadows. A zombie. Xiaofeng, how is he? Luo Jie inquired, her tone laced with concern. If Lin Yang were present, he would be utterly astonished. The zombie, responding to her question, shook its head and uttered words, albeit muffled. It's deteriorating. Despite the indistinct nature of its speech, it was discernible. The words filled Luo Jie with sorrow. Stepping into the darkness, she ignited a nearby candle, illuminating a massive ice chest that contained a naked man, frozen inside. Approaching the chest, she gazed at him tenderly. A prominent dark bite mark marred his arm, veins surrounding it turning black, spreading slowly throughout his body. My dear, I've come to see you again. I found someone with an antibody to the virus. Trust me, I will surely save you. Tears glistened in Luo Jie's eyes, her sorrowful visage evoking deep sympathy. Rising, she turned to the zombie beside her. Xiaofeng, I've also found someone who can switch freely between human and zombie forms. I believe this will be excellent news for you. Xiaofeng managed a pained smile, causing his decayed flesh to tear, oozing black blood. Luo Jie hastily retrieved a tissue, gently wiping it away. Please hold on a little longer. Once you fully evolve, I will set you free. Simultaneously, a black sedan sped down a road in Jingshui City. Lin Yang rested his arm on the car window, his hair tousled by the wind, revealing his handsome face. Catching the attention of several female zombies on the roadside. Behold my undeniable charm. Even as a zombie, I remain the most striking figure on this street. Lin Yang never imagined that his first time attracting attention from passers-by would occur after his transformation. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident. As he gradually slowed the car, he approached the woods where Xin Yin and the others were located. Inside the vehicle, amidst the cold atmosphere, Li Zheng and Wang Bin were enjoying lunch. While Xin Yin sat alone by the window, her head resting against the glass, lost in thought. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, standing up with alertness. Are there zombies approaching? Li Zheng and Wang Bin grabbed their knives, crouching low, their eyes peering cautiously out the window. Before long, a black sedan approached them, halting not far from the armored vehicle. Could it be a survivor? Li Zheng was about to rise, but was pulled down coldly. It's a zombie. Chapter 25, Laughing is truly exhausting. In this day and age, zombies can drive? Li Zheng felt as though his worldview had been utterly transformed. The Cold One, too, was filled with disbelief. Infected zombies continue to evolve, but to what ultimate form, no one knows. Perhaps, in that future, we living beings will be the true anomalies of this world. The Cold One's words cast a heavy pall over the others. Outside, Lin Yang observed the tightly shut doors of the apocalyptic vehicle, knowing without a doubt that everyone inside had hidden away. If he were to disembark and reveal himself now, it would only incite panic and possibly lead to a collective assault against him. Lin Yang had no intention of revealing himself just yet. After all, he appeared as a zombie, unable to articulate his innocence or negate any perceived threats. If he inadvertently frightened them into fleeing, it would be a grave miscalculation. What on earth is he planning? The shade cast by the trees obscured the interior of the car, but the Cold Ones could vaguely discern that a zombie occupied the driver's seat, though its features remained indistinct. Suddenly, the zombie restarted the vehicle, pivoting it to face them with its rear. Subsequently, a masked zombie emerged from the car, head bowed, moving stiffly as it opened the trunk. The group inside the armored vehicle watched this scene unfold with mounting confusion. "Look, there's someone in the trunk," Wang Bin exclaimed in a hushed tone, and all eyes turned to the trunk, pondering the zombie's intentions. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The zombie lifted the person from the trunk and gently placed them on the ground, before retrieving a suitcase from the back seat. Could it be that he is rescuing a survivor? Speculation flickered among them, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. "Don't you think that zombie looks familiar?" Wang Bin spoke up. The Cold One crouched nearby, her gaze fixed intently on the zombie's silhouette. Just then, the armored vehicle's door swung open. A collective gasp filled the air, and before anyone could react, Xin Yin dashed out, racing toward the zombie. "Xin Yin!" the Cold One shouted urgently, and it was that very cry that caused the zombie to whip around sharply. In that instant, Lin Yang turned to see a petite figure charging toward him without hesitation, and they collided with an embrace. At that moment, something within Lin Yang seemed to shift. "Ugh!" Xin Yin pressed her face tightly against Lin Yang's chest. Her once simple thoughts now imbued with an inexplicable emotion. Feeling the softness in his arms, Lin Yang found himself wishing to hold her sincerely for the first time. But upon glancing back, he noticed Li Zheng and Wang Bin eyeing him with suspicion, both wielding kitchen knives, their expressions cautious. "Xin Yin, release her. That is a zombie." Li Zheng shouta desparateri. Wang Bin's voice trembled as he added, "You scoundrel. I warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on that girl, I will fight you." Observing their demeanor, Lin Yang felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. Amusement at their feigned ferocity despite their evident fear. Sorrow that only Xin Yin recognized him. The Cold One stood silently behind, her gaze fixed on Lin Yang, her silence laden with unspoken words. "Do you not recognize me, either?" Lin Yang's gray-white eyes met the Cold One's, a pang of heartache swelling within him. "Roar!" Lin Yang growled softly, gently pushing Xin Yin away from his embrace. "Huh?" Xin Yin looked up, her large eyes meeting his, still so clear, the only difference being the faint circles of darkness beneath them. Surely, she had not rested well since his departure. Lin Yang felt a twinge of pity as he stroked her hair and nudged her back. Seeing this, Xin Yin's face turned slightly crestfallen. She resembled a child caught in mischief, opening her arms in a plea for him to hold her. But Lin Yang merely shook his head in silence. "Roar!" he growled again, this time gesturing for Xin Yin to take by long back. Then, he turned and sprinted into the depths of the forest, vanishing from their sight. Once the zombie had departed, Li Zheng and Wang Bin confirmed that Bai Long was uninjured before lifting him into the apocalyptic vehicle. Moments later, Xin Yan pressed her forehead against the glass of the vehicle door, gazing longingly outside. The other three sat in silence, until Wang Bin finally broke the stillness. That zombie. It seems to be Lin Yang. The cold one spoke with remarkable calmness. Should we have stopped him from leaving? We treated him so poorly. He must be heartbroken. Wang Bin mused, recalling his earlier actions with a sense of guilt. What good would it do to stop him? Did you not see that he has already been infected? Li Zhen kuntarat. But he did not attack us. Perhaps that was his last vestige of reason. Otherwise, why would he have left? He surely knows he is on the brink of complete transformation. Alas, poor Xin Yan. The two boys exchanged glances, while the cold one remained silent, her expression enigmatic. However, Lin Yang was unaware of their thoughts. At that moment, he lay atop a small mountain deep within the forest, basking in the sunlight. Ah, how refreshing. After his transformation into a zombie, Lin Yang's physical prowess had significantly enhanced, allowing him to scale the modest hill of 200 to 300 meters in mere moments. From this vantage point, he could even observe the apocalyptic vehicle. Should any danger arise, he would be the first to respond. In the past, climbing a mountain would have nearly exhausted him, but since utilizing the zombie transformation serum, it was utterly effortless. Lin Yang reclined atop the mountain, legs crossed, reveling in the comfort. Currently, his points had amassed to 9,060. Merely defeating a high-level zombie had rewarded him with 1,000 points. Once the marketplace opened tomorrow, he would have ample opportunity to indulge. This thought brightened his outlook for the future. In the haste of the situation, he had yet to thoroughly investigate his Qilin arm. Lin Yang utilized the system to review information regarding the Qilin right arm gene. Blazing Fire Qilin set, current collection progress, 16 Qilin skull gene, not obtained Qilin chest armor gene, not obtained Qilin left arm gene, not obtained Qilin right arm gene, obtained Qilin left leg gene, not obtained Qilin right leg gene. Not obtained. What thrilled Lin Yang most was the following array of attributes. Qilin Divine Skill Activation Progress. 16 Scarlet Flame Fist. Activated Chapter 26. There's no time to explain. Get in the car. This means that once I complete the collection of the Blazing Fire Qilin set, I will be able to activate 6 divine skills. Lin Yang's heart raced at the thought of the 5 unactivated divine skills that remained. The mere prowess of the Scarlet Flame Fist is formidable enough. If all 6 divine techniques were to be activated, who in this world could possibly stand in my way? Regrettably, Lin Yang's smile was short-lived, quickly replaced by a frown. He faced a fundamental dilemma, the backlash inflicted upon his body after unleashing the divine techniques. Experiencing that profound sense of weakness was more than sufficient for Lin Yang. System. How can I enhance my stamina? If this continues, even the 6 divine techniques would be of no use. Ding! More features are yet to be unlocked. Please have the host check in for 7 consecutive days before attempting again. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Yang felt no anger. Instead, he cheerfully replied, "All right." By now, Lin Yang's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. With less than 12 hours remaining until the 7th day, he thought, once I regain my former self, I shall surprise them. Reclining upon a rock, bathed in sunlight, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. In this dream, Lin Yang found himself bound within a dark cell, surrounded by numerous figures. Among them was Luo Jie. Strangely, apart from Luo Jie, he could discern none of the others' faces, save for the man standing at the forefront. "Bring him in," the man commanded, his voice rich and resonant. The prison door swung open, and a girl was forcibly ushered inside, roughly kicked to her knees. "Xin Yan." Lin Yang recognized the girl, only to realize that it was indeed Xin Yan. Her clothing was tattered, and her fair skin bore multiple wounds, some of which were still oozing blood. "You heartless fiends! Release her!" A surge of unprecedented fury coursed through Lin Yang. Yet, no matter how he struggled, even employing the power of the Qilin arm, he could not break free from his bindings. The man in the shadows erupted into a fit of mocking laughter, his tone dripping with arrogance. "If you hand over the item, I assure you she will not suffer any further harm. But should you persist in your stubbornness, do not blame me for not granting you another chance." In the throes of the dream, Lin Yang was engulfed in a fierce struggle, the item in question evidently holding immense significance for him, perhaps even equal to Xin Yan's life. "It seems you have no intention of complying." The man's tone turned frigid as a dagger slipped from his sleeve into his palm, its tip pressed against the nape of Xin Yin's neck. "Stop! You bastard, stop!" Lin Yang screamed at the top of his lungs. At that moment, Xin Yin, kneeling on the ground, suddenly lifted her head, her clear eyes meeting his as she offered a faint smile. It seemed as though he saw her lips moving, though soundless. He could discern the 3 words she mouthed: "I love you." In the next instant, Xin Yin straightened, the dagger piercing through her neck. "Xin Yin." Lin Yang jolted awake from the nightmare, sitting on the rock, drenched, only to realize that it had begun to rain. The sky had darkened completely, and Lin Yang had reverted to his original form. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. He pressed a hand to his heart and instinctively glanced down the mountain. Spotting the doomsday vehicle still parked below, lights aglow. "Xin Yin." Lin Yang reflected on the 3 words she had spoken in his dream, feeling a pang of sorrow. What a wretched dream. What could possibly hold more value than Xin Yin's life? "Just give it to me," Lin Yang silently grumbled, but then he suddenly noticed countless shadows stirring in the dense forest, a considerable distance from the vehicle. The eye of flaws, slowing down his vision. Lin Yang discerned that it was not merely a horde of zombies, but also dozens of infected beasts. How could this be? Lin Yang exclaimed in sulk. He realized that the beasts were all at least level 2, the majority at level 3, with 4 or 5 even reaching level 4. A sense of dread washed over him as he immediately dashed down the mountain. I should still have time. Lin Yang aimed to reach the vehicle before the horde of zombies arrived. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Bai Long was sobbing, lamenting. Brother Yang's greatest wish was to reunite with you all, yet who would have thought he would meet his end from infection while test driving? Listening to Bai Long, the trio of cold ice stared at one another in disbelief. "So, you're saying Brother Lin wasn't infected at the outset? He managed to escape from all those zombies?" Li Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment, while Wang Bin wore a similarly shocked expression. Cold Ice, however, lowered her head, deep in thought. "What troubles you? You seem rather out of sorts today," Wang Bin inquired. Cold Ice replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Once dawn breaks, we shall head to Kanglin City." Kanglin City? The others turned to her in unison. Kanglin City is the strongest military stronghold in Wuzhou province. Perhaps we can find refuge there. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Li Zheng and Wang Bin voiced no objections. After Lin Yang's departure, Cold Ice had become the Group S pillar of support. Meanwhile, Bai Long's cries halted abruptly as he rubbed his eyes and spotted a familiar figure rushing towards them. Alas, the darkness concealed it, and it vanished in the blink of an eye. Perhaps I miss Brother Yang so much that I am seeing things. Yet the next moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. "Open the door. It's Lin Yang." Upon hearing that voice, everyone inside the vehicle froze in terror. Is it a ghost? At the same time, Cold Ice suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned to the spot where Xin Yin had been, only to find it empty. "Xin Yin!" Cold Ice called out urgently, but it was too late. With a swish, the doomsday vehicle's door swung open, and Li Zheng and Wang Bin grabbed kitchen knives, ready to confront whoever it was at the entrance. Yet, to everyone's disbelief, the person outside was indeed Lin Yang. As the door opened, Lin Yang stepped forward, but Xin Yin leaped out, wrapping her legs around his waist. In an instant, Lin Yang felt his head pressed against her chest, nearly gasping for air. However, there was no time for such frivolities. He quickly extracted his head from Xin Yin's embrace and urged, "No time for explanations. Get in the vehicle." Chapter 27. Give me a reason. Feeling the gazes directed towards him, Lin Yang spoke. "I know you all have many questions, but for now, let's pray to survive this night." Amidst their bewilderment, Lin Yang swiftly activated the battle vehicle's flamethrower and electric net. As illumination flooded the surroundings, the horror outside became apparent. From all directions, the area was swarming with zombies. Moreover, there were various beasts rarely seen in ordinary times. Bears, wolves, and even several massive snakes, several meters long, writhing on the ground. What on earth are these creatures? With Lin Yang present, the cowardice of Li Zheng and Wang Bin resurfaced, the two huddling together in fear. Only Lin Yang understood that the true terror did not stem from these seemingly fearsome beasts, but rather from the higher-tier monsters. With the protection of the flamethrower and electric net, ordinary-level beasts and zombies perished upon contact. While the higher-tier ones could withstand for a while, they would not last long. Within 5 minutes, the area surrounding the Apocalypse vehicle was littered with corpses. The trees within a few kilometers ignited due to the flamethrower. Many ordinary-level zombies and beasts were incinerated before they even arrived. What shall we do? Are we to remain here indefinitely? Lung Bingbing asked anxiously, her voice cold with worry. Observing the zombies outside, which swarmed like moths drawn to a flame, it was evident that the end was far from over. During this time, Lin Yang's points in the shop had surged by nearly 10,000, yet he felt no joy. He dared not act recklessly until the higher-tier beasts appeared. After all, the ordinary-level zombies had developed a rudimentary thinking ability. Thus, even if the beasts possessed lower intelligence, their combat prowess was incomparable to that of humans. Just then, Lin Yang's gaze fell upon a bear, towering at 3 meters. Level, 900 strength, 90100 health, 100100 special skill, tier. Upon seeing this formidable bear, everyone's hearts raced, especially Lin Yang, who felt no desire to resist upon noticing its strength rating of 900. Roar! The bear stood up and let out a deafening roar, sending all nearby ordinary zombies and beasts flying. The apocalypse vehicle resonated, and they could distinctly feel the violent vibrations. Were those higher-tier beasts? Lin Yang clenched his fists, continuously scanning the surroundings, hoping the higher-tier beasts would arrive soon. Only when they were all present could he confidently escape. Otherwise, if one of those higher-tier beasts lay in ambush, they would face certain doom. Boom! The bear charged forward, its massive paw crashing onto the front of the vehicle. However, when it came into contact with the electric net covering the vehicle, its enormous body merely shuddered before lunging at the net with a furious bite. Crack! Before Lin Yang and the other's eyes, the bear tore off a chunk of the electric net. It's over. This vehicle cannot withstand that bear. By long, clutching his plump self, uttered in despair. Suddenly, Lin Yang spotted a gorilla sprinting from the side, blood dripping from its mouth, clutching a half-eaten rabbit. Red blood? Lin Yang's eyes shifted slightly. Could it be that only carnivorous animals are infected with the virus? He surveyed the surroundings, noting that all infected beasts were carnivorous. While not a single herbivore, such as deer or cattle, had appeared, wolves and tigers arrived as well, their dark eyes glowing in the night. Their data displayed before Lin Yang. It is time, Lin Yang shouted to the others in the vehicle. Buckle up, prepare to escape. Upon hearing Lin Yang's command, hope ignited within everyone. All fastened their seatbelts, and Xin Yin took the passenger seat, staring expressionlessly at the nearby gorilla. Rumble. Lin Yang started the vehicle's engine. Hearing the noise, the nearby zombies and beasts became frenzied, charging recklessly towards them. Damn it! Lin Yang slammed the accelerator, crashing directly into the bear ahead. The bear, utilizing its special skill tear, obliterated the electric net entirely. At this moment, the front of the vehicle had completely lost its offensive capability, becoming the vehicle's weakest point. Ding! A limited-time event has begun. Event conditions. Eliminate 2 higher-tier beasts. Event reward. Xin Yin's special skill activation card. Random. X1. Limited-time event duration. 24 hours. Please complete it as soon as possible. You damn system. Issuing a timed task at this moment. Are you trying to get me killed? I refuse. Lin Yang kurset inwardly. It must be known that a higher-tier beast is far more terrifying than a higher-tier zombie. Given Lin Yang's current abilities, he saw no hope of victory. Even with the formidable Crimson Flame Fist, if he failed to defeat the opponent, it would be his own demise. Most importantly, the system's reward utterly failed to pique his interest. Compared to the previous time task, this one had exponentially increased in difficulty, yet the reward remained unchanged. With such a business model, had it not been for the system bound to Lin Yang, he would have quit long ago. At that moment, Lin Yang drove the vehicle toward the edge of the forest. Not far ahead was the highway entrance. Once on the highway, they could shake off the horde of zombies. Lin Yang, let us head to Kanglin City. Lung Bingbing exclaimed loudly. Why go to Kanglin City? The zombies have overtaken the globe, with its dense population and limited space. It is surely more perilous than Jingshui City. We cannot go. Lin Yang quickly analyzed and responded. Lung Bingbing bit her lip, saying, Lin Yang, I'm begging you. Trust me this once. I won't put everyone in danger. Lin Yang glanced at her through the rearview mirror, noticing her gaze fixed on him, filled with tenderness and a hint of pleading. Give me a reason. Lung Bingbing clutched the hem of her skirt, seemingly struggling to speak. Because my father is in Kanglin City. Chapter 28. battle with higher-tier beasts. Upon hearing about Lung Bingbing's father, Lin Yang's expression immediately darkened. He understood that the true culprit behind the outbreak of the zombie virus was not Cold Wen Han. However, had he not purchased those 3,000 gene modification serums, the world would not have fallen into chaos overnight. At the very least, it would have afforded various countries some time to react and resist. Is your father not infected? Wang Bin inquired. Lung Bingbing shook her head. I know you all have a poor impression of my father, perhaps even wishing for his demise. But in reality, he is still alive. Before the outbreak, he urgently sought refuge in Kanglan City. Then why didn't he take you with him? You are his daughter, Li Zheng said, somewhat angrily. At this point, Lung Bingbing's voice lowered. I don't know. I only received a message from my father 6 days ago after Bailong arrived, and I managed to go online. He merely stated that if I was still alive, I must find a way to reach Kanglan City, with no further instructions. Lung Bingbing looked at Lin Yang once more with a pitiful gaze. Lin Yang, please. I beg you. Lin Yang cast a glance at Xin Yan beside him and said, You should consult them regarding this matter. If they all agree, I have no objections. Lung Bingbing's eyes glistened with tears. Please believe me. I admit that this situation was indeed orchestrated by my father, but he never anticipated it would come to this. Since he sent me, I'm certain there is a way to protect us. Li Zheng and Wang Bin already held a favorable impression of Lung Bingbing, and upon seeing her in such a sorrowful state, they felt a pang of compassion. All right. Although we do not trust your father, we trust you. Bailong remarked. I have come this far. I can only follow you now. Lung Bingbing immediately broke into a smile. Lin Yang, they all. Wait. Lin Yang abruptly interrupted her. Xin Yan has not agreed yet. Lung Bingbing was taken aback. I have said before, it requires everyone's consent. Xin Yan is a person too. With those words, Xin Yan, who was seated in the passenger seat, suddenly turned her head. For Xin Yan, aside from prioritizing Lin Yang, she had not given much thought to anything else. However, over the past 2 days, a myriad of complex emotions had begun to swirl within her. She found herself perplexed and unable to comprehend it all. It seemed her feelings for Lin Yang had evolved beyond mere dependency. Suddenly, the apocalyptic war vehicle jolted violently, as if something had landed on the roof. Lin Yang recognized the howl immediately. It was the fierce beast from earlier, a wolf. This creature had managed to catch up with them. He had initially believed that once they burst from the woods, they would have evaded the pack of zombie beasts. Yet, unexpectedly, this wolf had followed them. Lin Yang glanced at the rearview mirror. The number of zombies in pursuit had dwindled to a mere few dozen. An idea struck him, and he slammed on the brakes, causing the wolf on the roof to be flung off, due to inertia. As the wolf came into view, Lin Yang instantly assessed its data. Level, Beast Combat Power, 765 Stamina, 48 100 Health, 93 100 Special Skill. Supersonic. No wonder it was able to catch up. Upon seeing its special skill, Lin Yang understood. However, with that skill in play, completely shaking it off was impossible. The only viable strategy was to exhaust its stamina. Yangge, step on it. What are you waiting for? Lin Yang ignored Bailong and pressed a button on the control panel. Whoosh! In an instant, all the windows of the apocalyptic vehicle turned black, sealing them off from the outside world. Xin Yan, get out of the car with me. Lin Yang flung open the car door, adding before closing it, everyone stay put inside. If we don't return, no one is allowed to move. The occupants in the vehicle were already stunned by the sudden opening of the door, nodding obediently and staying in their seats. Lin Yang and Xin Yan exited the vehicle, observing the few dozen zombie beasts still pursuing them. You handle them. I will deal with this one. Xin Yan nodded with a smile and turned to confront the approaching horde of corpses. Lin Yang brandished a kitchen knife, invoking the Kirin right arm, and the blade was instantly engulfed in flames. Come on, show me just how fast your supersonic skill really is. With a blink, Lin Yang activated the Eye of Flaws. And in that moment, everything seemed to slow down around him. Yet so fast, even under the Eye of Flaws, the wolf still vanished from view in an instant. Lin Yang turned his head in the direction of its movement, catching only a glimpse of its tail. Slow down. Lin Yang concentrated all his attention on the wolf, finally capturing its complete outline. But soon after, a sharp pain shot through his eyes. Lin Yang stepped back, his body instinctively twisting away. Almost simultaneously, the wolf's claw grazed past his nose. That was close. Lin Yang felt a wave of fear wash over him. Had that claw connected, his face would have been severely injured. The level beast not only possessed primal instincts, but also ancient combat techniques that could easily overpower zombies of the same level. However, it was rapidly exhausting its stamina. Lin Yang observed its data, noting that its stamina was now at 43,100. This meant that each time it used its supersonic skill, its stamina diminished by 5%. A smirk crossed Lin Yang's lips. You have 8 chances left. If you cannot kill me, then I shall kill you. The wolf seemed to comprehend Lin Yang's provocation, howling at the bright moon before launching itself at him once more with its special skill. Slow, even slower. Lin Yang's eyes widened with determination, the pain intensifying. Yet, the more focused he became, the slower the wolf appeared to him. Take this. This time, Lin Yang did not merely evade. He countered with a slash along the wolf's back. The blade met fur, carving a deep wound, singeing away a patch of fur that ignited in flames. This strike reduced its health by 3%. Breathing heavily, Lin Yang realized that offensive tactics were not advantageous for him. They drained his energy without inflicting substantial damage. It appeared the only solution was to deplete its stamina. As a human, the greatest distinction from beasts lay in intelligence. Through merely 2 brief encounters, Lin Yang swiftly identified the most suitable combat strategy. Positioning. Before long, the wolf's stamina dwindled to 8%. However, Lin Yang's mental and physical energy had also reached a critical threshold. This final attack would determine life or death. Lin Yang squinted, the pain rendering his eyes nearly shut. Just then, the wolf's gaze suddenly ignited with a red glow. This creature was preparing to unleash its full fury. Chapter 29. Unlocking the system store on the 7th day of check-in behind them, Lin Yang's battle with the Horde was nearing its conclusion. Aside from a few level zombies still possessing fight, the rest had already succumbed to death. Our battle should also come to an end. With a clang, the kitchen knife fell to the ground. Lin Yang, now barehanded, locked eyes with the ferocious wolf. The wolf's eyes blazed with red light as it propelled itself forward with tremendous force, leaping toward Lin Yang. This time, its speed was double that of its previous attack. Whoosh! The wolf sliced through the air like a razor-sharp blade, leaving behind only an afterimage in Lin Yang's vision. Everything became unclear. At the brink of life and death, Lin Yang slowly closed his eyes. His vision and mental faculties had surpassed their limits. This battle would undoubtedly leave significant damage to his body. Seeing Lin Yang's tightly shut eyes, the wolf's gaze flickered with greed. To it, this human's actions were akin to inviting death. It had already decided that Lin Yang would be its feast for the night. Roar! The wolf opened its gaping maw, lunging for Lin Yang's throat. Lin Yang knew that under the wolf's full-speed assault, evasion was no longer an option. Since dodging was futile, he resolved not to evade. As the menacing wolf bared its fangs, closing in on Lin Yang to within half a meter, the very next moment he swiftly raised his right arm to shield himself. The wolf's jaws clamped down on Lin Yang's forearm, its sharp fangs sinking deeply into his bone. He did not scream, but merely let out a suppressed grunt. Almost instantaneously, flames erupted from his right arm, and Lin Yang's eyes widened in realization. Crimson Flame Fist. He bellowed, unleashing an inferno that surged into the wolf's mouth. The beast's insides convulsed violently, as if its very organs were being incinerated. Once the flames fully engulfed the wolf, they detonated with a resounding blast. Lin Yang witnessed, in awe, as the formidable creature was reduced to mere fragments before his eyes. However, due to the proximity of the explosion, the shockwave hurled Lin Yang backward, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood midair. Yet just before he hit the ground, he found himself cradled in a soft embrace rather than landing on the frigid earth. Is it you? Lin Yang mused with closed eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He inhaled the delicate fragrance of a strand of hair that had fallen across his face. It was the unmistakable scent of Lin Yang. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward. 2,000 points. Cumulative points, 21,490. In a secluded area outside, a massive armored vehicle stood in the center of an empty road. Lin Yang lay on a bed in the resting chamber, a pained expression etched on his face. His arm, now bandaged, drew concerned looks from those gathered around him. Lin, are you sure you won't get infected? Li Zheng asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Lin Yang, eyes still closed, replied weakly, no, don't worry. But you were a zombie just moments ago. The group harbored numerous questions for Lin Yang, but before Li Zheng could inquire further, Xin Yin yanked him away, her face pouting in irritation. All right, I was wrong. Lin, please rest well. Subsequently, the others tactfully exited the resting chamber, leaving only the Cold and Xin Yin behind. Xin Yin fixed her gaze on Cold Ice, seemingly questioning her lingering presence. Cold Ice, however, ignored her and gently adjusted Lin Yang's blanket. I understand you long to go to Kanglan City, Lin Yang continued, but have you considered that your father is unaware of your association with us? Even if he could provide shelter, would he truly protect us? In this apocalyptic era, who isn't preoccupied with their own survival? Frankly, I do not place my trust in your father. Cold Ice appeared somewhat aggrieved, retorting, but you promised me. Hearing her choked voice, Lin Yang felt a headache coming on. Despite having developed feelings for Xin Yin, Cold Ice remained the goddess of his university years, and to claim he had no lingering affections would be disingenuous. Please, do not cry. I never said I wouldn't take you along. As long as you can persuade Xin Yin, we can set off immediately. Oomph. Xin Yin turned her head away, her lips pursed in a haughty manner. Cold Ice then grasped Xin Yin's hand earnestly. Xin Yan, I understand that my father's influence may have caused you to dislike me, but I assure you, once we reach Kanglan City and find my father, I will no longer intrude upon you and Lin Yang. Upon hearing this, Xin Yin slowly turned her head. For her, no reason held more weight than Lin Yang's affections. Since Cold Ice's arrival, she had felt Lin Yang's attention dwindle, which displeased her greatly. I know you and Lin Yang are both capable, and once we arrive in Kanglan City, I believe my father will protect us. At that point, you two will be free to pursue your own desires without burden. I presume you do not wish for me to linger around you both indefinitely? A subtle depth glimmered in Cold Ice's gaze. After absorbing her words, Xin Yin found herself completely swayed. All right, she nodded vigorously, endorsing the idea of traveling to Kanglan City. Thank you. Cold Ice beamed with joy. Lin Yang merely sighed, remaining silent. It was clear to anyone that Cold Ice was merely trying to please Xin Yin. Yet, the Na'vi girl seemed oblivious to the dangers that awaited them upon reaching Kanglan City. Nonetheless, having already acquiesced to her request, Lin Yang resolved to keep his word. Then, I shall trouble you to drive. If we take the highway, we should reach Kanglan City by tomorrow morning. Okay. Cold Ice readily agreed and promptly started the vehicle. Lin Yang lay on the bed, sensing someone sit beside him and take his hand. What's the matter? Lin Yang recognized it was Xin Yin, but she remained silent, tenderly squeezing his fingers instead. Are you giving me a massage? Lin Yang chuckled with closed eyes. Once we settle in Kanglan City, I will make up for that hour massage I owe you. Xin Yin's face lit up with a radiant smile. Time passed, and when Lin Yang finally opened his eyes, the armored vehicle was still in motion. Apart from the gentle sunlight streaming through the window, he beheld Xin Yin's serene and lovely visage. Upon noticing Lin Yang had awakened, Xin Yin looked up, beaming at him. Yet at that moment, Lin Yang's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Sign in. Ding. Successful sign-in for 77 days. Congratulations, host. The system mall is now open. Chapter 30. Arrival at Kanglan City. Ding. The post-apocalyptic 7-day sign-in event has concluded. Congratulations, host, for receiving a perfect attendance gift package. The reward has been successfully deposited into the warehouse. Please check it at your convenience. At that moment, the system's cold mechanical voice sounded like an enchanting melody to Lin Yang's ears, akin to divine music. He eagerly opened the system warehouse and beheld the perfect attendance gift package. The rewards included 50,000 points, 3 stamina-enhancing potions, 3 intermediate healing potions, and 10 grenades. Good heavens! 50,000 points and 10 grenades? Lin Yang nearly burst into laughter upon seeing the rewards. The points he had painstakingly accumulated over the past week barely totaled 50,000. Moreover, the addition of 10 grenades was simply delightful. As for the 2 potions, their purposes were self-evident. One to enhance stamina, and the other to aid in healing when injured. With a grin, Lin Yang closed the warehouse and finally uttered the long-awaited command. System, open them all. Instantly, an unfamiliar page materialized in his mind, displaying a dazzling array of goods alongside exorbitant prices. Son of a gun, a ripoff. Lin Yang fumed, nearly leaping in anger. It was not that everything was overpriced. Rather, The costly items were precisely those he needed, such as the Flame Kieran set. Each item is priced at a staggering 5 million points. Additionally, there are some remarkably formidable genes, such as the Xuanwu gene previously utilized by Lin Yang, which cost 20 million points. Furthermore, purchases can only be made permanently, with no option for time-limited acquisitions. Lin Yang was at a loss for words. However, as he continued to browse, two particular products captured his attention. The first was the Sign Language gene, which, upon activation, would allow Sign to speak like a normal person, available for 66,000 points. The second, and the most expensive item in the store, was the Resurrection card. This card could only be purchased once, and its price was astronomical, an astonishing 1 billion points. 1 billion points would likely be beyond my reach, even in death. Lin Yang could only sigh in despair. He had initially thought that with over 70,000 points, he could indulge freely, but it seemed that was not to be. At this stage, apart from the Resurrection card, nothing else was essential for him. With the rewards from the Perfect Attendance package, coupled with his current abilities, Lin Yang had sufficient means to survive in the present environment. Even if he were to make a purchase, his priority would be the Sign Language gene, as it would facilitate better communication between them. Moreover, he was also eager to discover what thoughts constantly occupied Sign's mind. In addition, Lin Yang was troubled by another matter. How could he activate Sign's special abilities in a manner that was both dignified and above board? As a lifelong singleton, he had never engaged in kissing. Perhaps a quick peck and then a hasty retreat? Ding! Sign's special ability activation, card usage instructions. Upon successful connection, activation is expected within 60 seconds. Please do not disconnect during this time. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Yang felt his face flush with embarrassment at the mere thought. Would a 60-second kiss truly not suffocate someone? I await your guidance, for I am in dire need. This was a heartfelt inquiry from Lin Yang, a seasoned bachelor. He checked his phone and noted that it was now 8 in the morning. Based on the time, they should soon be arriving in Kanglin City. The phone remained silent, save for the usual software notifications, devoid of any messages from the living. Lin Yang rose from his bed, pushed open the door, and entered the activity room. At this moment, the main driver had been replaced by Bai Long, while Lung Bingbing was asleep in the passenger seat. Subsequently, under Sign's fierce gaze, Lin Yang draped a coat over Lung Bingbing. What is the status of the black market situation? Lin Yang inquired softly of Bai Long. Bai Long replied, "It will take some time. It won't be quick." Lin Yang nodded in understanding. Soon, the post-apocalyptic vehicle rolled into Kanglin City. Upon entering, much like Jingshui City, the streets were lined with numerous wandering zombies. However, their numbers were more than double that of Jingshui City. At present, Lin Yang had taken over the driver's seat from Bai Long, fearing that Bai Long might inadvertently drive into a ditch due to nerves. The vehicle advanced, employing electric nets and flamethrowers, effectively trampling the zombies in its path. After navigating the outskirts of Kanglin City for some time and finally locating a less populated area, they temporarily halted. "Do you know where your father might be?" Lin Yang approached Lung Bingbing and asked. Lung Bingbing refreshed WeChat several times but received no new messages. Observing Lung Bingbing's dejected expression, Lin Yang paused for a moment. "Based on your knowledge of him, where do you think he is most likely to hide?" Since his first choice was to flee to Kanglin City, he must have had a plan. Think carefully. Does your father have any connections to Kanglin City? Holding her head in thought for a long while, Lung Bingbing suddenly brightened. "I just remembered. My father once planned to establish a branch of the Yuzhong Academy in Kanglin City. The location was already secured, but it ultimately fell through for various reasons. Perhaps he is hiding there." The place Lung Bingbing mentioned was not far from their current location, also in the suburbs. In less than half an hour, Lin Yang drove them there. Along the way, Lin Yang's points had nearly increased by 20,000, bringing his total to 94,650, almost breaking the 100,000 mark. Yet, this was still insufficient for the greedy system store. At this moment, the post-apocalyptic vehicle stopped before a large courtyard in the suburbs. The courtyard was expansive, roughly the size of a standard football field. Notably, the surrounding scenery was picturesque, complete with mountains and water, and within a 10-mile radius. Human presence was scarce, making it unlikely for zombies to wander into this vicinity. For a moment, Lin Yang refrained from letting everyone disembark, as the safety of the courtyard remained uncertain. He turned to Cyan and said, "Stay in the vehicle to protect them while I go in to assess the situation. I will let everyone know when it's safe to enter. Please be cautious." Be careful, Lung Bingbing added. Lin Yang then approached the entrance wielding a kitchen knife. Before him stood a pair of silver double doors, towering over 3 meters high. He pushed with all his might, yet the doors remained shut. Thus, Lin Yang balled his hand into a fist and knocked twice on the door. Hud, hud, hud. However, after several minutes, there was no response, nor did anyone come to open the door. Could be that Lung Wenwei was not here. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he raised his hand to knock again on the massive door. There must be someone inside. Lin Yang noticed that the door was not locked from the outside. The only possibility was that it had been bolted from within. Consequently, there were two possibilities. Either they were unwilling to open the door, wary of potential threats, or there were no living beings left inside. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Yang knew he had to investigate further. He circled the courtyard but found no back entrance or any other means of entry. The walls stood at 4 to 5 meters high, making climbing impossible. This was quite the conundrum. Lin Yang scratched his head in frustration. Wait a moment. I have already unlocked the store. Perhaps there are items that could allow me to enter directly. Lin Yang's consciousness entered the system store, and not everything here was exorbitantly priced. Some minor items were quite reasonably priced. Strength Gene doubles the user's strength for 30 minutes, priced at 1,000 points. Breath Holding Potion allows the user to hold their breath for an hour, priced at 800 points. Landmine, buried in the ground, it detonates when stepped on, priced at 500 points. What on earth is all of this? After searching for quite some time, Lin Yang discovered that these inexpensive items were utterly impractical, merely filling inventory. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly spotted an item at the very bottom, a pair of shoes. Jumping boots, upon wearing, the user's jumping ability is augmented tenfold, priced at 1,500 points. Lin Yang recalled that during his university years, he measured his vertical leap at 55 centimeters. If enhanced tenfold, that would equate to 55 meters. Thus, this wall would no longer pose a challenge. This is the one. Purchase. Ding. Jumping boots purchased successfully. Current remaining store points, 92,650. Is this what it feels like to be affluent? Initially, spending 2,000 points on the Xuanwu Jin had caused Lin Yang considerable distress. In this day and age, the act of purchasing has become a mere impulse, executed without a second thought. Indeed, shopping has the power to elevate one's spirits. After Lin Yang donned the jumping boots, the system seamlessly replaced his original footwear. How remarkable! He took a few hops, effortlessly leaping over a meter high. However, his elation was short-lived as a notification from the system rang out. Ding! Current durability of jumping boots, 96,100. Lin Yang's expression darkened instantly. What a scheming merchant. Meanwhile, others awaited news from Lin Yang within the armored vehicle. As Wang Bin munched on his food, he abruptly stood up, pointing out of the window. Look, our idol is flying. Li Zheng shot him a glance, incredulous at his absurdity in broad daylight. Nonetheless, he instinctively followed Wang Bin's gaze. To his astonishment, Lin Yang had indeed leapt into the air, soaring several meters high before executing a free fall into the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Yang swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The houses were all tightly shut, devoid of any decoration, their walls merely a mundane cement gray. In stark contrast to the picturesque scenery beyond, this place exuded an air of desolation. The eerie silence was unsettling. Drawing a kitchen knife, Lin Yang cautiously approached the largest room in the center. He knocked twice on the door. Is anyone there? He refrained from forcibly entering, wishing to avoid startling any potential survivors inside. However, to his surprise, the room was utterly silent, and when he applied a little pressure, the door swung open. Lin Yang inhaled sharply, a tinge of nervousness washing over him. As he stepped inside, he heard a splashing sound. His foot had hit water. How could there be water here? He glanced up. The ceiling was intact, indicating no leaks, and the water appeared remarkably clear, not like stagnant water. Puzzled, he ventured further in, discovering a bathtub at the far end of the room. The strangeness of the situation deepened. In this vast emptiness, a solitary bathtub filled to the brim with water stood out. Cautiously, he approached, only to find someone lying in the water. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. The figure was submerged and motionless. Gradually, his apprehension diminished as he observed the young man, appearing to be in his 20s, lying beneath the surface with a pallid complexion, devoid of any color. Was he dead? Lin Yang's expression soured. Yet, the serene demeanor of the individual suggested a sense of tranquility, almost as if he had chosen to succumb to the depths. But why would he choose to end his life? Lin Yang pondered, perplexed. Compared to the towering edifices in the city, this place seemed remarkably safe, isolated, and difficult to breach. Shaking his head, he decided not to waste further time on the mystery and exited the room. Just as he stepped out, a sudden splash echoed behind him. Lin Yang whirled around to witness the corpse sitting upright in the bathtub. Had it risen from the dead? His first instinct was not fear, but curiosity. After encountering numerous zombies, he had grown accustomed to the horror. Yet, in the next moment, the figure turned its head with a cracking sound, its previously closed eyes flinging wide open. Lin Yang es gaze hardinet. This was no mere resurrection. It was unequivocally a zombie. Level: combat power, 530 stamina, 100 life, 100 special skills. None. Upon seeing its statistics, Lin Yang's lips curled into a smirk. No special skills? This would be manageable. With a swift flick of his wrist, he positioned the knife outward. Special skills were crucial for zombies, even with lower combat power. A zombie with special skills would far surpass one without, despite higher combat stats. Armed with the Eye of the Flaw and the Qilin arm, Lin Yang felt no trepidation facing a zombie devoid of special abilities. If it enjoyed feigning death, then let it meet its demise. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, the blade raised. The zombie remained motionless in the bathtub, its expression blank, showing no signs of resistance. Stop! Just as Lin Yang approached, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. What is she doing here? He was compelled to halt. Turning around, he was startled to see Xin Yan and her companions rushing toward him. Cold Bing Bing dashed forward, followed by a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to her. Stay back. There's a zombie inside, Lin Yang shouted urgently. Yet curiously, the zombie had yet to attack. Li Zing, Wang Bing, and by long halted in their tracks at the mention of the zombie. But Cold Bing Bing, panting, interjected, "Don't kill him. That's my brother." Chapter 32. Activating special skills. Please do not disconnect. Lin Yang lowered his knife, but retorted, "He has already turned into a zombie. It's safer for you to keep your distance. He won't harm us." The middle-aged man interjected, stepping forward. "I am Lung Wenhan, their father. Please, don't harm my son." Upon his admission, Lin Yang felt a flicker of understanding. As Lung Wenhan acknowledged his identity, Lin Yang regarded him with a steely gaze. "I want to kill him. I would prefer to eliminate you instead." Lung Wenhan was taken aback by Lin Yang's bluntness, momentarily stunned. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he averted his gaze slightly. "I admit my guilt, but my son is innocent." Lin Yang shot a glance at the zombie before stepping out of the room, standing on the steps to look down at Lung Wenhan. For reasons unknown, he recalled his initial encounter with Liu Yong and the Special Forces, suddenly comprehending their treatment of Xin Yan. After a moment of silence, Lin Yang stated, "Fine, I will trust you this once." Subsequently, he purchased an electric lock from the system store for 100 points, securing the door to the house. Thus, anyone attempting to unlock it, aside from him, would face a powerful electric shock. Cold Bing Bing, her eyes glistening with tears, pressed against the door, speaking softly to her brother, "Stay inside and be safe. I will find a way to rescue you." Afterward, Lung Wenhan led the group to another room, which was fully furnished, with a teapot resting on the table. After a brief exchange of greetings with Cold Bing Bing, he turned his attention to Lin Yang and the others. "I am grateful to all of you for protecting my daughter. From now on, you may all stay here as my way of repaying you for saving her life." However, once Lung Wenhan finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances, offering no response. After all, doubts lingered in their hearts about Lung Wenhan, and none desired to coexist with a zombie. Having lived a substantial part of his life, Lung Wenhan could surely discern the thoughts of those around him. He knew there were reservations regarding his son. To be candid, although my son appears to be a zombie on the surface, he has lost the typical traits of one after I administered an alternate gene-modifying serum. As he spoke, he poured everyone a cup of hot tea. With my son here, he can venture out daily to procure necessary supplies for us and also safeguard our home, ensuring everyone's safety. Is that true? Bai Long could not help but inquire. Of course, Lung Wenhan chuckled. Otherwise, I would not have survived to this day. Lin Yang and Xin Yan sat together, and he quietly asked Xin Yan, "Can you discern any abnormalities in Lung Haoyan?" Leaning against Lin Yang's shoulder, Xin Yin shook her head and continued to play with the flesh on Lin Yang's arm. Are there others here besides you two? Lin Yang asked. Lung Wenhan smiled naturally and replied, It is just the two of us. There are no others. By the way, young man, what is your name? Lin Yang, he responded, and Lung Wenhan clapped his hands twice. No wonder you exude such a masculine aura. Truly, your name reflects your character, haha. Lin Yang smiled in return and then took Xin Yin's hand, saying, You two chat. We will step outside for a moment. Wait, just as Lin Yang stood up, he was called back by Lung Wenhan from behind. Is there something you need? Well, it's nearly noon. Would you unlock the door and let my son out to find some food? Otherwise, with so many of us, we won't have enough to eat. To Lung Wenhan's request, Lin Yang flatly refused. Rest assured, we still have food in the car. I'll have Wang Bin and the others fetch it shortly. Lin Yang, Lung Bingbing called out, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Just let my brother out. My dad said he wouldn't attack us. Lin Yang, holding Xin Yin's hand, glanced at Lung Bingbing. No, I won't let him out. With that, the two turned and walked away. However, not long after, Lin Yang felt a twinge of regret. After all, that was Lung Bingbing's brother. Was it too inhumane to act this way? But in a moment, he dismissed the thought. Regardless of whether it was her brother or even her father, he would not permit it. For him and Xin Yin, perhaps the threat posed by Lung Haoyin was negligible. Yet for other unarmed, ordinary people, a single misstep could cost them their lives. Moreover, Lin Yang harbored a lingering wariness towards Lung Wenhan. Sensing that the man was not as simple as he appeared, Lin Yang and Xin Yin strolled through the courtyard. Coincidentally, there were two red bean trees in the back. Due to their close proximity, they had merged into a single tree, creating a double-trunk tree. Lin Yang instinctively released Xin Yin's hand. His face suddenly flushed. Huh? Xin Yin looked at Lin Yang with her large, curious eyes, reaching out to grasp his hand again. Lin Yang hurriedly took a step back. His face now crimsoned to the ears, his breath somewhat hurried. I want to ask you, do you truly like me from the bottom of your heart? Xin Yin nodded vigorously. Are you sure it's not due to system settings, but genuine feelings? You really like me? If a tall, handsome, and wealthy man were to pursue you, would you still steadfastly remain by my side? And what if before Lin Yang could finish, Xin Yin's face suddenly enlarged in front of him. She stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. In that instant, Lin Yang felt a warm, soft, and moist sensation against his lips. At that moment, it felt as if he had entered another realm, forgetting everything around him. The zombie virus, the apocalypse, all of it vanished from his mind. Ding! Connection with Xin Yin successfully established. Host, would you like to use the special skill activation card? Lin Yang slowly closed his eyes, savoring the joy of the moment. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Xin Yin's waist. This was the first time he had genuinely touched her delicate waist. The two embraced beneath the intertwining trees, completely oblivious to the passage of time. After a few breaths, Xin Yin opened her eyes, her bright gaze somewhat dazed as she looked at Lin Yang. The inexplicable emotions surged within her again, instinctively compelling her to release her lips. Lin Yang seemed to sense something and slightly open his eyes. However, at that moment, the system's prompt sounded once more. Ding! Connection with Xin Yin successfully established. Host, would you like to use the special skill activation card? With resolve, Lin Yang placed his right hand on the back of Xin Yin's head. Xin Yin instinctively pushed him away a couple of times, but her body gradually softened in Lin Yang's embrace. Ding! Xin Yin's special skill is being activated. Current progress, 1. Please do not disconnect. Chapter 33. The virtuous Lin Yang seeks silver notes. It turned out that kissing for 60 seconds would not suffocate a person. After a long while, Lin Yang and Xin Yin sat on the stone steps beneath the intertwining trees. Xin Yin's eyes remained pure and bright, while Lin Yang's gaze had softened compared to before. Alas, it's a pity this silly girl understands nothing. If only her heart could mature a bit. Lin Yang murmured softly, unaware that these words brought a blush to Xin Yin's sweet face. Opening Xin Yin's attribute panel, a thought conjured a display in Lin Yang's mind. Xin Yin level 7, 330750, combat power, 400 stamina, 100 life, 100 special skill. Duplication next. Lin Yang opened the introduction to this special skill. Duplication consumes 30 stamina upon use, creating a clone with attributes identical to the original for 10 minutes. Note: Only one clone is allowed at a time. If stamina reaches 0, the clone will disappear. If the clone is defeated, the original will lose 10 life points. This essentially means that, during combat, there could be two Xin Yins fighting simultaneously. How impressive! Lin Yang looked at Xin Yin with delight. With this, Xin Yin's leveling speed would multiply, and given the vast population of Kanglin City, it was perfect for accumulating points. Lin Yang grasped Xin Yin's hand and said, "Starting tomorrow, we will venture out to hunt for points. Let's see who can score the most, shall we?" Xin Yan nodded, beaming. It was unfortunate about this limited time event. There likely were no high-level beasts nearby. With less than 10 hours until the event concluded, there were none to be found within several miles. Not even a single-level zombie besides Lung Haoyan. It seemed this event would end in failure. After lunch, Lung Wenhan assigned a room to each individual and handed out the keys, thereby gaining a semblance of trust. "Here, Lin Yang, this is the key to you and your girlfriend's room." Lung Wenhan presented a key to Lin Yang, smiling benevolently at the couple. "Thank you," Lin Yang replied. After spending such a considerable amount of time together, he had unconsciously begun to regard himself as Xin Yin's boyfriend. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective rooms, leaving only Lin Yang, Xin Yin, and Bai Long in the hall. "How long do you think it will take for the Black Web issue to be resolved?" Bai Long stroked his chin. "It's hard to say, but definitely no longer than half a month. Give me 2 weeks, and I'll sort it out." "I trust you," Lin Yang replied, patting Bai Long on the shoulder. "Brother Yang, there is something I'm not sure if I should mention." Noticing Bai Long's rare seriousness, Lin Yang encouraged, "There is no need to hold back with me. Speak your mind." Bai Long glanced towards the door, ensuring no one was around before saying, "I feel like Lung Wenhan is acting strangely." "Why do you say that?" Lin Yang inquired. Bai Long hesitated. "I can't quite articulate it, but something feels off. Before lunch, when you and sister-in-law went out, he went out of his way to have us unlock the door and release Lung Haoyan. I understand his feelings as a father, but if it were me, my first thought wouldn't be about how to free my son, but rather how to earn everyone's trust so that they would willingly release him." Listening to Bai Long, Lin Yang lowered his voice. "In truth, I've been wary of Lung Wenhan from the start. Don't worry, I won't let him have the key unless he can prove Lung Haoyan is indeed harmless. By the way, Brother Yang, I noticed something else. The water in Lung Haoyan's bathtub isn't ordinary." Bai Long continued, "I saw some water spilled on the floor at the entrance, and under the sunlight, it actually appeared purple. I'm not sure what it is." "Purple?" Lin Yang suddenly thought of Luo Jie, who had attempted to force him to drink a mysterious purple liquid. Thankfully, he and T consumed it, leaving him oblivious to its true purpose. "All right, I'll keep a closer watch on Lung Wenhan. You go inform Li Zheng and Wang Bin, and make sure they stay vigilant as well." "Understood." Afterward, the three departed the hall, returning to their rooms. Just as they left, a painting on a wall was pulled aside, revealing a door behind it. Lung Wenhan emerged from the door, his expression dark as he watched them depart. "It seems I must eliminate these two boys first. Rogue, black market." At that moment, Lin Yang glanced down at his already tattered boots, which had completely fallen apart after less than a day of wear. The soles cracked in half. "Where's my original spike?" "Dog system. Where did you put it?" "Beep." Upon equipping, the system will automatically replace your original item. "Damn you. Compensate me for my spike. You're forcing me to spend money. You've severely infringed upon my rights as a consumer." Yet, no matter how Lin Yang cursed, the system remained indifferent, offering no response. With no alternative, he sighed. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Beep. Endurance boots purchased successfully. Remaining points, 91,550. Upon wearing these boots, his stamina consumption would decrease by 50. Lin Yang didn't care about the specifics. He simply hoped they would last longer since he still needed to save money to purchase Xin Yin's language genes. 660,000. Who knows how long that would take to save up? In the evening, Lin Yang and Xin Yin sat in the courtyard, watching the sun gradually set. Only one level beast remained to complete the time-limited event, and giving up now would be a shame. Lin Yang's mind was filled with the vision of activating Xin Yin's special ability. Of course, as a virtuous gentleman, Lin Yang was not contemplating any romantic intentions with Xin Yin. Rather, it would be a pity to relinquish a special ability activation card. Who wouldn't he feel distressed? The system's black market sold a random special ability activation card for $1 million. If it were a designated ability, the price would soar to $2 million. Lin Yang couldn't afford it. even if he sold a kidney. At that moment, night fell, and a full moon hung overhead. Suddenly, Lin Yang heard a wolf howl from the mountain. He sprang to his feet, looking towards the summit. It was a level wolf. Lin Yang's spirit soared. How much time is left for the task? Beep. Time remaining for the limited time event. 0 hours, 58 minutes. 1 hour. Perhaps there was still hope. Lin Yang turned to Xin Yin. Stay here and protect everyone. If Lung Wenhan and his son make any moves, eliminate them. Xin Yin nodded, and Lin Yang climbed over the intertwined trees, racing up the mountain. Wolves are social creatures, even after mutation. If luck was on his side, he might encounter another level wolf. Chapter 34. A punch that doesn't kill. Another for silver tickets. Lin Yang sprinted forward, and with the aid of the endurance boots, he exerted minimal effort. He arrived at the cliff where the wild wolf had been, surrounded by silence, with only the sound of the wind and the occasional chirp of insects. Where could it have gone? Lin Yang searched around, but found nothing. Had already left? Despite arriving promptly, he had still taken 10 minutes on the way. The previous wild wolf likely departed long ago. It seemed fate had eluded him. Sighing in disappointment, Lin Yang was about to turn back when the nearby bushes suddenly rustled, accompanied by a soft sound. Flames ignited on Lin Yang's right arm. Looks like my luck is holding. A smirk spread across Lin Yang's face as he stood still, locking eyes with the shadowy gazes peering from the underbrush. 5 level wolves, 3 level wolves. Did they underestimate me? Lin Yang observed the 8 wild wolves poised in the bushes, none taking the lead. Clearly, the true Wolf King had yet to appear. Addressing the empty night, Lin Yang shouted, "Stop hiding. I know you're nearby." After waiting for several seconds without a response, Lin Yang grew impatient. Not coming out? Very well. With a decisive step, he launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful punch into the bush concealing the wolf pack. Whoosh! The fierce wind from his punch ignited the bushes. How? This prompted the hidden wild wolves to leap out, baring their teeth as they lunged at Lin Yang. Remaining calm, Lin Yang sidestepped one wolf that pounced at him. He then swiftly grabbed the airborne wolf's leg, forcefully tossing it, striking 2 level wolves rushing forward. The wolf that had been thrown caught fire, its flames quickly spreading to the 2 level wolves nearby. This move was nothing short of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The remaining 5 wild wolves hesitated, clearly intimidated. It was evident that this human was beyond their capability to tackle. Thus, the 5 wild wolves positioned themselves a short distance away from Lin Yang, forming an encirclement. Behind Lin Yang lay a steep cliff. Though it may not be the unfathomable precipice depicted in television dramas, the height from the ground still spans several dozen meters. Should one plummet from such a height, even a broken leg would be deemed a mere trifle. However, Lin Yang is no ordinary individual. Even as the wolf pack encroaches upon him step by step, he has never faltered. Just as he prepares to strike down the 5 wolves before him, a pure white wolf emerges from the dense forest. This wolf is considerably larger than its companions, and its appearance instantly envelopes Lin Yang in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Level: Combat Power, 735 Stamina, 100 Life, 100 Special Ability, Soul Capture. Upon glimpsing the attribute of Soul Capture, Lin Yang quickly comprehends its nature through the information provided by the system. Soul Capture can disturb an opponent's mental state, and all he needs to do is avoid making direct eye contact. Instinctively, Lin Yang diverts his gaze from the Wolf King's eyes, shifting his focus to its limbs. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces his eyes, compelling Lin Yang to shut them tightly. Oh no! The last time he overexerted his eye of flaws, he had yet to fully recover. A sense of crisis washes over him, and he opens his eyes, only to find the Wolf King lunging toward him. Drawing upon his prior combat experience, Lin Yang's body has developed muscle memory, allowing him to evade the attack swiftly. Yet, such luck cannot be relied upon time and again. Without the Eye of Flaws, he is unable to discern the rapid movements of this formidable beast. As the Wolf King lunges, Lin Yang hastily rolls to the side in a desperate attempt to dodge. But he hears a ripping sound, followed by a searing pain in his calf. Looking down, he sees the fabric of his left pant leg shredded, revealing a gruesome wound with flesh torn and bone exposed. Damn it! Lin Yang grits his teeth in frustration. He had felt confident about this mission, but never anticipated that the Eye of Flaws would fail him at such a critical moment. Now, Lin Yang finds himself in a precarious situation. Quickly, use the healing potion. Notification. Intermediate healing potion successfully used. Soon, Lin Yang observes the blood around the wound coagulating, while new flesh begins to grow. Too slow. Use another one. Notification. Intermediate healing potion successfully used. After using 2 potions in quick succession, the wound on his leg heals rapidly. Although not entirely restored, the pain has subsided. Howl! The Wolf King charges at him once more, its claws glinting like razor-sharp blades under the moonlight. You bring this upon yourself. Lin Yang steels himself, raising his right fist and launching it forward. Crimson Flame Fist. With a whoosh, flames coalesce in the air, forming a fire Qilin larger than the Wolf King itself. Charging directly at the beast. Realizing the peril, the Wolf King attempts to turn and flee, but it has already leaped into the air, and there is no time to evade. Boom! In an instant, they collide, resulting in a violent explosion. The wolf's pristine white fur is singed black, revealing the charred flesh beneath. Bang! The Wolf King's massive body crashes to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's condition is no better. The Crimson Flame Fist has drained him of his strength, leaving his limbs weak and sprawled on the ground. Use the Stamina Enhancement Potion. Lin Yang chants within his mind. Notification. Stamina Enhancement Potion successfully used. In a mere moment, Lin Yang feels renewed vigor coursing through his limbs, allowing him to struggle to his feet. However, to his astonishment, as he rises, the once charred Wolf King also stands once more. Lin Yang observes that it still possesses 22 stamina points and 18 life points. It survived my Crimson Flame Fist. Is this the resilience of a high-level beast? A sense of dread fills Lin Yang. If one punch is insufficient, then another must suffice. Use Stamina Enhancement Potion. Crimson Flame Fist. This time, Lin Yang does not grant the Wolf King any opportunity for resistance or evasion. Seizing the moment while it is still regaining its footing, he unleashes a devastating blow, obliterating it into a heap of flesh. Notification. Congratulations, host. Time-limited event completed. Obtain Soul Capture Special Ability Activation Card. Random. X1. Notification. Congratulations, host, for receiving kill rewards. Shot points 2000. Hearing the system's notifications, Lin Yang collapses onto the ground. He had employed 2 stamina enhancement potions just to barely execute another Crimson Flame Fist. Not far off, the remaining wolves, upon witnessing the weakened Lin Yang, begin to encroach slowly. Lin Yang scoffs dismissively. Use the Stamina Enhancement Potion. Chapter 35. Grim Tidings of Zombie Evolution. Seeking silver tickets late into the night, Lin Yang drags his weary body back to the courtyard. Along the way, he encounters the father and daughter, Lung Wenhan, engrossed in conversation. The 3 exchange brief pleasantries before parting ways. Wow! Lin Yang pushes open the door to his room, only to be startled as Xin Yin leaps out from behind the door, playfully making a face. Lin Yang ruffles her hair and asks, "Has Lung Wenhan been behaving oddly while I was away?" Xin Yin shakes her head and nuzzles closer to Lin Yang. Lin Yang gazes at her dewy pink lips. Swallowing hard, "I have some good news to share." Huh? Xin Yin lifts her head, but at that moment, she suddenly feels a powerful arm wrap around her waist, pulling her forward with force. Before she can comprehend what is happening, her lips are captured by a fervent kiss. Lin Yang kisses Xin Yin, fully aware that she possesses little subjective awareness regarding matters of intimacy. Her role is that of a girlfriend, and thus, in such scenarios, she does not reject him but also offers no response. Consequently, Lin Yang can only rely on his inexperienced kissing skills to maintain the connection. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that, at this moment, an inexplicable emotion stirs within Xin Yin, clarifying her awareness of the unfolding events. Though still somewhat difficult to articulate, her previously clear gaze gradually becomes a touch hazy. After a prolonged moment, their lips part. Lin Yang gazes down at Xin Yin, who returns his stare. This girl seems different from before, yet in some ways, she remains the same. Her cheeks appear to have taken on a deeper hue. Notification. Congratulations, host. Successfully activated Xin Yin's special ability. Duplication. Are you kidding me? Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Yang is left dumbfounded. Wasn't this the same as before? Does the random selection not filter out already acquired options? In a fit of anger, Lin Yang nearly curses, but at that moment, the system voice chimes in again. Notification: Lin Yang's special ability. Duplication has been successfully upgraded. Please check the details yourself. In utter bewilderment, Lin Yang opens Lin Yang's attribute list, only to find himself even more confused after reading it. Divine duplication. When used, there is no stamina cost, producing a clone with identical attributes to the original at 100. Effective duration: 30 minutes. Additionally, only one avatar is permitted to exist at any given time. If the avatar's stamina reaches 0, it will vanish. However, if the avatar is slain, the main body's health will increase by 50. This bewildered Lin Yang was soon engulfed in a wave of euphoria. Today, Lin Yang's special skill has ascended to divine status. Not only has it eliminated stamina consumption, but has also extended the avatar's existence to a remarkable 30 minutes. Most crucially, upon its demise, the upgraded avatar will no longer diminish the main body's health. Instead, it will augment it by 50. This means that Lin Yang can unleash her special skill indefinitely. As long as she is not confronted by an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, she will be virtually immortal. Good heavens! Lin Yang could hardly fathom that a special skill could indeed be upgraded. Previously, he had limited the 3 stamina-boosting potions and 2 healing potions, which collectively were valued at over 10,000 points. In retrospect, it seems a tremendous bargain. Lin Yang, standing beside him, observed Lin Yang's shifting expressions of furrowed brows and joyful laughter with great confusion. The next day, after breakfast, Lin Yang grasped Lin Yang's hand and stated, "We intend to explore Kanglan City to see if there are any other survivors." Subsequently, Lin Yang pulled Bai Long into a corner and handed him a controller the size of an egg. "This is the key to the Doomsday Vehicle. During our absence, if Lung Wenhan poses a threat to you, seize the opportunity to lead everyone to safety." Bai Long lowered his head, contemplating, and then pushed the controller back to Lin Yang. "Brother Yang, I can't do it." "You can. I believe in you." Lin Yang forcefully tucked the controller into his pocket. "You're the smartest among us, far more clever than Li Zheng and Wang Bin. I can only entrust this task to you." Bai Long seemed to want to protest further, but Lin Yang patted his shoulder and turned away. "Lin Yang." Just as Lin Yang and Lin Yan were about to leave, Lung Bingbing suddenly called out to him. "Is there something you need?" Hearing Lin Yang's indifferent tone, Lung Bingbing felt a twinge of discomfort. Since meeting Lung Wenhan, it was evident that his attitude towards her had significantly shifted. Lung Bingbing cast her gaze downward, observing the intertwined hands of Lin Yang and Lin Yan, and smiled faintly. "I have a small request. Would you be willing to grant it?" Upon witnessing Lung Bingbing's pitiful demeanor, Lin Yang's heart softened. However, he suddenly felt Lin Yan's small hand tighten around his, and the words he was about to utter slipped away. "You may express your request, and I shall consider it." Lung Bingbing bit her lip and said, "Could you possibly release my brother? Just for 5 minutes." Lin Yang furrowed his brow. "I understand he's your brother, but have you considered what might happen if Lung Haoyan loses control? What would the others do?" Lung Bingbing lowered her head, looking quite aggrieved. "But he wouldn't hurt anyone." Lin Yang Sigit, you failed to comprehend. He is an infected zombie. You cannot guarantee that he won't undergo a drastic change in temperament. I understand this may seem harsh, but I am prioritizing your safety, as well as that of everyone else. After saying this, Lin Yang cast a glance at Lung Bingbing before taking Lin Yan and departing. Standing there, Lung Bingbing gazed at the retreating figures of Lin Yang and Lin Yan, her expression a mix of complexity. "I'm sorry, Lin Yang. I understand your concerns, but that is my brother." Once outside the courtyard, Lin Yang checked the map on his phone, and then he and Lin Yan took a secluded path to a nearby village. At the village entrance, several zombies were wandering about. Upon seeing them, Lin Yang's expression turned peculiar. All level 1. From a distance, all the zombies' data materialized before Lin Yang's eyes. He was astonished to discover that there were not even any level 2 zombies among them. Even a hunchbacked old lady was at level 1. Could it be that the zombies have begun to evolve? This thought weighed heavily on Lin Yang's mind. This was dire news for him and all survivors. The end of the World Terminator event has now commenced. Event objective: eliminate 3,000 first-generation zombies. Event duration permanent. Current progress: 13,000. Rewards: 3 stamina-boosting potions, 3 intermediate healing potions, and 1 advanced healing potion. The event is in full swing. Come and participate. Chapter 36. The Village Massacre: 3,000 first-generation zombies? Lin Yang felt perplexed. He had no comprehension of what a first-generation zombie was, yet according to the system, he had killed one. Lin Yang fell into deep contemplation. Up until now, he had only slain one level 2 zombie, the overweight one he encountered early on in Jingshui City. Moreover, there were precisely 3,000 first-generation zombies, both in total and in fragments. Lin Yang suddenly recalled that Lung Wenhan had injected 3,000 children with genetic modification serum, which led to the global infection. This meant that these first-generation zombies were merely the initial batch of children who transformed into zombies. With this realization, everything clicked into place. The aforementioned hefty zombie appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Yang. 6 years ago, he was still a minor, eligible to be recruited by Lung Wenhan into Yuzhong Academy. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh deeply. Those children were the truly innocent victims. Had it not been for Lung Wenhan, they would have grown into adulthood, each with their own futures and aspirations, rather than existing as mere shells of their former selves. Even if their bodies remained alive, their souls had long since perished. Subsequently, Lin Yang gathered his thoughts. Let us proceed inside and investigate. If there are no survivors, we shall raise this village. Time passed until noon. Lin Yang and Xin Yin fought their way from the eastern end of the village to the western end. Regrettably, they encountered not a single survivor. The village predominantly consisted of single-story houses, making it easy for zombies to breach the doors. Through this village massacre, Lin Yang confirmed his suspicions. All level 2 zombies had indeed evolved. Every zombie they encountered along the way was level 1, regardless of age or ailment. If only level 1 zombies had evolved, the situation would not be so dire, but if zombies of other levels had also evolved, that would spell trouble. Lin Yang grunted at Xin Yin. Since acquiring her special skill, her combat prowess had significantly increased. She had dispatched 2/3 of the zombies in the village. When confronted with these ordinary zombies, simply allowing the avatar to engage was sufficient, and Xin Yin expended almost no stamina. If time ran out, Xin Yin would seamlessly summon another avatar. This morning, Lin Yang felt he had suffered a considerable loss. Could you possibly leave me some points in the future? I'm accumulating points for you. He couldn't help but complain. After all, with 2,000 people in the village, his efforts and rewards were entirely disproportionate. In the afternoon, Lin Yang and Xin Yin returned carrying several burlap sacks. This scene did not go unnoticed by Li Zheng and the others, who felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. These two must have been up to their usual antics again. Lin Yang tossed the sacks onto the ground and surveyed the crowd in the hall, his eyes narrowing. Where's Lung Wenhan? At that moment, everyone had gathered, yet Lung Wenhan was conspicuously absent. I have arrived. I have heard that you both returned with quite a bounty. Let me see. Lung Wenhan laughed heartily as he walked in from outside. The first thing he did was to open several burlap sacks on the ground. Indeed, the youth is remarkable to find such a wealth of supplies in such perilous circumstances. Ha! Uncle is also benefiting from your good fortune. Lung Wenhan gave a thumbs up, while Lin Yang merely smiled in response, saying nothing. After everyone had dispersed, Lin Yang called by Long over privately. There is a village 20 miles to the south, where Xin Yin and I have eliminated all the zombies. If any unforeseen events arise, you can escape there first. Bai Long nodded, his expression somewhat conflicted as he said, Brother Yang, do you think we might be overreacting? Lin Yang replied sternly, one must always be cautious. Never let down your guard. Do not forget, besides us, there is still a zombie residing here. Bai Long shivered involuntarily, understood, and replied, all right, I understand. In the following week, Lin Yang and Xin Yin ventured daily to various locations within Kanglan City. Their endeavors consisted of leveling up and accumulating points, alongside seeking out survivors. Regrettably, they left each day filled with hope, yet returned with disappointment. Gradually, both became numb to their efforts. In the imperial capital, within a high-rise office, a man sat with a cigar in hand, eyes closed in contemplation. Before him stood 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women. The man remained silent, and the 6 kept their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. After about 10 minutes, the man slowly opened his eyes. You 6, the eldest is 40, the youngest at least 25, yet you still engage in such juvenile behavior? Boss, I did not ask you to speak. A bald man began to protest, but was swiftly cut off. The man took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. I established the 6 halls. Not for you to engage in infighting. Must I reiterate this point? The man rose and approached the previously mentioned bald man. Bang! He forcefully pressed the bald man's head onto the table, extinguishing the burning cigar against the back of his hand. The bald man stifled a groan, keeping his hand still. Subsequently, the man seized his clothing and hurled him against the wall with a thud. Throughout the ordeal, the bald man remained silent, not daring to raise his eyes. The man glanced at him and reignited his cigar. I will grant you one last opportunity, should I discover any further infighting. At this, he retrieved a vial of deep purple liquid from his drawer. Boss, we will never dare again. Boss, we will never dare again. Upon seeing the purple vial, the six turned pale and hurriedly knelt on the ground. The man scoffed coldly. Rise. This substance is not intended for your use. Hearing this, the six visibly exhaled with relief. Then, the man extracted 5 more vials and placed them on the table. This is a viral gene enhancement agent. Distinct from a genetic modification agent you typically use, it can enhance the viral genes within zombies, facilitating genetic breakthroughs. A short-haired woman stepped forward to grasp one vial. Boss, is this your research? However, she abruptly halted mid-sentence. The man's gaze was as piercing as a snake's, causing her to break out into a cold sweat. I apologize. Boss, I spoke out of turn. The man remained silent, distributing the remaining 5 vials to the others. Remember, each of you currently has only 1 vial of the agent. Choose your targets wisely before use. This is the fastest method to enhance the strength of your subordinates. Yes, boss. The 6 responded in unison. Afterwards, the man waved his hand, dismissing them all. He sat back in his chair, retrieving another vial from the drawer, murmuring softly. I wonder how you are faring in Jingshui City. Chapter 37. Lung Haoyan fled to seek silver tickets in Jingshui City, within a villa district. Luo Jie found herself in a dimly lit room, with only a faint candle flickering in the corner. Xiaofeng, this is the 10th injection of the genetic modification agent you have received. Please listen to your sister and refrain from taking any more, all right? Luo Jie grasped the zombie's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. The zombie opened its mouth, producing a faint and slurred voice. Do not worry. As it spoke, its body continued to convulse, joints cracking ominously. But if you continue to inject, I fear you will lose even your last semblance of consciousness. At this point, Luo Jie was unable to contain her tears. Xiaofeng lifted his hand, using his stiff fingers to wipe the tears from Luo Jie's face. I will always protect my sister. Each word he uttered pierced Luo Jie's heart like a needle, as she clutched the vial of purple liquid tightly, reluctant to release it. Xiaofeng, feeling helpless, grasped Luo Jie's wrist and squeezed it firmly. Luo Jie winced in pain, and despite her reluctance, her fingers involuntarily loosened, causing the genetic modification agent to fall to the ground. Xiaofeng bent down to retrieve it, removing the cap from the syringe and injecting it into his left arm. Luo Jie covered her mouth, watching helplessly as the purple liquid rapidly entered Xiaofeng's body. She longed to stop it, but felt utterly powerless. After the injection, Xiaofeng sat against the wall, his expression one of agony. Yet after the pain subsided, the grayish hue in his eyes notably faded. It seemed as though the brown pupils within were faintly visible. Roar! Xiaofeng suddenly let out a roar that shook the entire room. He stood up, gazing down at his hands and body, his expression filled with disbelief. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Luo Jie cautiously inquired. Xiaofeng did not respond. After the injection, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his body, his senses sharper than before. It was as if he could even hear the sound of seeds sprouting and breaking through the earth outside. Xiaofeng grinned widely, raising his head. Sister, I have evolved. Upon hearing these words, Luo Jie's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Earlier, Xiaofeng had gone to great lengths, injecting 9 vials of genetic modification agents in a short span to expedite his evolution, yet it had yielded no results. As an expert from the Research Institute, Luo Jie understood that such methods were perilous, as excessive injections likely led to death. However, after years of experimentation, she discovered a minuscule 1 in 1,000 chance of an alternative outcome, evolution. Even without the viral gene enhancement agent, one could achieve evolution. Yet that 1 in 1,000 chance was exceedingly slim. She had scarcely dared to hope it would succeed with Xiaofeng. In an instant, the siblings embraced tightly. She felt a flicker of warmth emanating from Xiaofeng's previously icy body. Sister, it is time to use that agent. Meanwhile, nearly 10 days had passed since Lin Yang and his companions arrived in Kanglan City. At this moment, Lin Yang and Xin Yin stood atop a high-rise building. Below them lay a small hill composed of piled corpses. All the zombies in these two streets had been exterminated. Today's harvest was indeed fruitful. Lin Yang surveyed the points in the warehouse, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After a few more days of effort, Lin Yang would finally be able to purchase a language gene for Xin Yin. The thought of being able to converse with her filled him with excitement. After all, as his girlfriend, her inability to speak was rather frustrating. During this time, Lin Yang had accumulated over 660,000 points from the zombies he had slain. Unfortunately, he had to expend 3 or 4 pairs of shoes daily, along with purchasing potions and other necessities, which had cost him over 100,000 points due to the system's exploitative nature. Next, Lin Yang opened Xin Yin's data panel. Level 20-578-010-0000. Combat power 1400 stamina. 85100 life. 100100 special skill. Divine duplication then, using his Qilin arm. Lin Yang ignited a pile of corpses below, honoring them with a final send-off. "Let us go home," he said, taking Xin Yin's soft hand as they returned to their residence. However, upon their triumphant return, an alarming sight caused Lin Yang's heart to plummet. Something was amiss. Seeing the open gate and the absence of their apocalypse vehicle, Lin Yang rushed into the yard, calling out by Long, "Li Zheng, Wang Bin," but the empty yard offered no response. Panic surged within him as he dashed to the room where Lung Haoyan had been staying. The electric lock on the door was still intact, yet he found it devoid of life. How is this possible? Upon unlocking the door, he discovered that the once clear water in the bathtub had turned a deep purple, and a hole had appeared in the wall behind it. Lung Wenhan, Lin Yang es anger ignitet. No wonder that for days, every time he returned with Xin Yin, Lung Wenhan was always the last to arrive. He had been busy digging a hole to rescue Lung Haoyan. With Lung Haoyan free, Bai Long and the others would become easy prey. There would be no escape for them. Damn it, I knew Lung Wenhan was no good. Lin Yang had believed that even if Lung Wenhan harbored ill intentions, Bai Long's intelligence would prevent him from falling into a trap. But he never anticipated that Lung Wenhan would actually dig a hole to release Lung Haoyan. Moreover, the location of the hole was exceedingly concealed, making it difficult to detect. Lin Yang then sprinted to Bai Long's room, finding all of his belongings still there. But he was nowhere to be found. He proceeded to Li Zheng and Wang Bin's quarters, where the situation mirrored his previous findings. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yang suddenly recalled another room. Lung Bingbing, without a second thought, he kicked open the door to her room. Upon entering, he saw a note lying on the table. "If you want to save them, come to Kanglan Tower." Enraged, Lin Yang burned the note to ashes. Kanglan Tower was the tallest building in Kanglan City, situated in the heart of the city and representing one of its most iconic structures. However, for Lin Yang and Xin Yin, who lacked a vehicle, reaching Kanglan Tower was a perilous endeavor. They had been wandering around the outskirts of Kanglan City for days, never daring to venture into the city center. He understood that the closer one got to the center, the stronger the zombies would become, as over 60% of the city's youth congregated there. And the strength of zombies was closely tied to their physical condition in life. Who knew how many high-level zombies lay in wait? But Lin Yang could no longer afford to hesitate. "Let us go to Kanglan Tower." Chapter 38. I heard your girlfriend is also a zombie, seeking silver tickets. Lin Yang and Xin Yin swiftly reached the outskirts of the city center, having followed the cleared path. They were just a few intersections away from Kanglan Tower. Through his enhanced vision, Lin Yang observed a horde of zombies surging toward the road from 10 kilometers away. It seemed that Lung Wenhan and the others had already arrived. Gazing at the distant Kanglan Tower, Lin Yang realized that only living humans could draw the attention of zombies. Using the zombie assimilation potion, beep, zombie assimilation potion successfully used. Remaining effective time, 1 hour, 59 minutes. This 2-hour potion was a reward Lin Yang had obtained from completing a timed event a few days prior. After using it, both he and Xin Yin transformed into zombie forms, allowing them to traverse the horde unharmed and approach the vicinity of Kanglan Tower. Suddenly, Lin Yang reached out and grasped Xin Yin's hand, for he had spotted a high-level zombie not far away. Although they now appeared as zombies, they had a critical flaw. If a high-level zombie detected them, they would be instantly recognized. Their journey thus far had not been without challenges. Thanks to Lin Yang's zombie data detection gene, they had successfully eliminated every encountered high-level zombie. However, stealthily assassinating a high-level zombie was akin to chasing a mirage. At that moment, Xin Yin tapped Lin Yang's hand. A faint mist emanated from her, coalescing into a human form before them. This was her divine skill, duplication. Xin Yin created a clone, which received instructions from her and charged toward the nearby high-level zombie. Roar! The high-level zombie sensed danger from behind and swiftly turned to engage with the clone. With Xin Yin's combat power, she was formidable even among high-level zombies. In less than 3 moves, she delivered a punch that pierced the creature's heart. However, their true intention was not to eliminate it, but to lure out other hidden high-level zombies. Roar! Suddenly, a chorus of enraged roars erupted from all directions, with several zombies breaking through windows from nearby buildings. Lin Yang quickly counted the emerging high-level zombies. 18. He stared in shock at the 18 high-level zombies, comprising 10 high-level and 8 mid-level zombies. Meanwhile, Xin Yin's clone, despite its valiant efforts, was ultimately overwhelmed and had its head crushed after taking down 5 mid-level and 2 high-level zombies. Seeing this, Xin Yin prepared to use her skill again. But Lin Yang suddenly pointed toward an alley. His intention was clear. He wanted Xin Yin's clone to divert their attention rather than engage in combat. Time was of the essence. He couldn't afford to linger. With a leap, the clone dashed into the indicated alley. As the high-level zombies were drawn away, Lin Yang and Xin Yin pressed onward until they entered Kanglin Tower. Once inside, they promptly shut the door to prevent more zombies from following. Next, they swiftly eliminated all remaining zombies inside, leaving only a severely weakened high-level zombie. This one is an original zombie. Allow me. Lin Yang was astonished to discover that after the system initiated the Apocalypse Terminator event, this zombie's data differed slightly from that of the others. The first-generation zombie Li Fei level, combat power, 1150 stamina, 67100 life, 28100 special skill. Hardness increases defense by 50, evolution degree, 3100 according to the system's explanation. Upon reaching an evolution degree of 100, he will upgrade to a higher level zombie. So your name is Li Fei. Lin Yang, wielding a kitchen knife, uprighted slowly. When the zombie heard its name, its body involuntarily trembled. Initially, Lin Yang thought this creature retained some semblance of human consciousness, but as it lunged at him, he realized he had been mistaken. Poor child, may you find peace in the afterlife. Suddenly, Li Fei's movements appeared to slow down in Lin Yang's eyes. Whoosh! Thud! The fiery red blade sliced directly into his neck. Ding! Successfully killed the first-generation zombie, Li Fei. Current progress of the Apocalypse Terminator, 23,000. Lin Yang pondered when the next stage reward would be. He and Xin Yin glanced at the elevator, now completely out of order. The only way up was by stairs. Damn you, Lin Wenhan. Do you wish to exhaust me? The Kanglin building had a total of 101 floors, and without various supportive items, Lin Yang might have given up on rescuing Bai Long and the others on the spot. However, Lin Yang was somewhat astonished to find that each floor he reached was littered only with the corpses of zombies. It was evident that this was the work of Lung Haoyan. No one else possessed the capability to sweep through the entire building of zombies. The two finally climbed to the rooftop, above which lay the access to the building's terrace. At this moment, Lin Yang had shed his zombie form, breathing heavily, and then cast a glance at Xin Yin. After a brief moment, Lin Yang and Xin Yin ascended the final steps and pushed open the door leading to the terrace. Whoosh! As they stepped out, a gust of strong wind greeted them. They were hundreds of meters above the ground, and before them, they could overlook a significant portion of Kanglin City. Unfortunately, the city had long lost its former glory and prosperity. As Lin Yang gazed out, he was struck by the sight below, which was densely packed with zombies. What shocked him the most was the scene atop a residential building. A woman in a light yellow dress and scathe had chosen to leave this world by hanging herself on the balcony. Her departure was both clean and beautiful. Watching this unfold, Lin Yang couldn't help but clench his fists. Oh, you arrived quite swiftly. Lung Wenhan's voice came from not far away. Lin Yang turned to see him sitting alone, flanked by numerous tall and wide ventilation ducts. What do you intend to do? Lin Yang asked, his tone remarkably calm. Lung Wenhan smiled, first glancing at Lin Yang, then shifting his focus to Xin Yin. Xin Yan had altered her usual attire. She wore a hat and mask and a long coat that concealed her perfect figure. Lung Wenhan crossed his legs and waved at the two. Don't stay so far away from Uncle. Come a bit closer. Let us have a chat. Lin Yang maintained a cold demeanor, pulling Xin Yan a few steps forward. What have you done to Bai Long and the others? Lung Wenhan chuckled and replied, Nothing at all. You are all such good kids. I like you more and more. By the way, Lin Yang, there is something I'd like you to confirm. I heard your girlfriend is also a zombie. I wonder if that is true or false. Chapter 39. Joining the glorious evolution. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could it be that he was being followed? This was the first possibility that came to Lin Yang's mind. After all, aside from transforming into a zombie during battles, Xin Yan had never revealed her zombie form in front of others. Moreover, each time they fought, Lin Yang would activate the Apocalypse Battle Vehicle's closed system, tinting the windows black, preventing anyone from seeing outside. If one were to speak of confidentiality measures, Lin Yang believed he had done so impeccably. There was no way he could be discovered. Therefore, he could eliminate the suspicion of Lung Bingbing leaking information, significantly increasing the likelihood of being followed. Why the silence? Lung Wenhan sat there, appearing nonchalant. What if I say it's false? Lung Wenhan's expression remained unchanged, still smiling as he replied, Then that would be splendid. Uncle does not wish for such a beautiful young lady to be a zombie. Do you agree? Lin Yang snorted coldly. Stop beating around the bush with me. Speak plainly. What will it take for you to release them? Alas, young people are always so impatient. Lung Wenhan stood up, slowly walking to the nearby ventilation duct, from which he dragged out Bai Long and the others. At that moment, the three of them were sprawled on the ground, their bodies bound with ropes, and their mouths sealed with tape. You wish to save them? Simple. You just need to jump off from here, and I will release them immediately. Lung Wenhan pointed to the edge of the terrace, speaking with utter indifference. Lin Yang's heart sank. It seemed Lung Wenhan was clearly intent on causing their demise. Even if the two of us died, what benefit would that bring you? Lin Yang voiced his confusion. If it was merely vengeance for imprisoning Lung Haoyan that prompted his desire for their deaths, then Lin Yang had nothing further to say. But if that were not the case, then the true motives of Lung Wenhan were indeed a matter of deep contemplation. In truth, it wouldn't hurt to tell you, because whether you jump or not, today, neither of you will leave here alive. Lung Wenhan finally wiped the smile from his face, revealing his true nature. Do you remember my son, Lung Haoyan? Oh, you kept him locked up for so long that you probably forgot. As he spoke, Lung Wenhan once again approached the duct, pulling out a man. This man was none other than Lung Haoyan. When Lin Yang saw him for the first time, he instinctively took a step back, his pupils contracting sharply. Level, Combat Power, 3170 Stamina, 100100 Life, 100100 Special Skill, Shadow Kill, Merge with shadows to launch attacks. Lin Yang never imagined that Lung Haoyan had evolved into a higher-level zombie. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Holding Lung Haoyan's hand, Lung Wenhan said, On the first day you arrived, I overheard your conversation with that Bai Long kid in the lobby, which sparked my desire to kill you. Yes, you were right. The water in the bathtub was indeed not ordinary water, but rather a genetic modification serum. However, you, an unmarried brat, will never understand the feelings of a father who learns his son has been infected. Fortunately, someone later revealed the secret of the genetic modification serum to me, and that night, I hurriedly took him from Jingshui City along the village road to Kanglan City. This barely preserved my son's sanity and kept him from completely becoming a zombie. Listening to Lung Wenhan's words, Lin Yang seemed to grasp something. I suspect the person you mentioned is Luo Jia, right? Lung Wenhan's gaze turned icy. You know Luo Jia? Lin Yang did not respond to his question. After all, the serum had been sold to him by Luo Jia, and the answer was evident. I knew you weren't simple. She saved my son, which was only right. If it weren't for the company's business, my son wouldn't have ended up like this. Company? Lin Yang mused silently. Could it be that this is the organization behind Luo Jia? Lung Wenhan remarked. You must be aware that I once founded the Yuzhong Academy. But what you do not know is that my intention in establishing the academy was also for the grand ambitions of the company. The notion of saving rebellious youth is merely a facade. So, are you and Luo Jia in cahoots? Lin Yang's eyes widened. Indeed, both of us are serving the company. Our purpose is to create the current state of the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang felt a surge of anger. Absurd. You have turned decent people into this wretched state. What benefits can possibly arise from this? What do you know, you little brat? Lung Wenhan cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yang. The company is researching gene evolution agents, but it is for the benefit of all humanity. Nonsense. Is this what you call benefiting? This is destruction. However, instead of becoming angry, Lung Wenhan smiled. Young man, you are still naive. There are some matters beyond your understanding. It is now 2025, and the global population is on the verge of surpassing 10 billion. Have you ever considered that a significant portion of these people are worthless? They do not deserve to live on this planet. Our world is finite. As the population grows, resources dwindle. Thus, the company has made a monumental decision. We shall conduct a comprehensive purge of humanity. At this point, Lung Wenhan's eyes seemed to sparkle with fervor. First, we will create 3,000 carriers of excellent genes. Then, we will let them infect others. Those who survive this genetic evolution will be the ones truly worthy of living in this world. Conversely, the most ordinary and inferior individuals will never join this glorious evolution. Their fate is only to be eradicated, to make way for our survival. A smug grin appeared on Lung Wenhan's face. Do you see my son? He is the epitome of successful evolution. Given time, he will fully revert to his original self while retaining all his current powers. Do you not perceive this as a significant advancement for human civilization? What utter nonsense! Why should the entire world change just because you say so? Are you aware of how many happy families your so-called glorious evolution has destroyed? Lin Yang was now seething with rage. Lung Wenhan's expression darkened. It seemed that reasoning with you is futile. Since that is the case, I shall not waste any more words on you. I know you possess immunity to infection. Your existence will only hinder the company's plans. Therefore, today, you must perish. Lung Wenhan released his grip on Lung Haoyan and commanded, Son, eliminate him. Chapter 40. Only you have the special skill to seek silver tickets. The Eye of Flaws. What? It vanished. In the instant Lung Wenhan finished speaking, Lin Yang activated the Eye of Flaws. Yet, Lung Haoyan's body seemed to have disappeared into thin air, without even leaving a trace. Roar. Lin Yang heard a piercing roar as Xin Yan flashed in front of him, taking the brunt of Lung Haoyan's attack. Bang! Xin Yan crossed her arms defensively, but the disparity in strength was glaring. Lung Haoyan's punch sent both Xin Yan and Lin Yang flying. Cough! Lin Yang landed on the ground, coughing twice. Had Xin Yan not intervened, that punch would have surely sent him to his demise. However, at that moment, Xin Yan had transformed into her zombie form, fully exposed to everyone. Her coat was shredded by Lung Haoyan's punch, revealing her unmistakable zombie traits. The grayish-white pupils, bulging veins, and various patches of decaying skin. Each detail sent chills down one's spine. Little brat, are you still defiant? Lung Wenhan looked at Lin Yang with derision. Do not worry. Both of you shall die today. Since this girl can switch between human and zombie forms, such exceptional genes are certainly meant for my daughter. As for your immunity to viruses, I shall keep that for myself. I need to preserve my life to ensure my children can partake in this glorious evolution. Ha. Lung Wenhan's tone was rife with selfishness and greed, for he saw hope for his family in Lin Yang and Xin Yan. Initially, when he learned that Lung Haoyan had been infected, Lung Wenhan was utterly devastated. As a member of the company, he was well aware of the fate that awaited the infected. He did not even believe his son could survive this evolution. Fortunately, Luo Jie timely informed him of the method to suppress the mutation by mixing the genetic modification agent into clean water for immersion, which ultimately saved his son's life. As for Lung Haoyan's evolution, it was fundamentally thanks to Lin Yang's influence. Little brat, today I shall ensure you die with clarity. Were it not for you locking my son in that room for so long, he would not have been soaking in the genetic modification agent for so long. Therefore, as a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a swift end. So, go. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and launched his Qi-Yin fist. Immediately, he consumed 2 stamina enhancement agents, hoping to counteract Lung Haoyan's assault. It is known that even an elite zombie would lose at least 40 of its life when enduring a Qi-Yin fist. Even if he is elite, he cannot possibly remain unscathed. Yet when Lung Haoyan's stats refreshed, Lin Yang's face darkened. Life, 97-100. In other words, His chi and fist had only reduced Hao Yan's health by a mere 3. It seemed that this time, the odds were decidedly against him. What to do? Lin Yang began to think rapidly. If he were to die like this, he would never find peace. He glanced at Xin Yan, who was retreating under heavy pressure, her health and stamina plummeting. Meanwhile, Lung Haoyan had yet to expend any special skills, and his stamina had decreased by less than 1%. The saddest part was that the system he had relied on was now utterly unresponsive. Lin Yang had no support left. He had to gamble. Suddenly, Lin Yang made a decision. He retrieved all 10 grenades from the warehouse and strapped them to his fingers. Lung Wenhan inadvertently caught sight of the 10 inexplicably appearing grenades in Lin Yang's hands and paused in surprise. Not good. Eliminate Lin Yang first. Upon receiving the order, Lung Haoyan delivered a powerful kick to Xin Yin's chest, sending her flying. At that moment, everyone heard a crack. That kick had brutally shattered 10 of Xin Yin's ribs. Without hesitation, Lung Haoyan charged straight at Lin Yang. The eye of flaws, Lin Yang roared, focusing every ounce of his concentration on his eyes, as if they were about to explode. But he finally caught sight of Lung Haoyan's figure. Though still swift, it at least afforded Lin Yang a moment to react. I'll blow you to bits. Lin Yang raised his arm and hurled all 10 grenades toward Lung Haoyan. Chi and fist. Roar. The sound of flames rolling through the air echoed like a low growl from a mythical beast. However, this time, Lin Yang's target was not Lung Haoyan, but the 10 grenades soaring through the air. At the very moment when the blazing fist met the grenades, a deafening explosion reverberated through the skies. 10 grenades detonated simultaneously, their immense power sending Lung Haoyan hurtling off the rooftop. So, Lung Wenhan was utterly frantic. Even as a high-level zombie, it would be nearly impossible for him to survive a fall from such a height. Was this the end? Lin Yang struggled to rise from the ground, his mouth filled with blood and his body charred and mangled by the explosion's searing heat. He glanced at Xin Yan, who lay incapacitated nearby, and then turned his gaze toward the direction where Lung Haoyan had been launched. Just as he thought everything had come to a close, suddenly, a shadow swiftly approached Lin Yang along the edge of the rooftop, skimming the ground. This was Lung Haoyan's special skill, Shadow Kill. Lin Yang was taken aback. He desperately retreated, but the shadow disregarded all obstacles, charging directly at him. Cornered with no escape, Lin Yang found himself trapped. In a flash, the disheveled Lung Haoyan burst forth from the shadow. His right hand curled into a claw, moving with the speed of lightning, poised to strike Lin Yang's head. Son, save me. Lung Haoyan abruptly heard his father's cry for help from behind, halting his attack. He turned sharply to find Lung Wenhan being choked by another Xin Yan. This scene left even Lung Wenhan dumbfounded. Earlier, Xin Yan had been severely injured by Lung Haoyan, lying motionless on the ground. Yet, out of nowhere, another unscathed Xin Yan appeared. As an ordinary person, how could Lung Wenhan possibly contend with her? Seeing this, Lin Yang chuckled, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he remarked to Lung Haoyan, "Is it only you who possesses special skills?" Ignoring Lin Yang, Lung Haoyan pivoted and charged at Xin Yan. Retaining a shred of sanity, he subconsciously prioritized saving his father over his vendetta against Lin Yang. Xin Yan, Lin Yang shouted with all his might. The next moment, with a crunch, Xin Yan's fingers crushed Lung Wenhan's neck. The 3 members of the White Dragon, lying on the ground, were utterly stunned by the gruesome spectacle before them. They watched in horror as Lung Wenhan's head rolled away, blood gushing forth from his severed neck like a fountain. The once arrogant Lung Wenhan had, in this instant, become a lifeless corpse. Chapter 41. Desperate for silver notes. In truth, the Xin Yan who had ascended with Lin Yang was not the real one. Before reaching the rooftop, Lin Yang had instructed Xin Yan to create a doppelganger. He scavenged some clothing from the deceased to disguise the doppelganger's zombie form. Subsequently, he directed the real Xin Yan to find an opportunity to assassinate the Lung father and son. However, Lin Yang was unaware that Lung Haoyan had evolved, which caused him to feel a sense of panic upon realizing his level. Thus, he was compelled to alter his plan. While the doppelganger engaged Lung Haoyan, he signaled to the hidden Xin Yan to proceed with the assassination of Lung Wenhan. This led to the current unfolding of events. Roaring with fury upon witnessing his father's brutal demise, Lung Haoyan was consumed by rage. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yang utilized 2 stamina enhancement potions. Now was the time to fight with all his might. Level, combat power, 3170 stamina, 65100 life, for 1100 special skill, shadow kill, cooling down. Through the genetic analysis of the zombie data, it was evident that Lung Haoyan's special skill was currently on cooldown and could not be utilized. Moreover, his stamina and life had significantly diminished due to the earlier exertion of his skill and the violent explosion. Consequently, Lin Yang did not hesitate to expend 50,000 points to acquire a previously unused potion. After all, this was the opportune moment to eliminate Lung Haoyan. Whoosh! With the previous doppelganger dead, Xin Yin immediately created another, and they flanked Lung Haoyan, charging at him from both sides. Meanwhile, Lin Yang steadied his breath, gripping a fiery red kitchen knife as he approached from behind. Yet, in his rage, Lung Haoyan showed no restraint. He unleashed his full speed, effortlessly evading the trio's assault. Instantly, he reappeared behind Xin Yin, delivering a kick that struck her side like a whip. Bang! Xin Yin's body crashed violently against a nearby ventilation duct, black blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Following that, Lung Haoyan seized the doppelganger by the neck and, with a single motion, crushed it as he had done to Lung Wenhan. With the doppelganger's demise, the severely injured Xin Yin regained half of her health, allowing her to activate her special skill once more, attempting to replicate the doppelganger. However, Lin Yang found himself at a disadvantage against Lung Haoyan. After obliterating the doppelganger, Lung Haoyan swiftly lunged toward Lin Yang. His explosive speed was beyond Lin Yang's capacity to perceive. With a sickening sound, Lin Yang was sent flying by a single slap from Lung Haoyan. His body arced through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Lying there, Lin Yang felt his vision blurring. Blood continuously spilled from his mouth, and his left cheek was torn open by Lung Haoyan's claws, presenting a horrifying sight. Using the super healing potion, this was the very item Lin Yang had purchased for 50,000 points. Its purpose was to preserve his life in a critical moment. Yet, the death of Lung Wenhan had completely stripped Lung Haoyan of his remaining sanity. Only the thirst for blood remained in his mind. Roaring, Lung Haoyan leaped 5 meters, raising his foot to crush Lin Yang's skull. However, it was precisely Lin Yang who had drawn Lung Haoyan's wrath, granting Xin Yin a fleeting opportunity. With a cry, the doppelganger completed its replication, charging forward and colliding with Lung Haoyan, saving Lin Yang from impending doom. But in return, she was pierced through the heart by Lung Haoyan, extinguishing her life. This was perhaps the shortest-lived doppelganger, existing for no more than 3 seconds. Lin Yang weakly observed the unfolding chaos, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Was this the essence of a high-level zombie? Lung Haoyan's movements were astonishingly swift. Even with the super healing potion, Lin Yang could not recover in such a brief span. Soon, Lung Haoyan stood beside Lin Yang, bending slightly. He grasped Lin Yang's neck, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. The intense sensation of suffocation reddened Lin Yang's face. He clawed at Lung Haoyan's arm with all his might. Yet the zombie felt no pain. "Damn you!" Lin Yang gasped, struggling to utter those words. Lung Haoyan seemed to comprehend, tilting his head as he tightened his grip. In that moment, Lin Yang had abandoned all thoughts of resistance. As he struggled, he closed his eyes, reflecting on his life. However, just as he believed his demise was inevitable, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. "Brother." Lin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, astonished to find Lung Bingbing standing at the entrance of the rooftop. Against the wind, Lung Bingbing rushed to Lung Haoyan's side, tightly clutching his arm. "Brother, let go, please." Upon seeing Lung Bingbing, Lung Haoyan visibly trembled. "Brother, do you not even recognize me? I beg you, please wake up." At that moment, tears streamed down Lung Bingbing's face. From the instant she arrived, she dared not look in Lung Wenhan's direction. Lung Haoyan emitted a vague sound, his words unclear. Yet, Lin Yang, who was on the verge of suffocation, suddenly felt Lung Haoyan ease his grip. Lin Yang used the last of the stamina-enhancing potion from the warehouse, striking Lung Haoyan's forearm with a punch. Instantly, he felt as if he had fallen from a dare. Kneeling on the ground, he clutched his neck, gasping for air, and even coughed violently due to the intensity of his inhalation. Thanks to the effects of the super healing potion, His decayed left cheek had mostly healed, and the internal injuries from the explosion and fall had nearly mended as well. Lung Bingbing stepped between the two, crying, "Brother, I plead with you, please stop killing." Lung Haoyan stood there, dazed, gazing at Lung Bingbing. "Now that Dad is gone, you are all I have left. But if you continue down this path, what am I to do?" Lin Yang knelt on the ground, his expression one of disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lung Haoyan would regain his senses upon Lung Bingbing's arrival. Embracing Lung Haoyan, Lung Bingbing said, "Brother, this time it was our father's mistake. So I beg you, do not repeat it. Come back to the courtyard with me, okay? From now on, we will live there together and not go anywhere else." Hearing her words, Lung Haoyan opened his mouth. Helpless, he could not utter a single word and could only silently place his hand on Lung Bingbing's back, gently embracing her. "Brother," Lung Bingbing felt this gesture and looked up at him with hopeful eyes. But suddenly, Lung Haoyan's body convulsed violently, and his expression twisted once more. "Ah!" he roared, and the smile that had just graced Lung Bingbing's face vanished in an instant. At that moment, Lung Haoyan seemed to be battling a virus, gritting his teeth in an effort to maintain his last shred of rationality. Tears streamed down Lung Bingbing's face as she forced a smile. "Brother, let's go home. When we return, I will make your favorite sweet and sour ribs." However, before she could finish her last word, her voice caught in her throat. Chapter 42. The Change in Xin Yan. "I'm sorry, sister." This time, everyone clearly heard Lung Haoyan's words. Yet, the statement sounded so poignant. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Lung Bingbing's mouth as she smiled sorrowfully, raising her hand to touch Lung Haoyan's face. Lung Haoyan stood still, fearing that his sister might feel pain, for his claws were like sharp swords, having pierced through her abdomen from behind. This was certainly not his intention. Yet this scene had transpired in grim reality. At that moment, the zombified Lung Haoyan shed a tear. Lung Bingbing smiled and wiped the tear from the corner of his eye. There was no trace of blame on her face. Instead, it bore a sense of relief and liberation. "Take care of yourself, brother." Having said that, Lung Bingbing closed her eyes, departing in her brother's not-so-warm embrace. In response, Lung Haoyan collapsed to the ground. Even as a soulless zombie, Lin Yang could distinctly sense his boundless regret. Just then, a graceful figure swiftly appeared, delivering a punch that pierced through Lung Haoyan's heart. Xin Yan stood coldly behind him, extending her hand with a squelch. Throughout it all, Lung Haoyan showed no inclination to resist. He did not even glance at the one who had struck him, but instead lowered his head, resting his forehead against his sister's face. Thus, the siblings embraced, forever frozen in that moment. Xin Yan transformed back into human form and hurried to Lin Yang's side, helping him up with a worried expression. "It's fine, I won't die," Lin Yang replied, his voice slightly hoarse. He looked at the scene before him with a sense of bewilderment. When he saw that note in Lung Bingbing's room, he had wanted to ask her, "Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" But at this point, it seemed rather inconsequential. 5 minutes later, Li Zheng and Wang Bin dragged Lung Wenhan's corpse over and laid it beside Lung Haoyan and Lung Bingbing. Everyone stood around in a circle, and Lin Yang sighed, then waved his right arm, offering a final farewell to the three of them. As for how everyone had been brought here by Lung Wenhan, Lin Yang did not inquire. He later heard from Bai Long that it was Lung Bingbing who informed Lung Wenhan that Lin Yang had been injured multiple times without infection, and given their opposing stances, this led to today's events. Additionally, before coming up, Lung Wenhan had locked Lung Bingbing in an office at Kanglin Tower, and it was unclear how she had managed to escape. As for Xin Yan's ability to transform into a zombie, everyone had long been aware of it. Initially, in the woods, after Lin Yang had used the zombie assimilation potion, he had pushed Xin Yan away and left. Afterward, Xin Yan had always wanted to find him, but everyone had blocked her, hoping to prevent her from taking risks. In a fit of anger, Xin Yan had revealed her zombie form to threaten them. Yet, she eventually recalled Lin Yang's command to protect everyone and thus chose to forego her intentions. This was something Xin Yan had disclosed to Lin Yang after activating her linguistic genes. "Idol, your arm is on fire. It's so cool. How did you do that? And your face was completely beaten up, yet now it's healed?" Wang Bin chatret incessantly beside Lin Yang. "Actually, I'm a zombie just like Xin Yan. Do you believe me?" "I believe. I wholeheartedly believe." Wang Bin chakut. "Even if you're zombies, you are righteous zombies. If possible, let me become a zombie like you. Xin Yan, come bite me." The five descended the staircase for a long time before finally reaching the ground floor. At that moment, the entrance of Kanglan Tower was besieged by zombies. The bulletproof glass cracked in several places on the verge of shattering. Where did Lung Wenhan park the apocalypse vehicle? Lin Yang inquired. At the mention of the apocalypse vehicle, everyone shared a look of regret. Bai Long remarked, that old coot couldn't even drive. When he arrived, he fumbled around, and after finally getting here, he accidentally pressed the self-destruct button and blew it up. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's mouth twitched. That was a reward he had earned through his sign-in. Even the system store didn't sell it. It was no exaggeration to say it was the only one in the world. No, in the entire universe. Damn it, I even allowed you to reunite with your children. Had I known, I would have burned you alone. Lin Yang ground his teeth in frustration. However, thoughts of Lung Wenhan inevitably brought another woman to mind, Luo Jie. Initially, Lin Yang had spared her because he knew there was a colossal force behind her. In the present day, the zombies in Jingshui City are almost entirely under the dominion of Luo Jie. Should one rashly eliminate her, it would undoubtedly provoke the formidable forces that stand behind her. In such a scenario, if they send forth merciless individuals to pursue him relentlessly, it would be a grave miscalculation. After all, Lin Yang's current strength is insufficient for self-preservation. It is wiser to allow Luo Jie to maintain the status quo while he seizes the opportunity to develop his own power, striving to grow as strong as possible before they come to confront him. However, the group currently faces a pressing dilemma. Without the apocalyptic vehicle, how can they escape from the Kanglan building? At this juncture, Xin Yin suddenly stepped forward. Lin Yang hastily grasped her arm and inquired, "What are you doing?" Xin Yin smiled sweetly, gesturing to herself and then towards the door. "Are you suggesting that you intend to deal with the zombies outside?" he asked incredulously. "Yes," she affirmed with a nod. "Have you lost your mind? There are tens of thousands of zombies out there. Many advanced ones lurk in the shadows. How can you possibly prevail?" "No way." Xin Yin, however, swiftly shook off Lin Yang's grip, urgently tapping her chest as if to convey something. "What? Are you ignoring my words? I said it's impossible." Lin Yang insisted. Yet, a fleeting look of helplessness crossed Xin Yin's face, and her expression seemed to question. "Do you not trust me?" This momentary display left Lin Yang momentarily stunned. In his recollection, Xin Yin's expressions were typically limited to joy or anger. This rare glimpse of helplessness was unprecedented. "Is it merely my imagination?" Lin Yang murmured. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly accessed Xin Yin's attribute panel. Level 30-055-0000, combat power, 2350 stamina, 82100 life, 100100 special ability, divine duplication. Upon reviewing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but be astonished. She had risen a staggering 10 levels. Given that Xin Yin had been the one to eliminate Lung Hao Yin, an increase in experience was to be expected. However, such a significant leap was beyond his wildest expectations. Then, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that Xin Yin's personality also evolves with the increase in her level? Chapter 43. No more games with you, Crash. The glass door of the Kanglan building had shattered into a myriad of fragments. The zombies outside resembled lost souls, particularly excited at the sight of the living. "Brother Yang, perhaps we should retreat upstairs for safety." Bai Long and the others began to back away. Although they had encountered numerous zombies before, the sheer mass gathered outside was overwhelming, and merely looking at them sent shivers down their spines. The risk of the door breaking at any moment was palpable. Should they falter, they would likely be devoured to the bone. With a grave expression, Lin Yang nodded. "You all go upstairs and find a place to hide. Xin Yin and I will devise a way to divert them." After stating this, Lin Yang stepped forward decisively. Suddenly, Xin Yin dashed in front of Lin Yang, arms outstretched to block his path. Lin Yang frowned. "I understand your combat prowess has significantly increased, but it remains too perilous for you to go alone. I will accompany you." His words infused Xin Yin's eyes with a different light. "Okay," she replied with a smile. Then, Lin Yang pulled up the iron gate at the stairwell and secured it with an electric lock. This way, even if the zombies breached the main entrance, they would pose little threat to Bai Long and the others, as the stairwell would be the last access to the upper floors without an elevator. "Be careful, idol." Once the three had ascended, Lin Yang and Xin Yin stood in the hall on the first floor, facing the throngs of zombies at the entrance. Lin Yang weighed the kitchen knife in his hand, and a sudden resolve filled his gaze. Kill! With that command, two versions of Lin Yang shot forth from their position, crashing through the door and plunging into the sea of corpses. In an instant, Lin Yang became a wolf among sheep, slaughtering her way through the ranks of zombies. Roar! However, this horde of advanced zombies, fixated solely on Lin Yang, continued to advance even when so were crippled. If I can overcome Lung Hao Ian, surely I can handle you. Lin Yang's feet shimmered with golden light as his original stamina boots transformed into the boots of agility. He bent his knees slightly and leaped forcefully. His body shot forth like a cannonball, treading upon the heads of the zombies, landing in a clearing that Lin Yang had carved out. Get away! Lin Yang cleaved off a zombie's head with a single stroke of his knife, then used his elbow to send it flying. With the tremendous force unleashed from his right arm, a wave of zombies toppled under its might. Thanks to the super healing potion, the damage he sustained from overexerting his Eye of Flaws was fully restored. In that moment, he moved like a fish, weaving effortlessly through the horde. After dispatching several zombies, Lin Yang heard Lin Yang's piercing scream from nearby. It's an advanced zombie. He lifted his gaze and saw Lin Yang engaged in combat with a tall, robust youth atop an abandoned truck. Just as Lin Yang prepared to rush to her aid, Lin Yang leapt and delivered a crushing slap, sending the opponent's head flying. Goodness! Lin Yang was left astounded by the spectacle. Lin Yang had reached level 30, and her stamina had improved significantly, allowing her to sustain combat for over an hour. However, for Lin Yang, as a mere human, stamina depletion posed a grave threat. He glanced around at the surrounding zombies. Despite their efforts in this skirmish, they had only managed to slay 1,000, a mere drop in the ocean. Additionally, stamina enhancement potions were exorbitantly priced. The points earned from a single Qian fist might not even cover the cost. With the sun setting, Lin Yang understood that they could no longer afford to delay. As darkness fell, the zombies would grow stronger, placing them at a greater disadvantage. Lin Yang, I will lead them away. You follow closely and deal with any advanced zombies that appear along the way. Lin Yang nodded slightly and then kicked a nearby advanced zombie with ferocity. Lin Yang first checked the durability of his shoes, which still had 70 left. He then leaped onto a street lamp and, by chance, noticed a large supermarket located not far from the two intersections. After a moment's contemplation, he set off in the opposite direction. Advanced zombies, having evolved, exhibited both enhanced strength and speed, making it challenging to shake them off. Grasping a pole with his right hand, he swung vigorously, propelling himself several meters. He landed on the balcony of a residential building on the second floor. Below, some zombies attempted to leap up, but Lin Yang dispatched them with his knife. Just then, Lin Yang unexpectedly jumped up beside him, while her duplicates below continued their relentless slaughter. Woof! Woof! Suddenly, Lin Yang heard a bark. Turning his head, he was astonished to see a black shepherd dog inside the house. Yet, even more astonishing was that the dog appeared uninfected. Could there be survivors in the house? This thought crossed Lin Yang's mind. He reached for the balcony door, only to find it locked. Lin Yang knocked twice and inquired, "Is anyone there? If you are frightened, feel free to throw something out. I only wish to ascertain whether there are any survivors. Perhaps I can assist you." However, after a few minutes, the only response came from a dog within the house. "Is there no one?" Lin Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. He gestured for the dog to be quiet, and to his surprise, it complied. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "Good dog. Once I free myself, I shall return to rescue you." Presently, the streets teemed with zombies. Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings. If he could reach the rooftop, it would be easier to divert them. With this thought, he sprang into action, leaping onto the balcony railing and grabbing hold of the fifth-floor window bars. Then, utilizing his strength, he propelled himself upward and soared to the sixth-floor rooftop. Shaking off the slight ache in his arms, he ran along the rooftop's edge, deliberately keeping himself visible to the zombies below. What a bunch of mindless creatures! Lin Yang chuckled as the zombies followed his movements, their antics quite comical. With the aid of his agile boots, he bounded across the rooftop like a parkour expert. Soon, he reached an intersection. The road before him stretched at least 20 to 30 meters wide, and across it stood towering office buildings, no longer the lowly residential blocks. Lin Yang glanced at the crimson clouds in the sky, a smirk forming on his lips. "I shall not play with you any longer." With that, his figure vanished from the rooftop's edge. The ensuing sense of loss among the zombies, devoid of living beings, was akin to discovering that a beautifully covered film turned out to be nothing but a mosaic upon viewing. A collective roar of frustration erupted from the street. Chapter 44. Cheers and requests for silver tickets. Though not far from the Kanglan building, a street corner provided ample escape space. Lin Yang retraced his steps back to the previous second-floor balcony. To have a dog during the apocalypse would indeed be quite splendid. At least he would not have to worry about betrayal. However, his return this time was not merely to seek companionship. Peering through the glass, he spotted the dog lying in the living room. Upon seeing Lin Yang and Xin Yin again, it did not bark but instead wagged its tail. "You knew I would come for you, didn't you?" Lin Yang remarked, while his gaze scanned the room. The living room was impeccably clean, suggesting no zombies had entered. Moreover, the dog's belly was not sunken, indicating it had not gone hungry. Thus, these two observations confirmed that someone must be residing in the house. Grasping the doorknob with his right hand, he twisted forcefully, breaking the lock. As he opened the door, the dog did not rush towards him as anticipated. Instead, it darted into the bedroom. "It smells delightful." Lin Yang and Xin Yin stepped into the living room, greeted by a faint, pleasant fragrance. He noticed a coat rack adorned with several pieces of women's clothing. He picked one up and held it against Xin Yin, saying, "You would look quite lovely in this." Xin Yin puffed out her chest, beaming with pride. Venturing further inside, Lin Yang came upon two bedrooms, one with the door closed and the other slightly ajar. The dog had scampered into the latter. Lin Yang approached quietly, peering through the crack, and saw the dog lying on the bed. It appeared that no one else was present. Just as he was about to enter, Xin Yin seized his arm. "Is there someone inside?" Lin Yang immediately understood her implication. He whispered again, "Are you sure it's a person, not a zombie?" Xin Yin nodded once more, her expression serious and devoid of jest. "If it is a person, then that simplifies matters." Lin Yang's lips curled into a smile as he pushed the door open. "Come out. There is no need to ambush me. I'm not infected and have no desire to harm you, so rest assured." With that, a girl with a ponytail stepped out from behind the door. She bore a resemblance to Xin Yin, sharing a similar build and an undeniably cute appearance. However, the baseball bat she clutched was somewhat alarming. "How did you get in?" the girl asked cautiously. Dressed in a loose-fitting dress, her delicate legs were exposed, presenting an image that was indeed pitiable amidst the zombie-ridden world. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Yang scratched his nose. "I climbed up from the balcony. Are you the only one at home?" The girl nodded, casting a glance at Xin Yin. Seeing that the two did not seem malicious, she led them into the living room. "Please have a seat." Noticing the damaged balcony door lock, she said nothing, merely drew the curtains closed. "My name is Xiao Ran. I heard the zombies outside. Were you the ones who attracted them?" Xiao Ran inquired directly, without hesitation. Lin Yang acknowledged her with a simple introduction, stating, "They have all been diverted. There is currently no danger nearby." He then asked, "It has been nearly a month since the zombie outbreak. How have you managed to survive?" Xiao Ran paused before replying. "At first, I survived for a few days on the food I had at home. After the zombies left, I quietly scavenged from their homes for supplies, managing to get by until now." After her explanation, she suddenly stood up. "Let me get you some water." Shortly thereafter, she returned from the kitchen with 2 cups of water, placing them before Lin Yang and Xin Yin. Lin Yang lifted his cup, glancing at the water dispenser beside the television, his brow furrowing slightly, but he soon relaxed. "Are you a local?" he inquired. "Yes, I have lived in Kanglan City my entire life," Xiao Ran replied. "In that case, you must be familiar with the large supermarket to the east. Could you tell me about it?" "The supermarket?" Xiao Ran hesitated but did not press further, saying, "It has 3 floors, food on the first, clothing on the second, and appliances on the third." Lin Yang rested his chin on his hand, musing a whole floor of food should last quite a while. "What did you say?" "Nothing." Lin Yang smiled. "I plan to establish a shelter there. You should join us. It would be safer than staying home." I think I will pass." "Thank you," Xiao Ran replied, looking down. "Why not? There will be ample food at the supermarket, and I will also provide weapons and gear for survivors." Lin Yang observed Xiao Ran, who still did not meet his gaze, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Do you not trust me, or is there something here that concerns you?" At his words, Xiao Ran quickly lifted her head. She locked eyes with Lin Yang for a few seconds before gently smiling. "In this apocalypse, what could I possibly care about? If you truly manage to clear the zombies and take over the supermarket, I will come." "Very well. Then remain here and await our news." If I succeed, I will surely come for you. With that, Lin Yang took Xin Yan's hand and prepared to leave. Wait, Xiao Ran called out, picking up her water cup from the coffee table. Let's toast with water instead of wine. Wishing you success in your plans. As Xiao Ran held the cup aloft, Lin Yang and Xin Yan followed suit. With a shared expression of gratitude, the three clinked their cups together and consumed their drinks in one swift motion. However, just as Lin Yang and Xin Yan prepared to exit through the front door, an inexplicable dizziness overtook them, causing them to collapse onto the floor. Xiao Ran, standing beside them, felt her smile vanish, replaced by a shadow of malevolence. You two think you can defeat that horde of zombies? How laughable. Crouching down, she traced her fingers along Xin Yan's delicate cheek. You are so beautiful. Ali will surely adore you. Xiao Ran murmured softly, then seized Xin Yan by the arms and dragged her to the locked bedroom door. With a click, she unlocked it, and an overwhelming stench of decay wafted out. Ali, I have brought you dinner. Xiao Ran said tenderly as she gazed at the figure within the room, forcefully pulling Xin Yan inside. Upon their entrance, Ali abruptly raised his head with a growl. It turned out that Ali was, in fact, a zombie bound by chains to the wall. The most shocking revelation was the pile of bleached bones scattered across the floor. Chapter 45. What Dr. Ray's but me Xiao Ran positioned Xin Yan before Ali and said with fervent affection, Feast upon this, Ali. It is my fault for not providing you with living nourishment, causing you to suffer from hunger for so long. As she spoke, she flicked on the light in the room. This lamp was unlike any ordinary one. It shone with an intensity surpassing even that of a sauna bulb. Ali recoiled into the corner, burying his head as the harsh light struck him. Observing this, a glimmer of anticipation flickered across Xiao Ran's face. She rushed forward, cradling Ali's head and gently stroking his hair. Do not fear, Ali, it is I. Rest assured as long as I draw breath. You shall be well fed and well rested. Once you recover, we shall wed. You mentioned wanting children. I shall bear you many little ones, for you are my dearest love. Suddenly, Ali lifted his head, mouth agape, as if to bite Xiao Ran. Startled, she stumbled back, landing on the floor. Forgive me, Ali. I was wrong to delay your meal. I shall leave. I shall leave. In a panic, Xiao Ran extinguished the light and fled the room, locking the door behind her. Disoriented, she approached Lin Yang, laughter spilling from her lips in a manic fit. Kneeling beside him, she placed her hands on his chest. Ali, why are you lying on the floor? Oh, right. You mentioned wanting a baby, and I have calculated the days. Today is the most opportune time for conception. What shall we name our child? As her hand caressed Lin Yang's face, the other drifted down his torso. Just as she prepared to unfasten his trousers, a large hand seized her wrist. Is this enough? Startled by Lin Yang's voice, Xiao Ran's visage paled. She straightened abruptly, attempting to wrench her arm from his grip, but Lin Yang would not grant her that opportunity. He yanked her down to the floor and rose. You appear innocent and vulnerable, yet your heart is utterly ruthless. You feed the undead with the living. You are already unconscious. How is this? Xiao Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Yang, as if he were a specter. Lin Yang scoffed. He had sensed something amiss the moment Xiao Ran went to fetch water. Why venture to the kitchen when a water dispenser was conveniently located in the living room? As for that cup of water, he had never swallowed it, merely held it in his mouth, and spat it out as soon as Xiao Ran dragged Xin Yan into the room. His cold gaze bore into her as he continued. No wonder you have survived alone for so long. I can only imagine the neighbors in this building have also been fed to the zombies by you. Having experienced a zombie breach myself, I know if those neighbors were infected, not even the fish in the aquarium would remain alive. The only alternative is that the neighbors were not home, leaving their possessions intact. But how could a frail woman like you enter without a key? Each of Lin Yang's words sliced through Xiao Ran's facade, stripping her of pretense. She screamed, clutching her head. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, madness seeping into her demeanor. Ali, you must not be harmed. Trembling, she fumbled with the keys to unlock the door. But as she pushed it open, her world crumbled. There stood Xin Yan in a pristine white dress, while Ali, chained to the wall, bore a gaping wound in his chest, lifeless. Ali, Xiao Ran stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the scene before her, where Ali's decaying body harmonized eerily with the pile of bones on the floor. Xin Yan approached Lin Yang with a smile, linking her arm with his. Lin Yang, witnessing the grim spectacle for the first time, felt a wave of shock wash over him. How many lives have been extinguished here? He counted at least 10 intact skulls, not to mention the fragmented remains scattered about. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran silently approached Ali, cradling his decaying visage. In a sudden frenzy, she produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and lunged at Xin Yan. You wretched creature, return A Li to me, just as she aimed to plunge the knife downward. Xin Yan's sweet and innocent features contorted into a horrific visage of a zombie. In a flash, she dodged, halting Xiao Ran's assault. Throughout the chaos, Lin Yang remained silent, merely observing as Xiao Ran's body fell backward, a slender line of crimson appearing at her neck. Lin Yang and Xin Yan exited the room, relocking the door behind them. This time, it seemed that door would remain sealed forever. Suddenly, a dog that had been lurking in the bedroom charged toward Lin Yang, baring its teeth. Yet before Lin Yang could react, Xin Yan moved swiftly, and the dog followed its master into the abyss. Why did you kill the dog? We could have kept it. Lin Yang lamented, his heart aching. He had always loved dogs, but never had the chance to own one. Yet, Xin Yan seemed unfazed by his protests, smiling as she embraced him, as if to say, why raise a dog when you can raise me? Upon returning to Kanglin Building, Bai Long and his companions greeted them with eager faces. You are finally back. How'd it go? Can we leave? In response, Lin Yang tossed each of them a bowl of instant noodles, saying everyone should stay here for the night. I have a plan. What plan? Li Zheng Ying Kidat. Wang Bin eagerly exclaimed, idle. Are you planning to turn us all into zombies as well? Hurry, hurry, I'm positively itching for it. Lin Yang shot him a glare. Shut your mouth and listen to me. Once everyone fell silent, Lin Yang began, there's a large supermarket to the east, and I intend to transform it into a refuge. A refuge? The three exclaimed in unison. Lin Yang nodded seriously. You have all been with me for some time now, and you know that without the Doomsday Battle Vehicle, we might still be struggling to survive in that small convenience store in Jingshui City. But now that the battle vehicle is destroyed, I am powerless to take you all with me. Therefore, I have decided to create a sanctuary in Kanglin City, a place where everyone can reside safely. As for me and Xin Yan, perhaps it is time for us to leave this place. Leave? Idol, are you abandoning us? Wang Bin clutched Lin Yang's leg. On the verge of tears, Lin Yang disdainfully kicked him away, saying, if you want to follow me, first go out and bring back a few zombie heads. If you can do that, then I will take you with me. Wang Bin immediately wore a sheepish grin. No, each to their own aspirations. Since you've decided to leave, as your fan, I shall wholeheartedly support you. His words elicited disdainful looks from Li Zheng and Bai Long. By the way, Bai Long, is your computer still around? Lin Yang turned to ask. Bai Long replied regretfully, it's in the yard, but it might as well be gone. I doubt I can retrieve it now. Lin Yang pondered for a moment. Xin Yan, if your doppelganger goes at full speed, can it retrieve the computer within 30 minutes? Xin Yan nodded without hesitation. Lin Yang's spirits lifted. Great. Let your doppelganger head out immediately and bring back the computer. With that, Xin Yan transformed into her zombie form before everyone. Although it was not the first time they had seen her in this state, their legs still felt weak. How could such a beautiful girl transform into this? Idol, may I ask you a question? Wang Bin leaned in closer, wearing a mischievous expression. Why are you and Xin Yan both zombies? She's so beautiful, yet you are so unfortunate. Lin Yang's face turned dark. Get lost. Xin Yan maintained her zombie form for about 20 minutes, as she could not utilize special techniques in her human form. However, just as her doppelganger was nearing the base of Kanglin Tower, Xin Yan suddenly let out a low growl. What is wrong? Lin Yang noticed her distress and hurriedly inquired. Xin Yan summoned another doppelganger, rushing downstairs. Lin Yang immediately realized that her previous doppelganger had perished. Not long after her doppelganger dashed out, a loud explosion echoed from outside, as if something had detonated. Lin Yang quickly rushed to the window and looked down, only to find 10-level zombies gathered at the base. Among them was even an original zombie. Original zombie Zhao Xiaona level, combat power, 1100 stamina, 73100 life, 88100 special skill, replication evolution level, 6100 seeing, Zhao Xiaona stats. Lin Yang's gaze sharpened. Her special skill was also replication. Meanwhile, Xin Yan's doppelganger was besieged by 3-level zombies and had its arms severed by Zhao Xiaona. No matter how high Xin Yan's combat power, she was still a level zombie. As the saying goes, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Even if Xin Yin's power was twice theirs, she could not withstand their combined assault. They must be dealt with. Otherwise, they would pose a threat to us. Lin Yang exchanged a glance with Xin Yin, and they understood each other, leaping out of the window together. Currently, Lin Yang's combat power was sufficient to rival a level zombie. Coupled with his eye of flaws, he could hold his own even against two opponents. Xin Yin and her doppelganger could easily handle multiple foes, so despite it being 310, their strength was not significantly different. "Zhao Xiaona," Lin Yang yelled at her, but she showed no sign of response and lunged at him instead. What a pity for such a fine girl. Despite her zombie form, one could discern from her physique and features that she was likely a beauty in life. Lin Yang swiftly maneuvered, gliding past Zhao Xiaona's arm. Had he not dodged, her claws would have pierced through his head. Every movement he made was impeccably timed, avoiding her strikes as if by mere chance, which infuriated Zhao Xiaona. With a fierce roar, a cloud of white mist erupted from Zhao Xiaona, forming another doppelganger in the blink of an eye. Lin Yang dodged yet another attack from a zombie. However, the situation shifted from 12 to 13 in an instant. This presented a significant challenge for Lin Yang. Adding to his frustration was the fact that there were no stamina-enhancing potions left in the warehouse. Each potion cost 5,000 points, while a single use of the Crimson Fire Fist required 2 potions, totaling 10,000 points. Yet, defeating a level zombie only yielded about 2,000 to 3,000 points, barely enough to break even. Therefore, Lin Yang would never purchase potions from the unscrupulous shop unless absolutely necessary. After all, it was far better to earn points through activity than to spend them. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yang noticed Xin Yin, amidst the assault of 3 level zombies, shatter one zombie's skull. Suddenly, he understood. To achieve victory against overwhelming odds, one must focus on a single target. After observing Xin Yin's battle, Lin Yang immediately set his sights on the zombie with combat power below 800. As for Zhao Xiaona, he would disregard her for now. With his agile boots, Lin Yang quickly propelled himself in front of the zombie and struck its chest with his blade. Behind him, the 2 Zhao Xiaonas attacked simultaneously. But Lin Yang deftly evaded their onslaught using his eye of flaws, raising his knife once more. With a swift motion, the blade severed the zombie's neck. One down, Lin Yang quickly shifted his focus to one of the Zhao Xiaonas. Since he could not tell which was the real one, he decided not to care and simply struck at one. Boom! Meanwhile, Xin Yin's doppelganger was obliterated in an explosion. Lin Yang was taken aback to discover that this zombie's special skill was explosives. Anything in its grasp could be used as a bomb. "Xin Yin, be careful," Lin Yang shouted, but Zhao Xiaona swiftly charged at him, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Xin Yin leapt off the ground, soaring several meters into the air, narrowly avoiding a stone hurled by the zombie. As the stone struck the ground, it detonated with a loud bang, creating a massive crater. This creature seems to have an unfair advantage. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. Of the originally 10 level zombies, only 6 remained, including Zhao Xiaona's doppelganger. Xin Yin once again employed her special skill, summoning another clone. However, Lin Yang felt a sense of urgency. Although Xin Yin's health was at maximum, her stamina had dwindled to a mere 30. Once her stamina was depleted, she would inevitably revert to her human form. Did this mean you would have to earn points for that unscrupulous shop again? Lin Yang felt reluctant, but if he did not use the Crimson Flame Punch soon, both he and Xin Yin would face peril. There was no time for hesitation. Before Lin Yang could unleash the Crimson Flame Punch, a sudden gunshot rang out. One of the explosive zombies had its head blown apart by a single bullet. Chapter 47, Ling Foam. Everyone present instinctively turned towards the direction of the gunfire. A level zombie had inexplicably been decapitated, and the remaining ones sensed the imminent threat. Lin Yang's gaze sharpened as he spotted a figure approximately 500 meters away on a rooftop. The individual wielded a sniper rifle, swiftly reloading and aiming at Zhao Xiaona. That head is not yours to claim. Eliminating the original zombie was Lin Yang's primary objective. He could slay all the zombies present, save for Zhao Xiaona. In a flash, Lin Yang dashed forward, positioning himself in the line of fire. The sniper frowned, reluctantly adjusting his aim to target another zombie. Bang! Another gunshot echoed. Lin Yang was taken aback by the sniper's speed. It was worth noting that these zombies were moving targets. and even the best marksman required a fraction of a moment to aim. Yet, Lin Yang observed that the instant the sniper redirected his rifle, he immediately pulled the trigger. Swish! The bullet sliced through the air, obliterating yet another zombie. What remarkable marksmanship! Lin Yang marveled. However, in that moment of distraction, Zhao Xiaona suddenly lunged at him. Even though Lin Yang reacted the instant he sensed her presence, her claws still managed to leave a gash on his left arm. Damn it! Lin Yang cursed. But this was the closest Zhao Xiaona had been to him. Ignoring the pain, he seized her arm and twisted it forcefully. Crack! He snapped her entire right arm cleanly. With a grim expression, Lin Yang clenched his right fist and struck Zhao Xiaona squarely on the forehead. Bang! This punch utterly shattered her skull. Black blood streamed from her orifices as she collapsed to the ground. With Zhao Xiaona's demise, her other form vanished instantly. Lin Yang scoffed. Who gave you the audacity to attack me in your original form? Liang Jingru? Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward. 2,800 shot points. Total shot points accumulated. 472,320. Successfully eliminated the original zombie. Zhao Xiaona. Current progress towards the end times Terminator. 33,000. Still no stage reward? Lin Yang waited several seconds, but was met with silence from the system. Moreover, his points were dwindling. The battle with Lung Haoyan alone had cost him several thousand. This system is truly a dog. Lin Yang grumbled, but suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Turning around, he found a sniper's rifle aimed directly at him. I am an ally. Lin Yang raised his hands and shouted. Just then, a small red dot moved from his forehead to his left arm. Does he think I have been infected? Lin Yang quickly waved his hands at the sniper, pointing to his wound to indicate he should take a closer look. The sniper hesitated for a moment, then adjusted the magnification on his scope, his mouth slightly agape. Red blood? He hasn't been infected. The sniper found this astonishing. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Lin Yang and immediately shifted his rifle away from him. This guy seems to be no enemy. Initially wary of him, Lin Yang felt a sense of relief at this action. Meanwhile, not far away, Xin Yin and her doppelganger swiftly dispatched the remaining 3-level zombies. This scene left the sniper somewhat perplexed. Quite intriguing. Although the sniper had been aiming at Xin Yin, he refrained from pulling the trigger. He observed everything from afar. Xin Yin, as a zombie, not only refrained from attacking the human Lin Yang, but actively assisted in eliminating other zombies. Could it be that zombies too have a distinction between good and evil? The sniper mused, but the next moment left him utterly flabbergasted. Before his eyes, the grotesque zombie transformed into an incredibly beautiful young girl. Am I hallucinating? The sniper rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yet, when he looked through the scope again, there was no sign of a zombie. It was unmistakably a sweet couple. Xin Yin clung to Lin Yang's arm, puffing her cheeks in an attempt to blow on his wound. Lin Yang affectionately patted Xin Yin's head and gestured for the sniper to approach. The sniper hesitated momentarily, then put away his sniper rifle, concealing a dagger in his sleeve, and ensured his sidearm was fully loaded. He resolved to meet this peculiar couple. Should they harbor any malevolent intentions, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. However, the sounds of their earlier skirmish had attracted a considerable number of zombies. As the sniper descended from the roof, Lin Yang and Xin Yin took their positions at separate entrances, systematically slaying the approaching zombies. 5 minutes later, the sniper surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses and slowly approached the duo. Yet, his first words upon meeting them were, "Follow me. A horde of zombies will soon arrive at the sound. If we do not leave, we will be overwhelmed." With that, Lin Yang and Xin Yin dashed into the Kanglan building. The sniper, sensing the tremors beneath his feet, recognized the gravity of the situation and followed suit. Hurry, you go upstairs first. Lin Yang stood at the stairwell, wielding a blue chain that crackled with electricity. The sniper lingered conflicted. After all, he had not fully placed his trust in Lin Yang. Yet his only choice now was to trust him. Why are you dawdling? Get in here. Lin Yang pulled him inside, locking the electric lock before leading him upstairs. Upon reaching the upper level, the sniper discovered 3 other individuals present. However, these 3 appeared increasingly timid, hardly resembling those who might wish him harm. Have you eaten? Lin Yang inquired. The sniper paused, and Lin Yang handed him a cup of instant noodles, which he had pilfered from Xiao Ran's home. Moments later, the sniper glanced at Lin Yang and remarked, "Why do you have no wariness towards me? Aren't you afraid I would harm you?" Lin Yang took a bite of the now soggy noodles and replied, "If you had intended to harm me, you would have shot me dead by now. Why wait until this moment?" At this, the sniper chuckled softly. He had not anticipated that Kanglan City still harbored survivors such as this group. He had thought he was alone. Lin Yang stated, "I believe there are certainly many survivors. They're simply hiding away." Lin Yang thought of Xiao Ran, then took a sip of the noodle soup and said, "Are you also a Special Forces soldier?" The sniper shook his head, questioning the use of also. "Are you one?" Lin Yang chuckled, "I am not. I merely saw you and was reminded of a few individuals. By the way, I am Lin Yang, and this is Xin Yan, my girlfriend. The other individuals are Bai Long, Li Zheng, and Wang Bin." The sniper glanced at everyone and then extended his hand towards Lin Yang. "Hello, I am Ling Feng." Chapter 48. The Zombie Boy Scouts. After everyone introduced themselves, the atmosphere quickly became more familiar. "Brother Feng, since you are not from the military, how come your shooting skills are so impressive? And where did you acquire such equipment?" Lin Yang inquired. At this mention, a hint of sorrow appeared on Ling Feng's face. "My family, the Ling family, is the most prominent in Kanglan City. My grandfather and father held significant positions in the military, so I had the opportunity to handle firearms and practice martial arts from a young age. Unfortunately, after the outbreak of the zombies, my family could not escape the disaster. That night, hundreds of zombies breached the gates of the Ling family mansion, and I was the only one who managed to escape." Ling Feng suppressed his inner grief and declared, "I firmly believe this virus is no accident. Someone must be scheming behind the scenes. I, Ling Feng, vow to uncover the cause and source of this calamity. If it turns out that someone orchestrated this intentionally, I will make them pay for the destruction of my family." Each word he spoke seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. He released his tightly clenched fists and earnestly looked at Lin Yang and Xin Yan. "In this apocalyptic world, our encounter is indeed a rare fate. I know that both of you are extraordinary individuals. If you are willing, why not join me in uncovering the truth? I am limited in my abilities alone, so I truly need your assistance." Feeling Ling Feng's fervent gaze, Lin Yang had yet to respond when Wang Bin could no longer contain himself. "Brother Feng, though I may not possess much strength, I will wholeheartedly support your decision. You may not know, but these two, despite appearing ordinary, are actually zombies with superpowers. First, let me introduce my idol. His right hand can breathe fire. Come on, idol. Show him your fiery arm and let him see." However, after Wang Bin finished speaking, Lin Yang ignored him completely, leaving the room in an awkward silence. Seeing this, Wang Bin immediately wilted. "I mean, idol, you're really not giving me any face." "Next time, for sure." Lin Yang chuckled, relieved that he no longer had to explain to Ling Feng that Xin Yan was a zombie. Wang Bin had inadvertently provided an excuse. If both were zombies, it would not be surprising. Ling Feng gazed intently at Lin Yang. "Brother, I want to pressure you. If you feel it is dangerous, you can refuse me. After all, you have something to lose, unlike me. If I die, I die." Ling Feng glanced at Xin Yan, who was holding Lin Yang's arm, feeling a twinge of envy. What does it matter if one is a zombie? As long as there is someone to accompany you in this world, that is a form of happiness. As for Ling Feng's thoughts, Lin Yang chose not to respond for the moment. He understood that the zombie virus was indeed under human control. Even if they uncovered the hidden perpetrator, it would not be something they could eliminate with just the three of them. After all, it was no ordinary force that led to the world falling into chaos overnight. What troubled Lin Yang the most was that he had not yet decided whether or not to ally with Ling Feng. Keeping him at the shelter would at least provide some security for the survivors, allowing Lin Yang to feel a bit more at ease. After all, as an ordinary person without any system enhancement, encountering a highly powerful zombie would certainly lead to his demise. Despite his admiration for Ling Feng's courage, he did not wish to carry a burden. "Brother Feng, let us not rush into this matter. For now, I have a plan to take over that supermarket to the east." Lin Yang briefly expressed his thoughts, and upon hearing this, Ling Feng immediately exclaimed, "I agree. I will find a high vantage point to snipe the zombies approaching from outside, and you two can handle the ones inside." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. "All right, let us rest well tonight and act tomorrow morning." Beside them, Bai Long cradled a small base station in one arm and a computer in the other. "Brother Yang, give me 2 more days, and I will be able to crack the Blacknet's firewall." Lin Yang patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work." The next day, Lin Yang awoke to a beam of sunlight streaming through the window. He was greeted by a familiar sight. Xin Yan had once again propped her head on her hands, quietly watching him. Suddenly, Lin Yang broke into a mischievous grin, puckering his lips to kiss Xin Yan. However, she reached out and covered his mouth with her palm, pushing him back. You. Lin Yang looked at Xin Yan in surprise. This was the first time he had been rejected. Her thoughts had truly grown with her level. Lin Yang mused. He wondered whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Lin Yang stared at Xin Yan, who stuck her tongue out at him playfully and ran away laughing. After a quick freshening up in the bathroom, he gazed at his handsome face in the mirror, recalling Wang Bin's earlier words. Am I really that ugly? Lin Yang felt a bit perplexed. While he couldn't claim to be exceptionally handsome, he didn't think he was unattractive either. However, thinking of Xin Yan's beauty that made all other women feel inferior made him feel a lot better. I may be ugly, but I have a girlfriend. In a short while, Lin Yang, Xin Yan, and Ling Feng appeared near the supermarket. A few dead zombies lay around them. Ling Feng said, I'll be in this building. The view is clear, and both the front and back entrances of the supermarket are within my shooting range. All right, take this. Just in case. Lin Yang handed Ling Feng a grenade he had purchased for 1,000 points. However, Ling Feng did not accept it, patting his backpack. I have all my gear. Lin Yang smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Then he and Xin Yan rushed towards the supermarket. With a swift motion, Lin Yang swung his fiery red kitchen knife, severing a zombie's neck from behind. The moment he appeared on the street, all the zombies turned their heads towards him. Roar! Xin Yan charged in first, while another Xin Yan dashed towards the back entrance of the supermarket. The two quickly dispatched the hundreds of zombies at the entrance. But when they reached the front door of the supermarket, Lin Yang suddenly halted. Level: Combat Power, 600 Stamina, 40100 Life, 100100 Special Skill. Gestation: Can gestate one zombie of a lower level than the current level every hour. When Lin Yang saw this zombie, he nearly retched. The zombie before him was an extraordinarily large female zombie. She lay inside the supermarket, her belly bulging nearly a meter high. The flesh on her stomach had clearly begun to tear, with dark blood oozing out intermittently. But the most revolting sight was yet to come. Looking around, he saw hundreds of lower-level zombies standing closely packed inside her. They looked as if they had been carved from the same mold, with no differences in height, build, or appearance. They appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, resembling a troop of Boy Scouts. Could this be the zombie matriarch? Chapter 49. The Peril of Xin Yan. Suddenly, as Lin Yang stood in shock, the stomach of the corpse mother exploded, spewing forth a torrent of black blood. Through the gaping fissure, Lin Yang could discern the pulsating heart within her. With a ghastly cry, a high-level zombie tore through the corpse mother's abdomen and burst forth, mirroring the appearance of the multitude of zombies that stood within the supermarket. What in the world is this grotesque spectacle? Lin Yang felt as though his worldview had been irrevocably shaken. The zombies birthed by the corpse mother were all high-level, conservatively estimated to number at least 300. Strangely, however, the horde did not exit the supermarket. Instead, they lined up inside, as if awaiting something. Uncertain of the situation, Lin Yang hesitated to enter. Apart from this peculiar assembly, there were no other zombies in sight. This raised his suspicions. The supermarket doors were wide open, and even if the zombies remained inside, it was improbable that none had wandered in. Moments later, he observed the wound on the corpse mother's belly healing at a visible pace. The torn flesh rapidly knit back together, and within 2 minutes, she was restored to her original state. Lin Yang clutched a grenade tightly. If he were to throw it in now, the outcome would undoubtedly be spectacular. Yet, driven by curiosity, he yearned to witness how this corpse mother could gestate zombies without the presence of a male. Before long, the corpse mother stood erect within the supermarket, observing Lin Yang and Xin Yan outside. Suddenly, a chilling glare from the corpse mother sent a shiver down Lin Yang's spine. Unlike other zombies, she exhibited no interest in Lin Yang. Instead, she pointed a finger at Xin Yan in her zombie form. A ghastly wail erupted from the corpse mother, and immediately, 10 zombie children stepped forward from the queue, their gazes converging on Xin Yan almost in unison. What does this mean? Lin Yang was utterly bewildered by the corpse mother's actions. He refrained from intervening, watching as the 10 zombie children charged towards Xin Yan. Yet, Xin Yan was no easy prey. The moment the 10 zombie children approached, she sprang into action. Lin Yang, utilizing his perceptive ability, witnessed Xin Yin dart past the zombie children, her claws slicing through their throats with lethal precision. In the blink of an eye, silence fell over the 10 zombie children, each collapsing like a row of dominoes. As high-level zombies, their combat prowess paled in comparison to Xin Yin's. Not far away, on the rooftop, Ling Feng observed this unfolding scene through his sniper scope, astonished. What was this? A set of 10 siblings? Just as he prepared to continue his vigil, he noticed a disturbance at the supermarket's back door. Xin Yin, who had previously charged inside, inexplicably retreated. Through his scope, Ling Feng discerned a wound on Xin Yin's shoulder. Black blood oozing forth. A gunshot wound? His brow furrowed as he swiftly redirected his weapon and fired a shot at Lin Yang's feet. With a soft thud, a bullet hole appeared beneath Lin Yang, who turned to see Ling Feng gesturing urgently toward the back door of the supermarket. In an instant, Lin Yang grasped the gravity of the situation. Xin Yin was in peril. He quickly accessed Xin Yin's attribute panel and noted her stamina at 93. Yet her life force dwindled to a mere 60. The rapid loss of 40 points of health could only suggest she had encountered a foe of considerable strength. Casting a glance at the corpse mother, Lin Yang noted her indifference to the demise of her 10 offspring. Her grayish-white eyes remained fixated on Xin Yin, her intentions unclear. But Lin Yang had no time to ponder. He seized Xin Yin and fled toward the back door, where her true form lay. She must not come to harm. The urgency of his thoughts propelled him forward, yet the expansive layout of the supermarket made the distance daunting. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He glanced at his doppelganger beside him and uttered a brief apology before delivering a powerful blow that shattered its skull. Simultaneously, Xin Yan, engaged in combat, felt a surge of vitality. Her shoulder wound healed swiftly, the embedded bullet dissolving within her flesh. What? A male voice exclaimed. Opposite Xin Yin stood not only a high-level zombie, but also a young man in his 30s, armed with a handgun, who witnessed in disbelief as Xin Yin's wound closed. My bullets have been modified. They contain sulfuric acid, designed to corrode wounds. Even zombies with regenerative abilities cannot heal from this. His pupils narrowed in doubt as Xin Yin, now fully healed, emitted a piercing roar. The man staggered back, clutching his ears in response to the sound. Kill her, he commanded, and a nearby zombie lunged forward. Towering over Xin Yin, the muscular zombie was a formidable adversary, yet Xin Yin displayed no fear. Her only concern lay with the handgun in the man's grasp. No matter how swift she was, evading bullets was beyond her capabilities. Xin Yin, Lin Yang's voice echoed from afar. Xin Yin's lithe form leaped gracefully, deftly avoiding the brute's attack. With her claws arched, she struck down the zombie's back, leaving 5 deep gashes that revealed glimpses of bone beneath. This is troublesome, the man thought, his expression darkening as he retrieved a syringe from his pocket, the attached vial containing a yellow liquid. If I can capture her and present her to the Lord, great rewards await me, perhaps even control of the Wuzhou province. As he envisioned his future, a smile crept across his face. He affixed the syringe to his gun and aimed it at Xin Yin, just as she prepared to finish off the hulking zombie. A sudden flash of danger pierced her senses. By the time she reacted, it was too late. The syringe plunged in her neck, delivering the yellow serum into her bloodstream. In an instant, Xin Yin felt the world around her darken, and she swiftly lost consciousness. Drag her in. Lock her in the fire prison, commanded the man. The muscular zombie, still oozing black blood, complied without hesitation, hoisting Xin Yin up. However, just as he approached the entrance of the supermarket, a bullet pierced through his skull, ending his advance abruptly. Chapter 50. The Hall of Fire. The body of the decapitated zombie lost all control and collapsed to the ground alongside Xin Yin. Ada! The man exclaimed in astonishment. This formidable zombie had been his most powerful warrior. He had devoted nearly all available resources to nurture him. Who could have anticipated such a sudden and brutal demise? The man's rage ignited, and the blow to his spirit was profound. Who dare show themselves? He shouted into the void, but no answer came. Yet, he did not allow his wrath to cloud his judgment. He quickly regained his composure and glanced at Xin Yin. Ada, rest assured, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. The man dashed towards the entrance, intent on dragging Xin Yin into the supermarket. Cursed be this obstruction. Ling Feng struck the ground fiercely from the rooftop. The man was astute. He did not fully step outside the supermarket, instead using only half his body to reach for Xin Yin's ankle. His position was cleverly concealed by an iron advertisement board above, preventing Ling Feng from taking aim. But just as he bent down to pull Xin Yin inside, a blazing red kitchen knife suddenly hurtled through the air. The blade severed his right hand cleanly. In that instant, he was left in shock. When realization dawned, the stump of his arm had already been seared by the fiery blade. "Ow!" He raised his arm, the knife still embedded in the ground, watching helplessly as blood gushed forth. At that moment, a figure emerged before him. Lin Yang regarded him with icy eyes, his expression inscrutable. "Who are you? Save me. Please, save me." The man was now utterly panicked, desperate to halt the flow of blood, for otherwise, death awaited him. "I can save you, but you must first answer 3 questions." Lin Yang's voice was devoid of emotion. The man nodded frantically. "Yes. Yes. Please ask. First, who are you?" "I am Wang Teng, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Hall of Fire." Lin Yang was somewhat taken aback by Wang Teng's response. "What does the Hall of Fire do?" The Hall of Fire is one of the 6 major halls of the company, responsible for the virus upgrade plans across Wuzhou province and the surrounding 6 provinces. Thus, you are allied with Lung Wenhan and Luo Jie? What Lung Wenhan and Luo Jie? I do not know them. The 6 halls operate under direct orders from a boss, and we are not closely acquainted. Lin Yang's expression hardened. "Who is your boss?" Upon hearing this question, Wang Ting suddenly fell silent. You have already asked 4 questions. Please, save me. Hurry." Lin Yang observed Wang Teng's panicked demeanor and offered a faint smile. "Do not worry, I promise to save you, and I shall." Lin Yang purchased a bandage with 10 points from the store and applied it to Wang Teng's wound. As the bleeding ceased, a hint of color returned to Wang Teng's pale face. "Now, can you answer my question?" Wang Teng looked at Lin Yang with fear. Despite his youth, Lin Yang exuded an aura of inscrutability. Wang Teng surreptitiously reached into his pocket, saying, "I do not know. Don't ask me. Even our home master rarely meets the boss." But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yang seized the kitchen knife from the ground and pressed it against his throat. "If you find your left hand superfluous, I would be more than willing to assist you in removing it." Wang Teng trembled, ceasing the movement of his left hand tucked in his pocket. He swallowed hard, the Adam's apple brushing against the blade. "Please, do not kill me. Then answer my question." Lin Yang's tone was unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. "But I truly do not know. I am not deceiving you. We, as members of the hall, have no opportunity to see the boss. Only the hall master qualifies for that." "Where's your hall master?" I do not know. The hall master will come to find me if needed. I cannot contact him otherwise." Lin Yang pondered for a moment. His gaze suddenly lifted as he inquired, "What is your objective?" At this, Wang Teng seemed to regain some vitality. "Little brother, believe me, our actions are all aimed at advancing human civilization. Our company has developed superior genes for the future. All who survive will evolve into extraordinary talents." At that time, before he could finish, he fell silent forever. It appeared they had all been brainwashed. Wang Teng's words mirrored those of Lung Wenhan. They feigned a facade of aiding human evolution, while, in reality, they transformed living beings into zombies. With a thud, Wang Teng's face struck the ground, blood streaming from his neck and quickly staining the earth. After dealing with him, Lin Yang lifted Xin Yin into his arms. It was unexpected that she could remain unconscious even in her zombie form. At that moment, Xin Yin still retained her zombie appearance, and Lin Yang carefully removed the syringe from her neck, inspecting it closely. Their so-called company not only created zombies, but also possessed technology to control them. If all the elite zombies fell under their command, would I not stand no chance at all? After all, Lin Yang had personally experienced the formidable power of elite zombies. Even one could easily dispose of him and Xin Yin. Not to mention, there were even higher-tier zombies. At that point, it might be a reality where he had no means to fight back. "Brother." Ling Feng rushed over with his sniper rifle. "How is it? Is Xin Yin all right?" "She is fine, just unconscious." Lin Yang checked Xin Yin's life signs and felt relieved. "I noticed you spoke with that man. What did he say?" Lin Yang cast a glance at Ling Feng, remaining silent, his stubbornness evident. "I just killed him." "All right." Seeing Ling Feng's somewhat dejected expression, Lin Yang felt a twinge of discomfort. It was not his intention to deceive Ling Feng. He simply understood that Ling Feng, consumed by vengeance, might act recklessly upon learning the truth. Lin Yang's actions were also to safeguard his life. "Brother, shall we return for now? We can discuss our plans once Xin Yin awakens." Lin Yang contemplated for a moment and replied, "Phone go. Please take Xin Yin somewhere safe. I wish to investigate the supermarket further." "Absolutely not. This is far too dangerous." Lin Yang smiled, turning his gaze to Wang Tang's corpse. The greatest threat has already been eliminated. To Lin Yang, zombies were not truly fearsome. The real terror lay with those who manufactured them. Chapter 51. Elite zombies are as fleeting as ants. Ling Feng, unable to dissuade Lin Yang, picked up Xin Yin, saying, "Be extremely careful. I will take Xin Yin to the rooftop where we were earlier. If danger arises, make sure to flee. Only if you escape can I assist you." He patted the sniper rifle slung across his back. "Understood." Lin Yang nodded gravely. After watching the two depart, he grasped the kitchen knife and prepared to enter the supermarket. However, just before he stepped inside, something seemed to come to mind. He kicked Wang Tang's corpse over with his foot, fixating on the left hand tucked into his pocket. Upon tearing open the pocket, he discovered a mobile phone, a handgun, and a syringe. Lin Yang first picked up the phone, but the only unlocking method available was a password, so he decided to take it back for Bai Long to examine. As for the syringe, it bore a striking resemblance to the one around Xin Yin's neck. If it could incapacitate even Xin Yin, its potency was evident. Given that a zombie's defensive capabilities and combat strength are proportional, it was remarkable that even Xin Yin, a top-tier zombie, had been brought down by this drug. Lin Yang's gaze flickered, and he promptly stowed away the three items. It was highly likely that this corpse mother was also a product of the fire hall, he mused. She appeared to be continuously birthing high-level zombies and seemed capable of controlling the zombie children under her command. This led Lin Yang to a thought. Since this corpse mother could be utilized by Wang Tang, why couldn't he harness her for himself? If he could tame the corpse mother, he would effectively gain a free high-level zombie army. Before long, Lin Yang found himself perched on a shelf on the first floor of the supermarket, quietly observing the corpse mother not far away. With no other zombies in the supermarket, he felt secure in his concealment. Suddenly, the corpse mother emitted a strange cry, and this time, it was not merely 10 zombie children that emerged, but 100. They scattered from a supermarket as if searching for something. Lin Yang's curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the corpse mother's abdomen, wondering why it showed no sign of swelling after half an hour. According to her abilities, she should have birthed a high-level zombie every hour. Could it be that she was not pregnant? Lin Yang continued to wait atop the shelf until a number of zombie children returned from outside. He noticed that among those returning was a high-level male zombie. Goodness, was she going to force herself upon him? His eyes widened. Once the high-level zombie was brought back, it was immediately pushed into the corpse mother's embrace. The corpse mother let out an ecstatic cry, wrapping her arms around the newcomer. Just as Lin Yang was filled with anticipation, she suddenly bit down on the zombie's neck. He was taken aback by the scene before him. This was the first time he had witnessed a zombie devouring another zombie. In no time, the high-level zombie was devoured, leaving only a heap of dismembered remains. Immediately afterward, the corpse mother's abdomen began to swell alarmingly. Lin Yang was astonished. No wonder she had sought to capture Xin Yin. It turned out that her ability to birth zombie children hinged on consuming other zombies. It seemed that all the zombies in the supermarket had likely been devoured by her. The reason the corpse mother had dispatched 100 zombie children to search for food was that all the wandering zombies outside had been slain by Lin Yang. Moreover, her decision not to have the zombie children attack Xin Yin was likely due to her awareness of her own limitations. Thankfully, this was a high-level corpse mother. He shuddered to think of the chaos a low-level one could unleash. However, Lin Yang was now certain that this corpse mother had no interest in humans. The only uncertainty lay with the batch of zombie children. He hoped they would not let him down. Quietly, he took a bag of snacks and tossed it toward them. The sound of the snacks hitting the ground echoed sharply in the silent hall. Lin Yang's heart raced as he held his breath, observing the movements of the zombie children. However, they seemed oblivious to the snack bag that had fallen from above. No reaction. Lin Yang felt a surge of delight. This indicated that these zombie children indeed only followed the corpse mother's commands. At that moment, the corpse mother's belly had expanded to its limit, looking as though it could burst at any moment. It was time. Lin Yang retrieved his handgun and twisted the syringe into the barrel. Bang! With a loud explosion, the corpse mother's abdomen burst open. Without hesitation, Lin Yang pulled the trigger. The syringe shot forth, aimed directly at the corpse mother's heart. The corpse mother let out a piercing scream. Just as the zombie children burst forth, The syringe plunged into her darkening heart. Although zombies had lost their external sense of pain, the sharp sting from the heart could not be ignored. Moreover, the potency of this injection was overwhelming. The corpse mother struggled briefly on the ground before falling still. Had it not been for the sight of her heart still beating, Lin Yang might have thought he had killed her. Thankfully, he had the eye of the flaw. Yet, before Lin Yang could revel in his success, chaos erupted. Hundreds of zombie children howled at the sky, no longer under the corpse mother's control, as if their zombie instincts had been awakened. This was bad. Lin Yang's expression darkened. The rampaging zombie children surged out of the supermarket like a flood, precisely the scenario he wished to avoid. Return to me. He leapt down from the shelf, positioning himself behind the swarm of zombie children. With a single motion, hundreds of identical faces turned to him, sending chills down Lin Yang's spine. In the next moment, they all had a singular target. The living. You wish to consume me? We shall see if you possess the capability. Instantly, the data of these zombie children flooded Lin Yang's mind, and astonishingly, their statistics were entirely uniform. Level. High-level combat power, 430 life, 100,100 stamina, 100,100 special skills. None is that all? Lin Yang scoffed, having grown accustomed to battling high-level zombies. He now regarded them as mere ants. With a swift motion, he pulled the pin from a grenade and tossed it into the midst of the zombie children. Boom! This resulted in a significant reduction in their numbers by a third. Nearly half of the remaining zombie children were left with severed limbs, their combat power greatly diminished. Flames roared as the blade glinted red. Lin Yang brandished a kitchen knife, and with a gust of wind at his feet, he plunged into the horde of zombies. Within moments, the nearly 400 zombie children in the hall were utterly annihilated. Chapter 52. The shelter completed. Lin Yang wiped the black blood splattered on his face with his sleeve, breathing heavily. What a disgusting creature. He glanced at the corpse mother lying on the ground. In less than 5 minutes, her previously ruptured abdomen had completely healed. The ground was littered with the remnants of decayed flesh, emitting a foul stench. He needed to find a place to confine her. Lin Yang locked all the exits to the supermarket to prevent other zombies from sneaking in. Afterward, Lin Yang casually strolled through the 3 floors of the supermarket before ultimately deciding to confine the target in a warehouse on the 3rd floor. After much effort, he managed to drag the corpse mother inside and secured the door with an electric lock. This way, not only would anyone attempting to unlock it from the outside be electrocuted, but anyone trying to force their way in from the inside would also be met with a severe shock. Standing outside the door, Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. With this, his plan to create a sanctuary could finally proceed smoothly. Moments later, Ling Feng, perched atop the roof, couldn't help but feel anxious. Lin Yang had been inside for an hour, yet there was still no sign of him. Could he have perished within? Ling Feng couldn't shake the thought. Just then, he noticed the supermarket's front door swing open. Lin Yang emerged, dragging a massive cardboard box behind him. Upon closer inspection, Ling Feng discerned that it contained a collection of white, net-like materials. What on earth was he doing? His curiosity piqued. Soon, Lin Yang hung the white nets over the 2 main entrances of the supermarket. Once completed, he brandished a kitchen knife and severed an arm from a nearby zombie's body, casually tossing it onto the white net. With a crackle, the decaying zombie's severed limb was instantly transformed into charred meat. Is this an electric net? Ling Feng muttered in astonishment. Lin Yang clapped his hands together, nodding with satisfaction. This electric net was purchased with 5,000 points and differed from the one on the Apocalypse vehicle. While both had similar power, the key distinction was that this net could differentiate between the living and the undead. The skin of the living, warm and elastic, would not be shocked upon contact, whereas the cold, rigid flesh of a zombie would be instantly electrocuted. Moreover, this current could dispatch ordinary zombies in an instant, and even high-level zombies would find it challenging to destroy the net. Lin Yang glanced up at the visibly shocked Ling Feng. Don't worry, the real surprise lies ahead, he said with a slight smile. After securing the supermarket's main entrance, he ascended to the rooftop. Brother, you're back. Where did you get that electric net? It's incredible, Ling Feng exclaimed. I found it in the supermarket's warehouse, Lin Yang replied nonchalantly. How is Xin Yan? He asked, approaching her side. She remained in her zombie form, seemingly showing no signs of awakening. This potion is exceedingly potent. Even high-level zombies would struggle against it, Lin Yang mused. Brother, What's the situation inside the supermarket? Ling Feng inquired. There's a corpse mother confined within, and the supplies are plentiful. I believe we can move in today, Lin Yang stated. Why not kill her? Leaving her inside poses a risk, Ling Feng said with concern. Lin Yang reassured him. Don't worry. She poses no threat to us. I have my reasons for keeping her. When the time is right, I will explain. What he didn't disclose was that the corpse mother had a combat power of merely 600 and lacked the ability to attack actively. The only reason for her attention was to breed corpse children, thereby creating a legion of high-level zombies. If he were to reveal this plan to Ling Feng, he would undoubtedly think him mad. Rather than face skepticism, it was better to keep it a secret. If successful, he could inform them later. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky, casting brief shadows. Ling Feng, wait here with Xin Yan while I fetch Bai Long and the others, Lin Yang instructed. Be careful. Ling Feng cautioned as Lin Yang turned to leave the rooftop. It was midday, and, after the past 2 days, most zombies in the vicinity had been lured away by Lin Yang, while the remaining few had been eliminated. Without the apocalypse vehicle, there was no better opportunity for relocation. Ideas. You finally returned. Wang Bin exclaimed with tear-filled eyes as he rushed forward. During Lin Yang's absence, the three had spent their time in the Kanglin building in a state of perpetual anxiety. Lin Yang, however, wasted no time. All right, time is of the essence. Gather your things and follow me, he commanded. Where to? The trio queried, bewildered, having realized that Lin Yang had returned alone. Brother Yang, what about sister-in-law and the others? Bai Long asked, puzzled. Lin Yang shot him an exasperated glare. What are you thinking? I'm here to bring you to the sanctuary. Sanctuary? The three exchanged astonished glances before quickly packing their belongings. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yang and his group appeared in a narrow alleyway. Despite the absence of any zombies on the road, Lin Yang was cautious, knowing that Bai Long and the others lacked combat prowess. Walking openly on the street would invite trouble if they attracted any zombies. Fortunately, they faced no significant danger on the way, though they encountered dozens of zombies. Lin Yang dealt with them effortlessly. As they neared the sanctuary, a corpse child suddenly lunged from around corner. Just as Lin Yang prepared to act, a bullet pierced its temple. Ling Feng, on the rooftop, signaled with a gesture, and they exchanged smiles. At long last, after 2 hours, they finally arrived at the supermarket. Lin Yang opened the door, revealing that the corpses had been incinerated previously, leaving only ashes scattered across the floor. From this moment forward, everything here is ours, Lin Yang proclaimed to the group. Hooray! Long live our idol! The others cheered, as if they had stepped into paradise. Lin Yang smiled at their joyous expressions. The food stocked in the supermarket alone would sustain them for over 6 months, not to mention the reserves in the warehouse. As long as they did not waste, maintaining sustenance for a year would pose no challenge. Observing the delighted faces, Lin Yang said, I have another surprise for you. What surprise? Everyone turned with eager curiosity. Follow me, Lin Yang teased, leading them to a dry warehouse. Inside, besides the inventory, lay 5 large crates on the floor. Brother, what's in these? Lin Yang pointed to the first box. Ling Feng, take a look. Ling Feng approached, puzzled, and as he opened the crate, 2 words escaped his lips. What the hell? The contents of the box left him in shock. Inside lay a sniper rifle along with a plethora of ammunition, an uncountable quantity. Eagerly, Ling Feng lifted the sniper rifle. Inspecting it, though he had grown up in an armory, he couldn't name this particular firearm. While it was lighter than his own, its configuration was unparalleled. Brother, where did you get this? Ling Yang merely smiled and replied, There are 4 more boxes. Shall we not open them? Ling Feng, enamored with the sniper rifle, beckoned Bai Long and the others. Come over and help open these. The 3 hurried forward, lifting the lids of the remaining boxes. Immediately, an unusual silence enveloped the warehouse, as if a pin dropping would be audible. The first box contained 3 handguns along with a number of bullets. The second box held 200 standard grenades. The third box was filled with various cold weapons, including machetes, hatchets, and hammers. The fourth box contained 4 sets of iron armor. You can't possibly tell me that these items were also found in a supermarket, Ling Feng said, looking seriously at Lin Yang. Setting aside the firearms and grenades for a moment, the mere presence of that box filled with cold weapons could not be product from any ordinary supermarket. Moreover, it was quite a coincidence that there were exactly 4 sets of armor, just enough for them to share, aside from Lin Yang and Xin Yan. As for the firearms, one could hardly acquire such a large quantity of bullets and grenades, even from a local military district, let alone a supermarket. Not to mention the sniper rifle in his possession, which was crafted with unparalleled artistry and materials he had never encountered before. Brother Feng, I understand this may be hard to believe, but it is the truth. Am I to conjure these items out of thin air? Lin Yang replied with a smile. Ling Feng opened his mouth at a loss for words. Indeed, could one really conjure such things from nothing? Lin Yang patted Ling Feng on the shoulder. All right, Brother Feng, let's not dwell on this. Since we have stumbled upon these items, we should accept them. Strengthening our armament can only serve us better. Ling Feng reluctantly nodded. Truth be told, he wished to doubt Lin Yang, but lacked sufficient grounds to do so. After all, they had arrived together. And even if Lin Yang intended to transport these items, he had no opportunity to do so. Well then, since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Having such unexpected gains is ultimately a good thing for us. That's the spirit. Lin Yang Ling Feng's chest. You all should wear the iron armor. Xin Yin and I will forego it. This equipment could very well save your lives in critical moments. Although Lin Yang referred to them as iron armor, they were, in fact, 4 pieces of thorned armor, each valued at 840 points. This thorned armor not only defended against standard bullets, but also provided protection against the bites and scratches of ordinary-level zombies. When a wearer is attacked, it releases an invisible burst of energy, repelling the assailant. Its only drawback is that it becomes utterly useless once its durability reaches 0. However, as long as they remain in the shelter, they should not need to use it for the time being. The 5 boxes of equipment cost Lin Yang a total of 238 points. The most expensive item was Ling Feng's sniper rifle, valued at 888 points. This rifle, named Eye of Tranquility, could fire silently and was capable of discharging 30 rounds in succession, unlike conventional sniper rifles that fire 1 shot at a time. The characteristics of this rifle were a perfect match for Ling Feng. With these items in hand, Lin Yang felt reassured that he and Xin Yin could depart without concern. He understood that they could not remain in this corner of the world indefinitely. Moreover, having offended Luo Jia and killed both Lung Wenhan and Wang Tong, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Thus, Lin Yang intended to leave Ling Feng behind, providing a formidable safeguard for the survivors. Just then, Lin Yang's gaze shifted toward the warehouse entrance, and he coldly exclaimed, "Who goes there?" To his surprise, it was not a zombie that entered, but Xin Yin. At this moment, Xin Yin had reverted to her human form. She shook her head and cheerfully approached Lin Yang, linking her arm with his. "Are you all right?" Lin Yang asked softly. Xin Yin flashed a smile, indicating she was largely unharmed. "Damn it, I've spent over 80,000 points again. I wonder when I'll ever gather enough for 660,000. Lin Yang lamented inwardly, yet he did not regret his expenditure. Sometimes he pondered the reason behind his relentless pursuit of survivors and the desire to protect them. After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a definitive answer. He simply felt that if there were no other living souls in this world besides himself and Xin Yin, what would his existence signify? When everyone else had turned into zombies, those who remained human would be the true anomalies of this world. Therefore, he did not wish to become an anomaly, nor did he want to witness his planet descend into such a state. In that moment, Lin Yang finally comprehended a profound truth. With greater power comes greater responsibility. He had never aspired to be a hero. He merely sought to safeguard the beauty that resided within his heart. "Oh, Bai Long, I need to ask you for another favor." At that moment, Bai Long was holding a box of meat gift sets, all sealed with cooked food. Upon hearing Lin Yang's voice, he promptly set down what he was carrying. "What is it, Yangge? You need something?" Lin Yang held up a cell phone, one he had previously retrieved from Wang Tong. "Can you unlock this phone for me without resetting it?" Bai Long, not even glancing at the phone, replied, "No problem. Just leave it here, Yangge. Let me grab a bite to eat first. I need fuel to work." Lin Yang chuckled. "All right, go ahead and eat. I'm not in a hurry." Subsequently, Lin Yang and Xin Yin made their way to the 3rd floor of the supermarket, entering a dimly lit warehouse. "This guy only has 600 combat power. I wonder how long he will sleep." Lin Yang thought with a hint of exasperation as he looked at the corpse mother lying on the ground. After all, Xin Yin had been unconscious for nearly 4 hours. It would be remarkable if she woke up within 4 days. By the way, as a zombie, do you have any means of communicating with other zombies? Lin Yang inquired of Xin Yin. Unfortunately, Xin Yin shook her head, a look of regret crossing her face, seemingly lamenting her inability to assist Lin Yang. Witnessing the change in Xin Yin's emotions inadvertently ignited Lin Yang's desire to hear her speak. It was truly frustrating for Lin Yang to have such a beautiful girlfriend who was unable to communicate. Damn system. As the host, I command you. Hurry up and update Xin Yin's language function. Chapter 54. Limited time event reward zombie collector in the Oriental province, atop the Pearl Tower. A strikingly beautiful woman lounged on a sofa, her fiery red waves cascading down her shoulders. She wore a form-fitting black leather outfit with a low neckline, accentuating her figure. However, her attention was fixed on the screen before her delicate brows furrowing in displeasure. Wang Teng is such a useless fool. Why has he lingered in Kanglin City for so long? The screen displayed a linear map composed of straight lines, with a red dot flashing rapidly in the center. Beside the woman sat a remarkably handsome man, his charming smile capable of captivating any female gaze. Feng Ling, I suggest you abandon your fiery hall and join me in the wind hall. Together we would be an unstoppable force, wouldn't you agree? Shut your mouth. Yu Qing, I warn you, get lost. Your presence annoys me. Yu Qing's deep-set eyes revealed a hint of disdain, yet he did not lose his temper. Sigh Feng Ling, if only your manners were half as good as your looks, I would be satisfied. I don't need your approval, you fool. Were it not for the boss's orders, I would have long since laid waste to your wind hall. You are truly beyond redemption. Yu Qing shook his head and rose to his feet. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit that exuded a palpable masculine charm. Never mind. It seems I'm only here to receive scorn. I shall take my leave. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Feng Ling replied, her back turned, not even glancing in his direction. Yu Qing smiled softly before stepping out of the room. As soon as he departed, Feng Ling seized a teacup from the table and hurled it to the ground. Duan Chao, get in here. Moments later, a tall, lanky man rushed in. He appeared pale and haggard, dark circles under his eyes giving him a look of utter exhaustion. Master, Duan Chao immediately knelt on one leg, awaiting Feng Ling's command. Upon seeing his half-dead demeanor, she felt a flicker of annoyance. I implore you to exercise some restraint. If I catch you looking like this again, I shall have you castrated. Upon hearing this, Duan Chao quickly lowered his head, replying, Yes, master, I will be mindful. I assure you it won't happen again. Feng Ling huffed disdainfully, tossing Duan Chao a palm-sized monitor that displayed the same image as the one on the screen. Go investigate what that scoundrel Wang Teng is up to in Kanglin City. Is he dead or alive? Yes, master. I will go at once. Duan Chao grasped the locator, ready to leave, but was halted once more by Feng Ling. Here is a heir's genetic control serum. Take it with you, just in case. Thank you, master. Duan Chao accepted the vial with excitement, injecting it directly into his arm. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a muscular zombie, its physique resembling a small mountain, silently opened its eyes. In Kanglin City's central supermarket, Brother Yang, the phone has been unlocked. Bai Long handed Wang Teng's phone to Lin Yang, which displayed several unread messages that Bai Long did not open. Thanks, brother. Lin Yang then retreated to a secluded corner, accompanied only by Xin Yin. Upon opening the phone, he noticed an unusual communication symbol in the top right corner, unlike the conventional 4 vertical bars. Indeed, this group possessed their own communication network. As the global communications have been severed, Wang Teng's phone managed to connect without a small base station. Even the apps on his phone were unfamiliar to Lin Yang. He proceeded to open the unread messages, only to find the sender names were mere numerical codes, offering no discernible clues. 04. Captain. The corpse mother has been successfully deployed in Baiyun City. 02. The corpse mother has been successfully deployed in Honghe City. 03. Deployment complete in Jita City. Upon reading the last message, Lin Yang's gaze sharpened. 05. Captain, deployment in Jingshui City failed. We encountered a strangely behaving zombie that spared my life but killed the corpse mother. Jingshui City? Lin Yang immediately thought of Luo Jia, but dismissed it. No, Luo Jia is part of the company. She wouldn't attempt to hinder the deployment. Could there be other forces at play in Jingshui City? Lin Yang pondered, perplexed. Regardless of the reason, a failed deployment was preferable, as it would reduce the number of advanced zombies. It seemed Wang Teng's viral upgrade plan involved using the corpse mother to consume advanced zombies, thereby nurturing new ones. Most advanced zombies had evolved to their limits. Thus, the corpse mother's function compensated for this shortcoming. Presently, apart from Kanglan City and Jingshui City, the other three cities in Wuzhou province had been subjected to the deployment of corpse mothers. Lin Yang's brow furrowed. Although the production efficiency of the corpse mother was abysmally low, birthing only one every hour, Wang Tung had indicated that Ruhua Hall was responsible for viral upgrades across Wuzhou province and 6 surrounding provinces. Other than Ruhua Hall, Lin Yang was unaware of how many halls existed. If each city managed to deploy a corpse mother, the strength of zombies in Longhua would escalate rapidly. Reflecting on this, Lin Yang assumed the identity of Captain Wang Tung and sent a message. The master has commanded all cities to remain on standby. No unauthorized actions. His intention was to temporarily stall their efforts. After dispatching the message, he promptly received replies from the other 4. Received. Lin Yang turned off his phone, burdened with a heavy heart. The forces behind this zombie virus appeared to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. It was imperative to enhance their strength post-haste. Yet, upon witnessing the exorbitant prices in the marketplace, Lin Yang felt a surge of frustration. Damn it, what a ridiculous apocalypse survival system. Is it designed to ensure my demise? Just as he vented his frustration, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! A limited time event has commenced. Event conditions. Eliminate 10 advanced beasts. Event reward. 1 zombie collector. Ding! Event duration. 12 hours. Join now. A zombie collector? What on earth is that? Lin Yang felt a sense of unfamiliarity upon hearing of this item, as it was not available in the marketplace. Ding! Item description for zombie collector found. Zombie collector. When a zombie's life drops below 5, it can be captured using the zombie collector. Successfully captured zombies will be tamed and placed within the collector. Maximum collection capacity. 3. Capture success rates. 100, 100, 90, 50, 30, 10. After reading the description of the zombie collector, Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Is this some kind of Pokemon game?" Chapter 55. The hunt for votes. While Lin Yang spoke those words, he felt a surge of joy within. If he possessed the zombie collector, he could recruit formidable zombies to his side, no longer fighting alongside Xin Yin as a solitary force. Time was of the essence. The limited time event was already counting down, and Lin Yang swiftly pulled Xin Yin along. "Let us go hunting." After bidding farewell to the others, Lin Yang and Xin Yin departed the shelter. However, the pressing question remained. Where could they find 10 advanced beasts? Lin Yang initially considered the hills and the suburbs, but quickly dismissed that idea. As the capital of Wuzhou province, Kanglan City had effectively managed its wildlife, rendering the sighting of beasts nearly impossible. The last advanced wolf king Lin Yang encountered had likely wandered in from elsewhere. Over the years, he had never heard of any wild wolf packs in Kanglan City. This was proving to be a challenge. Lin Yang stroked his chin, deep in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He lifted his head, his eyes shining with inspiration. Although Kanglan City lacked wild beasts, it housed the largest zoo in Wuzhou province. Let us hope the cages can contain those ferocious animals. Lin Yang glanced at the sky. The sun was nearing the horizon. Nighttime operations would undoubtedly complicate this hunt. Yet, Lin Yang had no other choice. 2 hours later, Lin Yang and Xin Yin arrived at a town south of Kanglan City. Their journey from the city center to the outer ring had seen a gradual decrease in danger. After spending several days in the city center, the formidable zombies in Kanglan City had already been decimated by the two. When they arrived at the zoo, darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. Lin Yang stood at the entrance, gazing at the deflated animal balloons on either side, struggling to imagine the former vibrancy of the place. There was no time for nostalgia. Lin Yang and Xin Yin hurriedly entered the zoo, but just a few steps in, a sudden, menacing roar erupted from behind them. Lin Yang swiftly drew the kitchen knife, strapped to his leg, and swung it horizontally. Crack! The blade cleaved through a monkey, severing it in half. To his astonishment, Lin Yang noted that this seemingly ordinary monkey possessed an impressive level. Could it be that all the animals here had broken free from their cages? Continuing deeper into the zoo, Lin Yang arrived at a notice board displaying the map of the premises. Just 100 meters ahead lay the habitat of the tigers. It was well known that as the king of beasts, the tiger's prowess on land was unparalleled. If they could eliminate the tiger first, it would significantly reduce their risks. However, upon reaching the tiger enclosure, Lin Yang found it empty. with a large hole torn in the iron cage above. As anticipated, it had escaped. Lin Yang had foreseen this. After all, under the same level, the strength of wild beasts far surpassed that of zombies, and for a mutated tiger, ripping apart an iron cage would be a trivial task. With no other choice, the two pressed onward, their chances of encountering a high-level beast resting solely on luck. Suddenly, Xin Yan raised her hand to stop Lin Yang, her senses sharper in her zombie form. "What is it?" Lin Yang asked, scanning the area but seeing nothing unusual. Xin Yan twitched her ears and turned toward a torn iron cage. "It's an eagle." Lin Yang noticed the species label hanging on the cage. Yet, the cage was in shambles. Would it still be inside? Lin Yang's gaze shifted to an artificial burrow within the cage, typically a refuge for animals from the elements. Just as he pondered how to deal with the bird, a pair of emerald eyes glimmered from within. A cheetah. Lin Yang's pupils constricted. Emerging from the burrow was not an eagle, but a decaying cheetah. Level: combat power, 980 health, 100 stamina, 100 special skill. Tier: Lin Yang had witnessed this skill before. A brown bear with the same ability had once destroyed the electric net of an apocalyptic vehicle. However, the Lin Yang of today was no longer the timid soul who hid inside a vehicle. His expression hardened as he stared at the cheetah, his murderous intent rivaling that of the beast itself. Roar! The cheetah crouched low and lunged from its lair. With a crash, it tore through the iron mesh jaws agape, ready to devour Lin Yang. Yet at that moment, the cheetah's once proud speed appeared to him as sluggish as a tortoise. After several instances of overexertion, the eye of weakness seemed to have surpassed its limits. Even without intense concentration, Lin Yang could perceive the cheetah's movements as if in slow motion. When the beast was but a step away, the human suddenly stepped back. The cheetah missed its targeted lunge. Lin Yang snorted coldly and, gripping the kitchen knife from below, sliced through the cheetah's jaw with a single stroke. Following that, Lin Yang sidestepped to the cheetah's flank, aiming for its softest spot, its belly. Lin Yang roared. The blade sliced open its abdomen, and the darkened entrails spilled forth. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a kill reward, 2,000 Maul points. Cumulative Maul points, 318,522. 1. Lin Yang glanced dispassionately at the cheetah's corpse before continuing forward with Xin Yan. However, after a considerable time, they failed to encounter another high-level beast. Lions, wolves, bears, tigers. All the fierce creatures had vanished from their cages. To Lin Yang's left lay a camel, reduced to nothing but a head. Still nothing? Lin Yang looked to Xin Yan, as he alone could not track the beasts. Regrettably, Xin Yan also shook her head, indicating she had detected no anomalies. At this moment, they arrived at the entrance of the aquarium, filled with marine life. Lin Yang wondered whether the aquatic creatures had also succumbed to the infection. He gently pushed open the aquarium's grand door. The lights within had long since extinguished. Without his enhanced vision, he would have been too afraid to enter. As the door swung open, a chilling gust swept through, carrying a faint, putrid odor. Even creatures of the water were not spared, Lin Yang mused. They traversed the narrow corridor, soon reaching an arched bridge. Previously, this was the crocodile pit, where many visitors would toss coins for good luck. Now, the crocodiles were nowhere to be seen, and the once clear waters had turned a murky red-black. Suddenly, the silence of the aquarium was shattered by the sound of footsteps. This was not the sound of primates, but rather something crawling toward them. With a swift motion, Lin Yang ignited flames around him, illuminating the surroundings. In the distance, a shadow elongated, accompanied by guttural growls. Soon, a head emerged from behind the wall. It was the crocodile that should have been beneath the bridge. The crocodile was nearly 3 meters long, its skin glistening ominously in the firelight. To Lin Yang's dismay, however, its level was only that of a lowly beast. Level? Lin Yang was taken aback. This seemingly robust crocodile was merely a low-grade creature. But then, from behind it came the sound of more hurried footsteps, and this time, the number seemed greater. With a splat, 3 more crocodiles crawled into view, each one significantly larger than the first. Moreover, they were all of the same low level. What a delightful surprise! Lin Yang grinned. Though these 3 crocodiles appeared fearsome, their combat power barely exceeded 1,000. Use your doppelganger to distract them, Lin Yang instructed Xin Yan. After all, he could not contend with 4 hands alone. Facing 3 low-grade beasts simultaneously would surely stretch him thin. With a roar, Lin Yang's doppelganger leaped into action, pouncing on the 4 crocodiles. She soared down, crushing the skull of 1 low-grade crocodile with her foot. Roar! The other 3 crocodiles, witnessing this, opened their massive jaws, intent on swallowing the doppelganger whole. It's my turn. Lin Yang flicked his wrist, and a glint of cold light flashed across the blade. Almost simultaneously, a crocodile clamped its jaws around the arm of his clone, twisting its body with force and severing the entire limb. As it raised its head, ready to swallow its prize, a blazing red kitchen knife came crashing down upon its head. It never got to enjoy its meal. Standing atop the crocodile's back, Lin Yang glanced at his clone, which was left with just 1 arm and 1 leg, barely holding on. "You have suffered," he silently murmured, then pulled out the knife and struck again at another crocodile. In truth, given the strength of his clone, dispatching these 3 crocodiles was not a formidable task. However, her mission was to assist Lin Yang in holding them back, not to eliminate them. Moments later, Lin Yang surveyed the ground, littered with the bodies of 4 crocodiles and the dismembered limbs of his clone. Though he was aware that this was not the true body of Lin Yang, the grim scene still stirred discomfort within him. With less than 9 hours remaining until the activity concluded, he had already slain 4. Only 6 more were needed to complete the task. Yet in the following hour, Lin Yang and Lin Yang scoured the entire aquarium without success. They encountered only 2 Arctic foxes, while all others failed to meet the criteria. With 7 hours still left, Lin Yang mused that they might have to venture up the mountain for better luck. The zoo offered no more areas to explore to fulfill the mission. They needed to eliminate 4 more creatures. After leaving the aquarium, Lin Yang and Lin Yang retraced their steps to the zoo's entrance. However, Lin Yang suddenly slowed his pace. Lin Yang, now back in human form, looked up at him curiously. Something felt off. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, sensing an eerie atmosphere surrounding them. He stood still for a few seconds, recalling the entire path they had taken. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his gaze fixed on a vacant patch of ground behind him. "It's gone." Lin Yang could not help but exclaim. He distinctly remembered a monkey he had severed in half at that spot. Yet now, it was nowhere to be found. How? Lin Yang, sensing Lin Yang's change in demeanor, transformed into a zombie, warily scanning their surroundings. Just then, a piercing eagle cry echoed through the pitch-black sky. Lin Yang looked up to see an eagle soaring towards them, circling overhead. Almost immediately, a golden lion leaped from above, landing not far from the 2. But that was not all. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the flower beds on either side, and the branches began to tremble unnaturally, as if pushed by some unseen force. Lin Yang recognized it instantly. It was a pack of wolves. A grave expression crossed his face as he surveyed the surrounding beasts. The lion, the wolf king, and the eagle were indeed formidable creatures of the highest rank. He observed their data. Both the lion and the eagle had combat power exceeding 1,500, placing them at the pinnacle among their peers. This was going to be a challenging encounter. If they had appeared one by one, Lin Yang would have felt confident in his chances. However, facing all 3 at once posed a significant dilemma. The lion was the first to charge, and Lin Yang summoned her clone to engage in battle with it. Despite her superior strength, they were merely evenly matched in combat. As beasts of equal rank, they could disregard the disparities in combat power. Meanwhile, the wolf pack began to fan out, closing in on Lin Yang. How long will it keep flying? Lin Yang glanced at the eagle above, unable to discern its intentions. It had already expended considerable energy just by staying airborne. "I'll deal with the Wolf King. You handle the rest," Lin Yang declared before rushing towards the Wolf King. Lin Yang could easily manage the remaining 7 or 8 elite wolves on her own. The Wolf King howled, its form darting like lightning as it lunged at Lin Yang. "Super speed. Do you think I can't see you?" Lin Yang blinked, and the Wolf King's movements suddenly slowed. Previously, he could only catch a fleeting shadow when the Wolf King unleashed its super speed. But now, with his enhanced vision, the shadow crystallized into reality. "Get lost." Lin Yang swung his blade mercilessly at the Wolf King's outstretched paw, instantly crippling it. However, the Wolf King's defense and combat power were equally formidable, and though he severed one of its forepaws, his knife became dulled and useless in the process. Such tough skin. Lin Yang scrutinized the wolf's fur, which stood erect like steel needles. Ordinary bullets would scarcely pierce it. Just when he discarded the knife, the eagle, which had been circling above, suddenly dove down. Chapter 57. The final battle with the king of beasts thinking of capturing me? Lin Yang realized the eagle was diving with its talons extended, aiming to snatch him. If you think I'm merely a helpless rabbit, you are gravely mistaken. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. As the eagle prepared to grasp him, Lin Yang raised his right fist and struck upwards. Fiery fist. Boom! The blazing qilin formed rapidly in the air and sent the eagle tumbling backward. This blow also resulted in a significant drop in its vitality. Subsequently, Lin Yang hastily purchased and consumed 2 stamina-enhancing potions. He had no time to ponder their cost. Completing the time-sensitive task was worth any price. Caught unawares, the eagle absorbed the full force of the fiery fist, wobbling unsteadily as it regained its footing, clearly in distress. At that moment, Lin Yang, engaged in battle with the pack of wolves, suddenly surged forward at full speed toward the eagle. With a crack, her leg lashed out like a whip, landing squarely on the eagle's wing. The force sent the eagle crashing once more, and, astonishingly, its wing was broken by the impact. How? Lin Yang called out to Lin Yang, who instantly understood her intent. Let us finish this one off first. Lin Yang donned his agile boots and leaped out of the Wolf King's attack range. In midair, he lifted his blazing right fist, crashing down upon the eagle's back like a falling meteor. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as he crushed its spine. Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward. 2,650 points, total points, 321,172. Excellent. Lin Yang exclaimed joyfully, surprised that the most feared eagle was the first to fall. This victory alleviated both his psychological and physical burdens significantly. At that moment, a shift occurred in the nearby battle. Although the mighty lion's combat prowess was on par with its doppelganger, its stamina depleted at twice the rate. Lin Yang observed the lion, whose once golden mane was now stained with dark blood, losing its former grandeur. However, the doppelganger was not in a much better state. Her face had been brutally battered by the lion's paw, leaving one eye blinded and her already fearsome visage even more terrifying. Lin Yang gestured towards herself and then pointed at the Wolf King, indicating a desire to swap opponents with Lin Yang. Lin Yang, unperturbed, readily agreed. Meanwhile, only 4 of the wild wolves that Lin Yang had previously dealt with remained, and even without a weapon, Lin Yang felt confident in defeating them. With the eagle's demise, the outcome of the battle was evident. Lin Yang and Lin Yang swiftly dispatched the Wolf King and ultimately joined forces to eliminate the lion. As Lin Yang surveyed the field strewn with corpses, a triumphant smile graced his face. It seemed that even after being infected, the primal instincts of these creatures remained unchanged. Whether lion or wolf, or even eagle, they possessed an innate sense of territory. Over the years, they had lived in the zoo since birth, without worry for food or drink, instinctively considering this place their home. Even if they had the means to escape, they would inevitably return. This realization had occurred to Lin Yang earlier. Currently, only 1-level beast remained to complete the task. Rather than leaving, Lin Yang chose to sit on a bench within the park alongside Lin Yang. The hour was late. It was time for the tiger to return home. Just as he finished speaking, a deep growl resonated from outside the gate. Lin Yang calmly turned his head, following the sound. The majestic big cat had finally arrived. Lin Yang stood up, locking eyes with the tiger. Level: Combat Power, 2,000 Stamina, 100,100 Life, 100,100 Special Skill, Absolute Suppression upon activation. The wielder's strength can be amplified to double that of the opponent for a duration of 10 seconds. Truly the king of beasts. Witnessing the tiger's special skill, Lin Yang could not help but admire it. With such an ability, regardless of the opponent's strength, it would surely have a fighting chance. A tinge of envy flickered across Lin Yang's face. If Lin Yang could possess this skill, combined with her extraordinary ability to replicate, she would undoubtedly stand a chance against even formidable foes. Alas, it would be a pity to slay you. Were it not for my lack of a zombie collector, you would certainly be under my command. But now you must perish. Lin Yang's expression turned icy as he and Lin Yang, along with the doppelganger, charged forward. Roar! A deafening roar erupted as the tiger swatted the doppelganger to the ground, its sharp claws viciously piercing into her form. Yet the doppelganger was no easy target. Devoid of pain or cognitive thought, Her sole focus was to inflict harm upon the tiger. With a swift thrust, the doppelganger's claws pierced through the tiger's leg, shattering the bone completely. The tiger, now lacking support from one leg, nearly collapsed. However, it quickly regained its balance and bit down hard, severing the doppelganger's head. As Lin Yang and Xin Yin approached, the tiger's eyes glowed with a menacing red, its tail standing erect. So soon to activate its special skill? Lin Yang was taken aback, urgently calling Xin Yin. Find a way to stall it for 10 seconds. Xin Yin replicated another doppelganger and charged at the tiger. But this time, the tiger's combat power had escalated to a terrifying 4,700 points. It was exactly double Xin Yin's. With a powerful swipe, it sent the doppelganger flying, shattering every bone, leaving it unable to rise again. Subsequently, it lunged at Lin Yang, its speed surpassing even that of the Wolf King under its special skill. In shock, Lin Yang focused intently, but despite his efforts to evade, he could not completely escape. Gush! Lin Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. The heavy paw struck his chest, its claws piercing through his skin and fracturing 3 of his ribs. Had he not reacted in time, it would have pierced his heart. Use the advanced healing potion. The cost of 1 potion was equivalent to the rewards from defeating the 3 previous level beasts. Immediately upon use, Lin Yang's broken ribs began to realign, and the torn skin rapidly healed. Yet, only 3 seconds had passed. Xinyan, Lin Yang suddenly shouted, realizing the tiger was charging at Xin Yin. Strangely, Xin Yin had not summoned a doppelganger, but was instead fleeing at full speed. What was going on with her? Lin Yang felt a surge of panic, only to discover that the doppelganger he had previously thrown to the ground had not perished. As long as the doppelganger remained alive, Xin Yin could not utilize her special skill. Damn it! Ignoring the excruciating pain, Lin Yang rose from the ground, spotting the knife he had discarded earlier. Roar! A shrill scream echoed. It was Xin Yin's voice. Lin Yang turned to see her pinned against a tree, the tiger's claws piercing her abdomen, dark blood gushing forth. You bastard! Lin Yang cursed, raising the knife in his right hand and hurling it at the doppelganger's forehead. Chapter 58. Breaking the dark web. Xin Yin felt her limbs grow weak, her consciousness fading, just as she believed her life was nearing its end. A sudden coolness radiated from her forehead. Her head, which had hung low, shot up, and she struck the tiger squarely on the brow with a fist. Roar! The tiger howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, its claws withdrawing from Xin Yin's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, yet instead of pain, Xin Yin's face bore a glimmer of fighting spirit. Lin Yang examined Xin Yin's data, exhaling in relief. Thank goodness she was saved. At that moment, Xin Yin's life surged from a critical 22 to a healthier 72. The torn flesh on her abdomen began to mend, and in an instant, she was restored. Roar! With a mere thought, Xin Yin replicated another doppelganger, charging at the tiger. Her previous punch had indented the tiger's brow, diminishing its imposing presence. Nevertheless, the crucial 10 seconds had yet to conclude. The tiger shook its head, revealing its formidable fangs. As the doppelganger approached with its sharp claws, the tiger opened its mouth wide and bit down. Crunch! The tiger's incredible bite force reduced the doppelganger's arm to mere pulp, swiftly followed by its claws piercing into her neck. Doppelganger dead, yet this was precisely the outcome Xin Yin had hoped for. With the doppelganger's demise, her life instantly surged from 72 back to 100. She was back at her peak. Is it time to end this? Lin Yang clutched his still aching chest. Though the exterior flesh had regrown, the fractured ribs had yet to heal completely. Nevertheless, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Lin Yang's face. If it weren't for the 2 seconds that I initially delayed the tiger, otherwise, Xin Yin would indeed have been in grave danger. After the tiger dispatched its clone, its haunting gaze fixated on Xin Yin. Just as it prepared to pounce, its footing faltered, nearly sending it crashing to the ground. Time's up! Lin Yang roared, and instantly, his spirit was revitalized as he dashed toward the tiger. The tiger lifted its eyes to Lin Yang, yearning to retaliate. Yet its dwindling strength rendered it incapable of executing another special move. It lay prostrate on the ground, seemingly resigned to its fate, as it beheld a fiery Qilin descending upon it. In its final moments, it gazed at the cage in which it once resided. How many times had it yearned to escape the iron bars to explore the vastness beyond? Yet upon its release, it discovered that the world was not as beautiful as it had once imagined. Ultimately, with a violent explosion, its life, filled with both anticipation and regret, came to an abrupt end. Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward. 5,000 shopping points. Total shopping points. 316,172. Congratulations, host. The limited time event has concluded. You have received a zombie collector. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yang's face lit up with joy. He eagerly retrieved it from the warehouse, scrutinizing it closely. The zombie collector bore a resemblance to a handgun, though its muzzle flared outward like a trumpet. Additionally, the handle featured a small display showing 3 empty slots, symbolizing the current capacity for collecting zombies. I wonder which little treasure will be the first fortunate recipient? Lin Yang mused, a smile creeping upon his lips. However, he was also aware that the success rate for capturing zombies was not guaranteed. The probability for those below level was quite high, yet unnecessary. Conversely, the chances for level and above zombies were exceedingly low, so while Lin Yang remained hopeful, he prepared himself for disappointment. Regardless, with this device in hand, the dream of assembling a zombie army was now plausible. If captured zombies were to be automatically tamed, would the horde birthed by a zombie matriarch also pledge allegiance to me? Found the function introduction for the zombie collector. Lin Yang glanced at it, realizing that upon a successful capture, both the zombie body and its lineage would be integrated into the collector, belonging to the host. In other words, my idea is feasible. Wow. Lin Yang's heart soared with elation, and he began to dance in place, kissing Xin Yin's face with fervor. Before long, I will be able to purchase linguistic genes for you. Seeing Lin Yang's exuberance, Xin Yin initially stood stunned, but soon joined him in laughter. Before dawn, the two finally returned to the shelter. After an exhausting night of excessive physical exertion, both Lin Yang and Xin Yin were utterly fatigued, collapsing into sleep as soon as they arrived. When Lin Yang finally awoke, it was already the following afternoon. Xin Yin lay before Lin Yang, and upon seeing him awake, she leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his forehead. In that moment, Lin Yang felt like the happiest person in the world. This scene, he had only ever envisioned in novels or dreams. Who would have thought that an apocalypse would turn such a dream into reality? For someone like Lin Yang, a humble wage slave, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. At that moment, Bai Long dashed over, excitement etched across his face. Yang Gu, I did it. I broke through the firewall of the dark web, he exclaimed, clutching his computer with laughter. Lin Yang, invigorated by this news, asked, what should we do now to contact other survivors? Bai Long replied, I can utilize the dark web's unique channels to send unified text messages to designated regional numbers. For instance, all phone numbers in Kanglin City begin with 626, allowing us to send a secret message to the people of Kanglin City via text. If any survivors receive the message, they simply need to reply with the code, and we will receive it. Then we can use the dark web's special channels to call the survivors back, establishing accurate communication with them. Lin Yang pondered for a moment and asked, will we be exposed? After all, I cannot be certain if there are any company personnel besides Wang Tung still in Kanglin City. If the location of the shelter is exposed, the consequences could be dire. In response to Lin Yang's concerns, Bai Long simply reassured him with 2 words, rest assured. He then positioned the computer screen in front of Lin Yang and explained, the dark web's activities originate overseas. Even if we are investigated, they cannot trace it back to us. Lin Yang nodded, stating, then let's not delay. Let's send it out. Bai Long opened the input box. Aside from the secret code, should we say anything else? We need to gain the survivor's trust. Lin Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Here's the plan. You send the message as I instruct. We are survivors from the Dragon Kingdom. If you are alive and uninfected, please reply to this code to contact us. Chapter 59. The first capture. Lin Yang composed a lengthy text message and sent it out. In an instant, all mobile numbers associated with Kanglin City that were still operational received the message. Although this method might miss some survivors, it was currently the best solution available. After dispatching the message, the two waited at the computer for a full half-hour, but sadly, not a single response came. If it weren't for Ling Feng's phone receiving the message, they might have thought their method had failed. Could it be that there were no survivors at all? Lin Yang spoke with a heavy heart, considering that it had been over half a month since the outbreak of a zombie virus. It seemed unlikely that any survivors could have endured this long without food resources. Bai Long consoled him, Yang, let us not be too pessimistic. Let us wait a little longer. Lin Yang responded affirmatively, rising to say, "I have other matters to attend to. Please keep an eye on this." Bai Long gestured in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Lin Yang and Xin Yin made their way to the warehouse where the zombie matriarch was locked away. As expected, she remained unconscious. However, her state was no longer of importance. What mattered was that Lin Yang intended to make her his first target for capture. A 50 chance? Let's hope for success. Lin Yang silent li prayet. For if he failed even once, there would be no opportunity for a second capture. Then, Lin Yang handed Xin Yin a kitchen knife. Go. Give her a couple of cuts. To initiate the capture, it was essential that the target's life force be reduced to below 5. However, Xin Yin did not take the knife. Instead, she transformed into her zombie form and delivered a punch that pierced through the zombie matriarch's abdomen. Seeing Xin Yin prepare for a second strike, Lin Yang quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop! Any more hits and she'll die." That single punch had already taken away 80 of the matriarch's health. Black blood poured from her wounds, and her life force plummeted rapidly, soon dipping below 10. Lin Yang brandished the zombie collector, aiming it at her while monitoring her data. The moment her life force fell below 5, Lin Yang swiftly pressed the button on the collector. A sound echoed, a soft beep, as the device emitted a blue light that enveloped the body of the zombie matriarch. On the miniature display, a progress bar suddenly appeared, indicating a collection progress of 1. Lin Yang fixed his gaze on the screen, noticing the rapid ascent of the progress bar, which soared to 70 in less than 3 breaths. Please, it must succeed. However, just as the progress reached 95, the collector emitted a series of urgent beeping sounds. Beep, 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 what on earth? Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. To his astonishment, the corpse mother before him opened her eyes. Furthermore, the wound on her abdomen was healing, and her vitality was on the mend. At this moment, if Xin Yin were to strike her again, she would likely perish on the spot. Xin Yin, help me hold this. Lin Yang handed the collector to Xin Yin, while he brandished a kitchen knife and approached the corpse mother. Roar! The corpse mother bellowed at Lin Yang, seemingly expressing her fury. Lin Yang shot her a cold glance. I know you won't eat me, and I have no desire to harm you. But if you resist, I will be forced to kill you. The corpse mother remained unresponsive to Lin Yang's words, continuing her low growls. Yet, with her vitality so diminished, even if she wished to harm Lin Yang, her strength was insufficient. Lin Yang disregarded her further and gently reopened her healing wounds with the knife, allowing her to bleed once more. He felt a pang of cruelty for his actions, but there was no alternative. Only in this manner could he ensure the corpse mother's vitality would not recover. The urgent beeping from the collector ceased. Subsequently, the corpse mother's hefty form transformed into a flurry of starlight, which then entered the collector. Success! Lin Yang rejoiced. He retrieved the collector, observing the 3 slots displayed on the screen. The first slot bore the visage of the corpse mother. Below her image was a small number indicating 0. It was evident that this represented the number of corpse children. Achieving success on the first attempt was indeed commendable. Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction, then pressed the button above to release the corpse mother. However, her vitality had not restored due to her taming. It remained at 5. The most significant change was her reaction upon seeing Lin Yang, which was entirely devoid of hostility. Do you know who I am? Lin Yang inquired of the corpse mother. However, she did not respond, instead gazing up at him with her grayish-white eyes. Lin Yang paused, then commanded, I order you to raise your left hand. Upon hearing Lin Yang's directive, the corpse mother, despite her grievous injuries, managed to lift her left hand. Lin Yang was immensely pleased with this display. It appeared that the tamed zombies could comprehend spoken commands, much like Xin Yin. Rest and recover well. Once your vitality is restored, I will bring you zombies to consume. The corpse mother let out a weak growl, and then Lin Yang departed with Xin Yin. Before leaving, he secured the door with an electric lock, ensuring that this creature would not wander out and frighten others. Thus, Lin Yang's spirit soared. Not only had he cracked the black market, but he had also successfully captured the corpse mother, filling him with optimism for the future. Outside Kanglan City, Duan Chao sped along a wide road in a sports car. Seated beside him was not a living person, but an exceptionally robust zombie. Duan Chao's audacity in driving without restraint stemmed from the fact that air was in the car. Ordinary zombies dared not approach. Even those with a reckless disposition would be mercilessly dispatched by air. Glancing at the monitor given to him by Feng Ling, Duan Chao mumbled, I should have been in charge of the virus upgrade plan for Wuzhou province. I can't fathom what the master was thinking, entrusting it to that fool Wang Tung. What on earth is he up to? Yesterday, it showed he went to the Kanglan Zoo, and now he's back at that wretched supermarket? Surely he hasn't hidden a few beauties there? At this thought, a certain part of Duan Chao's anatomy instantaneously filled with blood. However, he suddenly recalled Feng Ling's earlier warning, causing him to deflate once more. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and his companions sat together for dinner. Unintentionally, Bai Long glanced at the computer screen and abruptly he set down his chicken leg. Brother Yang, someone has replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang also put down his food and quickly rushed to Bai Long's side. Can we trace his location? Lin Yang asked. Bai Long replied. As this is a classified response, we cannot pinpoint his location and can only return the call. All right, let's return the call now. Chapter 60. Commander Lei seeks silver tickets beep. The familiar sound of a phone rang out. Everyone sat together in silence. Before long, the call connected. Just as Lin Yang was about to speak, a scream erupted from the other end. Ah, help, help. I'm at room 1001, building 2, Fondo Garden, Fondo Street. Hurry. But before she could finish, a loud bang echoed through the phone. Don't eat me. Please don't eat. Following that, the sound of gnawing was heard. Clearly, this survivor had not made it. Just listening to the sounds, the group was left pale with fear. Bai Long trembled as he ended the call, cradling his head with his hands, visibly on the verge of breaking down. Seeing this, Lin Yang quickly placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't dwell on it, brother. Bai Long gripped his hair tightly and took a deep breath. Brother Yang, perhaps we should stop searching. Lin Yang clenched his other fist slightly. Trust me, let's wait a bit longer. If we receive no reply within 24 hours, then we shall let it go. After uttering these words, Lin Yang slumped down, silent as a deflated balloon. Noticing his change in demeanor, Xin Yin quietly approached and took Lin Yang's hand. Brother, Fondo Garden isn't far from us. Perhaps I should go take a look. There might be other survivors there, Ling Feng suggested. Lin Yang shook his head. If anyone is to go, it should be me. You stay here to protect everyone. With that, Lin Yang and Xin Yin set off for the location mentioned in the call. Upon arrival, however, they found only a gnawed skeleton within the room, and no traces of any survivors throughout the entire community. Upon their return, the atmosphere was heavy with despair. Even Lin Yang contemplated giving up. Yet, just as everyone was engulfed in gloom, the computer suddenly chimed, like a shot of adrenaline coursing through their spirits. Brother Yang, another reply has come. Quick, return the call. Lin Yang's palms were clammy with sweat as everyone gathered around the computer, praying for no further tragedies to unfold. But this time, the phone rang for an extended period without anyone answering. The initial hope of the group swiftly morphed into disappointment. Just when they least expected it. In the final second before the signal dropped, the call was connected. Hello. Lin Yang was the first to speak, his heart racing in anticipation. However, there was a brief silence on the other end before a deep voice responded. You mentioned there's a shelter in Kanglan City. Where is it? Hearing this voice, everyone felt a surge of excitement, as it seemed to carry an air of safety. Yet, Lin Yang's brow furrowed in concern. The man's demeanor was surprisingly calm, a stark contrast to the typical reactions one might expect. Who are you? Where are you now? Lin Yang inquired consecutively. After a brief pause, the man responded. I am Lei Tao, the commander of the military district in Kanglan City, currently situated in the military compound in the southern part of the city. Upon learning the man's identity, Lin Yang immediately adopted a more serious tone. The name Lei Tao was renowned throughout the entire Wuzhou province. Commander Lei, are you alone? First, answer me, where exactly are you? Lin Yang was aware of Lei Tao's suspicion towards him and added, Rest assured, Commander Lei, I mean you no harm. However, if you wish to seek refuge, you must inform me of your numbers and whether you possess any additional weaponry. Both Lei Tao and Lin Yang were wary of each other. At this juncture, not even the highest authority could intimidate Lin Yang. Noticing Lei Tao's silence, Lin Yang continued, If you choose not to trust me, you need not divulge anything, but I shall no longer concern myself with your fate. Moreover, what would I gain by harming you? This statement elicited a sigh from Lei Tao. Very well, I believe you. Besides myself, I have 12 soldiers under my command, and we possess no weapons whatsoever. Lin Yang had already surmised this, given that the outbreak had occurred in the early hours of the morning, when everyone was asleep and had no time to prepare. When Lei Tao did not receive an immediate reply from Lin Yang, He assumed he had been disregarded and continued, though we lack equipment. Each of us carries a personal dagger, allowing us to fight back if confronted by zombies. Please do not abandon us. The desperation in Lei Tao's voice was palpable. Fear not, Commander. I have no intention of forsaking you. Rather, I am contemplating how to transport all of you at once, considering I lack a vehicle. I know where we can find a vehicle. Lei Tao's tone grew, slightly more animated. You merely need to tell me if you are close to the 3rd military district in the northern part of the city. Lin Yang turned to Ling Feng, the only local among them. Ling Feng whispered, it's not too far, but it's not exactly close either. On foot, it would take about an hour to reach. Lin Yang nodded, opting not to directly respond to Lei Tao, saying instead, Commander Lei, that is not your concern. Right now, I only need you to inform me of the vehicle's location. Under no circumstances will I divulge any information regarding the refuge. With a hint of resignation, Lei Tao replied, there are 10 garages in the military district, but behind the garages, there's a stone building where an armored vehicle is hidden, capable of accommodating around 20 people. Very well, ensure your safety, and I shall arrive as swiftly as possible. Wait, do not hang up yet. Is there something else, Commander? Lin Yang asked. Lei Tao cautioned, I have discovered that the strength of the zombies correlates with their physical condition in life. Therefore, exercise caution upon entering the military district. Lin Yang smiled reassuringly. Rest easy. Commander, I will. After concluding the call, Lin Yang surveyed the group. We must act promptly. Xin Yin and I will depart immediately. If others respond in the meantime, do your utmost to stabilize their emotions and avoid detection by the zombies. And remember, do not disclose our location. Understanding the gravity of the situation, everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, Lin Yang and Xin Yin set off towards the 3rd military district. Upon exiting the refuge, Lin Yang gazed up at the full moon, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Having just visited the zoo last night, how is it that tonight we find ourselves in action again? He shook his head, striving to suppress any irrational thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side of Kanglan City, a car with its high beams on drove along the road. Duan Chao frowned at the surrounding corpses. What is happening? Why are there so many dead? I thought the zombies would be less concentrated towards the city center. He then checked his locator, noticing the red dot moving again. Is Wang Tong out his mind? Why is he wandering around at this hour? Duan Chao felt a surge of irritation. I must follow him and see what this fool is up to. Chapter 61. Move quietly. Don't hurt yourself under the bright moon and twinkling stars. Lin Yang and Xin Yin stealthily approached the entrance of the 3rd military district. Inside the guard post, a zombie in military attire stood idle. The doors and windows were locked, but a hole had been smashed through the glass. It seemed the zombie had been injured when the glass was shattered while on duty. Lin Yang crouched low, gripping a kitchen knife as he quietly approached the door. With a sudden force, he swung the door open and swiftly severed the zombie's head. As the zombie collapsed, it fell atop an assault rifle. Lin Yang picked it up, only to find a magazine completely empty. It appeared the soldier had expended all his ammunition before being forced to take refuge in the guard post. Let's proceed inside, Lin Yang stated, positioning the rifle against his chest before igniting the guard post in flames. Inside the military district, there were not many zombies wandering about. Firstly, most personnel had been asleep during the incident, meaning a majority of the zombies likely congregated in the dormitories. Secondly, the military district was situated in a remote area, surrounded by vast open space, minimizing any disturbances that might provoke a zombie outbreak. The actual outcome aligned closely with Lin Yang's expectations. He and Xin Yin made their way into the district, observing the dormitory windows filled with swaying shadows. Many zombies were bare-chested, despite their bodies having decayed. It was evident they had been finely built in life. All of them are elite, Lin Yang noted, astonished to see that these soldiers had transformed into elite-level zombies. Furthermore, the combat abilities of most were at the pinnacle among their kind. It was fortunate that the military district was not situated within the city. Otherwise, the survivors would have had no chance of survival. Lin Yang and Xin Yin moved quietly, avoiding detection as they slipped past the horde. After a considerable search, they finally located a long row of garages. However, a nearby building suddenly caught Lin Yang's attention. A weapons depot. The guards outside the weapons depot had long since vanished. Once inside, they found a neat row of rifles propped against the wall, approximately 50 in total. Several handguns were also displayed on a nearby table. alongside multiple boxes of ammunition scattered across the floor. Truth be told, Lin Yang yearned to seize all the weapons. However, he could only take one handgun to strap to his leg and pocket a few rounds of ammunition, as there would be no opportunity to retrieve more today. After rescuing Lei Tao and the others, he could always return for the weapons later. Lin Yang gently closed the weapons depot door and secured it with an electric lock. This way, unless someone were to dig their way in, these weapons would remain untouched. Following Lei Tao's directions, Lin Yang ventured towards the rear of the garage. Indeed, between the garage and the surrounding wall lay a narrow path, at the end of which stood a stone building. However, Lin Yang's expression turned icy upon noticing the absence of a door. Inside was an armored vehicle, larger than any post-apocalyptic war machine he had ever seen. However, Lin Yang's attention was not focused there. Instead, it was fixated upon a zombie standing at the entrance of the stone brick house. Level: Combat Power, 2400 Health, 100100 Life, 100100 Special Skill. Indestructible. Passive skill: when health falls below 10, it becomes immune to all damage for 30 seconds. Can be triggered once every 24 hours. How could such a formidable creature exist in the military district? Lin Yang stared at the zombie, towering over 2 meters, with muscles more exaggerated than those of a bodybuilder. Moreover, as a high-level zombie, its combat power exceeded that of Xin Yin by 50 points. Its special skill made Lin Yang wary. This ability essentially granted it 30 seconds of invincibility. Lin Yang furrowed his brows. Yet, the behemoth before him remained still, as if awaiting something. He gently held Xin Yin's delicate hand, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. Suddenly, a cold chuckle echoed through the air. A pallid man, marked by dark circles under his eyes, emerged from behind the stone brick house. He approached Air, crossing his arms with a gaze full of disdain. If I am not mistaken, Wang Tong, that fool, must have met his demise at your hands. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately grasped the identity of the speaker. You are from the Fire Palace? With his identity exposed by Lin Yang, Duan Chao appeared somewhat surprised. Yet he quickly scoffed and remarked, Wang Tong, that worthless fool, is truly unworthy of lament. He even spilled the company's secrets. It seems you possess some capabilities after all. Duan Chao lit a cigarette, his demeanor calm and collected. At this moment, Lin Yang also came to a realization. Since the other party could trace this location, the issue must have stemmed from Wang Tong's phone. He took out his phone from his pocket and crushed it into powder. Observing this, Duan Chao squinted slightly. Such an act was beyond what an ordinary person would do. Indeed, he possesses some skills. Duan Chao took a puff of his cigarette, but as he caught sight of Xin Yin behind Lin Yang, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. What a beautiful woman! Duan Chao inwardly sighed. He prided himself on having encountered countless beauties, yet none, be they stars or internet celebrities, could compare to the girl before him. At this moment, a thought began to sprout in Duan Chao's mind. Kid, how about we strike a deal? What kind of deal? Lin Yang asked coldly. If you are willing to give her to me, I will spare your life. Duan Chao pointed at Xin Yin, a lewd expression creeping onto his face. You must understand, I'm offering you an opportunity by discussing terms with you. I hope you do not fail to recognize this kindness. Otherwise, I could easily kill you first and then take the girl. Lin Yang suddenly chucklet softly. How do I know you are not deceiving me? If I hand her over and you do not spare me, that would be quite unjust. Duan Chao inhaled deeply and replied, I am not a bloodthirsty person. If I say I will let you go, I will indeed let you go. Besides, you have no choice. Faced with Duan Chao's threat, Lin Yang lowered his head, seemingly submitting. Very well, I hope you keep your word. He then turned to embrace Xin Yin for a moment, whispering in her ear, bear with me for a while. Do not worry, just follow my orders. He released Xin Yin, his expression filled with guilt as he said, I'm sorry, my dear, do not blame me. Watching this scene, Duan Chao's lips curled into a triumphant smile. His lecherous gaze roamed over Xin Yin, and he even licked his lips impatiently. Master, you cannot blame me for this. Who can resist such a rare gem? With that thought, Duan Chao could not help but sway his hips. Bring this little treasure over to me. Remember, be gentle, do not hurt her. Chapter 62. Capturing Air showed no resistance to Duan Chao's command. He let out a low growl and strode toward Xin Yin with a large blade in hand. How do they control zombies? Lin Yang pondered in confusion. It is known that without a zombie collector, Even the system cannot assist him in controlling zombies. Yet, both Wang Teng earlier and Duan Chao today could command without any tools. The crucial point is that this zombie was not like the one Cold Hao Ian controlled. It retained a semblance of intelligence and could understand human speech. The hulking figure before him was clearly mindless. Ayer approached Xin Yan, and true to Duan Chao's claim, he gently grasped her arm and began to lead her away. Duan Chao pressed his face into her flowing hair, inhaling deeply. How fragrant! He reveled in the delightful scent emanating from Xin Yan, feeling invigorated. Be a good girl, and from now on, you'll follow your brother. As long as you serve me well at night, I promise you will live a life of luxury, wanting for nothing. Duan Chao grinned lewdly. He then wrapped his arm around Xin Yan's waist, forcefully pulling her into his embrace. Seeing this, Lin Yang's expression darkened to the point of almost dripping with water. Duan Chao, noticing Lin Yang's demeanor, laughed heartily. Kid, you cannot truly believe I would let you go, can you? Although I usually have no quarrel with Wang Tong. But as a member of the Fire Palace, do you think you can just kill me? Duan Chao's expression suddenly shifted as his hand began to wander up Xin Yan's waist. But at that moment, Lin Yang spoke up. You cannot possibly think that my woman is someone you can just take at will. Can you? Today, I will make it clear. Not only did I kill Wang Tong, but you too shall not live. Upon hearing this, Duan Chao immediately sensed danger. He turned abruptly, only to find the beauty he held had vanished, replaced by a fearsome zombie. Yeah, kill her. But before he could finish the word her, Duan Chao felt a sweetness in his throat. Instantly, a warm liquid flowed down from his neck. He instinctively wiped at it and was stunned to see his hand stained red. With a splatter, blood gushed forth. Duan Chao desperately clasped his hands to his neck in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding, his face a mask of terror as he looked at Lin Yang. Initially, he had not understood why Wang Tong had perished at this boy's hands. But now it all became clear. In the final moments of his life, Duan Chao reached into his pocket. He felt for his phone and hurriedly pressed a button before bidding farewell to this world. With Duan Chao's death, the air beside him twitched as if suddenly gaining self-awareness. He let out a furious roar and lunged at Xin Yan. In terms of combat power, they were relatively equal. However, in terms of special skills, Xin Yan's offensive capability surpassed that of Ayer. In an instant, Xin Yan summoned a clone, and both charged at Ayer from either side. Unable to fend off both attackers, Ayer absorbed the full force of Xin Yan's main body strike, but was kicked and had his left leg broken by the clone. With a furious roar, Ayer sent his opponent flying with a single punch. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was not idle. He charged forward, delivering a swift strike to Ayer's side with his blade. How resilient! Lin Yang thought to himself. Despite exerting considerable force, his strike barely penetrated a mere centimeter into Ayer's tough exterior. Yet, Lin Yang found a flicker of satisfaction in this. Xin Yan, do not kill him. I wish to capture this fellow. Xin Yan, in her original form, nodded in acknowledgement, raising her sharp claws to attack once more. At this moment, Ayer's health had dwindled to 70. He could no longer rely on his left leg and was precariously balanced on his right. However, just as Xin Yan prepared to launch a surprise attack from behind, Ayer abruptly turned, delivering a powerful punch directly to her chest. A sickening sound echoed as Xin Yan coughed up a mouthful of black blood, her health plummeting to 0 in an instant. Such overwhelming strength. Lin Yang observed everything with clarity. He witnessed Ayer's fist landing squarely on Xin Yan's heart. The force not causing visible external injuries, but shattering her heart to pieces beneath the skin. It was worth noting that despite Xin Yan's petite stature, she possessed impressive combat power of 2,350, ensuring her formidable defense. Yet, under these circumstances, Ayer still managed to obliterate her heart with a single blow, illustrating the extent of his monstrous strength. This display only intensified Lin Yang's desire to capture him. Simultaneously, as Xin Yan fell, the attack from her original form was imminent. With a powerful punch, she pierced through Ayer's abdomen, ruthlessly withdrawing her hand before delivering a horizontal kick that shattered his right leg. With a resounding thud, Ayer collapsed to his knees, struggling to rise, but finding himself utterly powerless. Roaring in defiance, he faced Lin Yang, the veins on his decaying muscles prominently displayed. Lin Yang regarded him coldly, his knife igniting into a fiery crimson. You have lost your ability to move. Even if you possess special skills, they cannot alter your inevitable defeat. I am uncertain if you can comprehend my words now. But following the path of the Fire Temple will lead you to a grim fate. If you're willing to submit to me, once I discover a method to eradicate the zombie virus, I shall assist you in regaining your humanity. Lin Yang stood before Air, anticipating a desired response. Unfortunately, disappointment ensued. Even with his legs severed, Air reached out with his arms, attempting to grasp Lin Yang. It appeared that reason had failed. Lin Yang's gaze turned icy as he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Air, finally triggering his passive skill, Immortality. The moment the skill activated, Air radiated a deep crimson light. Neither Lin Yang nor Xin Yin's attacks could inflict any damage upon him. Absurd. Lin Yang remained rooted in place, quietly awaiting the expiration of Air's skill. After all, Air was unable to rise. Even if he wished to flee, it was impossible. When the skill finally dissipated, Lin Yang's fiery blade struck mercilessly against Air's back. The sound of searing flesh echoed. Soon, Air's health plummeted to a critical 5. Lin Yang retrieved the zombie collector, aiming it at him, hoping for success this time. Beep. With the sound of a notification, the collector emitted a beam of blue light enveloping Air's form. Collection progress, 125. Remarkably swift progress once again. However, moments later, the sound Lin Yang dreaded most rang out once more. Beep, beep, beep. The collector blared an urgent notification. Strangely, Lin Yang noted that Air's health had not recovered. In the next instant, 4 ominous red characters appeared on the display. Collection failed. Chapter 63. Undercurrents rising failed? Lin Yang blinked in surprise. He gazed at Air, feeling a profound sense of regret. To simply kill him would indeed be a great loss. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a zombie on par with Xin Yin. If he could be harnessed, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset. Yet, with the situation now determined, failure to collect meant no second chance. It seems we are fated to be apart, Lin Yang sighed. Just as he prepared to end Air, Xin Yin suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Lin Yang's arm. What is the matter? Lin Yang inquired. Xin Yin took hold of Lin Yang's zombie collector, pointing at the image of the corpse mother displayed on it, then gesturing towards Air. Are you suggesting we feed Air to the corpse mother? Lin Yang asked. Xin Yan nodded. But the corpse mother can only consume advanced zombies. Moreover, Air's combat power exceeds yours. Placing them together could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Xin Yan grinned, revealing her rows of sharp teeth. Then, she snatched the knife from Lin Yang's hands and proceeded to sever Air's limbs with ruthless efficiency. Isn't that a bit excessive? Lin Yang exclaimed, staring in shock at the gruesome sight of Air on the ground. Xin Yin returned the knife to him, flashing a smile that sent chills down Lin Yang's spine. Subsequently, Lin Yang spent 10 points from the shop to purchase a roll of powerful tape, sealing Air's mouth. This adhesive was more robust than welded steel. Following that, he acquired some bandages to staunch Air's wounds, preventing him from bleeding out. At last, the two cleared their obstacles and boarded the armored vehicle. Upon entering, Lin Yang discovered the remote control sitting in the driver's seat. This armored vehicle was a state-of-the-art amphibious vehicle designed by the Dragon Nation in 2024. While its defensive capabilities were inferior to those of the post-apocalyptic war vehicles, it boasted superior offensive weaponry. Equipped with anti-aircraft machine guns and an extended cannon capable of firing small grenades, it was formidable in its own right. However, upon inspection, Lin Yang found only 5 grenades and less than 10,000 rounds for the machine gun. Additionally, there were 6 torpedoes intended for underwater combat, but given the current situation, they seemed of little use. Xin Yin, keep an eye on Air. Ensure he does not perish, Lin Yang instructed before pressing the start button on the remote. Instantly, the armored vehicle emitted a low rumble, its headlights illuminating the surroundings. However, the sound of the vehicle's ignition attracted the attention of the zombies in the military district. What terrible luck, Lin Yang grumbled, shoving the remote into his pocket and flooring the accelerator. Boom! The armored vehicle surged forward. Despite its massive size, it possessed remarkable power. As Lin Yang barreled through the advanced zombies, he pressed the gas pedal, crushing them beneath the vehicle's weight. The 16-wheel drive was indeed fierce. The power rivaled that of the post-apocalyptic war vehicles. Lin Yang laughed heartily as he swiftly distanced himself from the pursuing horde, speeding onto the wide road. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Feng Ling, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the blaring of her phone beside her pillow. She groggily sat up, cursing as she switched on the bedside lamp. Which fool is disturbing me at this late hour? If there's no good reason, I swear I'll deal with him tomorrow. However, upon glancing at her phone, her drowsiness evaporated instantly. Impossible. Duan Chao is dead? Her screen displayed a mere 5 words. Duan Chao, deceased. This was the button he had pressed with his last ounce of strength. At that moment, Lin Yang had been entirely focused on air, oblivious to Duan Chao's actions. This button was present on every employee's phone, intended for reporting incidents and emergencies. Once activated, superiors would be informed of the time and location of the incident, allowing them to adjust their subsequent plans. Earlier, Wang Tung had also attempted to press it before his demise, but Lin Yang had caught him in the act. Upon receiving this shocking news, Feng Ling immediately got out of bed. She didn't even have time to put on her pajamas, rushing to her computer in a state of undress. How could Duan Chao have died in the 3rd military district of Kanglan City? Wang Tung's last known location was also here. Feng Ling furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed. Yet, given her position as the fiery palace master, she was no ordinary person. After a moment's contemplation, she lifted her head. Could it be that someone had killed Wang Tung first and then carried his phone? If that were the case, everything would make sense. Anyone capable of eliminating Wang Tung and Ada would naturally have the strength to face Duan Chao and Air. However, in terms of prowess, Air was significantly stronger than Ada. The one who could take him down was certainly not an ordinary individual. Yet, who could possibly have done this? Could it be the others from the palaces? The prolonged internal strife had compelled Feng Ling to suspect her colleagues. But before long, she shook her head. No, Wang Tung had been executing the virus upgrade plan. Even if the other 5 palaces wished to suppress her, they would not choose this moment to act. The boss's methods were well known to them. Could there be forces in Kanglan City that we are unaware of? In another building, a man pointed a camera at a room in the Mingzhu Tower. On a screen appeared the completely naked Feng Ling. Who would have thought this woman had a penchant for exposure? Not sleeping at this hour, one could only wonder what she was up to. It was evident that she was lonely and yearning for a man. In the shadows stood another man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, peering through binoculars with a lecherous grin. One day, I shall make this seductive woman sing my praises beneath me. You better stop dreaming. We're just here for a visual treat. If the palace master learns of your thoughts, it would be a miracle if he didn't have your manhood severed. Upon hearing this, the man chuckled awkwardly. What is wrong with indulging a little? It's not like I can't enjoy myself verbally. Well, I've taken all the photos. The palace master will surely be pleased with this. Perhaps we might even be rewarded with a few girls. That would be splendid. But do you think this will anger Palace Master Yuqing? Don't worry, it won't. In my opinion, Yuqing has no such intentions towards Feng Ling. Besides, even if there were a fallout, what does it have to do with us? With the Palace Master's foul temper, if it comes to a fight, Yuqing might not even stand a chance. Chapter 64. None shall be left behind in the early hours. Lin Yang, seeking to save time, instructed Xin Yan to take air back to the refuge while he made his way to the military district. The corpse mother's life had nearly fully recovered, and the plan to cultivate a zombie army could commence. However, Lin Yang harbored a single concern. He was uncertain if the corpse mother could consume air. If not, it would be quite a waste to kill him. As Lin Yang drove, he fantasized about his impending zombie army. Once it reached a substantial number, not only would it bolster Lin Yang's power, but would also serve as an excellent means of accumulating points. Thanks to the zombie collector, the zombies he tamed would earn points solely for Lin Yang. At that rate, he estimated he would amass 666,000 points in no time. Lin Yang pondered the changes in Xin Yan over the past few days. Whether in emotion or intelligence, she was increasingly resembling a genuine human. Perhaps with a future elevation in rank, her intellect would fully mature. Driving the armored vehicle, Lin Yang arrived at the military district in less than half an hour. However, the entrance was now sealed by a metallic folding gate. Zombies inside could not escape, nor could those outside enter. Lin Yang faced 2 choices. First, to leave the vehicle at the entrance and stealthily infiltrate to devise a plan for rescue. Or second, to break through the gate with the armored vehicle, which would undoubtedly alert the other zombies inside. Clearly, the first option was the safest and most prudent. Thus, Lin Yang chose the latter without hesitation. Damn it, I'll just crash in and draw the zombies this way. Xinyan, take advantage of the chaos to find Lei, Tao, and the others. I will do my utmost to eliminate the zombies and carve a path for you. Xin Yan nodded, and Lin Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly, accelerating into the breach. Bang! The armored vehicle forcefully smashed open an exit in the gate. As the vehicle surged inside, all the zombies in the courtyard rushed out. Many even leaped from several stories up. Xin Yan, go! Lin Yang opened the door, and Xin Yan's agile figure quickly vaulted to the second floor, heading towards the location Lei Tao had provided earlier. As thousands of zombies charged towards him, Lin Yang wasted no time, grabbing a machine gun to begin firing. Hot tot tot tot. The zombies before him fell like weeds, but his ammunition dwindled rapidly. Soon, Lin Yang noticed the gun barrel heating up and emitting smoke due to the rapid firing. Drawing from his experience in shooting games, he knew that continuing to fire under such conditions would cause the barrel to explode. Consequently, Lin Yang quickly abandoned the machine gun and dashed to the driver's cabin to activate the cannon on the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, after annihilating all the zombies in a corridor, Xin Yan arrived at a door. She reverted to her human form and swiftly knocked. Inside, Lei Tao and his soldiers were fully prepared. The moment the gunfire erupted from below, they knew rescue had come. Lei Tao held a dagger, peering through the peephole to see a girl in a white dress outside. This was a scenario he had envisioned countless times. Yet he never anticipated that the one to save them would be such a seemingly frail girl. Boom! An explosion echoed from downstairs. The sound of Lin Yang deploying a small grenade. Knock, knock, knock. Xin Yan knocked on the door again, and this time, Lei Tao wasted no time and swiftly opened it. Is it just you? Lei Tao asked, glancing at the bodies lying in the corridor. Xin Yan smiled and nodded, then waved for everyone to follow her. In an instant, both Lei Tao and the group of soldiers behind him felt an overwhelming sense of shame. How could a group of grown men be protected by a girl? Commander, allow me to take the lead. A soldier named June resolutely stepped forward, pulling Xin Yan behind him and saying, Little sister, you should stay behind us. However, Xin Yan ignored him, shaking off his hand and charging ahead. Seeing this, Lei Tao quickly patted Hu Jun on the shoulder, urging, stop standing there foolishly, hurry and follow. The group then rushed out of the corridor behind Xin Yan. As they reached the staircase, they were confronted by a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies strewn across the floor. Yet, Xin Yan, that petite figure, walked through the carnage as if it were nothing, displaying not a hint of disturbance. Truly, she resembled a modern-day Hua Mulan. Lei Tao couldn't help but marvel, hastening to keep pace with her. Upon exiting the residential building, they spotted a young man wielding a kitchen knife, standing defiantly in front of an armored vehicle, effortlessly dispatching the surrounding zombies. As they emerged, Lin Yang severed a zombie's head with a swift stroke and shouted, Quick, get in the vehicle. He stood guard at the door to prevent other zombies from blocking their escape. Lei Tao nudged Hu Jun, urging, You go first. Commander, you first. Hu Yun insisted. Damn it, stop dawdling. Get in. Lei Tao exclaimed, giving Hu Jun a shove into the vehicle before directing the other soldiers to board in an orderly manner. Just as Lei Tao prepared to climb in himself, a previously struck zombie suddenly lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his calf. In that critical moment, a soldier reacted swiftly, pushing Lei Tao aside, but this exposed his own left leg, allowing the zombie's claws to sink into his flesh. Xiao Lu. Lei Tao's pupils dilated in horror as Xiao Lu quickly turned, plunging a dagger into the zombie's skull. He then noticed the blood on his leg darkening rapidly, the muscle beginning to rot, and unexpectedly smiled. Commander, I won't be going to the shelter. Once the world is at peace, burn me some fine cigarettes and liquor. I, Lu Rong, can say I live my life to the fullest. Ignoring his injury, he rushed to Lin Yang's side. Brother, you lead everyone to safety. I'll hold him off. Lin Yang glanced at his calf, noting the virus creeping dangerously close to his knee. Just as Lu Rong prepared to face his fate, Lin Yang raised the kitchen knife and swung it at him. Crack! The blow severed Lu Rong's lower leg. No one noticed where Lin Yang had produced a large piece of gauze, which he swiftly applied to the wound. The agony of his severed leg, combined with the effects of the medication, made even this tough man cry out. I promise to bring you all back safely, and not a single one of you is to be left behind. With that, Lin Yang shoved Lu Rong into the vehicle and took the driver's seat, forcefully shutting the door. Buckle up. We're taking off. Chapter 65. From now on, you shall be called Wang Kai. Lin Yang wasted no time turning around. Instead, he drove the armored vehicle backward through the gap they had originally entered. Outside, thousands of zombies had gathered, incessantly banging on the armored vehicle's windows. Commander Lei, send someone up to clear the way with a machine gun. The encircling zombies are increasing in number, and this vehicle won't withstand the pressure. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, Hu Jun stood up, volunteering. I'll go. He climbed to the roof of the vehicle, gripping the heavy machine gun, and began to fire wildly. Boom! Lin Yang deployed another small grenade, blasting apart a large wave of approaching zombies. With the obstacles cleared, the armored vehicle surged forward out of the encirclement. Working in tandem with Hu Jun, Lin Yang successfully led everyone to safety as they drove toward the city center. Safe at last, several soldiers in the vehicle couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Since the outbreak of the zombies, they had been hiding together, subsisting on merely 2 biscuits each day. They had originally planned to face the zombies in a final battle once their food ran out. Thankfully, they received Lin Yang's message just in time, rekindling their hopes for survival. Shaolin, we truly owe you both a debt of gratitude, Lei Tao sincerely expressed from the back. Lin Yang did not hesitate to respond. Commander Lei, I noticed there's a weapons cache in the 3rd Military District. I plan to borrow a few men from you to retrieve some supplies at dawn. But there are more zombies in the military district than in our courtyard. Isn't that too dangerous? Lei Tao voiced his concerns. Lin Yang reassured him, when I went to steal a vehicle yesterday, I lured all the zombies out. Based on my understanding of zombies, they lack the territorial instincts of animals. Once they are out, they will wander aimlessly. Therefore, I believe the zombies there have mostly vacated the military district. Moreover, with the 2 of us present, we will do our utmost to protect everyone. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Lei Tao fell into a moment of contemplation. Commander Lei, I know you have many questions and perhaps still harbor doubts. But since we are now under the same roof, I do not wish to conceal anything from you. Xin Yan, at Lin Yang's command, Xin Yan instantly transformed into her zombie form. This sight caused Lei Tao and the others to retreat in fright, drawing their daggers. However, Xin Yan's transformation did not last long before she reverted back. Lin Yang smiled at this. Commander Lei, this is the reason why we have managed to survive in this apocalypse. But consider this. If we wished you harm, would we go to such lengths? Lin Yang's words left Lei Tao and the others speechless. At this point, they had no other recourse. After all, their lives had been saved by them, and trust was their only option. Just as expected of Commander Lei, you truly understand the larger picture. To persuade Lei Tao, Lin Yang had prepared another argument, but it seemed unnecessary now. Subsequently, Lin Yang led everyone to the shelter. As they entered, all mouths gaped in astonishment. Compared to the outside, it was akin to paradise. There was food and drink, as well as comfortable bedding for rest. Most importantly, the defensive installations outside the shelter appeared incredibly reassuring. Lin Yang approached Ling Feng and whispered, Brother Feng, please take care of these people. I have some matters to attend to. All right, leave it to me, Ling Feng replied. Then, Lin Yang and Xin Yan made their way to the warehouse where the zombie mother was confined. Upon opening the door, his expression instantly shifted to one of joy. It's happening. At that moment, the zombie mother lay on the ground, her belly visibly swollen. Lin Yang stood silently by, eagerly anticipating the birth of the first member of his zombie army. Half an hour passed in anticipation. Is it finally time? Lin Yang focused on the zombie mother's belly, which had expanded to its limits. The decaying flesh on her abdomen had begun to tear, oozing dark blood. Splash! Under the watchful eyes of Lin Yang and Xin Yan, the first corpse child successfully tore open the belly of the corpse mother and leaped out. However, when Lin Yang caught sight of the corpse child, his eyes widened in astonishment. Level, combat power, 1100 stamina, 100100 life. 100100 special skill. Indestructible, it was actually a level corpse child. Lin Yang excitedly waved his arms. The most crucial part was that this corpse child had inherited a heir's special skill, although its combat power paled in comparison to a heir's. Possessing this skill made it a prominent figure among level zombies. It turned out that devouring level zombies could yield level corpse children. Would consuming even higher level zombies give rise to even more advanced corpse children? Ding! Below is the information related to the corpse mother. Lin Yang glanced at it and discovered that the highest level of corpse children birthed by the corpse mother could not exceed that of the parent, with the minimum being 1 level lower. However, halfway through reading, he suddenly froze. Dog system. You actually have a zombie encyclopedia. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Lin Yang cursed and then sighed in disappointment. He understood that this system was not an artificial intelligence, hence it could not respond to him. How many hidden features do you possess? Lin Yang couldn't help but feel curious. Nonetheless, the most delightful aspect for him at the moment was this corpse child. It seemed that, unless absolutely necessary, he would not kill level zombies in the future. He would leave them all for the corpse mother. Then, he declared to the corpse child, "From this day forth, you shall be named Wang Kai. When the zombie legion is established in the future, you will be my first commander." However, not long after, Lin Yang felt a pang of confusion. Where did he place the corpse child after it was birthed? The zombie collector could only accommodate 3 zombies, and he couldn't let them linger outside indefinitely. All right, I still have a system warehouse. With a thought, Wang Kai vanished in a flash of golden light, just like an ordinary item. Lin Yang gazed at Wang Kai in the warehouse, his spirits lifting considerably. Xinyan, use your clone to search outside for any more level zombies. If there are none, just grab any zombie you find. Yet, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xinyan's face. She pouted, pinched the air twice, and then extended a finger. What do you mean? Lin Yang blinked, perplexed by her gesture. Xinyan immediately placed her hands on her hips, walked behind Lin Yang, and pinched his shoulders twice, prompting Lin Yang to react. Oh, I still owe you an hour of massage. Lin Yang quickly held up 3 fingers and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I swear I haven't forgotten. It's just that there have been too many matters lately, and I haven't had the time. Once we wrap up the shelter business, I'll take you away. Just the 2 of us. Whenever you want a massage, we'll do it." Hearing Lin Yang's words, Xinyan's face broke into a radiant smile. All right, Chapter 66. A dignified death seeking silver notes at noon. Everyone rose from their slumber and shared a meal together. Lin Yang looked at Lei Tao and asked Commander Lei, "How was your rest?" "Quite good," Lei Tao replied with a smile. "Little Lin, from now on, please refrain from calling me Commander. At this point, I am but an empty shell." There was a hint of helplessness in Lei Tao's tone. "If you wish, you may call me Uncle Lei from now on, by age. I am more than qualified to be your uncle." "All right, Uncle Lei," Lin Yang said as he retrieved a box of cigarettes from the shelf to hand to him. "Tell everyone they can take whatever they want to eat here, without being polite." "Understood." Lei Tao accepted the cigarettes, feeling the weight of age bearing down on him at that moment. Lin Yang glanced at him and asked, "Uncle Lei, what about that matter we discussed earlier? How has it progressed?" "I've inquired, and they're all willing to go. It's just a matter of how many you need." "Not many, just 4 will suffice." "As for who goes, you can help me choose, Uncle Lei." Lei Tao nodded, and within 5 minutes, 4 capable soldiers lined up in front of him. However, the only one Lin Yang could name was Hu Jun. "Goodness, you seem to be everywhere. Are you not afraid of death?" Lin Yang laughed. Hu Jun chuckled. "My mom said that a man should face challenges head on. That's what we are here for." Lin Yang gave him a thumbs up. "Then let us set off. To be safe, I prepared 2 grenades for each of you." After bidding farewell to the others, Lin Yang and Xinyan led the soldiers to the 3rd military district. Upon entering the military zone, the zombies were indeed fewer than Lin Yang had suggested. Most of the zombies from the night before had followed Lin Yang's vehicle out. Once they were shaken off, they wandered aimlessly around the city, reduced to lost souls. Everyone moved quickly. Lin Yang opened the armory door. The tasks were clearly divided. Hu Jun and his 3 comrades were responsible for loading weapons onto the vehicle, while Lin Yang and Xinyan defended against the approaching zombies. Before long, Hu Jun shouted while carrying the last box of ammunition, "All done." Young. Since most of these soldiers were in their early 20s, it was quite appropriate for them to call him brother. Lin Yang exchanged glances with Xinyan. After dispatching the zombies before them, they quickly returned to the vehicle. "Everyone on the machine gun, clear the path." "I'll do it." Hu Jun quickly climbed up and unleashed a barrage ahead. However, just as they were about to break through the military zone, a zombie suddenly appeared at the gate, standing in their way. "Old Mao," the 4 soldiers called out simultaneously, recognizing him as their former comrade. Even Hu Jun above ceased firing, his eyes glistening with tears. But at that moment, Lin Yang's feelings diverged from the others. Upon seeing the zombie's data, a murderous intent surged within him. Original zombie Li Mao, level, combat power, 1450 stamina, 93100 life, 100100 special skill, giant strength, consumes 20 stamina points to triple 1 strength, evolution degree, 9100 since he was an original zombie, It was my duty to eliminate him. If a zombie were devoured by the corpse mother, it would not count as a kill by Lin Yang. However, killing an original zombie was one of the system's open activities. Lin Yang drew the kitchen knife strapped to his leg and commanded, "You four stay in the vehicle. Do not exit without my order." "Yang," Hu Jun suddenly called out. Lin Yang turned to him, noticing Hu Jun's troubled expression. "Yang, he was our closest comrade. Please, let him die with dignity. We implore you." Lin Yang glanced at them, remaining silent, before turning and leaping from the vehicle. "Help me deal with the zombies behind." Lin Yang instructed Xin Yan and charged towards Li Mao. Roar! The eye of the flaw. Lin Yang tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading Li Mao's outstretched claws. He then grasped Li Mao's arm with his left hand while raising his knife with his right, aiming for a swift strike to the throat. But suddenly, he felt Li Mao's strength surge dramatically, evidently activating a special skill. Bang! Li Mao retaliated with a punch to Lin Yang's right arm. Had he not possessed the Kirin right arm gene, that punch would have surely shattered his arm. Yet even so, Lin Yang felt a tingling sensation in his right arm. Suddenly, flames ignited as Lin Yang swiftly swung his knife, severing a substantial piece of rotten flesh from his arm. However, Li Mao, devoid of pain, not only did not retreat, but instead lunged at Lin Yang with even greater ferocity. A smirk crept across Lin Yang's lips. "Wan Kai, find him." With a mere thought, a flash of golden light appeared, and Wang Kai instantly materialized behind Li Mao, wrapping its arms around him. Although Hu Jun and the others were somewhat startled by Wang Kai's sudden appearance, they were not entirely surprised. After all, to them, Lin Yang and Xin Yan were both zombies. If he lacked some extraordinary ability, it would be quite abnormal. However, in terms of combat power, Wang Kai was still significantly inferior to Li Mao. Moreover, with Li Mao currently under the influence of a special technique, his strength was extraordinarily amplified. Wang Kai managed to restrain him for just a second before Li Mao broke free. Yet, in Lin Yang's eyes, that single second could be stretched into hundreds or thousands of times. Even if Lin Yang's speed could not be enhanced, it provided him with ample time to react. Lin Yang raised his right hand, exerting all his strength to hurl the fiery red kitchen knife. The target was none other than Li Mao's head. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward, 2,600 marketplace points. Total marketplace points, 339,172. Ding! Successfully eliminated the first-generation zombie, Li Mao. Current progress towards the end of the apocalypse, 43,000. Hu Jun watched the scene unfold, tears streaming down his face. With a loud thud, Li Mao collapsed backward onto the ground. Lin Yang withdrew the knife that had struck him squarely in the forehead, and then recalled Wang Kai. Not severing his limbs is somewhat merciful, Lin Yang muttered to himself. With Li Mao dealt with, there were no longer any zombies in the 3rd Military District to pose a threat to the others. Moreover, this batch of weapons further elevated the overall strength of the shelter. Upon returning to the shelter, Lin Yang pulled Lei Tao aside and said, "Uncle Lei, you've seen the weapons and equipment we possess. Combined, they surpass even a regional military district. I believe it is time to appoint someone for unified management. Are you suggesting I take charge?" Lei Tao asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. "Uncle Lei, please do not refuse. After all, your reputation as Commander Lei is well known in Wuzhou province." "Haha, don't flatter me too much. Fine. Since you trust me, I shall not decline." Just as they were conversing, Bai Long suddenly shouted as he ran over. "Brother Yang, we've received another response." Chapter 67. Departing for Dongfang province in the following 3 days. After Lin Yang and Xin Yan tirelessly searched for survivors, the total number in the shelter rose from 19 to 32. In truth, by the second day after sending out the message, there had been no reports of any additional survivors. Yet Lin Yang was unwilling to give up. So he waited an extra day. After 72 hours, the search and rescue plan was definitively called off. Who would have thought that in a city with a population of 7 million, only 32 of us remained? As the commander of the military district in Kanglin City, Lei Tao's heart was heavy with sorrow. He gazed at the land he had once protected, now overrun by zombies and ravaged beyond recognition. In addition to his sorrow, he felt profound guilt and remorse. The deceased are long gone, and we, the living, remain. Lin Yang gently patted Lei Tao's back and reassured him, "Uncle Lei, do not dwell on it too much." After calming himself, Lei Tao looked at Lin Yang. You mentioned that you two plan to leave. Is that true? Yes. Lin Yang nodded sleepily. Lei Tao sighed. So be it. You two are destined to be different from us mere mortals. How could you settle for this tiny corner of the world? Actually, Uncle Lei, I sought you out today because I have several matters to discuss with you. Oh, let me guess. You want me to manage this group of survivors, correct? Lin Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled. As expected of Commander Lei, nothing escapes your notice. Although these people seem orderly now, human hearts are unpredictable. Once we leave, I can't ensure that no one will harbor ill intentions. As he spoke, Lin Yang's gaze fell upon a man nearby. The man appeared to be in his 30s and was frequently glancing at Xin Yan and several other young women. While it is natural for men to be lecherous, he often strolled near the weapons cache when no one was watching. If Hu Jun had not caught him once, even Lin Yang would have remained oblivious to his actions. Lei Tao chuckled. Rest assured, I have already instructed Hu Jun to keep an eye on him. Should he dare to act inappropriately, I will take immediate action with your consent. Lin Yang regarded Lei Tao with admiration, realizing that he had already taken proactive measures. Uncle Lei, from now on, you will be fully responsible for this shelter. If you can manage such a large military district in Kanglin City, I believe this small shelter will pose no challenge. Stop flattering me. Lei Tao patted Lin Yang on the shoulder and said seriously, regardless, once you step outside, prioritize your safety. Do not act recklessly. Understood, Uncle Lei. In these past 3 days, we have brought back quite a bit of supplies from outside. If all goes well, it should be enough for everyone to survive for a year. After a year, I will find a better place to take everyone away. If I do not return in a year, all right, I will wait for you to take us to a better place. Lei Tao interrupted Lin Yang with a smile. In the evening, Lin Yang approached Bai Long and asked, "What's wrong? You seem down all day." Bai Long, looking dejected, fiddled with a crumpled piece of paper in his hands. "Brother Yang, what if you and sister-in-law leave and we encounter danger? What will we do?" At this, Bai Long suddenly looked up, his gaze intense as he fixed it on Lin Yang. "Why don't you take me with you? I feel like I could be of some use." Lin Yang paused. "Isn't it more dangerous for you to follow us? We're not going out for leisure." Bai Long shook his head, his expression earnest. "Do you think I fear danger? What I truly fear is that moment when danger strikes and I can only wait for death. Once this place is breached, we can resist for a time with our weapons, but we cannot withstand it forever. However, joining you two would be different. Even if the dangers increase, the chances of survival would also rise." Lin Yang playfully tapped Bai Long on the head. "You rascal, are you trying to manipulate me and sister-in-law?" Hee hee. Bai Long shrugged, then mysteriously added, "Brother Yang, let me show you something. I guarantee that once you see it, even if I don't mention it, you'll want to take me with you." "Why do I find that hard to believe?" "You'll see." Bai Long confidently handed Lin Yang a computer, and on the screen was a map of the Dragon Nation composed entirely of straight lines. "Do you know where this is?" Bai Long pointed to a location on the map. "This appears to be Dongfang Province?" "Correct." Bai Long rapidly typed on the keyboard, instantly switching from a map of the Dragon Nation to the map of Dongfang Province. "Previously, when you asked me to crack that phone, I discovered a peculiar button on it. The signal it emitted was not an ordinary command, but rather a unique signal. Upon further investigation, I found that once the signal is sent, its receiving source is located in the Eastern Province. Therefore, I believe that if we wish to uncover the individual covertly orchestrating this zombie virus, we can start from this point." Listening to Bai Long, Lin Yang's eyes gleamed with admiration. "With similar intellect, how could you be so astute?" Lin Yang had never shared any information regarding the phone with Bai Long. All of this was derived solely from Bai Long's own ingenuity. A hint of pride flickered across Bai Long's expression. "Thus, if you wish to trace this signal source, aside from me, no one else can assist you. Your assertion seems quite valid." Lin Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Very well, then I shall take you along. As long as we survive, I assure your safety." The following day, Lin Yang merely exchanged brief greetings with Ling Feng and Lei Tao before departing for the back door with Xin Yan and Bai Long. The three of them drove an armored vehicle, racing out of the city and onto the highway. The highway was nearly devoid of zombies, prompting Lin Yang to relinquish the driver's seat to Bai Long. Who would have imagined that Bai Long would one day drive an armored vehicle? Gripping the steering wheel, he exclaimed with exhilaration. Given the current pace, it would take at least a day and a night to reach the Eastern Province. Lin Yang reclined in his seat, retrieving the zombie collector and smiling at the number displayed beneath the zombie matriarch's icon. After 3 days of cultivation, my zombie legion has amassed 50 members. Although currently only one is of the first level, I am sure to encounter more advanced zombies upon reaching the eastern province. Together with Lin Yang, we may even possess the strength to confront the likes of Lung Haotian. The shock that Lung Haotian had instilled in Lin Yang lingered in his mind. I wonder how many points would be awarded for defeating a first-level zombie. Chapter 68. The Correct Approach in Jingshui City. Luo Jie arrived at a convenience store in a red convertible sports car. As she stepped out, a zombie lunged at her, eager to taste the woman before it. However, just as it opened its mouth, a fist suddenly penetrated through the back of its skull, emerging from its mouth. Bang! The zombie collapsed to the ground. Xiao Feng scoffed, shaking his arm, causing the black blood to vanish completely. Sister, if there's something to be done, just let me handle it. There's no need for you to come personally. If Lin Yang were to witness this scene, he would surely be left speechless. For although Xiao Feng still bore the appearance of a zombie, he spoke fluent human language. Furthermore, his demeanor exhibited none of the usual rigidity associated with zombies, appearing remarkably fluid. Luo Jie replied, "Some matters are best handled personally." With that, she strutted into the convenience store in her high heels. Is this the place where Lin Yang and the others once resided? After a prolonged absence, the interior had been ravaged by zombies. Nonetheless, signs of previous habitation remained evident, such as the 2 beds in the storeroom. Subsequently, Luo Jie surveyed the convenience store before finally focusing on the surveillance cameras overhead. Xiao Feng, help me move the computer tower to the car, she instructed. With the power out here, accessing the surveillance footage required a connection to electricity. Xiao Feng complied. However, due to Luo Jie's presence, hundreds of zombies had congregated outside. They eyed Luo Jie like hungry predators, eager to devour her. Yet, Xiao Feng stood firm at the door, single-handedly holding them at bay. Get lost. His mere roar sent the gathered zombies scattering. Some of the weaker, less formidable zombies even had their heads exploded by the force of his voice. A bunch of misfits. A glint of defiance flashed in Xiao Feng's eyes. Upon returning to the villa, Luo Jie opened the surveillance footage stored in the computer. After roughly an hour of viewing, she shut down the computer, sitting in contemplation. Sister, is this the girl you mentioned who can switch between human and zombie forms? She doesn't seem that impressive. I'm stronger. Xiao Feng chimed in after watching the footage. That bald guy with a shotgun wouldn't even need me to intervene. I could just yell, and he'd drop dead. Believe it? Luoye, is the focus really on killing? The key is that she can switch forms. If you could possess such a skill, wouldn't you be considered flawless? After saying this, Luo Jie gazed out the window, unconsciously clenching her delicate fists. Lin Yang, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, I will surely find you. Achoo! Lin Yang, sitting in the armored vehicle, suddenly sneezed. I wonder which beautiful lady is thinking of me. Lin Yang sniffled, glancing at the darkening sky outside. Bai Long, would you like to take a break? I can drive. No need. Bai Long promptly declined. This armored vehicle is quite comfortable. I could drive it all day without fatigue. Lin Yang smiled. All right, call me if you get tired. Before long, Lin Yang noticed a sign in the distance. Bai Long, there's a service area ahead. Let's stop there. We might find some useful supplies. Soon, Bai Long drove the armored vehicle into the service area. However, upon arrival, both Lin Yang and Bai Long were somewhat taken aback. The service area appeared untouched by the zombie apocalypse. The doors, windows, and even the vehicles parked outside were all intact. Moreover, there was no blood or corpses in sight, making it feel like a hidden paradise in this desolate world. Yet, for safety's sake, Lin Yang instructed Xin Yin and Bai Long to remain in the vehicle while he ventured out alone to investigate. The door isn't locked? Lin Yang approached the convenience store's entrance, discovering it unlocked and pushing it open. He entered cautiously, noting the neatly arranged products and the impeccably clean floor. Even when he bent down to wipe his hand across the surface, there was no dust. Could there be survivors residing here? A hint of curiosity prompted Lin Yang to venture further inside. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, seemingly wafting from the restaurant. Since the convenience store and restaurant were interconnected, Lin Yang quietly entered the dining area, yet still found no sign of survivors. However, on a table, he spotted a bowl of instant noodles. The enticing scent he had detected earlier emanated from this very bowl. Approaching, Lin Yang discovered that the noodles had been consumed, leaving only a small amount of broth. When he touched the bowl, he could still feel a trace of warmth. This meant that someone had just finished eating. Lin Yang furrowed his brow, uncertain whether the individual had left or was still hiding within. If one were to leave, it would be understandable. However, if one were to conceal themselves, then Lin Yang would have to remain vigilant. At this moment, Lin Yang was cautiously observing his surroundings, suspecting that someone might be residing here. After all, who would take the time to clean the ground so meticulously? Yet, the convenience store and restaurant offered no apparent hiding spots. Clearly, the survivors were not present. Just as Lin Yang was preparing to leave, the tile beneath his feet suddenly shifted. He looked down and noticed that this tile was slightly different from the others. The gaps around it were wider, as if it were separated from the rest. Could there be a secret passage? Lin Yang stepped on it firmly, but aside from a slight give, there was no reaction. Perhaps my approach is flawed? He crouched down and gently tapped it twice. Indeed, the sound was different from that of a normal floor tile. This tile produced a muffled sound, leading Lin Yang to conclude that there was undoubtedly another space beneath it. The crucial question remained: how to open it? If there were survivors inside, smashing it would ruin their hiding place. Just then, Lin Yang recalled the spot where the previous individual had eaten instant noodles. In such a large restaurant, why had he chosen that particular spot? The table was positioned towards the middle right rear of the dining area. Rarely would someone choose to sit there when dining alone. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yang returned to that spot and sat down in the chair before him. However, the moment he settled into the seat, he sensed something unusual. This chair wouldn't budge. When seated, it felt somewhat distant from the table. As Lin Yang attempted to pull it forward, he discovered that it was as if the chair were anchored to the ground, utterly immovable. Suddenly, a grin spread across Lin Yang's face. I believe I have unraveled the method to access the passage. Chapter 69. Who else is there? Seated in the chair, Lin Yang could not move forward, yet he could twist in place. Following the direction of movement, he turned completely around. With a resounding clank, the tile opened downward. Oh yes, success. Yet, just as Lin Yang stood to inspect, the chair suddenly rotated back into place, and the tile sealed shut once more. This occurrence sparked another thought in Lin Yang's mind. There must be more than one survivor here. Clearly, one person alone could not manage to enter the passage. It required one individual to hold the chair while another slipped inside, and then the latter would block the tile from closing, allowing the person outside to enter. Although Lin Yang was alone at present, he could summon a horde of 50 zombies in an instant. Oh no, I mean 50 zombies. Wang Kai, help me hold the chair. Lin Yang summoned Wang Kai to assist him in securing the chair, enabling him to descend. He peered into the passage and saw that it was not very deep, perhaps around 2 meters. Upon descending, there was a sharp turn, and at the corner, a faint green light emanated. Just as Lin Yang was about to leap down, he hesitated. Something was amiss. Why would a regular service area contain a passage? Realization struck him, and he quickly retracted his outstretched foot. If these were ordinary survivors, they would lack the capability to construct such an advanced passage. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, the meticulous cleanliness suggested that this individual harbored no fear of zombies. Alternatively, they might be entirely unaware that the world had collapsed. After all, since the outbreak, global networks had collapsed, and not a single piece of news regarding zombies had circulated. Regardless of who was below, given that the passage had been revealed, not to explore would be a regrettable oversight. Of course, it didn't necessarily have to be Lin Yang himself who descended. You, go down and take a look. If someone is present, call out once. If no one is there, call out twice. Lin Yang released a level 1 zombie, directing it to jump down. Moments later, 2 low growls echoed from below. No one. Lin Yang was somewhat taken aback, then followed suit and jumped down. Upon turning the corner, he found himself in a corridor that was not particularly long, leading to a spacious area. As he entered, Lin Yang was astonished by the sight before him. On either side of the room stood 2 massive water tanks, filled with a green, unidentifiable liquid. However, the most chilling aspect was that each tank contained a zombie, its body punctured by numerous tubes. Especially upon viewing their data, Lin Yang was utterly stunned. Level: Combat Power, 3350 Stamina, 100 Life, 1100 Special Ability. Teleportation, costs 5 stamina per use. Can instantly move 5 meters. The data of the other was equally terrifying. Level: Combat Power, 3280 Stamina, 100 Life, 1100 Special Ability. Self-Healing, Passive Ability. When life drops below 30, it will restore 50 life and 30 stamina within 5 seconds. Who could possibly confine 2-level zombies here? At that moment, Lin Yang's heart raced. Even though these 2 zombies were dormant due to exhaustion, they still emanated an overwhelming pressure. Yet, a wicked thought surged into his mind. I'll capture them. 2-level zombies for free. How can I not seize this opportunity? Lin Yang instructed Wonkai to keep watch above, then swiftly retrieved his zombie collector, aiming it first at the one with teleportation abilities. Beep! A blue light enveloped it, and the capture progress did not slow despite its elevated level. Heavenly blessings. May the Buddha protect me. May Guanyin bless me. It must succeed. Lin Yang, having lived for 23 years, had never felt such exhilaration as at this moment. Not even during the announcement of his college entrance exam results. After all, the success rate for capturing a level zombie was merely 30. If successful, his overall strength would not just be described as a leap, but a monumental transformation. However, fortune does not fall from the sky. Just as the capture progress reached 66, the collector emitted an urgent failure alert. Damn! Lin Yang nearly smashed the device. Yet, he understood the value of time and dared not delay, swiftly redirecting his aim to the other zombie. Brother, I beseech you, submit to me. Lin Yang implored sincerely, nearly dropping to his knees. Beep! The capture commenced once more. Lin Yang fixated intently on the screen of the collector, and when the progress surpassed 66, he even closed his eyes. Please, please, please. Heaven and earth, the 3 pure ones, the laws of the Tao are ever-changing. Little brother Lin Yang requests blessings from the luckiest of the lucky. Moments later, after a few seconds, Lin Yang slightly opened his eyes to check the capture progress. 90. What the? Lin Yang quickly shut his eyes again, muttering incessantly, unsure of what he was saying. However, just as he recited the digits of pi to the 20th decimal, the collector suddenly emitted a confirming beep. In an instant, Lin Yang ceased his murmurs, as if the world around him had fallen silent. He opened his eyes and beheld the 4 bold characters on the screen. Collection successful. Goodness, it worked. Lin Yang could hardly contain his elation, and he began to dance joyously on the spot. The elite zombie immediately transformed into a myriad of twinkling stars, drawn into the collector. Ding! The limited time event has commenced. Event conditions. Kill 1 elite zombie. Event rewards. 2 super healing potions, 5 advanced healing potions, 10 stamina boost potions. 1 Xuanwu Jin, 60 minutes. Ding! Event validity period. 24 hours. Come participate. Damn system. You finally took care of me this time. In an instant, a tear slipped from the corner of Lin Yang's eye. He turned to the teleporting zombie beside him and burst into wild laughter. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Since he refused to submit to me, Lin Yang clenched his right fist, flames instantly surging forth. Then perish. Crack! Lin Yang smashed his fist into the glass water tank, instantly turning the zombie's head into a puddle of flesh. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward. 20,000 mall points. Cumulative mall points. 357, 822. Ding! Congratulations, host. The limited time event has been completed. Rewards. 2 super healing potions, 5 advanced healing potions, 10 stamina boost potions, 1 Xuanwu Jin, 60 minutes. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stood still, taking a deep breath as he silently proclaimed 3 words. Who else is there? Chapter 70. Arrival in the eastern province 3 kilometers outside the service area. A white sports car sped down the highway. What use are you to me if you can't even outrun 2 motorcycles? Feng Ling fumed from the passenger seat. The man driving, Chunji, dared not retort and could only nod repeatedly, apologizing. I'm sorry, master. It's my incompetence. Sorry? Is an apology enough? Feng Ling crossed her arms, her mind replaying the earlier scene. Who were those reckless fools who dared to secretly photograph me? I suspect they might be from the Ru Feng Hall, Chun-Ji suggested. Oh, Feng Ling raised an eyebrow at his words. Why do you say that? Share your thoughts. She reclined her seat, her long, elegant legs resting on the car's dashboard. Chun-Ji sneaked a glance before swallowing hard. It's like this. Among the other 4 halls, the one most eager to annex us is undoubtedly Ru Feng Hall. Currently, the other halls are all managing territories overseas. Only you and Yu Qing are responsible for Long Country. Moreover, You understand the principle of not allowing two tigers to coexist on the same mountain. Furthermore, our Hall of Fire is indeed somewhat weaker than Rufone Hall. They certainly would not want to share the resources of Long Country with us. However, if the two halls were to go to war, Rufone Hall would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Thus, they would send someone to track you, aiming to gather all your information and movements, enabling them to strike from the shadows. After finishing, Chun-Ji fell silent. Feng Ling paused for a moment before slowly speaking. You present a valid argument, but I believe this matter does not originate from Yu Qing. I have long understood his character. He would not resort to such underhanded tactics. But master, one cannot judge a person by appearances. By appearances? Feng Ling scoffed. Feng Ling, have never judged a person by their looks. Besides, in my eyes, he is no different from that dead Lin Yang person from Lin Hall. At the mention of Lin Hall, Chun-Ji immediately shivered. All right, drive faster. Once a Qi and a Ba awaken, even if Rufone Hall tries to suppress me, it won't be so easy. However, when the two returned to the service area, Feng Ling discovered several new tire tracks in the parking lot. Someone has been here. Feng Ling's expression changed dramatically. She quickly exited the car and rushed toward the restaurant. Hurry, open the underground passage. Chun-Ji swiftly turned his chair, and Feng Ling, wearing high heels, leapt down without hesitation. But as she traversed the tunnel and entered the room, she froze in place. She saw that a Qi-S water tank had a massive hole, his head completely mangled beyond recognition. Yet, a Ba-S water tank remained intact. Even the lock had not been tampered with, but he had vanished into thin air. This is impossible. Feng Ling felt her mind go blank, nearly stumbling to the ground. She had invested immeasurable effort into cultivating these two elite zombies. Once they awakened, they would become the backbone of the Hall of Fire. She had pinned all her hopes of catching up to Rufone Hall on these two zombies. In that moment, Feng Ling suddenly recalled Chun-Ji's earlier words. Could it truly be Yu Qing? You bastard. Since you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. Yanggo, are you all right? Bai Long looked at Lin Yang with a worried expression. Ever since he returned from the service area, Lin Yang had been sitting there with a silly grin. No matter what they asked him, he only urged them to drive faster and leave this place. Could it be that he was possessed? Bai Long felt a twinge of unease. Xin Yan also reached out to poke Lin Yang's face, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of confusion. After an indeterminate amount of time, until even the extreme visibility could no longer see the service area, Lin Yang finally ceased his silly laughter. Stop poking. Come, let me show you a treasure. Lin Yang pulled Xin Yan onto his lap. Do you know what I discovered on this trip? Seeing Lin Yang's mischievous expression, Xin Yan shook her head. Then, Lin Yang produced the zombie collector and presented it to Xin Yan. Instantly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Yang. However, her immediate reaction was not joy, but rather she began to search Lin Yang's body, her expression tinged with concern. Stop touching, stop touching. I'm not injured. Lin Yang chuckled. You might not believe it, but I got this elite zombie for free. Then, Lin Yang recounted the entire sequence of events, and Xin Yan's expression shifted with his every word. So that is how it is. That is why I dare not linger there too long. It's a bit of a thief's guilt. After hearing Lin Yang's account, Xin Yan nodded in agreement. The service area is not far from the boundary of the Eastern Province. In my opinion, these two zombies are most likely the handiwork of the Hall of Fire. Regardless, I have eliminated a significant future threat for myself. After all, two elite zombies are devastatingly powerful in any faction. With a stroke of luck, I believe the journey through the Eastern Province will be much smoother. As for this stroke of luck, it is the name Lin Yang has given to the elite zombie. My city was the first city in the Eastern Province they entered after exiting the highway. Due to the nighttime, the zombies on the road were particularly agitated. Especially upon seeing the three living beings inside the armored vehicle, they immediately lunged forward, turning the already narrow road into a bottleneck. Boom! A small grenade was fired, instantly creating a gap ahead. It's time to let my zombie army out for a stroll. As Lin Yang gazed ahead, the entire street was overrun with countless zombies. This indicated that releasing the horde would inevitably result in a complete massacre. With that, Lin Yang opened the hatch to the machine gun position, unleashing 50 corpse children into the fray. In an instant, these 50 children of the dead surged forth like a battlefield meat grinder, swiftly radiating outward from the armored vehicle. Before long, a secure zone was established within a 1-meter radius of the vehicle. Lin Yang turned to Xin Yan with a smile and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you wish to venture out and gain some experience?" "Indeed." Xin Yan nodded vigorously, subsequently conjuring a doppelganger that plunged into the throng of zombies. "Brother Yang, I've detected a signal akin to that mobile phone's, approximately 10 kilometers away." Bai Long called from the back, engrossed in his computer, oblivious to the chaos outside. "Is it a receiving point?" Lin Yang asked. "No, it's merely a similar signal source. I suspect it belongs to the same group as that Wang Ting you mentioned." Chapter 71. Launched from the ground, Lin Yang contemplated for a brief moment. "Let us go meet him." Upon hearing this, Bai Long blinked in surprise. "Brother Yang, aren't you being a bit impulsive?" Lin Yang reassured him. "Rest assured, I don't plan to go right now. My intention is to find a place nearby to settle and observe for a while, gathering information about him before taking action. Moreover, now that we're in the city, it's impractical to drive the armored vehicle. It would attract too much attention. We must first conceal it." Bai Long nodded. "All right. I'll search for a nearby location suitable for hiding." Within 3 minutes, he had results. "Brother Yang, the signal indicates that the person is residing in a hotel. Across from the hotel is an internet CAF, perfectly positioned to observe the hotel's front. Additionally, there's a residential area to the south of the hotel, with an underground parking entrance along the street, where we can park the vehicle." "Impressive work, Fatty." Lin Yang admired Bai Long's technical prowess, grateful for bringing him along. Otherwise, he and Xin Yan would have been lost, even with the target in sight, in less than the time it takes to burn a joss stick. The thousands of zombies that had gathered outside were nearly annihilated. Lin Yang recalled the corpse children, leaving only Xin Yan's doppelganger still engaged outside, as it would automatically vanish in half an hour. Better to maximize the remaining time for experience. Subsequently, Lin Yang piloted the armored vehicle in the direction Bai Long indicated. Originally, there were 5 grenades on board, but only 2 remained, which should suffice for a breakout. Lin Yang understood that the deeper they ventured into the city, the greater the number of zombies they would encounter, potentially facing even higher-level undead. Moreover, having never been to my city, he was unfamiliar with its basic layout. Judging by economic standards, it surpassed Jingshui City but fell short of Kanglan City, providing him with a semblance of confidence. At that moment, a new wave of zombies surged from the intersection ahead, prompting Lin Yang to ruthlessly press the grenade launch button. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted, propelling numerous zombies into the air, some soaring 7 or 8 meters high, many succumbing to their demise in the fall. "Brother Yang, can I take a few shots?" Bai Long gazed longingly at the high-mounted machine gun, his male instincts yearning for the thrill of shooting. Yet Lin Yang coldly replied no. He continued, "We're currently navigating through the streets, and many zombies will leap from the windows of the buildings on either side. If they catch you, it will be certain death." The flicker of excitement in Bai Long's heart was swiftly extinguished by Lin Yang's words. Dejected, he lamented, "Brother Yang, think of a way to transform me into someone like you and sister. I also want to go out and slay zombies." At his words, Lin Yang casually responded, "Perhaps in the future, if the opportunity arises." However, this statement, spoken without intent, ignited a spark of hope in Bai Long's eyes that went unnoticed by both Lin Yang and Xin Yan. Boom! Lin Yang expended the last grenade in the vehicle. Yet, with the population of my city exceeding that of Kanglan City by 1,000,000, Lin Yang felt as though the horde of zombies was inexhaustible, one wave after another. No end in sight. "Wan Kai, get up there and shoot." Lin Yang summoned Wang Kai, yet after barely 10 seconds of firing, the last bullet was spent. Lin Yang's expression darkened. Unfamiliar with the roads of my city, he anticipated their narrowness, complicating their escape. Without firearms, relying solely on the armored vehicle's ramming force was futile. Desperate, he resolved to abandon the vehicle. Observing the towering buildings flanking the road, an idea struck him. When there was no path forward or backward, upward was always the best option. Spotting an open window on the 2nd floor, he instructed Wang Kai, "You go up first and deal with the zombies inside." With that, Wang Kai crouched slightly and leaped up. Following closely, Xin Yan, carrying their belongings, also ascended. Now, only Lin Yang and Bai Long remained in the vehicle. Lin Yang released 49 corpse children, carving out a small safe zone around them. Then, Lin Yang led Bai Long to the rooftop, where he punched a zombie that leapt down from above, grabbing Bai Long in the process. "Brother Yang, you're not planning to throw me up there, are you?" Bai Long's body tensed at the sight of the tens of thousands of zombies surrounding the street. Lin Yang, momentarily taken aback, replied, "You're quite perceptive." Originally, he intended to utilize his leaping boots to bound upward with Bai Long in his arms, but the latter's weight made him uncertain. Just as he was about to take a gamble, Bai Long's words prompted clarity. With that, he slightly crouched, wrapped his arm around Bai Long's waist, and hurled him upward. In an instant, Bai Long soared from the ground. However, even at the peak of his ascent, he still fell short of the second floor. Just as he was about to descend, Lin Yang leapt up, catching Bai Long mid-air and vaulting through the window. With a thud, they landed firmly inside, Bai Long's expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and relief. Exciting, isn't it? Lin Yang asked. To his surprise, Bai Long burst into tears, exclaiming, "I nearly thought I was going to meet my end." Seeing Bai Long in such a state, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you forget what I told you before? As long as we're alive, I'll ensure your safety." Afterward, Lin Yang focused his thoughts, recalling the 49 corpse children back to the storage. He surveyed the room, finding only 2 aged zombies that had already been dispatched by Wang Kai. Additionally, a large hole marred the door, indicating that the elderly had succumbed to the infection after the zombies broke in. Now, with the hallway devoid of zombies, Lin Yang barricaded the door with a refrigerator and various heavy objects to thwart any potential undead incursions. Once the horde of zombies downstairs lost sight of their living targets, silence swiftly enveloped the surroundings. The 3 companions sat upon the ground. "How much farther do we have to the hotel?" Bai Long inquired, pulling out his computer to check. "We're close. Just one more intersection," he replied. "Then let us rest here for the night. We shall set forth by noon tomorrow. But the roads are so narrow, and there's so many zombies. How shall we proceed?" Lin Yang shot Bai Long a mysterious smile. "Fear not. I have my methods." Chapter 72. Fulfilling Bai Long's request for silver notes when dawn broke, Lin Yang's first action was to inspect his zombie collector. Live Fu level, combat power, 3280 stamina, 100 life, 100 special skill. Self-healing at last, he has recovered. Lin Yang exclaimed joyfully upon viewing Live Fu's stats. Truth be told, had Live Fu been in good condition last night, their combined strength would have held promise for a daring escape. Alas, Live Fu had been in such poor shape that only a gradual recovery within the collector was feasible. This device not only retrieved zombies, but also administered comprehensive treatment. Remarkably, this treatment was mandatory. No matter how grievous the injuries, as long as life remained, restoration was inevitable. "Come forth, Live Fu," Lin Yang urged eagerly, releasing him. At that moment, even the ambient temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Some zombies wandering below, sensing the aura emanating from Live Fu, fled in terror. This was the power of level suppression, a visceral fear that emanated from within. Truly, he was formidable. Lin Yang regarded Live Fu with satisfaction. Live Fu's physique was akin to that of the earlier Ada and Aer. He was indeed a robust figure. Lin Yang reached out, feeling his arm. Though it was decayed flesh, it was remarkably solid. Bai Long, intrigued, approached to examine Live Fu. "Yang, how did you conjure him from thin air? And your legion of zombie minions is simply splendid." Bai Long envied Lin Yang's extraordinary abilities. When Lung Haoyan could merge into shadows, what else could be deemed impossible in this world? Lin Yang remarked. Bai Long nodded, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. For a fleeting moment, he felt that being an ordinary person was rather awkward, as though he truly did not belong in this world. As noon approached, Bai Long retrieved a compressed biscuit from his pocket, dividing it into 3 pieces and offering 2 to Lin Yang and Xin Yan. "Yang, we didn't bring much food. This is our last ration." Lin Yang glanced at Bai Long and returned 1 piece to him. "You eat it. Do not forget. I am a zombie. Hunger does not plague me easily." "Really?" Bai Long asked, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, Lin Yang smiled. The trio's plight stemmed from the utter lack of consumables within the house. The entire city had plunged into darkness, with electricity cut off, and the food in the refrigerator had long since spoiled, the water from the taps exuding a foul stench. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, the absence of food and water was tantamount to a death sentence. At that moment, Xin Yan unexpectedly extended her hand, revealing a tiny piece of compressed biscuit nestled within her palm. She had divided her half further to share with Lin Yang. Touched by her gesture, Lin Yang still declined, gently ruffling her hair. "You eat, I assure you. I'm not hungry. For Lin Yang, a crucial factor was his stamina-enhancing elixir, which not only restored vitality but also effectively staved off hunger, surpassing even standard sustenance. However, he had not yet reached the point of relying on the potion for survival. Lin Yang glanced at the clock on the wall. In 15 minutes, at noon, we shall depart. Bai Long, munching on the biscuit, asked Yang Ge, "What was the method you mentioned yesterday? It wouldn't be a brute force charge, would it?" Upon seeing Lin Yang's subtle smile, Bai Long's expression darkened. "Am I to guess again?" "Not quite," Lin Yang replied. "Did you not express a desire to become a zombie yesterday? Today, I shall grant you that opportunity." "Really?" Bai Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had an outsider been present, they might have thought Bai Long had lost his mind, yearning to become a zombie. Yet, having spent his days with Lin Yang and Xin Yan, witnessing their unique abilities, he was envious. Rather than remain a defenseless, ordinary person, he would prefer to transform into a zombie endowed with extraordinary powers. At least then, he could ensure his survival in this unforgiving world. Then, Lin Yang revealed a vial of black liquid from behind his back. "Here, simply drink this, and you will transform into a zombie, maintaining the form for 1 hour." Bai Long took the vial, opened it, and was immediately assaulted by its foul odor, nearly gagging. "Yang Ge, are you certain this is safe to drink? It reeks." "This is the zombie assimilation potion," Lin Yang assured him. "The scent may be lacking, but rest assured, it is entirely clean and sanitary. Drink without fear." Taking a deep breath, Bai Long donned a valiant expression. "All right, I trust you, Yang Ge." With that, he pinched his nose, tilted his head back, and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, as the potion coursed through his veins, Bai Long's body began to undergo a swift transformation. The excess fat on his form rapidly withered and decayed, his nails elongating and sharpening instantly. Observing the metamorphosis in the mirror, Bai Long nearly retched. "This is utterly revolting." Yet, before he could voice his complaint, it transformed into a series of unintelligible growls. Lin Yang stifled a laugh as he approached Bai Long. "You're now a zombie. Though you cannot speak, you may experience your newfound strength." Subsequently, Bai Long delivered a punch against the adjacent wall. The nearly 30-centimeter thick barrier was shattered effortlessly. Remarkably, he felt no pain whatsoever. He sensed the power coursing through his limbs, as if he could topple an elephant. "Listen carefully, my friend," Lin Yang cautioned. "Though you have become a zombie, you are not a true one. Should we venture out, do not wander off alone. Otherwise, you may attract the attention of other zombies." Bai Long nodded earnestly. He then mimicked Lin Yang's earlier actions, grabbing a kitchen knife and swinging it a few times before pointing out the window. Roar! At high noon, on the narrow street, 5 figures emerged. Lin Yang, Wang Kai, and Lai Fu at the forefront. Behind them, Xin Yan flanked Bai Long on either side. Protecting him, while a 7x7 formation of zombie children followed closely. As they appeared, every zombie on the street turned their heads. Upon seeing Lai Fu, their steps faltered momentarily. But upon spotting Lin Yang beside Lai Fu, despite their deep-seated fear, they charged forward. For them, consuming flesh was the very essence of their existence. "Kill!" Lin Yang swiftly brandished a fiery red kitchen knife and charged ahead. Following closely behind were Wang Kai and Lai Fu, the latter of whom outpaced Lin Yang, reaching the forefront in the blink of an eye. When confronted by a horde of hundreds of zombies, a mere roar from Lai Fu sent them staggering back. Chapter 73. It's my turn to enjoy what a formidable display of intimidation. Lin Yang couldn't help but admire. Although Xin Yan was indeed a standout among her peers, her ability to instill fear was lost on the average zombie. If Xin Yan were to evolve to a higher level, would her strength surpass this? Lin Yang found himself filled with anticipation. With Lai Fu leading the charge, Lin Yang felt almost no pressure from behind. As for the undead swarming from the rear, they were incapable of breaching the ranks of the corpse children, let alone pose a threat to Lin Yang. A fierce roar pierced the air. Lin Yang turned to see Bai Long gripping the collar of a high-level zombie, raising his knife to strike at its forehead. It seemed he had been harboring pent-up frustration during this time. Bai Long's brutal actions were clearly at odds with his usual demeanor. Seizing the rare opportunity to vent, he was not about to hold back. However, just as he was reveling in the mayhem, a high-level zombie suddenly burst forth from a nearby building, charging directly at him. Initially oblivious to its presence, Bai Long only realized his peril when the creature lunged for his neck with its gaping maw. Roar! accustomed to battling high-level zombies that offered no resistance. Bai Long panicked at this unexpected attack. In the chaos, he forgot entirely about Lin Yang, who stood on either side of him with an impressive combat power of 2,350. Just as the zombie pounced, Lin Yang delivered a swift slap that sent its head flying. The headless creature collapsed at Bai Long's feet, rendered motionless. "Damn it, trying to scare me, are you?" Bai Long muttered indignantly while hacking at the fallen corpse with his knife. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had just felled a zombie when a thunderous explosion rang out. He turned to witness a sight that nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Lai Fu stood alone before nearly 10,000 zombies, and with each step he took forward, the ordinary zombies retreated. Just as they prepared to counterattack, Lai Fu seized a nearby bus and hurled it at them. As the bus struck the ground, gasoline spilled from its tank, and the metal frame crashing down produced sparks that ignited the spilled fuel. Boom! The exploding bus wreaked havoc among the tightly packed horde, its power akin to that of a small grenade. Thousands of zombies were obliterated in the blast, while many others caught fire, suffering a gruesome fate as they burned alive, devoid of awareness or sensation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a kill reward. 45, 210 points. Cumulative points, 441, 522. In just a matter of hours since arriving in my city, he had amassed nearly 100,000 points, 90% of which were attributed to the efforts of the corpse children and Lai Fu. I must swiftly expand my legion of zombies. Lin Yang's gaze intensified with fervor. Yet his search through the city had yielded no high-level zombies. Otherwise, he could have added another formidable general to his ranks. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the stamina of the high-level corpse children was dwindling. The most robust among them had only 25 points left, while the weakest barely clung to 10. Once their stamina was depleted, they would fall into a slumber like other zombies. Moreover, if they strayed beyond a 10-meter distance, Lin Yang would no longer be able to summon them back to the warehouse. Thus, losing them would mean they might never be found again. Lai Fu, accelerate. Do not waste time, Lin Yang commanded. Lai Fu immediately surged into the horde, sweeping them aside with fervor. Lin Yang then recalled the high-level corpse children whose stamina had fallen below 10, thus alleviating the pressure on the remaining ones. Lin Yang, keep Bai Long close to Lai Fu. Wang Kai, and I will cover you from the rear. With Lin Yang and Wang Kai's assistance, the remaining 20 or so corpse children found their task considerably easier. Previously, they'd been tasked with intercepting other zombies to prevent them from advancing. But with Lin Yang's arrival, their role shifted to slaughtering, significantly slowing the pace of stamina depletion. After a fierce battle, they eventually broke free from the most arduous choke point. At every intersection, the number of zombies multiplied, leaving them surrounded on all sides. This time, they owed their escape entirely to Lai Fu. Lin Yang had to admit that without Lai Fu, they would never have managed to break through the zombie tide. With less than 100 meters remaining to their target, the internet CAF, Lin Yang abruptly recalled all the high-level corpse children, leaving only Wang Kai and Lai Fu. He intended to make a final dash. Lai Fu, Lin Yang, stop fighting. Take Bai Long inside first. Upon receiving Lin Yang's order, Lai Fu rushed to Bai Long's side, hoisting him up and charging through the CAF's entrance. Subsequently, Lin Yang utilized his identity as a living being to draw away the zombies at the entrance of the CAF. However, the sheer number blocked his path back. With no other options, Lin Yang resorted to using the Scarlet Flame Fist to forcibly create an exit through the horde. Wan Kai, the rest is up to you. After consuming 2 stamina-enhancing potions, Lin Yang leapt powerfully, using the shop's advertising boards as footholds to propel himself toward the CAF. As the zombies turned to pursue him, Wang Kai stood firm, buying Lin Yang a full 5 seconds to escape. Thank you. Lin Yang seized the opportunity to summon Wang Kai back with his thoughts. Through their cooperation, they not only diverted all the zombies at the CAF entrance, but Lin Yang also managed to slip away amidst the encirclement of the undead. Bang! Lin Yang slammed the CAF door shut and immediately secured it with an electric lock. Finally made it in, leaning against the wall. Lin Yang felt the sweat-soaked fabric of his shirt cling to him. He glanced at the corpses sprawled on the floor, the results of Lin Yang and the others' handiwork. Lai Fu, you and Wang Kai take care of the cleanup. Just toss these bodies out the window. Soon after, the 2 zombies retrieved brooms and mops from the corner and began tidying up. Lin Yang checked the time. It had taken them nearly half an hour to traverse the less than 2-kilometer stretch, highlighting the sheer difficulty of their escape. With Bailong still unable to revert from his zombie form for a while, communication between them was impossible. Thus, Lin Yang stood alone at the second-floor window, gazing at the hotel diagonally across the intersection. Wei Long International Hotel? It was the most renowned chain hotel in Long Country. Lin Yang stroked his chin, contemplating. The hotel boasted 30 floors, featuring not only guest rooms and restaurants, but also an array of entertainment facilities, such as swimming pools and gyms. After enjoying it for so long, isn't it time for me to indulge as well? Chapter 74. Do you even deserve it? During the ensuing week, Lin Yang and his companions vigilantly monitored the Weilong Hotel, maintaining a steadfast watch for 24 hours a day. Given the hotel's considerable size, a hasty entrance could easily lead to an ambush. Thus, Lin Yang devised a plan to discern the individual's daily routines, intending to catch him off guard when he emerged. However, to their frustration, he did not appear even once over the course of 7 days, leaving them with no information to grasp. Fatty, are you certain the information is accurate? Lin Yang inquired impatiently. Bailong, equally vexed, replied, absolutely. The tracking must be correct. It distinctly shows he's inside. Look, he has moved again. I've come to the conclusion that this guy is just a shut-in. He never leaves his place. In a fit of rage, Lin Yang hurled a cup from the window, fortuitously striking and killing a level zombie below. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. You all stay here. I'm going to take a look. After 7 days, Lin Yang's patience had worn thin. As he grasped a kitchen knife, Bailong suddenly seized him. Young Gu, hold on. I have a plan. What plan? Bailong retrieved a phone from a bar, which was connected to a power bank. Young Gu, release one of your little minions. You've been cultivating plenty over these days. Haven't you? Upon hearing this, Lin Yang promptly released a level zombie. Throughout the past week, the corpse mother had tirelessly assisted Lin Yang in nurturing a total of 130 zombie children, including 126 level 1s and 4 level 4s. What do you intend to do? Lin Yang asked. Bailong explained, along the way, I found several phones on the zombies I captured, and they're fully charged now. My plan is to have your little minion carry the phone inside and record everything. The footage will sync in real time to my computer, allowing us to observe the situation without entering. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. Subsequently, Lin Yang secured the phone to the chest of the zombie child with tape and activated the recording function. Under Lin Yang's direction, the zombie child hastened toward the Weilong Hotel. Meanwhile, the trio gathered around the computer, fixated on the live feed. It's in. The zombie child has entered the hotel lobby. Bailong exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. However, as the footage streamed back, it became apparent that the lobby was surprisingly ordinary. There were no zombies in sight, and the area appeared remarkably tidy, contrary to expectations for an apocalyptic setting. Yet, just as the zombie child turned to venture further inside, the feed abruptly cut off. Simultaneously, the zombie collector emitted a beeping sound. The number displayed beneath the corpse mother's icon suddenly dropped from 180 to 179. He is dead. Lin Yang's complexion changed drastically. It was clear that the zombie child, despite being a level zombie, had been instantly eliminated by a level or stronger undead. There was indeed an ambush. Lin Yang felt relieved that he had not attempted a direct breach on the first day. Who knows what dangers they might have encountered? Young Gu, should we try the second floor? Bailong suggested, prompting Lin Yang to glance toward the Weilong Hotel's second story. A window was ajar, and, given the abilities of a level zombie child, it would not be a challenge to leap up. However, this time, Lin Yang wisely refrained from risking the zombie child. Each level of zombie child possessed the same data aside from their unique skills. Rather than sending a zombie child with only 1100 combat power, it would be more prudent to use a clone of Lin Yang. Before long, the clone leapt through the open window on the second floor. The screen revealed that the second floor was not a guest room, but rather a banquet hall, eerily empty and silent. The clone quickly began searching for a staircase leading upward. Upon reaching the staircase, however, it discovered the door was locked from the inside. With a forceful shove, the clone dismantled the door. In that instant, a grotesque visage materialized on the screen. Behind the door stood a level zombie boasting a formidable combat power of 1,600. Its right arm was stained with black blood, likely the same fiend that had dispatched the zombie child. Despite the high combat power of this zombie, it was no match for Lin Yang. In less than 3 moves, Lin Yang had extracted its heart from its chest. After this brief encounter, the clone continued its ascent. The 3rd floor housed a buffet, while the 4th and 5th floors revealed nothing of significance. Only upon reaching the 6th floor did they finally arrive at the hotel rooms. However, with the city's power cut, the narrow corridor was enveloped in darkness, evoking unease. The clone forcefully opened the doors to 10 guest rooms in succession, only to find them all empty and devoid of anything noteworthy. Just as it was about to open the 11th door, the feed cut out once more. Could the clone have been eliminated as well? Lin Yang gazed at Lin Yang, disbelief etched on his face. Yet, Lin Yang shook her head, indicating that the clone was still alive and had not perished. This was indeed perplexing. Was the phone out of battery? Impossible. I charged it fully, Bai Long asserted. Lin Yang paused. No, you should call the clone back and check the phone status. Lin Yang closed her eyes, attempting to issue a mental command to the clone. For reasons unknown, despite her successful transmission, the clone remained stationary, ignoring the directive. Is it not possible? Lin Yang nodded, her brows slightly furrowed, even in her zombie form. Bai Long speculated, could it be that the clone is trapped by some kind of mechanism, preventing it from moving? That possibility cannot be ruled out, Lin Yang agreed. Yet, what kind of trap could ensnare Lin Yang's clone? Lin Yang was engulfed in confusion. With Lin Yang's current combat prowess, even if confined within a cage of pure iron, she could escape in no time. A trap of ordinary materials would hardly contain her. Half an hour later, the clone had neither returned nor vanished. It simply ceased to transmit. It was evident that storming the Weilong Hotel was ill-advised. Falling into a trap would spell trouble. Initially, Lin Yang had considered sending Lai Fu in, but after much deliberation, he refrained from taking that risk. If Lai Fu were to perish, Lin Yang would suffer a tremendous loss. What should we do now, Yang? At this moment, even Bai Long found himself at a loss, devoid of better ideas. Lin Yang's gaze sharpened, a glint of determination flashing across his face. Since he wants to come out, we shall force him to. How we do that? Bai Long's eyes brimmed with confusion. After a long silence, Lin Yang finally uttered 2 words, blow it up. In truth, Lin Yang was reluctant to resort to destruction. After all, it was a splendid hotel, and to obliterate it for the sake of one individual seemed a grave misfortune. It would be far better to eliminate the threat and claim the hotel for themselves. Yet, circumstances left him no choice. Blowing up the building appeared to be the only viable solution. Lin Yang gazed at the explosives in the marketplace, priced at 15,000 points. Perfectly suited for demolishing the building. All that would be required was for a few zombie children to transport the explosives to the hotel's vicinity and ignite them. Yang, look, someone is coming out. The sudden voice of the white dragon abruptly pulled Lin Yang back from his reverie. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered a man emerging from within. The individual sported long hair, with bangs obscuring his eyes, exuding an air of mystery. Judging by his attire, the man appeared to be only slightly older than Lin Yang. Alone? Lin Yang's expression darkened. After the man stepped out, there were no zombies trailing behind him. Strangely, the zombies outside, upon seeing him, remarkably refrained from attacking. Could it be that the signal was emanating from him? The white dragon affirmed, indeed, the source of the signal lies within him. Lin Yang pondered for a moment before releasing a level 1 zombie child, intending to probe the man's peculiarities. Subsequently, the zombie child stealthily emerged from the side entrance of the internet CAF, and as it circled to the man's side, it suddenly launched an attack. Roar! The zombie child opened its mouth wide and lunged at the man. However, just as it was less than a meter away, the man's right hand, which had been tucked into his pocket, abruptly extended. Lin Yang, utilizing his insightful eye, distinctly saw a dart shoot from the man's hand, piercing the zombie child's throat. What astonishing speed! Lin Yang's gaze sharpened. As an ordinary person, the man's speed was not only rapid, but his strength was equally terrifying. Lin Yang believed that without the Qilin gene in his right arm, he could not possibly use a dart to kill a level 1 zombie. Alone, he would likely struggle to even pierce the skin of a level 1 zombie. After the zombie child fell, the man's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Do not think that just because you hide in the shadows, I cannot find you. Regardless of which sect you hail from, it would be wise for you to leave. If you annoy me, do not expect to leave my city alive. With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and returned to the hotel. Brother Yang, do you think he really discovered us? The white dragon spoke nervously. Lin Yang scoffed. Do not heed his threats. If he truly found us, he would have attacked already. His actions are likely intended to intimidate us, considering we are concealed while he is exposed. If he merely returns, does that mean we can only resort to blowing up the building? Lin Yang smiled slightly. If he had not come out, we would indeed have to choose that course of action, but since he has emerged, it is no longer necessary. You claim to dislike trouble? Then I shall inundate you with it. This time, Lin Yang unleashed 9 zombie children. You once inside, smash whatever you see, make as much noise as possible. Go. Lin Yang commanded 1 zombie child to enter the hotel first, and upon hearing a loud crash from within, the collector's count immediately rose to 178. You go next. Lin Yang dispatched another zombie child, and indeed, as soon as it entered, the collector's count dropped to 177. Your turn. Lin Yang sent out 8 zombie children in succession, all of whom perished. Just as he prepared to send in the 9th, the earlier man suddenly emerged from the hotel, his expression menacing. In his hand, he wielded a Gatling gun. I told you not to bother me. The man's long hair whipped in the wind as he resembled a madman, brandishing the Gatling gun and beginning to spray bullets at the surrounding buildings. This is bad. Get down. Lin Yang swiftly pulled the white dragon away from the window. Almost immediately, a bullet shattered the glass and ricocheted off the ceiling, leaving bullet holes across the surrounding walls. This guy, could he be a lunatic? The white dragon exclaimed in fear. Amid the chaos, Lin Yang patted the white dragon's shoulder, saying, Stay here and do not go anywhere. Wait for my return. Brother Yang, where are you going? However, Lin Yang had no time to respond, as he grabbed Xin Yin and dashed out through the side entrance of the Internet CF. Before departing, he released Wang Kai and 4 other level 1 zombie children to protect the white dragon. In no time, the man exhausted all the ammunition in his Gatling gun. Then, with one hand gripping the weapon, he shouted at the air, You filthy dogs! Do you really think I, from the Fire Temple, am easy to bully? Huh, damn it. Today I shall go all out. Do you not enjoy infighting? Then I shall accompany you to the bitter end. Just then, the man's nerves suddenly tensed as he turned sharply, raising the Gatling gun in front of him. Clang! A kitchen knife struck the barrel of the Gatling gun, sparking a shower of flames. Lin Yang, expressionless, swiftly moved his feet, circling behind the man and pressing the knife against his neck. Do not move if you wish to live. Otherwise, I shall slice you. The man's hand, which had been reaching for his pocket, froze in place upon hearing Lin Yang's words. He chuckled, not in anger but amusement, tilting his head to regard Lin Yang with a hint of intrigue. Friend, you seem quite unfamiliar. Which sect do you belong to? Lin Yang smirked, stating, We are not of the same ilk. Now I will ask, and you will answer. Answer incorrectly or refuse, and I shall sever a finger. Oh, I did not expect that in this apocalypse there would be such a formidable survivor as you, he chuckled, clearly unfazed by Lin Yang's threat, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Lin Yang ignored him. Where is your Fire Temple's leader currently? Upon hearing Lin Yang's inquiry, the man suddenly burst into laughter. Inquiring about our leader? You think you are worthy? With no change in expression, Lin Yang let a bloody finger drop onto the ground. The second question, has the corpse mother been deployed in my city? At this, the man's complexion paled slightly, yet he still sneered disdainfully. What business is it of yours? Just as Lin Yang prepared to strike, the man moved first. He spun around, using the Gatling gun to block Lin Yang's knife strike. Immediately afterward, he stepped back and shouted, Li, kill him. Almost simultaneously with his command, a shadow dashed out from the hotel, racing toward Lin Yang. However, before that shadow could reach Lin Yang, a white figure suddenly surged from the roadside. In an instant, the black and white figures entangled in a fierce struggle. Chapter 75. An unseen confidence. No wonder you dare to confront me. It appears you have some backing. The man discarded the Gatling gun, tearing a strip of fabric from his clothing to bind his severed finger. Lin Yang stood poised with his kitchen knife, a calm demeanor enveloping him. He noticed that as long as he remained near the man, the zombies would not advance. What other trump cards do you possess? Unleash them all. Lin Yang's tone remained tranquil, as he understood that Lu Yi was no match for Xin Yin. Even though her combat power reached 2250, it still fell short by a full 100 points compared to Xin Yin. Moreover, that was merely Xin Yin's avatar. The man chuckled, stating, to be honest, as an ordinary person, your level of strength genuinely surprises me. Can you share how you managed to tame this zombie? Lin Yang cast a glance at Lin Yan, responding with a smile. The term tame may not be quite fitting for her. As my girlfriend, whether zombie or human, she is naturally my companion. Girlfriend? A flicker of astonishment crossed the man's gaze. I have encountered numerous couples who, after being infected, turned on each other, some even resorting to killing their partners to survive. However, meeting someone like you is truly a first. Can you enlighten me on the reason behind it? Lin Yang shrugged. Perhaps it is simply because she is my girlfriend. He emphasized the word my with a noticeable weight. In truth, if pressed for a deeper explanation, Lin Yang would struggle to articulate a coherent rationale. Admitting the truth was out of the question, and even if he did, it might render him a fool in their eyes. Hearing Lin Yang's response, the man smiled faintly. How intriguing. Then, with a wave of his hand, he declared, "Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall grant you a reprieve. You may leave. A reprieve for me?" Lin Yang regarded him with a peculiar gaze. This fellow seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Wasn't he the one in danger? Yet he had the audacity to utter such words. "Are you still half asleep?" Lin Yang found the scene utterly absurd. The man turned to glance at Lin Yang. "What? You don't actually believe your girlfriend can defeat me, do you? You severed one of my fingers today. My leniency in not retaliating is already quite generous. And yet you wish to push your luck?" However, Lin Yang merely stared at him as though he were a simpleton. "Where does your unfounded confidence stem from? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" At this, the man chuckled, his bangs lifting slightly. "Are you courting death?" With that, he suddenly bellowed, "Everyone, come out!" Instantly, a horde of zombies surged forth from the hotel entrance. Once emerged, they lined up neatly behind the man. In terms of sheer numbers, they may not have seemed formidable, but each of them was a formidable level. Lin Yang scanned the lot, noting the weakest among them had a combat power of 1,500, while the strongest reached 2,500. They were even superior to the former A2. Seeing Lin Yang's stunned expression, the man's lips curled into a smirk. "Are you beginning to feel fear now? Since you chose not to flee when I offered you the chance. You may stay by my side and become one of my zombies. With your combat prowess, your genes must be exceptional. I will ensure you surpass them all." He added with a smirk, "Oh, and make sure to bid your girlfriend farewell with a kiss. Otherwise, once you turn into a zombie, you will remember nothing." After saying this, the man noticed Lin Yang was gazing at him with an indescribable expression. "Have you finished your rambling?" He was taken aback by Lin Yang's question. The man suddenly realized that Lin Yang's demeanor seemed excessively calm. From the beginning until now, his emotions appeared remarkably stable. "Are you not afraid?" "Why should I be?" Lin Yang was at a loss for words. He had never witnessed such unwavering confidence in another. "So this is your trump card?" The man retorted. However, Lin Yang suddenly lauget. "What are you laughing at?" The man's irritation flared at Lin Yang's dismissive reaction. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit concerned for the future of your fire hall." "What do you mean?" I mean, how could the fire hall be represented by a group of fools like you?" "You." The man was utterly taken aback by the insult. At that moment, he couldn't fathom why this kid had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. "Since you were so intent on courting death, don't blame me." He roared, "Kill him." Instantly, the zombies behind him lunged forward, but suddenly, a white figure dashed out, positioning itself in front of Lin Yang. Upon seeing Lin Yan's true form emerge, the man appeared bewildered. Logically, it was already rare for Lin Yang, an ordinary person, to possess a formidable zombie girlfriend. How could another one suddenly appear? Did he possess a pair of twin girlfriends? That would be excessive. Even if you have two girlfriends, what does it matter? Before my army of level zombies, you will still perish. Yet, just as his strongest zombie was about to strike Lin Yang down, a towering zombie, over 2 meters tall, materialized behind it, seizing its head in a massive hand. In the next moment, with a sickening squelch, the zombie's head was crushed, black blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Afterward, Lai Fu grabbed the corpse and hurled it at another oncoming zombie, sending it flying. Roar! Lai Fu's furious roar caused even the level zombies to tremble. How is this possible? The man could scarcely believe his eyes. The zombie he had once prided himself on had been obliterated in an instant. At that moment, only one explanation could account for such an occurrence. This zombie's level had reached the peak. With this realization, the man's confidence evaporated. He stood there pale as death. Only this conclusion could explain why his opponent had been so self-assured. It turns out I am the fool. He need not witness the remainder. Despite Lin Yang only having 3 allies, they still managed to force the horde of level zombies into retreat. Ultimately, the zombies were left dismembered, discarded to the side. This scene was profoundly ironic for him. Why did you not kill them? Are you trying to humiliate me on purpose? The man stood there, his complexion as pale as paper. Lin Yang cast a glance at him. Do not overestimate your importance. My actions are not intended to mock you. I have my own objectives. As for you, a man on the brink of death, what significance would it hold for me to deride you? Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 76. That is my brother. Feng, I bear no grudge against you. Why must you seek to end my life? If you kill me, my sister will not spare you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but look at him again. Your sister? Feng gritted his teeth. My sister is the leader of the fire hall. If she wishes to kill you, you will have no chance to retaliate. At that moment, even your peak-level zombies will be unable to protect you. Still so confident even at death's door. How amusing, Lin Yang smirked. Just then, Xin Yan approached with Bai Long from the internet CAF across the street. 5 identical level zombie children followed closely behind, exuding an impressive aura. Who is he? Feng Ji's eyes widened further upon seeing Bai Long. Since the outbreak, he had been tasked with staying in my city to execute the human elimination plan. Yet, the sudden appearance of 2 survivors filled him with a profound sense of defeat. Lin Yang draped an arm over Bai Long's shoulder. You have a signal transmitter on your phone. Am I mistaken? Feng Yi Frovnid. How do you know? That is of no concern to you. You merely need to tell me if the person receiving the signal is the leader of your fire hall. Are you afraid? Then it is true. Lin Yang disregarded his mockery and approached Feng Gu, retrieving the phone from his pocket. What are you doing? Lin Yang ignored him and handed the phone to Bai Long. Fatty, we have a signal source now. Can we use it to trace the receiver? Theoretically, it's feasible, Bai Long replied. Lin Yang nodded and then asked Feng Gu, what is the password for the phone? You can choose not to say it, but we could spend some time cracking it. However, if you do tell me, I might consider sparing your life. The choice is yours. Feng Gu hesitated for a moment before saying, the password is 996449. Excellent. Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction. But just then, Bai Long exclaimed, Yang Gu, we've been deceived. This ISNT the unlock password. It's the signal transmission password. Feng Gu burst into laughter. With your intellect, you think you can compete with me? Dream on. This is my distress signal. Once my sister receives it, she won't take long to arrive. Unless you manage to escape overseas, no matter where you hide in Dragon Country, she will find you. Despite Feng Ji's words, Lin Yang's demeanor remained unchanged, calm as ever. I have a question for you. Do you think your life is more important to your sister, or the lives of the zombies under her command? Feng Yi's pupils constricted. You intend to use me to threaten my sister? Congratulations, you guessed correctly, Lin Yang grinned. You think I would kill you? Not all. Since you mentioned that I would be caught no matter where I run, why should I even attempt to escape? Let's make a bet. Lin Yang said as he approached Feng Gu and patted him on the shoulder. We'll wager whether your sister will abandon her zombies for your sake. If she agrees to relinquish that batch of zombies to me, I will let you go. Otherwise, she will witness her brother being consumed bite by bite by the zombies. What do you say? Aren't you always so confident? Are you brave enough to take this wager? Lin Yang gazed at Feng Gu, smiling as he inquired. What exactly is your objective? Why are you targeting my fire palace? Feng Gu suppressed his inner fury. He had never felt so humiliated in his 20 years of life. Lin Yang shook his head. You are mistaken. I am not merely targeting the fire palace. You are merely a pawn in my game. Are you intending to make an enemy of our company? Feng Gu stared at Lin Yang in astonishment. Yet this time, Lin Yang did not respond. Instead, he struck Feng Gu on the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Lai Fu, carry him inside and find a place to confine him, Lin Yang instructed before leading everyone into the Weilong Hotel. From the videos, it was hard to tell, but upon entering, one could truly feel the grandeur of the hotel lobby. Previously, Lin Yang would never have dared to even imagine such a sizable establishment. The cost of a single night here likely required a month's labor to repay. When he reached the 6th floor, he discovered a shimmering large net hanging in the corridor, with a phone ensnared within it. This location was precisely where Xin Yan's avatar had lost contact. Can this thing really trap Xin Yan? Lin Yang approached curiously and touched the net. The material was extraordinarily unique, something he had never encountered before. He tugged it forcefully, only to find that it had no elasticity and was incredibly sturdy. Even fire would not damage it in the slightest. Lai Fu, give it a try. Lin Yang called him over, but no matter what method Lai Fu employed, he could not inflict any harm to the net. In fact, the net's hardness left marks on Lai Fu's fingers. Forget it. Stop trying. Lin Yang gestured for Lai Fu to cease. Let us keep it for now. It might prove invaluable in the future. After all, even level zombies cannot shake it. In the Oriental Province, Haishur City, within the Pearl Tower. Bang! The door to Feng Ling's office was forcefully flung open. Yu Qing stormed in, her hair slightly disheveled, radiating anger. What on earth is wrong with you? When will this end? Feng Ling leisurely sat at her desk, nonchalantly sipping her red wine. As her lush lips parted from the glass, a vivid red lipstick mark remained. Oh, isn't this the esteemed Yu Qing? You've traveled across half of Dragon Country. Could it be you've come to seek justice for me? Yu Qing loosened her tie and pointed at Feng Ling, saying, Stop with the nonsense. Tell me why you ambushed my subordinates. Do you have any idea how much loss you've caused me in these 7 days? Feng Ling gazed at Yu Qing with a charming smile, innocently stating, I didn't do anything too serious. I just killed 3 of your level zombies and 156 of the lower ones. Isn't that inconsequential for you? Palace Master you? Inconsequential? You dare call this inconsequential? In a fit of rage, Yu Qing drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Feng Ling. Do you believe I would shoot you? Go ahead and pull the trigger. Feng Ling stood up from her chair, marching directly in front of Yu Qing and pressing her head against the gun's muzzle. How come it's permissible for you, Yu Qing, to annoy me, but not for me to return the favor? Who do you think you are? Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback by Feng Ling's words. Yu Qing, conduct my affairs with integrity. When have I ever wronged you? Don't slander me. Still denying it? Fine. Feng Ling pulled a photograph from her pocket and thrust it into Yu Qing's hand. The photo depicted a headless zombie, gruesomely slain. Yu Qing furrowed his brow. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Oh, Yu Qing, you truly have a thick skin. Feng Ling forcefully swatted Yu Qing's arm, holding the gun away. 7 days ago, you dispatched someone to follow me, intentionally exposing yourself while taking covert photos to lure me away. Then, during my absence, you snuffed out my newly trained level zombies in their infancy. Dare you claim none of this is related to you? Seeing Yu Qing fall silent, Feng Ling laughed coldly. What's wrong? Feeling guilty? Not speaking up? I truly did not expect you, Yu Qing, to be so unscrupulous in pursuit of profit. I even defended you when Chun Ji suspected you. How disgraceful. However, as Feng Ling vented her frustrations, Yu Qing suddenly spoke up. I didn't do it. What did you say? I said I didn't do it. Yu Qing glared fiercely at Feng Ling, his deep-set eyes seemingly ablaze. Under his piercing gaze, Feng Ling trembled slightly. No, you must be lying. I am not lying. Yu Qing stepped closer, their faces nearly touching, their noses brushing against each other. Instantly, Feng Ling felt her ears flush with heat, quickly retreating to create distance between them. Are you serious? Yu Qing's expression turned icy as he stated coldly. We have fallen into a trap. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling's beautiful eyes flickered, and the previously fierce aura dissipated entirely. Someone is intentionally framing us. Such a despicable act is something I, Yu Qing, would never stoop to, even in death. After saying this, he cast a cold glance at Feng Ling. Truly, you have shown me what it means to be all brawn and no brains. Feng Ling instinctively covered her chest with her hand, a deep blush rising to her face. You're talking nonsense. If you were in my shoes, could you remain calm? Then why didn't you call me the moment it happened? Do you think it's more satisfying to argue face-to-face than over the phone? Even if I had asked you, you would certainly deny it. It wasn't me. Why should I admit to something I didn't do? At that moment, Yu Qing was both angry and vexed by Feng Ling's words. He waved his hand dismissively and plopped down on the sofa. I don't want to argue with you anymore. It would be better to consider who is secretly sowing discord. Moreover, just as Feng Ling was about to sit down, Yu Qing shouted, causing her to stand up again. Are you out of your mind? Why are you shouting so loudly? Yu Qing pointed at Feng Ling several times, speaking with bitterness. You must compensate for my losses. Why should I? You're not the only one suffering losses. Who will compensate for mine? You. You are infuriating me. In any case, if you don't compensate, I will report you to the boss. You can weigh the consequences yourself. Upon mentioning the boss, Feng Ling immediately wilted. All right. Just know that you're involved in this too. As long as you help me uncover the mastermind behind this, I will compensate you. In the midst of their silence, Feng Ling's phone suddenly rang. A message from Feng. Feng Ling was somewhat surprised upon seeing the notification. Her younger brother had always been somewhat reclusive and had rarely contacted her. However, when she opened the message, her expression changed instantly. What's wrong? Yu Qing noticed Feng Ling's change in demeanor. My brother is in trouble. Feng Ling turned to rush outside, but as she opened the door, Yu Qing abruptly grabbed her. Calm down first. How can you expect me to remain calm? Feng Ling shook off Yu Qing's hand. I don't have time to bicker with you. Don't you want compensation? Once I bring Feng back, I will give you what you deserve. I told you to calm down. With a loud bang, Yu Qing slammed the door shut, standing at the entrance, his eyes fixed intently on Feng Ling. It's hard to believe you are a home master. When faced with a situation, you act impulsively. Can't you take a moment to think rationally? All right then, tell me what to do. Is merely thinking here of any use? If we delay any further, my brother might not even be alive. Shut your mouth. Listen to me. Yu Qing glared at her with irritation. Everyone in the company knows Feng is your brother. Even if the other 4 halls covet your Ruo Fire Hall, they would not dare to target Feng, because if discovered, it could lead to a war between the halls, which would be a loss for them. But aside from the company, who else could it be? Feng Ling asked anxiously. Yu Qing pondered for a moment. There are 2 possibilities. First, it could be a failure of the virus resistance gene, leading to Feng being attacked by other zombies outside. Second, what is the second possibility? Hurry up and say it. Yu Qing glanced at Feng Ling. I suspect it was the survivor group. Survivor group? Even if they exist, how could they possibly match Feng? He has 20 high-level zombies by his side. Have you forgotten what happened to Ruo Lei Hall in the 4 Islands? Feng Ling's brows furrowed. You mean ninjas? Yu Qing nodded. Although the virus has now swept the globe, do you really think those countries that have existed for centuries can be so easily destroyed? The reason the boss kept us 2 halls in Long Country is that it not only has a vast territory, but also harbors unfathomable hidden experts. Now that more than a month has passed since the zombie outbreak, I believe it is time for those hidden ancient martial artists in Long Country to emerge. Feng Ling paused. So what if they're ancient martial artists? They are merely ordinary people who can fight. Therefore, if it is the first scenario, Feng is undoubtedly doomed. Even if you go, it would be of no use. However, if it is the second scenario, it indicates he is currently not in life-threatening danger. The distress signal he sent could very well be a trap to lure you in. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling clenched her fists tightly. But I have no other options left. Even if it is a trap, I must go. He is my brother. Yu Qing's sharp gaze narrowed slightly. You must go, that is certain, but Chapter 77. The first encounter with the star. Wow. This is incredibly comfortable. Bai Long leaped onto a soft, large bed, embracing the pillow with a look of pure enjoyment. At this moment, they were in a hotel room on the 28th floor. The top 3 floors, starting from the 28th, are the most luxurious and high-end accommodations in the entire hotel. Lin Yang said, We've been quite tired these past few days. You should rest for a while I check around. Afterward, Lin Yang and Xin Yan used the hotel's universal key card to open every room door. He did this to conduct a thorough inspection of the hotel to prevent any hidden zombies from lurking within. In the process, Lin Yang triggered several traps set by Feng, resulting in nearly 20 high-level zombie children meeting their demise. However, in the end, all these traps were dismantled by Lin Yang, including 5 of those special large nets. Lin Yang was keenly aware that it wouldn't be long before the Hall Master of Ruo Fire Hall would lead a team to attack. Perhaps by then, this seemingly divine special net would come in handy. When they reached the 30th floor of the hotel at the very end, there was a door that appeared far more luxurious than all the other suites. Is this the legendary unique supreme suite in the Wei Long Hotel? Previously, Lin Yang had come across some reports about the Wei Long Hotel online. It was said that the cost for one night in this supreme suite reached a staggering 888 yuan. Based on Lin Yang's previous income, he would need to work for 10 years to afford a single night here. However, times have changed. In this current world, even if a box of gold were placed in front of Lin Yang, he wouldn't bat an eye. The original society no longer exists. Money has become the most useless commodity. Just as Lin Yang was about to open the door, Xin Yan suddenly reached out to stop him. After spending a long time together, even though Xin Yan could not speak, Lin Yang instantly understood her meaning. There is someone inside? Xin Yan nodded. Lin Yang then pressed his ear against the door and listened for a moment, seemingly hearing faint sobs from within. Survivors. Lin Yang was somewhat astonished. It's important to note that Fenggu's primary objective in my city was to execute the human eradication plan. Yet, he was surprised to discover that there were survivors right under his nose. Ding! Lin Yang swiped the room card to unlock the door. The way this door opened was also quite unique. Instead of swinging inward, it automatically rotated 90 degrees around its center, allowing entry from either side. Observing this, Lin Yang felt a sense of novelty. However, he did not exhibit any signs, but walked directly into the room. Upon entering, he encountered a picturesque scene of a small bridge over flowing water, embodying the essence of harmonious landscapes. Crossing the petite arch bridge, Lin Yang navigated through a grove of bamboo before finally arriving inside the room. While the guest chamber was indeed lavish at that moment, Lin Yang's attention was not captivated by the opulent decor, but rather by a woman on the bed. She was reclining against the headboard, her lower body concealed beneath a quilt, yet her upper body was devoid of any covering. Everything that was meant to be seen, and not seen, was within Lin Yang's view. After they entered, the woman continued to weep, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, momentarily preventing her from noticing the newcomers. Suddenly, Lin Yang felt the darkness envelop him as Xin Yin swiftly covered his eyes with her hand. Following that, she pinched the flesh at his side with considerable force. Ouch! Lin Yang quickly clutched his waist and stumbled a few steps to the side. However, the next moment, silence fell over the room. Ah! The woman on the bed let out a terrified scream. She seized a nearby pillow and hurled it toward Lin Yang, hastily covering her chest with a quilt. Miss, please, do not be alarmed. We meant no harm. Lin Yang was about to explain when he was struck by a sense of familiarity with her features. Wait, aren't you that rising star, the actress? What was her name again? Yin something. Lin Yang pondered. Yin Yue. Yes, you are Yin Yue, the youngest recipient of the Grand Slam Award in Long Kingdom. Yin Yue could hardly believe that she had been recognized in such a predicament. At that moment, she felt as though she could die of embarrassment. Who are you? Where's Fenggu? Lin Yang reassured her. Do not fear. Fenggu is already under our control. We can discuss everything once you are dressed. With that, Lin Yang pulled Xin Yin to a corner, creating a space for Yin Yue. Xin Yin, visibly displeased, gave Lin Yang a light punch, her annoyance clearly etched on her face. Lin Yang quickly smiled and said, I was wrong. Please do not be upset. I swear I saw nothing. Upon hearing this, Xin Yin glared at Lin Yang, her brows furrowed, as if to say, you were just staring. Regardless of Xin Yin's thoughts, Lin Yang remained oblivious, chuckling to himself. I believe you should have confidence in your beauty. Yin Yue may be lovely, but truly, you are more striking. Yes, you. If both of you stood before me unclothed, my gaze would be entirely upon you. Initially, Xin Yin's expression softened at the beginning of Lin Yang's statement. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, she immediately raised her fist again. Despite being on the receiving end of her blows, Lin Yang secretly reveled in the situation. Ever since Xin Yin's emotions became more expressive, aside from her inability to speak, she had nearly returned to a state of normalcy. The only drawback was her still maturing intellect, with her emotions easily readable on her face, akin to that of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Minutes later, Lin Yang heard Yin Yue softly clear her throat. Her voice barely above a whisper, you two can come out now. Xin Yin cautiously peeked out first, confirming that Yin Yue had donned her clothing before pulling Lin Yang out with her. At that moment, Yin Yue stood barefoot on the carpet, clad in a slender black slip dress. However, the dress was somewhat sheer, and the subtle hints of her figure left Lin Yang momentarily dazed. As a gentleman, he averted his gaze upon realizing that he could see nothing substantial. How should I address you? Miss Yin? Yingu? After all, Yin Yue was a prominent figure in Long Kingdom, renowned not only in the entertainment industry, but she also boasted hundreds of millions of fans overseas. In just 3 short years since her debut, she had amassed a substantial following on international social media platforms. It was no exaggeration to say that 1 in every 10 people in the world was a fan of Yin Yue. Lin Yang had not anticipated that his first encounter with a celebrity would involve such a significant figure, and in such an exposed state. Chapter 78, The Toad That Consumed Swan Meat. Yet, upon seeing Xin Yin, Yin Yue momentarily lost her composure. She had encountered countless actresses both domestically and internationally, but none had features as exquisite as Xin Yin's. Even she herself could not compare. However, Upon observing Lin Yang beside Xin Yin, his appearance was rather unkempt. Nonetheless, she did not underestimate him based on his looks. In a tumultuous world, to have such a beautiful companion surely indicated his unique qualities. Yin Yuer grasped her clothing nervously and whispered, "You may call me Yuer." Lin Yang nodded and briefly introduced himself and Xin Yin before inquiring, "How did you come to be with Feng Ge?" Upon mentioning Feng Ge, Yin Yuer's expression noticeably shifted. Lin Yang quickly added, "Do not worry. Feng Ge is confined and will no longer pose a threat to you." To his surprise, Yin Yuer shook her head. "He did not harm me. I chose to be with him." Although Yin Yuer did not explicitly state it, Lin Yang discerned the underlying meaning. Furthermore, the peculiar look in Lin Yang's eyes did not go unnoticed by the perceptive Yin Yuer. She instinctively lowered her gaze. "I know you must look down on me, but I did this merely to survive. Is that so wrong?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face once more. Lin Yang sighed and replied, "I harbor no ill intentions. Please do not overthink it." Yin Yuer wiped her tears and raised her gaze to Lin Yang. "You claim you have imprisoned Feng Ge? Are you not affiliated with the company?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Yang's expression grew serious. "Of course not. Why do you ask?" Yin Yuer hesitated, stammering then, "Why did you not kill him, instead opting to imprison him?" "I have my reasons for doing so." Lin Yang withheld his true motives from Yin Yuer. After all, his understanding of her was limited to her on-screen persona, and he had yet to learn who she truly was in reality. "What are your plans moving forward? You cannot possibly remain in this hotel indefinitely. Yin Yuer querit fortier. Do not concern yourself with that. If you wish to survive, simply follow my instructions." Lin Yang's tone shifted, taking on a more authoritative edge. Yin Yuer cautiously regarded Lin Yang, conceding, "All right, I will not ask further." Subsequently, Lin Yang turned to Xin Yin and said, "You shall stay in this room for the time being. I will arrange for food to be brought to you. And remember, do not wander around the hotel. If you encounter anything terrifying, I cannot be held responsible." Lin Yang referred to the troop of corpse children he had dispatched to patrol the hotel, fully aware that encountering them would surely frighten Yin Yuer. Hearing this, Yin Yuer felt a twinge of fear. She weakly nodded and watched as the two departed the room, uncertain of Feng Ge's whereabouts. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smile upon hearing the system's notification. "Congratulations, host. You have received a kill reward, 200 mall points. Total mall points, 600,002. Over the past week, the army of corpse children had nearly annihilated the nearby zombies, and Lin Yang's points had finally surpassed 600,000. Gently pinching Xin Yin's soft cheek, he exclaimed, "I only need 60,000 more points to purchase the language gene for you." Xin Yin responded with a joyful smile, filling Lin Yang's heart with warmth. Previously, he never thought he could accept a girlfriend who was neither human nor ghost, but today, he finally understood the meaning of deepening affection over time. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yang took Xin Yin's hand and led her into a suite. Perhaps influenced by Yin Yuer, various chaotic thoughts began to swirl in Lin Yang's mind. "It's so hot," he said, fanning himself with his shirt, only to realize he wasn't sweating. Rather, his neck and face felt unusually warm. "I've been a coward for 23 years. It's time to be bold." With that thought, Lin Yang couldn't help but take a deep breath. He glanced at Xin Yin and noticed a hint of confusion in her clear eyes amidst the unusual atmosphere. "If I can endure this, I am no man." Gritting his teeth, Lin Yang suddenly scooped Xin Yin into his arms. "Ah!" Xin Yin gasped, and in the next moment, Lin Yang threw her onto the bed and pounced on her like a ravenous wolf. Their lips met, and Lin Yang's hands, now beyond his conscious control, instinctively roamed over Xin Yin's body. Soon, he felt the exquisite softness beneath his palms, sending waves of satisfaction coursing through him, igniting a frenzy of desire. All that occupied his mind was the urge to possess Xin Yin completely. Simultaneously, Xin Yin let out a subtle moan. In her mind, she couldn't fully comprehend the events unfolding, yet her body felt utterly powerless, leaving her uncertain whether to continue. Just as Lin Yang was about to untie the last knot around his waist, suddenly, an exceedingly discordant voice erupted from the doorway. Lin Yang's nerves tightened, and clarity rushed back to him. He instantly sprang from the bed, facing Bai Long, who stood awkwardly in the doorway. "Sorry," they both exclaimed simultaneously. Lin Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, his mood darkening as he ran a hand through his hair. "What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such a clumsy ally?" Bai Long, looking innocent, replied, I'm sorry, Yang, but you can't blame me entirely. You could close the door too. Lin Yang shot a glare at the open door, feeling a lump in his throat. He hadn't shut the door in his haste, but such situations typically belonged in a television drama. Yet, with the world on the brink of extinction, he found himself in this predicament. Get out of here. I'm so annoyed. Lin Yang pushed Bai Long out, slamming the door behind him with a bang. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. After regaining his composure, he returned to Xin Yan, only to find the previous atmosphere completely dissipated. No matter how Lin Yang attempted to adjust, they could not return to that moment. Watching Xin Yan sit up from the bed, Lin Yang reluctantly put on his clothes. The atmosphere in the room felt slightly awkward. He noticed Xin Yan sitting there with a vacant expression, prompting him to ask with concern, Did I scare you? Xin Yan shook her head and offered a smile, though it felt different from before. She tugged at the hem of her skirt, and in that moment, an unfamiliar emotion flickered in her consciousness. After a brief pause, Lin Yang and Xin Yan made their way to the lobby on the middle floor, where they found Bai Long. Yang, sister-in-law, you're out, Bai Long exclaimed, rushing over with a grin upon seeing them walk side by side. Lin Yang shot him an annoyed glance. Did you come looking for me for a reason? Switching to a serious demeanor, Bai Long replied, Yes, Yang. I've discovered that the signal reception point is moving rapidly toward us. I strongly suspect that this individual is the Lord of the Fire Temple. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's expression turned grave. How far away are we? Less than 300 kilometers, Bai Long said, typing quickly on the keyboard. Thanks to my efforts over the past few days, I've successfully pinpointed the exact location of the signal. If the data is accurate, this person likely set out from the vicinity of the Pearl Tower in Haishur. Regardless of whether he is the Lord of the Fire Temple, I believe our next target could be established here once we resolve the current situation. Lin Yang declared, That's all well and good, but if this individual truly is the Lord of the Fire Temple, should we even engage? Bai Long inquired. Lin Yang crossed his arms, responding, Not necessarily. From what Feng mentioned, it seems that various temples within the company do not maintain amicable relations, and internal strife is highly probable. If we can uncover the reasons behind their discord and incite further conflict, the company might collapse under its own weight. We would merely need to reap the rewards. However, Lin Yang added, What worries me is that this might be nothing more than a conjecture. If they do not engage in infighting, it could become problematic. After Lin Yang spoke, Bai Long furrowed his brows. All right, let's not burden ourselves with too much pressure. For now, let us focus on overcoming the Fire Temple. Lin Yang patted Bai Long on the shoulder and smiled. Subsequently, he and Xin Yan began preparing traps. After all, with so many props available in the mall, even if they couldn't determine the outcome of the battle, they could certainly create some chaos before their adversaries arrived. At that moment, Bai Long remained alone on the 30th floor. I've heard that the Weilong Hotel has a supreme suite. Where is it? Driven by curiosity, Bai Long ventured inside. Soon, he encountered an exquisitely designed door. This must be it. He retrieved the universal room card Lin Yang had given him for convenience. Beep. The door swung open. Its unique mechanism leaving Bai Long in awe, reminiscent of a science fiction film. He stepped inside, admiring the interior decor as he proceeded further. As he entered, he noticed a woman clad in a black spaghetti-strap dress, standing by the window with her back towards him. The mere sight of her silhouette captivated Bai Long. Do you have any business here? Yin Yue said, gazing out the window. Upon hearing her melodious voice, Bai Long felt a tremor in his heart. Why does this voice sound so familiar? He scrutinized her figure, suddenly recalling a scene from a certain film. It was her. She was Yin Yue. In that instant, Bai Long was filled with astonishment, for he was indeed a devoted fan of hers. Goddess, he could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing the sound, Yin Yue turned around. However, when she saw Bai Long's starry-eyed expression, she momentarily froze. Are you one of Lin Yang's people? Bai Long's head bobbed up and down like a spring. Yes, I am with Brother Yang. Goddess, I finally get to meet you. I am your die-hard fan. At this point, Bai Long even began to weep. Woo, Goddess, you are alive. How wonderful. Seeing Bai Long's reaction, Yin Yue's expression shifted slightly. Soon, tears streamed from her beautiful eyes, making her look like a rain-drenched pear blossom, leaving Bai Long utterly bewildered. Goddess, why are you crying? You must be frightened. Do not worry. I am here to protect you. Bai Long hurriedly approached her. Yet when he stood beside her, he felt somewhat at a loss. There wasn't even a tissue nearby. He hesitated to embrace her for comfort, for to him, Yin Yuer was akin to a celestial being who belonged solely in dreams. Unexpectedly, in the midst of his confusion, Yin Yuer suddenly leaped into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Bai Long was taken aback. What was happening? Was he a frog that had unexpectedly eaten swan meat? Yet, as he held his goddess, his mind felt extraordinarily clear. For her cries shattered his heart. Goddess, do not cry. Rest assured, as long as I, Bai Long, am alive, I will ensure your safety. In his bewilderment, Bai Long inadvertently recited Lin Yang's lines. Moments later, Yin Yuer lifted her tear-streaked face to gaze at him. Are you truly sincere? Will you really protect me? Observing her pitiful demeanor, Bai Long could not concern himself with anything else, exclaiming, Indeed, even if it costs me my life, I will die before you do. Rest assured. Goddess. In an instant, Bai Long's eyes widened in shock as he felt a sweet warmth on his lips, rendering his mind blank. Almost immediately, he realized that his hand had been taken by Yin Yuer, resting on her soft bosom. Before he could react, she had pushed him onto the bed. After a while, the two found themselves entwined, devoid of clothing. Bai Long gazed at the goddess in his arms, as if everything were a dream. Yuer, did I hurt you just now? No, it is fine, Yin Yuer replied softly, her voice igniting a longing in Bai Long. By the way, I heard you all imprisoned Fonga. Is that true? Of course. No doubt about it. Bai Long replied with a proud expression. Yin Yuer's beautiful eyes sparkled. Do you know where he is being held? Chapter 79. A sleepless night in the evening. Lin Yang directed the corpse child, finally completing all the traps. If they wish to capture me, they must first overcome this obstacle. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yang brought Xin Yin to the hotel dining hall. With the entire city experiencing a blackout, fresh ingredients had become scarce. Only instant meals like self-heating rice and noodles remained. Upon entering, Lin Yang noticed two individuals seated inside. Bai Long and Yin Yuer were sharing food and laughter. Bai Long. Lin Yang quickly approached, casting a glance at Yin Yuer before pulling Bai Long aside. What are you doing? Bai Long first smiled apologetically at Yin Yuer, then wore an unwilling expression. Lin Yang whispered, Who told you to bring her out? How did you two end up together? Yuer is not a bad person. I merely took her out for some fresh air. Bai Long retorted, pouting. Lin Yang was no fool. He could see that Bai Long's gaze towards Yin Yuer was far from ordinary. Moreover, he was not like Li Zheng, easily deceived by strangers. Be honest with me. What did she say to you? Nothing much. Bai Long's eyes darted around, deliberately avoiding Lin Yang's gaze. Come on, Brother Yang. Your paranoia is excessive. I swear on my life, Yuer is definitely not a bad person. Swear? What does that mean? Lin Yang was furious. How long have you known her? Do you even know her background? Enough. Bai Long's tone suddenly rose. Brother Yang, even if you distrust her, you should at least trust me. I swear, if she does anything to betray us, I, Bai Long, will take my own life in apology. You bastard. Lin Yang was about to explode when Yin Yuer quickly stood up. Please, do not argue. Her eyes were slightly red as she lowered her head, saying, I understand your distrust towards me, and it is all right. I shall return to my room. Please do not let me cause any rift between you. Bai Long rushed to catch her as she tried to leave. Rest assured, I will ensure you are never wronged again. But Yin Yuer gently removed his hand, offering a calm smile. It is all right. If you wish to see me, just come to my room. There is no grievance in that. With that, she glanced at Lin Yang and returned to her room alone. In the vast dining hall, only the three of them remained. Brother Yang, are you satisfied now? Bai Long complained to Lin Yang. From Yin Yuer's earlier words to Bai Long, Lin Yang understood that something was indeed amiss between them. Bai Long, I never realized you were the type to lose your wits over a pretty face. What is wrong with that? Bai Long retorted nonchalantly. Besides, Yuer is just a delicate girl who couldn't harm a fly. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? She merely seeks protection in this apocalypse. Is that a crime? If you were in her position, would you be pleased to be doubted? In response, Lin Yang, filled with indignation, declared, I am not only suspicious of her. I am suspicious of you. Have you been brainwashed by her? Bai Long sat silently, visibly displeased. Lin Yang, hands on his hips, sighed, fine, I considered you a brother, and I do not wish to say much more. Just heed my advice. Keep your distance from that woman. Afterward, Bai Long picked up his bowl and ate a few bites before leaving without looking back. As he was about to leave, he remarked, based on the speed of the signal's movement, it is expected to arrive before midnight. Lin Yang gazed at the receding figure of Bai Long and sighed helplessly. He then glanced at the numbers displayed on the zombie collector, which currently read 170, 14 were of one level, and 156 of another. Given this pace, it seemed unlikely that the batch of zombies would fully gestate in time. The moment Lin Yang checked into the Weilong Hotel, he had instructed the zombie mother to commence gestation once more, targeting the 19 zombies captured earlier from the Fengge. However, she had only managed to gestate 9 thus far. With less than 4 hours remaining until midnight, Lin Yang stared out at the overcast night sky, feeling a weight in his heart. It appeared that tonight would inevitably be a sleepless one. On the other side of the city, 10 military trucks traversed the narrow roads of my city. Among the convoy was a striking white sports car. This time, Feng Ling had abandoned her usual seductive attire for a sleek ensemble of black leather, exuding a sense of competence. Chun Ji, sitting in the driver's seat, said, "Master, do not be overly anxious. This operation has rallied much of the strength of the fire hall, sufficient to sweep through several small nations." Feng Ling, with her eyes closed, remained silent, though her mind was tumultuous. In truth, her greatest concern was not the impending battle, but rather whether Fengge was still alive. She hoped this matter had no connection with the other 4 halls. Otherwise, even at the risk of defying her superior's orders, she would ensure they paid the price they deserved. As the convoy continued through my city, not a single zombie dared to approach, for hidden within the convoy were several presences that instilled fear. However, just as they were nearing the Weilong Hotel, a sudden explosion erupted ahead. Feng Ling's eyes snapped open. Flames shot into the sky, and a lead truck was violently propelled into the air. In an instant, Feng Ling's expression changed drastically. She quickly grabbed her radio, but before she could speak, a panicked voice emanated from it. "Master, we've been ambushed. There are numerous landmines ahead. The soldiers in Truck 1 have all been killed." The voice belonged to the driver of Truck 2. Truck 1 had been carrying 30 zombies of the highest level. This sudden explosion caught Feng Ling completely off guard. Yet, she remained composed and ordered, "Reverse. We will take another route." Quickly, the last truck, number 10, began to retreat. But Feng Ling, glancing through the rearview mirror, suddenly spotted figures appearing on the rooftops to either side. Each wielded a gasoline barrel, which they hurled downwards. This is bad. At this moment, it was too late for Feng Ling to take any further action. Accompanying the falling barrels were numerous grenades. With another deafening explosion, the last 2 trucks were instantly reduced to scrap metal. Chapter 80. Engagement. The explosions of these 3 vehicles cost Feng Ling a staggering 100 zombies of the highest level. Damn it! Feng Ling slammed her fist against the seat. Asana, eliminate the ambushers on both sides. With her command, 2 towering figures sprang from Truck 5 in front of her, leaping toward the rooftops. Within 10 seconds, the previously visible figures were sent crashing down from the buildings. It was only when they hit the ground that Feng Ling realized they were not living beings, but zombies. "Master, could it truly be the other 4 halls?" Chun Ji remarked beside her. Feng Ling's heart sank, for she understood that only those affiliated with the organization could control zombies. At this point, trucks 1, 9, and 10 had all perished, nearly obliterating a third of Feng Ling's forces. Given the circumstances, retreating was clearly no longer an option. If the enemy had anticipated her arrival, they likely had ambushes prepared at every possible entry point. The most prudent course of action was to press forward. Asan, Asi, push Truck 1. Move forward and trigger the remaining landmines. Following her orders, Asan and Asi began to push the wreckage of Truck 1 ahead. This method of deploying landmines was indeed audacious. Lin Yang stood before the window of a hotel room in the Weilong Hotel. Asan and Asi were high-level zombies, and pushing Truck 1 forward, they only suffered damage from the residual effects of the explosion. To them, it was akin to a mere tickle. Pressing onward proved to be a wise choice, and it suited Lin Yang's intentions perfectly. A smirk played on his lips as he had previously contemplated what actions the fire hall would take following the ambush. Given that the Weilong Hotel was situated at a T-junction, and based on Bai Long's earlier observations, it was highly probable they would approach along this route. Hence, Lin Yang had strategically laid numerous landmines along it. Once ambushed, they had only 2 paths available: to continue advancing or to retreat and find another route. In truth, he had also planted landmines at the other 2 junctions to guard against a 3-way assault. However, in the current predicament, as long as they were not foolish, they would certainly not choose to retreat. After all, taking a detour meant confronting even more unknown risks. making it less safe than proceeding forward. This course of action was well within Lin Yang's calculations. Are there no more landmines? Feng Ling, seated in the truck, noted the absence of further explosions outside. At this moment, Truck 1 had been pushed into the open space in front of the Weilong Hotel. A San and a C stood behind the vehicle, awaiting further orders. Just as Feng Ling opened the truck door, about to step out, she suddenly heard an unusual sound from ahead. Whoosh! It sounded as if something had sliced through the air. A shimmering net abruptly rose from beneath a San and a C, lifting them high into the air, more than 10 meters above ground. Binding celestial net. Feng Ling's eyes widened in recognition. She was all too familiar with this device, a product of the organization's research, with each hall equipped with a few. This scene further convinced Feng Ling that Feng Ji's predicament was undoubtedly related to the other 4 halls. Yet, what irked Feng Ling was that a San and a C, trapped in the binding celestial net, were incapable of freeing themselves with their own strength. To leave them unrescued would mean a significant reduction in her combat capabilities. After all, they were 2 high-level zombies. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Ling called over another high-level zombie. Go find the hanging point of the binding celestial net and lower a San and a C. Upon receiving the command, the high-level zombie dashed into the adjacent building. The moment this zombie appeared, its data materialized before Lin Yang's eyes. Level, combat power, 1550, stamina, 100-100, life, 100-100. Special skill, liquefaction, consuming 20 stamina points to transform its form into liquid. Lin Yang's gaze deepened at this revelation. The abilities of this zombie were utterly unexpected for Lin Yang. Originally, he had planned to capture a key individual with the first binding net, anticipating a rescue attempt from above. Concurrently, another binding net was positioned at the upper level, prepared to ensnare any intruders. However, this unexpected appearance completely disrupted Lin Yang's strategy. Possessing such a unique skill, no net could possibly confine him unless he were enclosed in an entirely sealed space. This could not wait. He had to act before the 2 were released. Clenching his fists, he called out Wang Kai, "Move!" With that command, the figures behind Lin Yang swiftly vanished into the shadows. "What shall we do now, master?" Chun Ji inquired. Feng Ling paused momentarily, grasping the radio. "Have a Wu lead the personnel from vehicles 6, 7, 8, and 3 to break through the windows on the 4th floor from the rooftops." "Yes, master." Soon, over 100 elite zombies surged forth from the few trucks, with a Wu leading the charge, also an elite. Is there more? Lin Yang's pupils constricted. He noted that this zombie's combat prowess was slightly inferior to Lai Fu's, yet still formidable enough to sweep through hordes. As he observed a Wu and the others leaping onto the rooftops, a thought struck him. Lai Fu, take the remaining zombie children and guard those 2 windows on the side of the 4th floor. After Lai Fu departed with the remaining elite zombie children, Lin Yang found himself alone. He understood that in such a large-scale battle, the elite zombie children would be of little use. Even if released, they would merely serve as fodder. "Where's Wang Kai?" Lin Yang gazed at the white sports car, silently urging. At this moment, only the 4 vehicles remaining beside Feng Ling represented their forces. Once a San and a C were released, she would press forward, charging directly into the Weilong Hotel. Her actions were intended to force the enemy into the open. Only when those inside revealed themselves could she ascertain Feng Ji's fate. Yet apart from these waves of traps, not a single elite zombie was in sight. Could it be a ruse? A sense of foreboding washed over Feng Ling. What if the enemy had already slain Feng Ge, leaving these distractions to wear down the forces and morale of the Fire Palace? No, Feng Ge cannot be dead. Master, be cautious. Just as Feng Ling pondered, Chun Ji suddenly pressed her head down. An elite zombie appeared beside Feng Ling's vehicle, shattering the window with a punch and reaching inside. Had Chun Ji not acted in that moment, her head would have been reduced to a mere pulp. "Alu, protect the master." In a moment of desperation, Chun Ji shouted, but as his last word escaped his lips, a crack echoed from behind. Thud! A warm liquid dripped onto Feng Ling's face, and she soon heard the sounds of a brief struggle outside. Within mere seconds, silence enveloped the surroundings. What happened? As she prepared to rise, she felt Chun Ji's weight heavily pressing down on her back. In that instant, she sensed a grave danger. Chun Ji, she strained to straighten, but he suddenly collapsed onto her legs, a gaping, bloody hole where his heart once resided. In that moment, Feng Ling was consumed by an overwhelming sorrow and rage. Though merely one of her many subordinates, he was the most loyal and capable. Moreover, Chunji had supported her for nearly 5 years. There was no way she could remain unaffected by such loss. Her expression darkened immensely as she glanced outside the windows, discovering several identical corpses on the ground. These are the zombie children? All signs indicated that this was the work of those within her own organization. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stood before the window, observing the scene below with regret. It had failed. The batch of zombie children he had previously dispatched was meant to assassinate Feng Ling while Wu was absent. Yet, once again, they had failed. This operation had resulted in the death of 9 out of 10 zombie children, leaving only Wang Kai. Had it not been for the invincible time granted by his unique skill, he would not have returned alive. Lin Yang concealed Wang Kai in the system's warehouse and soon noticed a sand and a sea being released. Bang! The two landed heavily, raising a cloud of dust. The moment they were free, Feng Ling exited her vehicle. "Alu!" she cried, as another robust zombie emerged from the 5th vehicle. This scene was like a bucket of cold water dousing Lin Yang's head. For elite zombies, was this the true strength of the Fire Palace? On the other side, Wu led his 100 elite zombies to the 4th floor window. As one zombie leapt up to smash the glass, a pair of powerful hands suddenly reached through and snapped its neck. Roar! Lai Fu bellowed at the horde of zombies. Naturally, Wu, being an elite zombie, was not to be outdone. Roar! The combined roar of the 2 elite zombies shattered every window within 100 meters. Even Feng Ling hurriedly covered her ears. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that the zombie standing at the window was none other than her own Aba. How is this possible? An expression of disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. She quickly retrieved a syringe from her vehicle, containing the gene control agent for Aba. "Ba, come back to me." After injecting the serum into her body, she attempted to command Lai Fu. Yet, no matter how she called, Lai Fu remained indifferent, still confronting Wu. Why? Why has it failed? Feng Ling was utterly shocked. Lin Yang witnessed this entire scene unfold. How ironic. It turned out that Lai Fu was indeed the creation of her own hands. Lin Yang's gaze remained fixed on Feng Ling below. Yet he was more intrigued by the liquid she had just injected. Could it be that they controlled zombies through the injection of some serum? He began to form a suspicion. After realizing her efforts to summon Lai Fu had borne no fruit, Feng Ling quickly abandoned the idea. What mindless creature. She cast one last glance at Lai Fu before leading the other 3 elite zombies toward the Weilong Hotel. At this point, all the traps on the road had been cleared. Feng Ling, clad in black leather boots, stepped over the bodies of the fallen zombies as she approached the hotel entrance. "I care not who is inside. Come out now." Before long, the hotel doors swung open. Lin Yang emerged from within, hands clasped behind his back, unhurried and composed. Upon seeing Lin Yang, a flicker of surprise crossed Feng Ling's face, quickly replaced by a cold demeanor. "What? Is your master too cowardly to face me, sending you out as a shield?" Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. "Do you believe I am unworthy of being your adversary? Humph. Spare me your words. Summon your boss within 10 seconds. Otherwise, I shall take your life first, and then proceed to eliminate your leader. Truly, you are indeed the sister of Feng Gu. Possessing such unfounded confidence is almost identical." Lin Yang's words momentarily widened Feng Ling's eyes. "What have you done to my brother?" "Fear not. He is quite safe at present." Lin Yang gazed at Feng Ling and said, "If you wish to rescue your brother, I have a condition." "What condition?" Feng Ling inquired, her brow furrowing. Lin Yang extended his hand, gesturing to the 3 advanced zombies beside Feng Ling. He then shifted his gaze to Wu, who was engaged in combat with Lai Fu on the rooftop. "My condition is simple. If you are willing to relinquish these 4 zombies to me, I shall return Feng Gu to you. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Feng Ling could not help but scoff. So this is the true intention of her leader. How utterly laughable. Lin Yang's expression remained unchanged. He had come to realize that there existed severe internal strife within the company's halls. For Lin Yang, this presented an excellent cover. Since she perceives herself as part of the company, it would be wise to play along with her narrative. "You seem to have guessed our leader's intentions, so there is little more for us to discuss. The choice lies with you." Feng Ling narrowed her keen eyes. "Boy, do you dare to threaten me? Are you not afraid I shall slay you right now?" You may certainly try. Lin Yang showed no sign of trepidation. Should you take my life, I assure you, Feng Ge will immediately follow me to the grave. And you, I dare say, remain oblivious to my true identity? The moment I perish, all your leads will be severed, leaving you without recourse for vengeance. It is up to you, as the elder sister, to decide whether you are willing to sacrifice your brother for the sake of vengeance. Lin Yang's words ignited a fierce rage within Feng Ling. Yet, just as she was about to explode, a phrase from Yu Qing's earlier counsel echoed in her mind. First, safeguard Feng Ge, and I shall assist you with the rest. Soon, Feng Ling nodded in agreement. Very well, it is merely a few zombies. What harm could it do to grant them to you? However, before anything else, you must first bring Feng Ge out for me to see. Chapter 82. Willingly falling into your hands, no problem. Lin Yang readily agreed. Suddenly, Bai Long rushed out of the hotel in a flurry. Yang Ge. Upon witnessing Bai Long's distressed demeanor, Lin Yang felt an ominous foreboding. Bai Long glanced at Feng Ling and the advanced zombies beside her, his demeanor taut with apprehension. What is it? Lin Yang inquired, frowning. Bai Long pulled Lin Yang back, his face etched with guilt. Yang Ge, Yin Yu has let Feng Ge escape. Both of them are now missing. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's expression shifted dramatically. It should be noted that Feng Ge was the sole bargaining chip in his negotiations with Feng Ling. Now that the chip was gone, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly declare war against him. Faced with 4 advanced zombies, this was an utterly unwinnable predicament. Bai Long gritted his teeth. Yang Ge, I have wronged you. Just kill me. I can no longer face you or sister-in-law. Lin Yang took a deep breath. Return for now. We shall settle accounts later. Yang Ge, go back. Lin Yang bellowed, and Bai Long hurriedly retreated to the hotel. Witnessing this, a peculiar expression crossed Feng Ling's alluring visage. Boy, where's my brother? If you do not bring him out at once, I shall chop you up to feed the zombies. Lin Yang's mind raced as he sought a plausible excuse to placate Feng Ling. Yet, he racked his brain and found no suitable justification. Just as he prepared to confront Feng Ling recklessly, a zombie unexpectedly emerged from the hotel. Xin Yan? The zombie that appeared was none other than Xin Yan, dragging along a binding net, within which lay Feng Ge and Yin Yu. 20 minutes earlier, Yin Yu, hearing the explosions from below, donned a set of agile clothing and gathered her disheveled hair into an updo. Upon hearing the hotel room door open, she immediately put on a smile and approached. Long, you've arrived. Bai Long rushed over and said, the people from the fire palace are attacking. You must stay inside and not wander about. And you? Yin Yu inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Bai Long cupped her face and kissed her fiercely, determination etched upon his features. I will devise a plan with Yang Ge to weather this storm. The forces from the fire palace are more formidable than we anticipated. Should we survive this crisis, I will persuade Yang Ge to allow you to join us. But if we do not, Bai Long retrieved a universal room card from his pocket and handed it to Yin Yu. There is a generator room on the 2nd basement level of the hotel, filled with diesel generators that provide power in case of outages. I have inspected it. The door is sturdy. When the time comes, you must hide there. I have also prepared enough food for a week. Once it is safe outside, you can emerge. You must promise to be careful. I await your return. Yin Yu's affectionate gaze prompted Bai Long to embrace her for another kiss. Afterward, they parted ways. Once Bai Long left, Yin Yu's tender expression turned cold. She wiped her face where Bai Long had just kissed her. That fat fool. He took advantage of me, but he shall pay dearly for it. Subsequently, Yin Yu looked at the universal room card in her hand, a smile returning to her face. How effortlessly this fortune has come. Yin Yu opened the door and traversed the dim, narrow corridor, descending from the 30th floor to the 18th. That fat fool mentioned that Feng Ge is locked in a room at the center of the 18th floor. It must be this one. Yin Yu used the universal room card to unlock a guest room door. Upon entering, she found Feng Ge bound to the bed, still in a state of unconsciousness. Why is he unconscious? Yin Yu furrowed her brow and seized a bottle of mineral water from the table, pouring it over Feng Ge's head. Wake up! After a bottle of water, Feng Ge remained unresponsive. Hearing the roars of zombies from below, Yin Yu could no longer afford to wait. Slap! She raised her hand and struck Feng Ge's face again. Wake up! With that slap, Feng Ge's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Upon awakening, he shook his head, his consciousness still hazy. It was only when he recognized the beauty before him that his mind began to clear. Why are you here? There is no time for idle chatter. Your sister has arrived, but Lin Yang intends to use you as a hostage. You must come with me at once. Yet, for a moment, Feng Ge did not move. What are you waiting for? The ropes are already undone. Let us go. Feng Ge geist his expression laden with complexity. Since you have come to rescue me, it indicates that you still harbor feelings for me, does it not? To his surprise, Yin Yuer responded with an unexpectedly frigid tone. Do not flatter yourself. I have already made it abundantly clear that our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit. I am willing to cooperate with you tonight in any endeavor you wish, but you must first introduce me to the company. What? Do you intend to backtrack after I have shared my bed with you for so long? No, then there is nothing more to discuss. Leave quickly. Otherwise, when Lin Yang's zombies arrive, neither of us will escape. But Yuer, I truly care for you. Can you not reconsider? Reconsider what? Your feelings for me are your concern. They bear no relevance to me. Yin Yuer cast a disdainful glance at him. Yet, she soon sensed that Feng Ge's gaze was unsettling, bordering on the perverse. In the next instant, she drew a handgun from her waist and pressed it against his forehead. This very firearm had once been given by Lin Yang for self-defense. I advise you not to entertain any inappropriate thoughts about me. I will stop at nothing to achieve my goals, and you should be acutely aware of that. Furthermore, do not assume that just because your sister is here, I cannot do anything to you. I have discovered evidence of your theft of classified information from the Ruhua Temple on your phone. You wish to see your sister ousted, so you can inherit the position of the Temple Lord. If your sister were to find out, what do you think your fate would be? Upon hearing this, Feng Ge's chaotic thoughts dissipated instantly. Now I understand how you achieved global fame in just 3 years. To fall into your hands, I, Feng Ge, willingly accept. However, just as they were about to flee the guest room, a shimmering net suddenly descended from above. Chapter 83. The gunshot that pierced the night. What is happening? Yin Yuer and Feng Ge found themselves ensnared in the binding immortal net. As the net fell, it rapidly tightened around them, encasing them completely. Yin Yuer struggled within, but her efforts were futile. Even bullets would not harm it. Feng Ge pressed closely behind her and chuckled softly. Give up. This is the company's binding immortal net, and its strength is beyond our capability to break. Hearing his words, resentment surged within Yin Yuer. But before she could unleash her anger, a girl in a white dress appeared from around the corner. Feng Ge had never seen Xin Yin in her human form, but upon seeing her, Yin Yuer's expression darkened. Stealthily, she extended the barrel of her gun through the netting below. Bang! Just as Yin Yuer believed her fate was sealed, a shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. At the moment the gun fired, Xin Yin's delicate features morphed dramatically. She seemed to have anticipated Yin Yuer's actions, swiftly reaching out to catch the bullet. Roar! Xin Yin shouted at her in fury. Then in a flash, she was before Yin Yuer, seizing the handgun from her grasp. Yin Yuer cried out in pain. Xin Yin, in her zombie form, possessed an outrageous strength. With a mere twist, she dislocated Yin Yuer's wrist. Time returned to the present. Lin Yang glanced at Yin Yuer, whose right hand appeared grotesquely twisted. Sister, Feng Ge clawed at the net, calling out to Feng Ling. But upon noticing Feng Ge's hand entangled in the white cloth, Feng Ling's demeanor shifted to panic. How dare you break my brother's finger? She stepped forward in fury, her desire to rip Lin Yang apart evident. However, Lin Yang remained unfazed. He approached Feng Ge and firmly grasped one of his fingers. If you shout at me once more, I will break this finger too. Do you believe me? You scoundrel! How dare you? Yet, as her words fell, a sharp crack echoed in the air. Lin Yang had just broken Feng Ge's middle finger in two. Feng Ling instinctively wanted to curse him, but she ultimately restrained herself. She had never anticipated that this young man could be so ruthless. Lin Yang smiled. Care to curse again? This time, Feng Ling dared not utter a single word. She glared at Lin Yang, her gaze so lethal that if looks could kill, he would have been reduced to nothing. Very well, as per our previous agreement, we shall trade simultaneously. I will give you the zombies, and you shall return Feng Ge to me. Not acceptable. Lin Yang suddenly interjected. What do you mean, not acceptable? Feng Ling clenched her fists, furious that she, the esteemed Temple Lord, was being led by the nose by this youth. Lin Yang replied, Do you think I'm a fool? What uses it to me if you only give me the zombies? What about the control serum? Here. Feng Ling tossed 2 syringes from her pocket to Lin Yang. He caught them and said, I still need 2 more. Release Feng Ge first, and I shall give you the remaining 2. Lin Yang examined the syringes, each labeled with the gene control serum for a Wu and a Lu. Without hesitation, he plunged one into his arm. Feng Ling narrowed her eyes. Aren't you afraid this is a viral gene? Lin Yang chuckled. And if it is? Besides, I suspect you lack the courage to take that risk. After all, Xin Yan's claws are poised at Feng Ji's throat. Should anything go awry, Feng Ge would surely perish. Most importantly, the zombie virus is ineffective against me. The more confident Lin Yang appeared, the more displeased Feng Ling became. To this day, she could not fathom which temple he belonged to. After Lin Yang injected both syringes, not only did the zombie beside Feng Ling's side change its demeanor, but even a Wu, who had been fighting on the roof, ceased its movements, taking a punch from Lai Fu without resistance. Both of you come here. At Lin Yang's command, a Si and a Wu promptly approached his side. As a Wu stepped forward, the remaining high-level zombies stood no chance against Lai Fu and were swiftly exterminated. With these 2 high-level zombies by his side, a profound sense of security welled up within Lin Yang. Not bad, he said, standing confidently in the center, a smile tugging at his lips. Now, can you release Feng Ge? Feng Ling's expression darkened. Of course not. Are you toying with me? Feng Ling felt her temper nearing its boiling point. Calm down. Why the rush? Lin Yang responded surely. Did I not just say? Once you hand over all 4 zombies, I will naturally release Feng Ge. How can I trust you? Feng Ling could not help but curse again. But in the next moment, Feng Ji's finger was broken once more by Xin Yan. Enough. At this moment, Feng Ling's voluptuous figure began to tremble violently. She vowed that in this lifetime, even if she accomplished nothing else, she would capture Lin Yang and subject him to the most excruciating torment until he met his demise. Here, Feng Ling hurled the gene control serums of a San and a Si at Lin Yang. Just as Lin Yang was about to inject himself, Feng Ling suddenly called out to stop him. Release Feng Ge first. You must understand that I still hold the control over a San and a Si. If you do not comply, we shall both perish together. No one shall escape unscathed. Lin Yang realized that Feng Ling's patience had reached its limit. If he pressed further, she might indeed resort to open conflict with him. After all, besides the 2 elite zombies, there were nearly 200 others behind her. Moreover, Lai Fu and a Wu were in a weakened state, having sustained injuries in previous battles, their conditions now below 50%. Should a fight ensue, the scales of victory would not tip in his favor. All right, Lin Yang nodded and signaled to Xin Yan to release them. After all, letting them go would bear little consequence. They were all facing death soon enough. As the binding net was lifted, Feng Ge quickly dashed to stand behind Feng Ling. This scene stirred an unpleasant feeling in Bai Long, who observed from the hotel entrance. But in the next moment, an unexpected event occurred. Just as Lin Yang prepared to inject the gene control serum, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night. Xin Yan reacted swiftly, conjuring a clone to shield Lin Yang. But the clone's head was instantly obliterated by the shot. Yu Qing, crouched atop a building with a sniper rifle, snorted coldly. He knew that the shot had not the power to kill Lin Yang, but as long as it prevented him from injecting the gene control serum, his objective would be accomplished. Chapter 84. The Crisis of Lai Fu. Seeking silver notes, they have ambushes too? This was Lin Yang's first reaction. Amidst the chaos, one of the gene control serums slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. With no time to retrieve it, he could only quickly utilize the other. Kill them all. Feng Ling roared. Asan and hundreds of elite zombies surged toward Lin Yang like a tidal wave. Asi. Attack. Lin Yang commanded Asi. Yet, just as Asi was about to make a move, a piercing round penetrated his skull. Damn it. Lin Yang cursed vehemently. The zombies possessed near-zero intelligence. Without explicit orders for independent action, they could only stand helplessly, even in the face of danger. Asi's death caused a pang of sorrow in Feng Ling. Each elite zombie had required immense resources and effort to cultivate, and the sacrifices she made were known only to her. Now both sides were fully engaged in battle. Faced with the overwhelming tide of elite zombies, Lin Yang's side appeared woefully outnumbered. Apart from Lin Yang and Xin Yan, only Lai Fu, a Wu, and a Lu remained capable of fighting. The most critical issue was that Lai Fu and a Wu were both below half their capacity. Lin Yang glanced at Asan's data, his mood darkening further. Level, combat power, 3300 stamina, 100 health, 100 special skill, replication. Just when things couldn't get worse. The replication skill came into play. This meant that possessing a San alone granted him the combat power of 2 elite zombies. As such, Lin Yang's numerical advantage was vanishing in an instant. Furthermore, the advancing tide of elite zombies could not be underestimated. After all, many ants could bring down an elephant, and if they attacked en masse, they could easily overpower Lai, Fu, or a Wu. We cannot linger. Retreat. Lin Yang Bichisi or Dread. With Xin Yan's clone and Lai Fu buying time, Lin Yang managed to secure a moment to escape. Bai Long, let's go. Lin Yang shouted into the hotel. Soon, a plump zombie burst forth, a backpack slung over its shoulder containing his laptop and a miniature base station. What is this? Yu Qing, observing from the rooftop, was momentarily taken aback. The zombie appeared somewhat different from the others, but he couldn't pinpoint how. Whatever, just kill it. He aimed his sniper rifle at the hastily fleeing Bai Long bang. The bullet sliced through the air, striking Bai Long squarely in the back of the head. But the next moment, Yu Qing's mouth fell open, his expression one of disbelief. It ricocheted. When the bullet hit Bai Long's head, it neither inflicted harm nor penetrated. Instead, it behaved like a stone thrown onto a foam board, bouncing off harmlessly. As Bai Long continued to flee, he merely scratched the back of his head, feeling an itch. His immunity to Yu Qing's armor-piercing rounds was due to Lin Yang having bestowed his only Xuanwu Jin upon Bai Long before the battle commenced. After using the zombie assimilation serum, Bai Long's physical abilities were significantly enhanced, coupled with the effects of the Xuanwu Jin. Even elite zombies could not harm him in the slightest. In that moment, Bai Long was practically invincible. Roar! Lin Yang heard an enraged roar behind him, and then he lost all sense of a Wu's presence. So he couldn't withstand it after all? Lin Yang turned back to see a Wu's robust body had been torn asunder by a San. Xin Yan's clone had long since had its head torn off, leaving only Lai Fu and a Lu struggling to hold their ground. Had it not been for Lai Fu activating his passive skill to heal, restoring 50 health and 30 stamina within 5 seconds when his health fell below 30, he would have suffered an even worse fate than a Wu. Conversely, a Lu, though he had begun the fight at full strength, was now in a precarious state due to the nature of his skills. Combat power, 3200 stamina, 100 health, 100 special skill. Swift, cost 15 stamina to use. Increasing speed by 20 and combat power by 10. This skill would undoubtedly be superior in a one-on-one fight against Lai Fu. However, now, faced with the onslaught of numerous elite zombies, alongside the equally formidable San, it had become somewhat of a liability. Sister, Lin Yang is fleeing. Quickly apprehend him. Feng Ge glared at Lin Yang's retreating figure, seething with rage. Compared to Feng Ling, the humiliation Lin Yang had inflicted upon him throughout the day was unforgivable. Likewise, Feng Ling yearned even more for the opportunity to exact vengeance on Lin Yang. As the Lord of the Fire Hall, this was the first time she had felt so constrained. Not only was she humiliated, but due to him alone, the strength of her Fire Hall had suffered a significant blow. What drove her to despair was that from the very beginning, she had been continuously ensnared by this boy. Had it not been for Lin Yang's earlier antics at the service area, she would not have found herself in such a dire predicament today. San, go retrieve that boy for me. With that, San broke free from Lai Fu's grasp and charged toward Lin Yang. However, Lai Fu was utterly unable to obstruct the advancing threat. As San departed, dozens of zombies immediately swarmed around him, leaving him feeling quite overwhelmed. Damn it, they actually caught up. Lin Yang observed San's silhouette rapidly approaching from behind and promptly commanded Lai Fu to retreat. As for Lu, given his current state, escape seemed highly improbable. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the air, Lai Fu managed to repel nearly 100 zombies by several meters. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Lai Fu saw the bullet hurtling towards him. Realizing evasion was futile, he raised his arm, bracing himself as the armor-piercing round struck his forearm. Consequently, his health plummeted below 30 once more. However, his passive ability could no longer be activated, with a 12-hour cooldown ahead. Let me see how many bullets you can take. A smirk crept across Yu Qing's lips as he swiftly reloaded and aimed another shot at Lai Fu. Bang! The bullet penetrated directly into Lai Fu's back. Lai Fu, hurry up! Lin Yang shouted anxiously. He could monitor Lei Fuch's data in real time, and at that moment, his health was reduced to a mere 9. If another bullet struck, Lei Fuch would surely meet his end. Lin Yang glanced at Yu Qing atop the distant building, as well as the rapidly approaching Asan. You bastard. Lin Yang suddenly turned and sprinted toward Lei Fuch. Could he possibly intend to save that zombie? Yu Qing, observing the scene below, felt a pang of curiosity. Meanwhile, his gun once more aimed at Lei Fuch's head.